nothing. You will own nothing and be happy, says Klaus Schwab. I will only be happy when he owns nothing and he eats bugs. That's when I'll be happy.
Dice Slow, do you follow that Zach Rector guy?
Doesn't ring a bell.
You obviously follow Digital Perspectives.
No, I'm not sure.
Well, Digital Perspectives is pretty well known in the crypto industry as far as reporting on XRP anyway. Digital crypto and then do you know King Vale, XRP Vale or King Vale or whatever? It's like some bald dude that represents XRP all the time.
No, never heard of him.
Yeah, so XRP Vale apparently. Have you heard of the Fury, the video game Fury? That's like Call of Duty, but it's played with the XRP coin.
Yeah, I've seen some kind of game that's on based on the blockchain.
Yeah, so Fury is the game. It's done with the Real Engine 4 or whatever, Real Engine 5, whatever it is. But the graphics are better than Call of Duty, and it's basically going to roll out, but it's based on the XRP Ledger. And if you sign up with the Zoom wallet or whatever, not the Zoom wallet, but the XUM, whatever wallet that is, apparently you get drop shipped Fury coin when the video games comes out, but basically you own the coin based on the video game. So
is that a pay to win game?
Well, I haven't played it yet. It hasn't launched officially, but the idea, I think it's the same thing. It's like same thing. Yeah, you kind of like use your XRP to play the game, and then
Right.
you win
So the
missions.
richest guy has the best weapons, the best armor. Yeah.
And then whatever the case is, you can obviously win XRP. But the idea that that's just owning the Fury coin in the beginning. So if it ever does blow up like Call of Duty, and you have that coin, then there you go, right? So and they give you like anyway, what do you call it, airdrop or something? Anyway, they airdrop the Fury coin if you own XRP in the wallet.
Yeah, supposedly they're doing that with the Flare token airdrop for all the XRP holders that was present on the snapshot date. And then I guess if you take that Flare token and you delegate it and wrap it, within like 6 months you'll have like 500,000 because it like exponentially increases, and then they're consistently airdropping throughout the month. I think they're doing like a total of like a couple hundred airdrops throughout like a course of a few months.
There was something on hold with it, and then now they're activating it or something because it was on hold for a while or something, right? There's some issue with it, and now
Oh,
people are getting.
they've already airdropped a couple times now.
I have yet to receive airdrop for any of those things. I tried
Well,
Sologenics. Have you tried Sologenics yet?
yeah, it sounds familiar.
Sologenics is run off of Ripple. Ripple paid these guys to create a decentralized exchange. It's called Sologenics, and you basically can trade USD into XRP, Corium, and Fury, and all these other tokens, right? But of all the platforms that I've tried, Sologenics is really easy to use and really easy to upload NFTs. It's not shady like OpenSea was.
Mm-mm.
here? Hello.
Hi. So
All right. I just heard someone popping in and out. I'm like, am I the only one not hearing anything? Did you see they're trying to make VPNs? There's like they're gonna punish you for having a VPN. They want to they don't want anyone to have that. I think the reason being is because people that use like Binance or other exchanges where you have to use like Bybit, you have to use a VPN because they don't accept American customers. I think that's what it's about. And then they're going to crack down all the exchanges in the United States, and you won't be able to use your VPN to get on a different exchange. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to get that far, but hopefully I'll have all my coins. I won't need exchanges.
yeah, but then you got to worry about the off ramp.
I know. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, how the fuck do I cash this out? Let's say I made $1 million. Like, how would I turn it into fiat, or how would I buy anything?
Well,
Shit.
hopefully you don't have to sell anything. You just live off the interest alone.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. How do I buy like necessities with it? Like, if I could to live off it, I need to buy shit. I know there's stores that take Litecoin. You could use it on like a MasterCard or Visa. You have a Litecoin, but then you'd probably have to identify yourself, right? Because your name is on the Visa card. Like some anonymous dude with $1 million of Litecoin.
Yeah, you can get those like debit cards. You know, they're like preloadable ones. You can send crypto to it, and then it kind of converts it and puts it on like a prepaid debit.
Oh, you can do that with those? I used to buy those, Geo, when I had I couldn't get a credit card because I had bad credit, and there was things I needed to buy with a credit card. So I would go to like CVS and buy a gift card. It was like a Visa gift card or MasterCard, and you could load $100, 200, 500, whatever, and then I would buy the item I wanted, and that's how I would get around that because I couldn't get a credit card because my credit was bad.
Yeah. They have those. Like one of them's like BitPay, and then I think even Coinbase has a card now. And yeah, there's
Yeah,
several.
but Coinbase knows it's you though. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
if
I
you
think
go,
you probably do have to give your last four of your social or whatever it is. Yeah, they definitely know it's you. It basically, I mean, it's kind of cool in a way, but it's like you can just cash out your crypto and then just, if you really wanted to get a prepaid card or just use your own debit or credit, you know what I mean? Like it's not really like spending the crypto, but it is kind of it's a way to convert it.
yeah, but it's not the way I'm looking for. I'm looking for a way that, like, let's say I could drop in some Monero. Let's say that I made a ton of money. If I bought, let's say there was a crash and I bought a huge bag of crypto and now I have $1 million of it. I need to buy shit. So, like, how do I get it from Bitcoin
Well,
into
I think there will be
whatever?
direct like teller units, like so you'll have like custodial accounts and stuff, no different than like a bank teller where you can go and transact or just digitally.
There's Bitcoin ATM machines right now
Yeah,
where
but
you could,
that's
if you had crypto.
Will they give you cash? Can you cash out
Yeah.
from like
Yeah.
Yeah,
fiat?
it's right at the gas station.
right. I got a picture of myself next to one. I thought it was so
Okay.
cool.
Yeah, I thought it was only a one-way street. I thought you put money in and you buy crypto. I didn't know it spits out cash.
Yeah, but
See,
that's
they might do away with those. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's an off
it's
ramp.
only gonna further increase, dude. It's all these banks and stuff are gonna essentially switch over. That's what they're gonna do. They're gonna be third party custodials for crypto.
See, but here's the thing: you go to the vending machine.
The question is, what chain are they going to use, or are they going to make their own?
There's like vending machines, but like, what if you got to give it an iris scan and your thumbprint and iris scan and whatever? Like, I don't know what they're gonna. I think the government will crack down on those off ramps because that would be too easy for somebody to, like, you know what I mean? If you made a boatload of money, it'd be too easy for you to anonymously turn it into cash. They don't. That's what they don't want.
What are you talking about? That's like precisely what they want, because they want to get their tax on that. They want their capital gains.
You think
There's
they'll
lots of
tax you on the
places.
off ramp? They're going to tax you on it when you pull it out?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, capital gains. There's lots of places now though that'll accept crypto for goods and services and shit. So I mean, there was a place near me once that was a car dealership. He was like, "Yo, you want to buy a car with Bitcoin? Come on down." So I mean, you could manage if you just had to spend the crypto, but yeah, there's tons of ways to turn it into cash, like Gio said, with the debit card or the Bitcoin ATMs or whatever.
Yeah, but he said it was tied to your Coinbase identity or like your exchange. Like Coinbase already did all my ID. They got my bank account number. They got my driver's license. They got all that shit.
Well, I think with like the one I mentioned, BitPay, I think you do have to give, like, I think maybe it's the last 4 of your social or something. Like, it might not even be your whole social. Yeah, you do have to give like name, address. I don't think you have to give a driver's license.
KYC, they call it. Know your
Yeah, it's-
customer. You gotta.
Yeah, it's kind of a KYC level. But I think it's the same thing. Like when you get, I know what you mean. There are those prepaid debit cards that you can just load without any information. Like you can just do it anonymously, like almost like a gift card thing. But there's kind of another level of them where it's kind of more of a permanent card, and then you do have to give your. So I think the BitPay one is like within that kind of system, but it just happens to convert crypto, for you. So you can just send it to that wallet, and then it'll put it right on the card. Then you can just use the card.
Crypto.com is another one where they got one where you can have a credit card. There's a bunch of them now.
Yeah, but I think crypto.com is an exchange you have to do like a KYC. Like they don't just like see,
Yeah,
here's the cool thing.
Stop saying
didn't-
that. You're getting kosher hard.
I didn't have to do a KYC at KuCoin. They you could just give them any email you want and you're good. So it's like they don't really care. They don't ask for no driver's license and a bank account statement and all that bullshit. They just okay, give me an email and deposit some coins and you could trade. Which is how it should be. Like, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like, who cares what you're doing? Most people lose money anyway. Most people, they go into the exchange and they lose their fucking money. They gamble it away and they get nothing. And that would have been me many times if I was doing like the leverage trading. If I got carried away, it's so easy to get wrecked.
Monero, XRP, Epic Cash.
No, Monero's cool. I like Monero, but like, where do they accept it?
Oh, where do they accept it? You just keep your money private that way, and then you can come back out of a private wallet where no one will know what you're doing. You can just get lost in the ether. That's why it's
No, but
dope.
what I'm saying, let's say I need to go to Kroger. I need to
You gotta
buy food.
transfer
Like,
it to something else.
how do I take
just-
my Monero and turn
You
it
convert
into
Convert it to Bitcoin, and then you go to the Bitcoin teller, like we told you.
a
No one
Bitcoin
will know,
teller?
no one will know where that Bitcoin came from. If you do it properly, as long like go to Coinbase and get.
No, you go to Simple Swap and you swap it to Bitcoin. Take your Monero or whatever, swap it to Bitcoin, and then go to one. I got to find one of those exchange things, those tellers, those ATM deals. I got to find one near me.
What are you ultimately wanting to do, Ron? You wanna like spend crypto anonymously, or?
Yeah, right. Let's say here's what I was thinking. Like, I'm thinking if I made, let's say I made a boatload of money, let's say 100,000 or something, and I need to spend it, but I don't want like somebody digging into my personal business saying, "Where did you get all this crypto?" If I needed to convert it and like to pay for my necessities like food and gasoline and things like that, I need to like get it out of the system, out of I need to off ramp it somehow. All these off ramps, even people with large amounts of money going to Coinbase, Coinbase is holding up their shit. Like, hey, wait, if you didn't trade it on their system, like let's say I used Coinbase for my on ramp to buy stable coins, and the fees were so high that I left. I said, you know what? I'm moving off Coinbase to another exchange where the fees are like 90% cheaper. And that's what I did. But let's say I did hit it big and then I move back to Coinbase, they're going to tax me. They're going to tax the shit out of me.
Dude,
Say,
you
"Oh,
should definitely use. You should look into using the Exodus wallet if you don't have a cold wallet.
I do have
Oh,
Exodus. I have
the
Atomic
Exodus
and
is
Exodus."
fire.
But how do you cash out? How do you off ramp on Exodus?
Oh, you're gonna have to go into an exchange to do that, or go to a teller, dude.
Also, people will just always buy it from you, man. Just sell it to other people.
There is a thing, what is it, localbitcoins.com, where it's sort of almost like a Craigslist kind of type site where it's different than Craigslist, but it's only similar in the way that like tons of people are selling Bitcoin. And you can do like people sell you, or they'll buy or sell Bitcoin or different cryptos, multiple kinds of cryptos, either through like things like PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, but then they'll also in some cases like literally do cash. Like you can meet them at like a coffee shop and
So come to Starbucks.
Oof.
I'll sell you
There's probably a lot of
$1,000.
scams though, no, and that
Co-
going on.
Probably, man.
Kosho's
Can you
mom does
imagine?
that in dark alleys with strange men. I'm just
oh, I just went there. I just went to the website, Local Bitcoins. It says they're discontinuing the service. So I guess
see, they're coming
Yeah.
after us, man. They're coming after the.
It's not gonna work.
I hope not. Fuck them, dude.
Dude, I know people worth hundreds of millions of dollars they have all their money in crypto, dude, and all their buddies do the same thing. So, like, what are they gonna do about it? I know a dude worth like multiple hundred millions of dollars, literally, and he
What?
said yeah, from crypto, and he said all his buddies are like, that's just how that's how
Is
they
he?
do everything.
Is this guy a flat earther? Because that's
Yeah,
a lot of
actually,
coin
yeah.
that he could
He's a
help
flat
us with
earther, yeah.
the cause.
He's a-
Fucking $200 million, man. That would go a long way. Even a small percentage, 50,000 would help.
You're trying to get him killed?
No, I'm sorry. Look, he could use privacy, man. He doesn't need to disclose his name. It's all in crypto. Like he could, let's say he wants to do like an experiment or advertisement. Take Monero, and we could do like publicity shit to get the stuff out. You know, make flyers, buy shit. Like the whole reason for crypto is to be anonymous, right?
Yeah.
I don't know about that necessarily. I think it's more transparency than anonymity. I mean, you can be anonymous, but it's all transparent within the system.
See, that's what I like like what he was saying about like XLM, like the like Monero. You can you don't like no one gets to see how much shit you have. If I send you $100 of Bitcoin, you can see what's in my wallet. Like, oh man,
Yeah.
this dude has 10 Bitcoins. Holy shit.
You need to
He's
look into
rich.
Epic Cash, dude. Epic Cash was started by a flat earther. It's mined. It's capped at 21 mil, same amount as Bitcoin. It's fully private. It's faster and it's cheaper.
Where do you buy it?
Well, I couldn't even tell you right now. There's a couple of them. I forgot the name off the top of my head. That's the only reason that its price point is so low.
What is he?
So
Does he?
as soon as it hits the exchange, it's gonna be too late. It's actually gone up 60% in like the last week.
So did everything, to be honest, though. They all did. They had when Bitcoin pumped, everything went up.
60%, bro.
Well, Bitcoin went up 50.
Did it?
It was down 20 grand. It's at 27. It was at 29 and it came down a bit. But
you're
it
saying
was like 19.
wait, you're saying 50%.
Well, from the bottom, from it drew when we had that USDC, that all that FUD, Bitcoin got down under like 19 something, 19 and some change, and then it went to like 29 and almost got to 30, like 29,500, and now it's pulled back to 27. It's always a moving target, but just in the last 2 days it dumped down a little bit. But it had a massive move from all that FUD with the USDC coin. Everyone was freaking out, including me. I'm like, oh my god. And I'm glad I didn't have any of that fucking coin. I had the shit coin Tether. Like everyone's saying how bad Tether is, but I'm like, dude, I could have made 18%. They were paying an 18% premium to swap USDC for Tether. But I'm like, why would I do that, dude? I might get fucked. I just remember what happened to Terra Luna. That Luna stable coin went to fucking nothing. And you know, it's maybe worth 1 or 2 cents, but I don't want to get stuck with that. I was actually going to buy some Monero. That was down to like $130. Now it's like 155.
So you're trying to find an off ramp, you're saying, from crypto into fiat that isn't like through one, Coinbase or one of these.
Yes. That's what I want.
Is there sites where you can purchase shit with crypto? Just like
Oh,
goods?
Oh, I don't know about that, but like Simple Swap and Stealth EX,
No,
you
I'm
can
just saying
swap
like a site where you can buy like toilet paper and shit like that.
like an Amazon
I
for
used
crypto.
to have this
I don't know.
Yeah.
wallet. I used
Yeah.
to have this wallet that would turn crypto into Amazon gift cards, but they jerked me on the last one I tried to do. But there's a lot of vendors that are now just straight up accepting Bitcoin. Like I think 300 recently just started, like Gucci. Like there's a
And then
bunch of places that just straight up
Celix
take it.
is who we sold our summit tickets through. We accepted like all kinds of different cryptos through that company.
Kosho's mom takes Dogecoin.
Come on, dude. You guys are ruthless, man. Leave his mom out of this, man. She's an innocent part. She didn't do. I mean, she birthed him, but she has no liability after that.
You know they have like hazing and like fraternities. Well, Kosho's been just being hazed for just years, just constantly.
Ruthless, man.
She
I think
prints
he
out the
deserves
receipt
a
and
little
trans
bit.
though.
He does deserve a little bit, but he's not the
Yeah.
worst.
Well, he pokes the bear in a way in terms of
He does.
coming with the globe.
I think he does it just he enjoys fucking with us, dude. He has to know the truth. He just wants to be a dick. Just
He
there's
thinks
people
here's
that
the
just
wall.
want to poke the bear, like you said.
Thinks here's the ball. Don't make it weird. For sure, he thinks it's a ball. It's okay.
I don't understand these trolls, dude. I don't understand their point. Like, why would you devote so much time to trolling flat earthers? Don't you have something better to do?
Bro,
Kosho
this
likes talking.
conversation is dope. We're having the best conversations on earth in this Discord. So
It's true,
Yeah.
but it's like you're arguing with like people over. I think they all know better. Maybe the pilot guy. I think he's a professional troll. I think he's like, and maybe Kosho as well. Maybe him, because that's a lot of fucking commitment of time to troll.
Kosho says he learns a lot in here.
He's not that bad. I don't mind Kosho. He's not toxic. He's not as toxic as some.
I don't know. Me
I've
and
learned
me
more in
Kosho
here.
have some knockdown dragouts.
I've learned more over the past 3, 4, 5 years, whatever, of being a flat earther than I have in ever.
Yeah, not even close.
You know why? Because no people don't hide truth. Like you're gonna hear like raw, honest truth. Aside from certain things that can't be talked about, you know what I'm saying? Like Fauci stuff. But aside from that stuff, we already know you're gonna learn a lot of stuff.
Also, it's something that all of a sudden you really care about learning all the specifics. Like that's what it was for me. I mean, I used to not really care.
Then you start peeling away the onion and you find out how many layers this fucker goes. Like, oh my God, there's another layer and another layer. Holy shit. You think you found the bottom of the rabbit hole and you can still keep peeling away layers of this onion and it gets more and more bizarre. At least that's what I found. It's like, holy shit, I thought I reached the bottom. What is this? What is this? There's a whole civilization. Oh my God, what the what?
It's a good way to put it for sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then I got into the book of Revelations. I'm like, oh man, this stuff is like everything in there. If you read it, it's like what's happening right now. You know what I mean? It's like, oh shit.
I'll tell you what's happening right now is we're halfway through the fucking mouse utopia experiment.
What is that? Mouse what?
Yo, Jeremy, if we're
You never.
yo, Jeremy, so you're on a train, right?
You ever heard of the mouse utopia experiments?
No.
They gave these mice all the bedding, all the fucking water and food they needed, and they just let them have at it. They gave them mad space. Eventually, the society got so big that it just fucking collapsed. The women weren't raising the kids right. The men were fucking the male mice were fucking other male mice. Like, it was just a shit show.
Started
There was
eating each other.
gangs and shit. Yeah, it was cannibalism. It was fucking crazy.
Wasn't there cocaine involved?
Yep, and they started identifying as
No,
Different
the
animals?
cocaine was a different one. There was another thing with cocaine that I think it was Red or Blaze brought up. That was a neat one.
I seen that one where he hits
Yeah,
the
I
button
brought
and he
that up.
gets a shot. He gets
No,
an injection of some drug.
The cocaine
they-
one that
yeah.
I'm familiar with is really cool. If I may, real quick, it's so the food versus cocaine mice. They take two mice, one in a room with just food and water, and then the other one in a room with food, water, and a cocaine like trigger. And so you hit one of the triggers, the corresponding thing comes out. And so at first, both the mice are, just doing food and water. Then the other mouse gets curious about what the third one is, so he goes and hits it. Finds out it's cocaine. He's like, "Holy shit, I like this!" So he starts doing it every day, as well as eating food. And then, after a little bit of time, he stops eating food altogether and just keeps hitting that cocaine trigger. And then he can't. He hits the trigger so much that they just stop giving it to him, but they stop giving him food and water. Sorry, they don't stop giving him food and water, and he doesn't eat the food and water after he becomes addicted to cocaine. He just tries to hit that coke button until he dies. It was crazy.
The one I heard was slightly different. It was like rat gangs and shit that were like going around getting like debaucherous, kind of like.
The best. You there? I think you cut out,
Yeah.
nice low.
Yeah, I got a phone. Yeah, I got a phone call coming in. But yeah, I'll probably have it again. But yeah, they were like raping other rats and shit and killing each other. Just got savage.
The best mouse experiment I heard of was the Hope experiment, though. That shit was dope. You guys heard of that one where they let the mice drown? They would throw a rat in like a bucket of water, basically, and generally the mouse would like tread water for like 15 minutes or something, and then they would just drown. But they found out that if right when the mouse went to give up, like right as it was starting to drown, they would real quick pull it out, dry it off, let it recoup for a couple minutes, and then throw it back in the water. The mice would tread water for like fucking 60 hours, or it was like some crazy amount of hours after that because they had hope that they might get pulled out. That was neat.
It's interesting to identify that as hope. I mean, I can see what that idea, but or is it more like just like a mental trigger in their mind, like, oh, I did this last time and I got saved, so I'm gonna get saved again, right? So they go longer, or they have more like life or something, more life energy because they think the same thing's gonna happen. But I know, I mean, I guess that is a version of hope, but I wonder if it's a little more mechanical than that.
Maybe, yeah. The cocaine one, though, the one with cocaine was I can't remember this exactly because I vaguely heard about it, but the mice had a bottle of water that had cocaine in it and a bottle of water that had just regular water in it. And if there was other mice around and they had to interact with it and shit, they wouldn't drink the cocaine water. But if it was just a single mouse in the cage, it would just go bonkers with the cocaine water. I think that's the coke one.
Meaning, if it didn't have like friendship and camaraderie, then it would just go get cracked out.
I think so. I think that's how it goes. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, if it's like replacing bonding with a drug, then yeah, which can happen sometimes when people get addicted to alcohol or different things like that. They can get
Yeah, the mouse is like, I'm bored. I got no peeps to chill with, make no mouse babies. I'm just gonna fucking get high on coke all day. Fuck it.
Yeah, why did we bring that up again? I forget what the fuck we were talking about originally.
I don't know. I would love to see if they just played certain frequencies next to mice and just see if you can get one to live like mad longer, be healthier or stronger or something on different, using different like frequencies. Or in a pyramid. Pyramids might have some kind of special thing going on. Drake is obsessed with pyramids, and
They did this
we have
one
a
thing
fucking giant stone pyramid that's been. Go ahead.
where they took a rat and they trained it kung fu, and then the rat taught these turtles how to do the kung fu, and they created this gang, and they went after these Foot Clan soldiers and shit.
Go ninja, go
You're
ninja,
so
go,
stupid,
go
dude.
ninja, go ninja, go.
My Oakland Ninja Turtles will run circles around the Southern Cali Foot Clan. That's from
I don't
a
know.
rap battle.
Mighty Ducks got a good team. You breaking up, Jeremy?
Breaking up with your mom.
Fuck, dude. When's this XRP case gonna be over, bro? I need to retire already. But yeah, I was trying to tell you, Wolfgang. I traded a lot of my cryptos over to XRP because of all the FUD in the market right now with regulatory clarity not being there. So essentially, they don't.
Did you go before it pumped up, before that big pump it had, or did you do it
Yeah,
just now?
no, I traded a bunch over before, like days ago when I was telling everybody before the market fucking did that.
That big rebound.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took a pretty big beating when that stable coin went down. I was like, oh man, I was so tempted to like load up, but I only bought a little bit. Then I got out too early. That's what I'm always too nervous it's gonna blow up on me. So I set a stop loss. I'm like, okay, I'm good. I set a stop loss, moved up, and the thing wicks back, and then it takes off. Like I keep setting it too fucking tight, dude, to let it run. I'm gonna just set my stop loss just a little bit above break even and just let it run. I keep setting it too tight. And it's like, oh, okay, I made like $200 and I would have made like 2,000 if I let it run. But it wicks back at me. I've been having bad luck with that. It does like a false start, comes back down, and then boom, goes up.
Do you know how to read candlesticks?
That's what I use, man. I've been doing it for like 2 years.
Which patterns do you look for?
What do you mean?
Like, there's a lot of people who say that.
Shoulder, double top,
Yeah.
double bottom, like descending wedge, ascending wedge. Like I look at a lot of them.
There's a lot of people who say that it's not good to just use them like indiscriminately. Like you should have like a strategy.
It wrecks you.
I just use your mom's lipstick on the candlestick to mark it. I just base it on that.
All right, clean that off for you.
All the whales know that, and like if you try and trade by the book, you'll get smoked. Like they everything that looks like a perfect pattern, they throw you a curveball and then it runs. So it's like it's very counterintuitive sometimes. It's like, oh, it's a head and shoulder.
It's important to have those candlesticks confirmed first. Like obviously, if
you want to see breakouts, yeah, you do want to see a confirmed breakout or retest. You want to look for those things. Like the RSIs were really oversold back when it hit back like 19K. Everything was like grossly oversold. I'm like, man, but we had this overlying FUD. If that stable coin would have failed, if USDC would have failed, who knows? Who knows where the bottom is? Like the whole thing could have cascaded. Like if you thought the Terra Luna coin was bad, this would have been 10 times worse. And if Tether blows up, say goodbye. Like say goodnight. I don't know where the bottom is.
Yeah, Tether's a sham, dude.
It is, but people have been saying that forever, and it was trading at an 18% premium. Like, trust me, I don't sleep well owning Tether, but what else is there? What other stable?
You know what? I'm actually utilizing Tether being a sham is my entryway back into the market after I execute, my XRP pump.
That's what I do. Yeah, if you want to hold your gains, let's say like that's what I do. If I want to lock in my profits, I trade it out for Tether. I hold the Tether and then I buy back in.
No, I'm saying the collapse of Tether creating another crypto apocalypse scenario where everything's going to be super low. That's going to be my entry point back into the market.
But how do you need a fiat on ramp to purchase the XRP? Like you need a way to convert fiat to crypto. Like Tether is just a good go between instead of holding, because it takes time. When I deposited on Coinbase, they held my money for like 3 or 4 days or maybe even longer before they would even let me buy a stable coin. Like they hold it in the system. So if I just put $1,000 in Coinbase, I won't be able to buy for at least whatever that waiting period is, 3-4 days, maybe more. And if I wanted to buy the XRP, it might have bounced 3 or 4 days. Shit, sometimes you don't even get a half hour or 10 minutes to buy back in. So you're kind of forced to use something, some kind of stable coin or something to go in and out of trades.
Yeah, USDC is probably fine.
You know what's a good one is Exodus. You guys use Exodus? Well,
that's just a wallet. That's not a coin.
Yeah, you stay out of
yeah,
this,
no, but you
dude.
can. No, I know, but I'm saying that you because that on that like you buy
can swap
through
things.
that platform.
You can swap them in the wallet. Yeah, you could swap them in Atomic too. They got a swap built into the wallet. You could trade for other coins.
Yeah, or you can just purchase it straight with your bank.
Oh, they have a fiat on ramp.
Yeah, as I'm saying, and you can. Because I had a friend who was gambling.
If you have a credit card, you just buy it, or you connect it to your bank account.
Yeah, I think they prefer. I think you can do it either credit or debit card. They prefer debit cards, but yeah, I had a friend who was gambling a lot, and I had to keep doing transfers for them. I would use Exodus just because it's quick. It was quick to get on and off.
They got fees too. There's fees associated, and then sometimes like I had a Trust wallet on my phone, and the minimum transaction is $150. So if that's all you have, like let's say you have $140, you can't swap out of it. You can't even swap it for a stable coin. You're kind of stuck with it. You can send it to somebody, like you can send it to another address, but you can't swap it for another coin unless it's $150.
Yeah, well, the minimums are pretty. I think they're like $25 or $35.
Yeah, that's the problem with Trust Wallet. I had at the time I had like 140, like just under $145 of Ethereum on my Trust Wallet, and Ethereum was at $4,300. I'm like, I'm like, how much is this worth? And I had no way to sell it. I'm like, dude, I want to sell this. So what I did is I sent it to my brother. He had an account he set up at Coinbase. I'm like, here, sell this for me. And for me to send him that Ethereum, the fee was like $30. No, wait.
It was crazy.
It was $100. Yeah, sorry, it was only $100. And I sent it to him, but it was a $30 fee. So they took 1/3 of my fucking money just in a transaction gas fee for Ethereum. I was so fucking irate. I'm like, this can't be real. I'm like, well, I was expecting like close to $100, right? Like, wait, you only got how much? $73? What? Where did it was the gas fee. Fucking gas fee was ridiculous.
Chris Lale's brother supposedly had thousands of Bitcoin in a wallet, and he doesn't remember the pass. He doesn't remember the passphrase.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of lost Bitcoin where people lost.
Well, that's a lot. That's millions of dollars.
No shit. That's what I mean. A lot of people had
somebody that threw their wallet in a landfill. It's in a landfill with like 200 million.
I heard about that. Yeah, and he ended up like What? What were you gonna say? Yeah,
No,
he
go
was,
ahead, go ahead.
he was like commissioning like the
Yeah.
landfill.
You don't even need it.
He
You
ended
have
up
your
spending. I thought he ended up spending like $1 million or more just to go through all the trash. Right? Wasn't that some part of the story?
Oh, he spent more than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
dude a laptop. If
Did he
you
find
ran
it?
over one of those
I don't think
if you ran it over
they
with a
found it.
landfill machine, you're never. The thing would be so wrecked. You can't.
Yeah, you need
Still
like
recover.
data recovery on
Yeah, you
those,
can still recover data from that.
If you got your seed phrase, you don't even need the laptop. Who cares? You got your keys, right? You got your keys to your wallet. You don't need the physical laptop.
Yeah, if you have the phrase, right? Or whatever.
The
Depends what kind of wallet they
you got
have,
your
right?
key. It doesn't even matter. You can any type of
You could
wallet. all you gotta
generate
do-
it, the phrase,
Yeah, you
right?
generate a new
generate
one
the
and
wallet
it's your key.
for the key, right?
Oh, yeah, on at least on a Linux command prompt, you can easily make a wallet just from just personal wallet, not attached to anything. It'll set you up with a key phrase and everything.
Right. But I'm saying if you had lost the machine that you had it on, as long as you got your seed phrase, you're good.
I thought that depended on like who was hosting your wallet.
Nah, no, because that too, that's a problem. Like, let's say Exodus or Atomic, let's say something happened with them. Yeah, those custodial hot wallets. I don't know how you get it back off. I actually had one on a different exchange, and there was a process of getting the private key and then swapping it over to my Exodus wallet. There was a process of doing that because they stopped supporting the coin that I had. So I'm like, oh fuck. How do I get it out of this wallet? They stopped supporting it. It was only like $50, but I did get it. Did get it back. So that's the problem, dude. Gas fees are a huge problem. If you're going to use Ethereum coins like ERC20, don't do it. Gas fees are ridiculous. You can use Tron. You could use Polygon.
Even Binance is cheaper. BNB.
BNB is not bad. Polygon, Tron is good. The TRC for like stable coins, Tron is fast. It's really fast and it's cheap.
Speaking of Tron, I think aren't they gonna go after that guy too? Probably that Justin Sun.
Yeah, probably. They're fucking everyone, dude. They're going after CZ. They're going after Justin Sun. They're going after everybody. All these billionaires, all these crypto billionaires.
What's his name from MicroStrategy? He's been kind of quiet.
Michael Saylor.
Yeah.
Did you hear that spoof video? They did like a spoof video of him. They used like AI to generate his voice, like a deep fake. And it was so funny because it sounds like him, his nuances and everything. And
I haven't seen it.
Oh, dude, no. Well, it wasn't a video. It was just a voice recording, and it was so fucking funny. He's like, I have to be honest with you. I'm really in over my head with this Bitcoin thing.
Oh, they bought more.
No, I know, but this was with the spoof.
Shit.
It was a spoof. It was a spoof.
Yeah. I know what you're saying. I haven't seen it.
He goes, if I could sell it all right now, I would. This has legitimately ruined my life. It was just so funny. He goes, I think I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna buy Ethereum after, and that's when you knew 100% they were trolling. I'm like, okay, because he hates Ethereum. He hates it as much as me. I fucking hate Ethereum because the gas fees screw me over so much. I'm like, holy shit. Even swapping stable coins, moving your stable coins. I moved $1,000 of stable coins from Coinbase to KuCoin, and the fee was $100.
When's the upgrade though for Ethereum where it's gonna be?
They already did it. They already did that. Proof of stake. They already did it. But it's I don't know. I haven't used it since, and I'll never use it again. I fucking hate it.
But but you can't remove your staking yet, right?
Oh, that's going to come up where they can unstake in March. Sometime.
Okay.
Since the end of March, I think it's coming up right now or right around the corner. They're going to.
So that should cost something, right? With the movement,
it will. It will cost some selling pressure.
Is that at the end of this month?
I don't know. What they do is they taper it out. They don't let you just everyone go at once. So they let small people, like a certain percentage of people at once. They don't want a bank run.
Yeah. But I assume people are gonna stake too, because you can now stake and unstake.
That remains to be seen. I don't know. Like, I think a lot of it is just like
Because right
whales.
now, if you stake in like Coinbase or whatever, they give you Ethereum 2.0 or some shit like that.
They're going after it, dude. Like Coinbase, they're not allowing staking anymore because they just got fucked with from the government. So they're getting rid of that service where you can stake at Coinbase. They're probably going to go after the wallets next.
Well,
like
that's not official yet, though. They still right now you can
I don't
still
know.
stake, right?
They did it with some coins. I think the stable coins they stopped allowing it, and I don't know. See, here's the problem.
Yeah.
They don't want stable coins to compete with U.S. bonds because you can earn a higher rate of interest with a stable coin than you can from buying a government bond. So if you bought a government bond, your money's locked up for 5 years or 2 years. If you buy a stable coin and you stake it, you could stake it for 1 week and earn passive income. So let's say you had $1,000 or 5,000 or whatever, and you want to stake it for 1 month, you can earn interest, maybe 15% interest.
Right.
It's like, where am I gonna? I'm not gonna earn that, and that gets people out of the banking system. There's already like this mini bank run. If you did, let's say, you know what, I have 20,000 in my bank. Let me put it into stable coins, and I'll draw interest. Why should I trust this bank? What if this bank goes bust? So now they're purposely going after stable coins. They're going after the Binance stable coin. They went after USDC through these banks like Silicon Valley Bank. That was a hit job. And then there was another one in New York. They were dealing with crypto companies. That was a hit job. They're purposely knocking these banks out that service crypto companies. So we're in for rough times. And that's why I'm looking to short. I think it's got one last pump in it. I think it squeezes out all the shorts. And I think we get 30 grand on Bitcoin, 29.30, right around there. And I think it dumps. I think they're gonna
You think Ethereum goes to 2K?
2K, it might.
1900.
It very well could. It's pretty close right now. It's almost at 18, so it very well could go to around 2K. Might not. It's gonna be. It might go
There's
to 19.
just so many. There's just a lot of bad news though. It's just
It could
like
go there, but don't plan on it staying
Yeah.
very long. I wouldn't count on it staying there more than very very short term, dude. I wouldn't.
it's
I think
crazy is
that
that
once-
FTX collapsed didn't bring Bitcoin lower. I thought it was gonna go to like
You know why?
10K,
You know why?
14K.
They couldn't. A lot of the money was locked on exchanges like FTX. They couldn't sell it. Like, it was locked up. Right? All these companies that declared bankruptcy, like Celsius, that wasn't able to be sold. It was locked up in bankruptcy. So if people could have had their hands on it, they might have panic sold that shit.
Well, that shit's gonna be stuck though for years, right? In litigation and
It
shit.
might. There's still stuff on Mount Gox. They still have those Bitcoins locked up. How fucked up is that? They still got it from all
Yeah.
that time ago, man.
Yeah,
And you
people
went
that
through
still
the
haven't
whole-
been paid.
Could you imagine, like, having, let's say you had 100 Bitcoin back in the day? That wasn't that much money. But then you're watching it go to 69,000. You're like, whoa, give me 5 Bitcoins. Oh, God, that must be horrible.
Forced to hold.
Oh, God. I feel bad for those people. Like, it's like worse. Like, let's say I was talking earlier. I'm like, dude, when I knew Bitcoin was like like $3, I didn't know how to buy it, but I'm like, I definitely know myself, and if I had some cash, I would have bought like 1,000 of them, and I definitely would have sold it at $10. Like, I would have sold all of it, and then I would have hated myself the rest of my life. I would have fucking, oh my God, I could have been like a billionaire. I would have just like lived in the past. Oh. It's almost worse. So that would have been worse. It would have been worse having all that money and like squandering it.
Well, you know what's worse? Losing it in a
Mount
landfill.
That's almost, I don't know. They're almost equal. They're almost equal. Like, if you had the win, this is like if you had the winning lottery ticket and you lost it or you pissed it away.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I had like I had $1 billion and I sold it for 10 grand. Like, that would be a tough pill to swallow.
Better, the 10 grand's still better than 0. But yeah, it's
For
still
sure,
tough too.
for sure it is. Don't get me wrong. That's what I mean. I would have been like I would have been like so excited. Oh my god, I hit the lottery. And then I watch it go up. Nah, I'm not gonna buy it. It's $100. Fuck that. Wait for it to come back under 10, and it never does. It just keeps going up and up and up and up. See, they run in cycles, and I don't think the bear market's over. I think this pump we had from the bottom, I don't think that was the bottom. I think there's another leg down, and there's going to be something. There's going to be some bank crisis or something because there's so much bad shit happening. It's inevitable that, and then it's they want it to crash. Like these assholes that own the Fed, they want this shit destroyed. So I'm like, even if I did make some cash, it might all go poof. So far, I haven't made shit, dude. All my trades, I make just a few $100, and I bail out too easy.
Do you have like long term?
No, well, I got a couple coins. I got like 200 bucks of shit that I just hodling. I bought some Litecoin when it was like $40, and I still held it, but I didn't buy that much. I'm like, damn, I wish I would have bought more. Litecoin's done really well since then. Like Litecoin went to like $109. It was as
You
low
want
as
to just
40
start
bucks.
buying some for long term? Long term, have like a long term
Because I
account or
know,
something.
like in my gut, I know these prices can drop 90%. Like
Yeah,
whatever.
maybe when it goes down more, right? Like in the 20s or whatever, start like adding.
If it,
But like,
yeah, right. If it does, that's where I'm looking to buy back in. Yeah.
have that
But in the
like in
meantime,
a 5+ year
it's
time
hard
frame.
for me to buy something that I know can go down at least 50%. It's in my gut. It doesn't feel right. Ugh.
It could
Even
also
if it's
go up.
only 100, it just feels wrong. It feels like, I can't do this. Like Bitcoin is not like right now, 27,000. It's almost halfway to the high. Let's round it up to 30, right? Let's just round it up. That's what you do. Round that shit up to 30 and
Yeah,
let's
60.
round 60. Yeah, we got up to 69, but let's round it. It's close. It's almost 50% of the high. So there's going to be a lot of people once you get that magic 50% number right around 30, they're going to want out. They're going to be like, you know what? Fuck it. Like they're going to, it's one of those things. Should you cut your losses? There's going to be a lot of people, I think, that like weak hands are going to dump. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be totally wrong. It can go to 100,000 or 200,000. I don't know. I'm just anticipating a lot of people that are pretty nervous that might want to see that as an exit opportunity.
Do you think Solana pretty much dead, or does that
No,
still
that
have
fucker,
development?
it bounced from 7 to 20.
I know, that's crazy though, because you would figure because
25, I think.
FTX was pumping that the whole time with
FTX pumped
everything,
up to
with development and
FTT.
everything.
FTT coin is literally worthless and it pumped. Solana ain't as bad as FTT, but I still wouldn't buy it. Like if it was at it was at $7, now it's at 20 right now, about 21. If it went down, I think 7 ain't even low enough, like $2 or $3.
But does that still have development under it?
Yeah, it does, but it's
because I know
a
like
lot.
FTX was backing a lot of the development
A lot of people
on
drop their
Solana.
a lot of people move their NFT projects to like Polygon because they don't trust it. They don't trust Solana's going to be around, so
Yeah.
they moved over to Polygon. Polygon's going to be the big daddy. It's going to be the winner of all these other people moving off Solana. But Polygon has a pretty beefy market cap, but so does Solana. Solana's market cap is not small. It moved up a lot. For how shitty Solana is, it shouldn't be where it is, the price. I definitely wouldn't buy any. I had some shorts on it. And it's kind of like it's at a scary price to short it because it can go up. It can go up quite a bit from here. It can go to 25 again, and you can get get beat up pretty bad on a leverage trade. That's the problem. We're in like this intermediate zone where it's not super cheap and it could go up a bit more, right? And it's still enough risk. If you shorted it, you can get yourself in trouble. Like it could go up 10-15%.
Yeah, it's almost just better to wait.
It is better to wait. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just waiting. If it goes up another 5%, I'm starting my shorting. I'm gonna dollar cost average into my shorts.
Don't
wanna see
don't pull an FTX.
The FT, yeah.
over leveraging.
No, I'm only going 3x. I don't go too much leverage. We're live stream. Look at this wick, dude. Oh, let me see. Where was it?
BitMEX is still around. That's
Look
funny.
at this wick on Monero. I trade a little bit of Monero, so check this out. See that wick in the chat, live stream text? Look how much that thing pumped up in just a few seconds. Now, if you were leverage trading that, right?
Yeah, you get fucked.
What is that? That's 5% in just, okay, let's say you had a stop loss. If you were at 5 times leverage, you lost 25% of your money in that right there. You would have gotten stopped out. Let's say I only wanted to lose 5%, but there was no buyers in between. There's no buyers. And literally in 1 second, that wick shot up. That wick, that long wick, it shot up in 1 second. The closest price to fill you is all the way at the top. If you're at 10x leverage, you lost 50% of your money. So if you were shorting that and you're on 10x leverage, guess what? That 5% cost you half your money. You had $1,000, you just lost $500 on that wick. That's the scary part with leverage. And sometimes the wicks go longer than that. You might get a 10 or 15% wick. There's no price to fill you, and you get liquidated. You lose your whole position. That's why leverage trading is dangerous. You get these. They go up and they go down. You get them in both directions. Like there's no way out. You know what I mean? You need to get, say you have a stop loss. Your stop loss gets ran right through. There's no buyers there. It fills you at the top price. And that's where I think the exchanges are doing this stuff to liquidate.
Look at this one in BitMEX XBT.
Let me see.
Kind of hard to see. You have to like open it, but
yeah. Let me see. Oh, that red wick! Holy shit! Where did that thing drop to? It's hard to read.
600.
25 from. Well, the scale is different.
From around 27,300. Yeah.
In percentage terms, it might be pretty close. Let me see. So we want to 25,000. Did it go? Let me see. There's.
This is 6.82.
6.82%.
But that's big. Almost 7%. Just round it up. 7% movement on Bitcoin.
They're pretty big wicks.
That's a big wick for Bitcoin for like a second. Basic.
Those are called scam wicks. Look at this one. This is on a. Yeah, they're called scam.
Yeah, they fuck with people's stops and shit, and they liquidate them.
Well, the thing is with these exchanges, especially like with crypto, it's a little bit, it's like less sort of regulated, and the spreads are not as tight as they are in other markets, like bigger markets like Forex or stock. So, like an individual exchange, like is their order book even authentic? Like you take KuCoin or Coinbase, any of those companies. Ideally, it would be an authentic order book, meaning it's real people buying and selling. Right. Granted, they might have bots or whatever, but at least it's real people. But if the exchange if they own tons of different assets, they've got different amounts of all these cryptos. In theory, they could make some fake orders on the order book, and in that case, they could
100%.
They're spoofing all the time, dude.
And spoofing and creating volume when there isn't volume
let's
make
say
them look
they
more
want,
active.
Right.
they want people to think there's a huge amount of buyers under Bitcoin. And let's say you had $1 million in your wallet and you're like, I'm going to put a bid $1,000 under the Bitcoin price, knowing that most likely no one's going to sell it $1,000 cheaper. And then they're going to see all these buy orders underneath the market, and other people are going to try and front run it. Like these other guys are like, oh, dude, there's a whale right under us. Let's front run him. Let's front run this whale, and we'll sell it to him later because we know he wants to buy $1 million. Let's front run his ass. And they spoof. People who spoof, they've already bought their Bitcoin. They want to pump it up, so they pad the order book. And as soon as the bids start coming down, they drop their order. Oh, let's get the fuck out. I don't want to get filled. So they dump it. They quick dump they pull the bid. They do it on both sides. Like the sellers, like, hey, I want to push the price down. Like whales, people that have a big amount of these. Let's say you had 1,000 Bitcoins. You put a big sell order of 1,000 Bitcoins. Holy shit, there's a whale everyone's going to try and get out. Oh my God, let's get out. This whale wants to dump. Let's get out. Let's get out. People start panic selling. You drive the price down without even selling anything.
And then it disappears.
Yeah, then they pull the bid. Then they pull it out. Oh, they do that shit a lot. They cause fear. Uh-oh, there's a big seller. And what they'll do, they'll front run him. Uh-oh, this guy wants to sell. Let me go. I'm going to go a little bit lower than him. I better get out before he does because my price will go to shit. But even like the ETF coins, they have ones that are called ETF coins where you can't get liquidated. So in other words, it represents like a 3x, 3 times leverage, 5 times leverage of that particular Bitcoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, whatever. They have hundreds of them, and those are the ones I prefer. But if you put like a stop loss order, that thing, one of them was for Ethereum, was 5 times leverage. It had an 18% swing. That's not even uncommon. 18, 20% swing. Boom, it shoots one way or the other. These wicks, these crazy wicks. So if you had a stop loss, you might get forced out at a terrible price and lose like 20%. So I don't even use a stop loss on the ETFs. I just fucking hold them. I just take my chances and I hold them and I get out. I just ride out the volatility. Which is not the best strategy, but you don't have much choice because those scam wicks, there's the chance of you losing a big 20%, 30% loss, and then having had the right trade, like getting shaken out of your
you gotta
coins.
be able to survive those, right?
You can if you just can't use a stop loss. You gotta ride it out, and it's gut wrenching. It's like, oof. you gotta make sure that like whatever you buy in there, you gotta consider it gone.
Stop losses in even in the stock market, you get stopped out a lot. Like they fuck with you also.
They'll run through you though. Sometimes, and you know what it is.
They do it in stocks too. They pull the, like, let's say Tesla's at 190, they'll pull it down to like 189, 50, 189, 40, and then they'll wick to like 189 and it'll go back to like 192.
They'll wick you out. They wick you out, yep.
They'll wick out all the people that had stops at like 189, 88,
you know
189, 87.
It causes like a cascade selling effect, and then they'll put their bids lower.
Right, and they get in and they bring it back up. And
you're dumping at a 10% lower when you only had your stop loss 1% under the price, and you're getting let's say you have a stop market, which means it hits your price and then it goes to a market order. It sells at whatever the market price is. But if there's not enough liquidity, it does like an air gap. It'll air gap lower, and it could be 10, 15, 20% lower. And then these assholes pick it up for this dirt cheap, and it rebounds right away, 20% right back up, and they just stole your coins. They stole your stock.
They can buy it within microseconds because they had their fucking right next to Wall Street connected.
Did you see that wick?
Hardwired.
That wick on Monero, it literally let 1 second. It went up and it went straight back down to where it was. 5% in 1 second.
With crypto, it's more wild west.
It was 1
there's
second.
There's more scams going on.
I had it on a 15-second time frame, but I moved it down to 1 second. That whole thing happened up and down in 1 second. There's no way to even get in and out. You cannot possibly. It was done by a computer. It was just up and down.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't even use 10x. Max is like 5x when you're dealing with shit like that.
Oh, I use 3x, dude. 5 is too much. 5 is Sometimes I'll go 5, but not. I have to be very, very, very confident in my trade. 3, you can get hurt pretty bad on just 3x. Like if you shorted Bitcoin when it was down with that FUD with when the circle coin was blowing up, that stable coin, if you shorted it, and I think that's what happened, a lot of people got caught shorting it. It went up. What did I say? It went up close to 50%. In times 3x leverage, you're done, dude. You're done even on 2x leverage if you held it out that whole time. If you didn't get out of the trade, like halfway, if you didn't just cut your losses, you could have been liquidated. I can't imagine someone on low leverage wouldn't cut their losses. Like if you're at a certain point, you just got to admit defeat. Say, you know what, I'm done. That's enough pain. You can't. I'm going to ride this out. I'm going to ride it out, and you get liquidated on 2x leverage. You have to feel like the biggest retard in the world. Because it takes a lot.
People were using what, 100x?
I'm gonna share a video that just surfaced. If you guys want to check it out.
Yeah, post it.
What did you say? Did I see?
People were using like 100x, right, in these exchanges.
Oh, you can even go 200. They even have 200x leverage. I don't get it. Like I tried the high leverage. Even like 20 is too much. It's way too much. Even 10. When I was at 10, when you try and buy something, right? You're trying to buy into like Bitcoin, and let's say you have a stop loss at 1%. If Bitcoin moves 1%, that ain't shit. Bitcoin
Right.
will move 1% in 1 second. That means you've lost 10% of your money. So if you had $100, boom, you just lost $10, right? That would say your stop loss is 1%. 1% of Bitcoin times 10 is 10% to you. So that's at 10x leverage. It's not crazy high, but it's hard to even get in. It's hard to pick an entry point because it'll swing 1 or 2% every couple minutes. You know what I mean? It swings up and down. It keeps stopping you out. Okay, you lost another 10%, another 10%.
Yeah, I was gonna actually share my screen if you want to check it out.
Check it out.
If you won't post it on, I'm watching, but I don't know if Wolfgang is watching. You won't just post it in the chat.
My shit is glitchy, man. I'm on an older tablet, and it's just showing your
Just link it in the
profile
chat.
pic. It's not showing your live. Maybe it's some glitching on my end.
Yeah, XRP is, as we speak, running right now.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah,
53 cents.
It's gone up 4% in the last 2 hours.
It's making a little run right now.
Not that 4% is a huge move, but for crypto it is right now. I mean, it's a for XRP, that's good. I mean, I'm just saying I've seen shit move 4% in 2 minutes.
Right.
But nonetheless, it's still.
Yeah, XRP was like, it's been dormant basically ever since that lawsuit.
Yeah, right now, the last time it was at 50 $2.53 was October of last year.
XRP did have a nice little pump. Just came down though, like from where you just looked at it. You look at like a 3-minute candle. Just came down like 1% in the last 3 minutes.
It's making moves though.
It's volatile, man. You got to have a stomach for volatility with all of them. You could go like, let's say you could look at the price, right? And you go eat a sandwich or you go get a cup of coffee and you come back and it changed 5% or 10%. It's like, huh? What? How much do I have?
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. It whipped all the way to like almost 0.54.
Yeah, it's
And now it's going back down a little bit.
I mean, 1%. Like if you're on leverage, if people the reason it's moving so fast is there's people leverage trading it, like you said, 100x, 50x, even 10x, and they're getting, for them, 1% is a lot, dude. If you're on 100x, that'll do you in. If you're on 100x leverage, I mean, people doing 100x leverage are like $5, $10, even $1, whatever. They're just gambling. That's like buying a lottery ticket. You're 99% chance you're going to lose all of it at 100x. Because you see, it very rarely moves in a straight line like 5% one direction. You'll see it goes up 0.5%, comes down. It go up 1%, comes
like
down.
waves.
Yeah, like did you just see XRP?
Yeah.
XRP went up 1%, it gave it all back. It went down exactly 1%. So it'll stop you right out. So if you're in it at 100x, boom, you get stopped out. They don't make it easy, dude. The odds of you catching that bitch and riding it up, like, oh, I'm at 100x and I just wrote it up 10%. Hell yeah. The odds of that happening are very, very slim. And that's how most people lose all their money. They keep trying and trying and trying. And even like I said, 10x leverage, if you keep losing 10% of your money just trying to find an entry point, 10%, now you got $90, now you got 80, and you just keep whittling it down. Fuck. Now you ain't got You lose a lot
Yeah, you
fast.
end up with 0.
You end up at 0. Yeah. You end up 100xing that shit. You're like, what am I gonna do now? I only got like $25. Fuck it, 100x this shit. You get frustrated, and then poof, then it's all gone. That's why you do not play with high leverage. I would not recommend anything more than 5. Usually 3. 3 is enough. You can make a lot of money on 3x leverage or lose a lot.
You know who they're also going after? They even made a report recently. They Hindenburg Research launched a report on a Square on Block.
Oh, where? Why?
They're saying they're like money laundering. Most of the accounts are fake, and yeah, they're like going after them too.
You know who uses that? Small businesses. Everybody you got a cell phone and you got a Square, you got a bit, you can take credit cards. They don't want people doing that. Fuck them. Everything's, that they're moving to this central bank digital currency. There, you could see it all. It's all there, man. Oh, we can't, because what they're going to use this banking crisis is a liquidity thing. Oh, don't worry about the banks. We'll have it here safe on this central bank digital currency. They'll call it a stable coin or something like that. No, it's a US dollar stable coin. No, it's not. But people will think it is. It's just the Fed. The Fed will own all of your money and decide how you spend it. And if you say something we don't like, we'll shut it all off. You'll have nothing. We'll turn off your wallet. You'll have no way to sustain yourself. And if someone tries to help you, we'll turn off their wallet as well. Somebody tries to give you a place to live, we'll know you're living there, we'll shut their wallet off. That's how dystopian. Dude, if this happens, it's just end the world. Just end it. And that's literally, it says that in the Bible, the mark of the beast, you will not be able to buy or sell without the mark of the beast. And then they show these implantable things. Amazon has a thing, a scanner that scans your palm, and you pay for items at their store by scanning your palm. I don't know. Is that the mark of the beast? It's like a precursor to it. I think the CBDC is the mark of the beast. You will not. That's how you will transact.
They have those stores, right? And I think New York has a store where you just walk in with your Amazon. You have the app on your phone or whatever, and you just check out.
Your hand is the scanner. You rub your hand over. You hold your hand over it scans the palm of your hand. Instead of your eye, like your retina, it scans your hand, your palm. You first have to register yourself, right? You go log into their system, and then once they know it's you, that's your hand.
So it tracks your fingerprints or whatever, your hand prints,
your whole palm.
What do they do with the eye?
Your retina scan.
I don't know. I guess it's easier, right? With just put your hand or whatever. Yeah,
not only that, but probably people worried about getting a laser beam in the eye. They're probably apprehensive. So it seems like, what could it hurt me? It's just my hand. I would not let them scan my eyeball. I'm like, dude, what are they shooting a beam in there? I don't want to have a laser scan in my eye. What if it blinds me? So people will be a lot more reluctant to let you scan your eyeball. Your eyeball's so delicate, it could be easily damaged. I wouldn't take that risk.
My friend has one eye.
Yeah.
My friend has one eye, and they just signed up for they signed up for what's it called, for Neuralink.
Oh, get the fuck out.
They have a registry. Yeah, they have a registry for people who want to do trials or whatever.
So he would do that.
Was it she?
He's gonna lobotomize. He's gonna lobotomize himself to get a fucking. That is stupidest thing I've heard. Whatever, dude. Do you know what that's a fucking lobotomy is what it is?
Well,
I mean, that's assuming she's got a brain to begin with.
I know. Here, let me get a
roundabout. It's a roundabout way of doing a lobotomy. You're right about that, though.
Was it trials on animals, right? On that
show.
So
is this friend of yours? Is her name
Neuralink? They're probably doing trials on animals.
Well, the FDA just they disapproved. What do you call it? They didn't approve their application, so they just applied for for human trials, but the FDA didn't approve it. So I don't know what's going to have to happen for them to apply again. But yeah, they're not ready to do human trials yet.
Was this female friend, is her name Skittles?
Yeah, you remember her?
Did she, dude? I think she already had a lobotomy. She was straight crazy. Yeah, that's her, huh?
Yeah, she is. Yeah,
she seemed pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm like, who is this? I thought it was your mom yelling at you or something. I'm like, who is this?
Yeah.
Someone's yelling at him at the top. It was a girl yelling at him at the top of her lungs. Get the fuck off of Discord! It's so funny, dude.
Yeah, she said, yeah. It's actually funnier. It's funny. There's two people in there listening that I didn't even know were listening.
I don't want anyone to get a lobotomy. Even the brain dead people shouldn't get a lobotomy. I don't think.
Yeah, but like I said, a lobotomy, if you're gonna do that, there's an easier way to administer a lobotomy than to like create a whole company.
Right. You have to convince someone to get a lobotomy that you're going to actually improve their life, right? We're going to make you here. You want to learn, read. You want to have the knowledge of every book ever written. Let's put this net in your brain, right? And we'll download every book ever written. But in reality,
it would have to work, though, right? It would have to have a solution for the person, right? It would have to actually have a solution in order for people to adopt it.
No, it's called a lie. It's called a premise, a false premise. We're going to help you, but in reality, we're going to lobotomize.
But then wouldn't that fuck up the whole thing?
No, because
they lobotomize.
Yeah, the first week they lobotomize the first 10 people that do it, and then it goes in the news. Hey, these 10 people were lobotomized. I thought they're getting a new eye.
Then everybody's gonna want it.
Yeah, then everyone's gonna want it after that, right? Yeah.
Look how many people have serious consequences after seeing the Fauci thingy, right? And yet they still do it, right? There's a list of people, right? Millions of people having bad effects, and they're still doing it. So it's like,
perhaps it will work. It will work though, but it'll, like, for example, like record and like upload or something like that. And shit like that, like hidden things that you know that you might not want.
They can rewrite anything. Once you've put a port into your brain, they can write, rewrite, they can do whatever they please. You've given them access to your brain through this link, and they can do whatever they want to it.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't want to get into this other talk about the other thing that you just brought up. I was just thinking about it.
The net on your brain. That is horrible, dude. That is fucking the Matrix, right? Here, we're going to plug something into your head. No.
Yeah, to give you a connection to interconnectivity between your brain and some computer, some machine.
This huge database.
Some bionic eye. Yeah, or your cell phone or whatever. I personally think that it's going to advance. Like I said this the other day, but I didn't get to elaborate, but I think I'm going to be a tranny one day. Not transsexual though.
You want to be a bionic human?
Transhumanism.
Yeah. Half human, half machine, like the Terminator?
Maybe you already are. Maybe he already is half human, half robot.
No, I'm not really. I'm a regular human as it is, but I'm even though I'm in my 30s, I'm going to be young for a while, but one day I'm not going to be young anymore. And it will be nice to, purchase features that will be like upgrades of my eyes, upgrades my muscles, my whatever.
Your problem, Osho, you're too naive. You think everyone is benevolent, and you think they're here to help you, and this technology is for the betterment of mankind. I don't know if you actually think that, but I mean, by the way you're speaking, it sounds like you believe that, and that's very naive.
Yeah, but why would I have to trust Elon Musk when, let's say I want to get like a memory, external memory drive, hard drive for my brain, like to store my memories. I could just, it might not have to be a thing that you have to trust in somebody else to do. Like you could,
but
there might be like an open source sort of thing.
Once you take a machine like a hard drive, how do you know what code is already on there, right? Once you connect it to, there could be a program on that hard drive, right? It's already written into the code. And as soon as you connect it, it downloads a virus, a mind virus, or whatever, some kind of benevolent code or malevolent into your brain.
Yeah. How often does it happen at the stores? Sorry, go ahead, Jesse.
I was just gonna say, don't all us Globers already have the mind virus?
It sounds like it. Yes, you do have a version. Maybe it's just blindness. You have a blind spot. It's
Yep.
it's called naivete. I'll say naivete because I have a brother who's one. So he's not stupid. He's just blind. He's blind.
I'm sorry to hear that, man. My brother's a Glober too. Yeah, I know what it's like.
Well, so are you. So you guys are both in the same camp.
Demonstration camp. Hey, sorry, that's from earlier. But anyways, what was it? Yeah, it was the fuck. What were we saying? The Neuralink. Oh, right. The external hard drive thing. Like how often do people get hard drives from the store and they plug it in and it gives their computer a
That's
virus?
not one made for a Neuralink, dude. It's made for a PC. It's not made for a Neuralink. If
Yeah,
you get
I know,
the one, you got to understand the people making the Neuralink are also making the hard drive. There's going to be a compatibility. Like you buy an Apple product, you got to use their phone charger and their accessories. Like this thing is not going to be compatible with a hard drive from the store.
I tell you what, dude. If I want to get like, I don't know what kind of hard drive it'll be. It'll probably be like a quantum computer hard drive, external hard. Who knows what it'll be? But let's say it's like 10 petabytes. Before I plug it into my body, my brain, I'll probably format it on the computer, right? And that way you can open it up and see if there's viruses in it.
There's things you can't see, dude. There's the things like these back doors that the NSA builds in that you can't see. You can't. They're like on a chip level. They're encoded on the chip, not in the drive could show completely blank, but encoded on the chips that run the drive. It's there in the back. There's back doors built in it, and there are no chips that get allowed into this country unless they're backdoorable, unless they have a back door for the NSA or other agency. And you know who confirmed this? There was a guy that worked for Broadcom, one of our other flat earthers, and he even admitted this, that his chips.
Wait, you talk? Is his name Robert Pisano?
I don't know. No, I don't think so. His name was Ace.
Oh, Ace McLeod.
Yeah.
What did he confirm? Say again. What he confirmed?
No, he worked at a semiconductor company.
I think I remember that. But what did he say again?
He said they all have to be NSA approved, right? Like they have to have, company has to put something on the level that they can backdoor it.
Yeah. Regardless of whatever he was pretending when he told you that, anything that the NSA would have the capability of doing to like a piece of hardware that would be in my computer, I have the capability of finding out if there's anything malicious. You know what I mean? I have the know-how on how to do it. If it came down to it and there was something I was going to put to my body and I had that kind of fear, you can certainly forensically check a microchip and see if there's any sort of secretly hidden like code that can't.
Do you think you can? You think you can slice it? There was a guy that tried to do that with the microprocessor from the 90s with a microscope. You can't even see the layers of the chip. There's layers stacked upon layers sandwiched in the chip.
Yeah, sure. You're talking about the transistors, but I mean if it's in there doing stuff, yeah. But if it's in there doing stuff, you should be able to, identify it in some way. Otherwise, when is it going to be able to do something? If it's not even detectable, then
no, they can. What do you mean it's not detectable? It's like it's layered in there. Do you know how to dissect a semiconductor? Like it's layers upon layers, dude. It's also like if you grind it down, you need like the best grinding wheels and everything. The guy I just watched a video of someone trying to do it with it was a microprocessor from the 90s where the connectors were way thicker than they are now. Now the connectors are so microscopically small, dude. They're like these nanometer connectors. It's impossible, dude.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is before I ever try to do anything like that, if there's any way that it's going to be able to communicate with anything external from it, or internally, or be able to access something at all, there should be a way to access it, right? Like how is it gonna be undetectable, but then also be able to, affect me
Let's
in
say
some
it
way?
works. Let's say it works. You get your sight back in your eye, but there's this thing in there where they can do whatever they please. What if they can make you a flat earther, right? They could say, "Oh, so you're a flat earther." Like, what if they can just tinker with your brain and make you think whatever they want you to? Are you okay with that? I mean, you don't see any bad you don't see any bad consequences of this?
No. I think people who have those sorts of incentives, those sort of motivations, they don't go about it like this. They
I
probably, you know,
I have
there's
a
probably
mistrust.
there's probably an easier way to do that than to pretend you're
Well,
making a company like
sure
this.
there is, but it's good if people do it voluntarily. Like they want you to voluntarily do certain things. Like they offer you an incentive, right? Like you can get money to do something they want you to do that you otherwise wouldn't have done. They incentivize it, right? So it's done on your own will. It's like they have people join the military on their own free will, and then they send them to fight in a nefarious war that they caused, right? So it's like, oh, you signed up for it, but under the false premise, under the premise I'm protecting my country from an invasion. See, they don't realize all these countries are in on the same team, and they literally call it the theater of war, but that doesn't mean they won't send you to your death. Doesn't mean that. But it will all be planned. Who's going to win? Who's going to die? It's all planned out ahead of time.
Who dies is planned out. Well,
Well,
regardless,
who
when I
wins the
joined the
war?
Navy, I was much more of a conspiracy theorist than I am now. It's kind of funny.
Well, if you're in the Navy, you should fucking know the Earth is flat for sure, dude. 100%.
You remember Freed Minded?
Greed-minded.
Free Minded.
Hmm.
He used to be
Yeah.
in 24/7. You remember him, Gio, huh?
Yeah. That
He
guy
he was in the Navy. And
Yeah,
Bong
where-
Sao, he's another dude who's in the
Bong
Navy. They're
was in
both
the
flat
Navy,
earthers.
yeah. But Bong is
Yeah.
a flat earther,
So is
right?
Free Minded.
Okay, well, they both. That's what I mean. And if you were in the Navy, you would fucking know it's flat. You know the Navy is not driving ships over a curve. You know when you sight in your latitude and longitude, you take your heading, when you sight in, you triangulate from the stars, right? They have triple redundancy. They use a GPS. They use a sextant. There's a triple redundancy for their navigation. And if you're going to navigate, you have to have fixed points because your ship is moving. You need fixed points to contrast that against, and your compass. And it doesn't work if they're all moving in random directions, all the stars moving randomly. Doesn't work. It only works if they move in a pre-synchronized motion that you can repeat, and you could use a book to predict where they're going to be. Doesn't work on a spinning ball. Did Kosho evaporate, or did I just?
No, I keep on pressing the
He's-
wrong push to talk button. My bad.
He's confirming it with his mom right now.
Mom, is it really flat? No, we know it's flat, Mom.
No, I'm on the laptop, so my push to talk button is on the wrong side, and I pressed it by mistake. I pressed the wrong one by mistake.
So in the Navy, were you on the land or were you on a ship?
I got back-to-back shore duty. Actually, I got extremely lucky, and actually, I made friends with the Filipino mafia, and they're the ones who make the orders. So I
So
was
you
able
never
to get back-to-back shore
never
duty. But
went on a
but I wasn't stationed on a ship, but I did travel with 2 ships actually.
See, the people, if you spent time, you should know. Like, you pull out your binoculars, you scope the horizon. Like, you kind of figure it out. Dude. If you live on a ship, if you're deployed, say you're 6 months, you're on a tour of duty, you're on a ship for 6 months, an aircraft carrier, whatever. You look. Oh, let me show you something. Speaking of ships, dude, I just seen a video the other day. Right? Look what was on this ship. It was a Navy ship, an aircraft carrier. Hold on. I took a screenshot of it. they had these anchors, right? These enormous anchors they dropped, and look what one of them had on the thing that it guides the chain. Look what's on the top of it. They painted like this. It is a dome shape, right? But I think that looks pretty. What does that look like to you?
A section of a sphere, frankly.
Well, I wouldn't call that a sphere.
I called it a section of a sphere.
It's somewhat domed, but it's arranged in a there's no
Saucer
north
fashion.
and south. Yeah, these are all the land masses in a circle. Yeah, it's got a domed cap. It's more so like arranged like a type of Gleason's map, how the continents are laid out.
Do you have a top picture?
No, this is a video. It's a screenshot I got, but I'm like, what the fuck is it? They painted that on that? I could send you the video. You could watch it, but this was just like a brief moment. It caught my eye. I'm like, what is that? This is a Navy aircraft carrier. Look at this big ass chain, but dude, I think
Is that
most
thing-
of the Navy, they
Is that called
know.
a capstan?
It might be. I'm not sure what they called it.
Well, those rotate, you know.
Yeah,
So
it does.
So obviously the Earth rotates, even if it's kind of flattened out, curved, it still rotates.
Can you prove it? Can you prove that it's rotating?
Yeah, it's on a capstan,
How-
and capstans rotate.
No, so your logic is because something they painted it on moves, the Earth moves as well. Because they painted it on something that if I paint it on my tire, if I paint something on my tire, does that mean if I paint my face on a tire, does that mean my head is spinning?
Well, my reasoning was that if the painting of a map on a non-sphere means that the Earth is a non-sphere, then the rotation of said non-spherical capstan would also have to mean that the Earth rotates. Just some light humor there.
No, somebody painted a flat Earth map on a round, somewhat domed looking circle, right? It's
Yeah,
not if it was dead flat on the top, if it was dead flat and they painted the same map, what would you think?
well, it's still a capstan and it still rotates.
Right, but I'm saying the arrangement of the continents, the arrangement of the land. There is no north and south hemisphere, like it's
I
all
really
arranged
can't,
in a circle.
I really can't tell what that is actually from that one picture.
Oh.
I
I'm just
don't.
saying the guys on there are pretty creative. It's like, what is this fucking shit? They know that the captain doesn't use a globe to navigate. Where's my globe? Here, let's chart the course. Give me my globe. Where's my globe? I want to chart my course.
It is interesting though, with all the enormous number of flat spots on that ship, and they picked the semi-spherical surface to paint the Earth.
Well, it should only comprise the northern hemisphere then, right? Because you said like it's half, right? It's roughly half. It's not even half, but it shouldn't have anything south of the equator on that, should it?
I honestly can't tell from the picture if they are showing just the northern hemisphere or if they are showing a full Earth map.
There's the southern regions. Look at it close. There's the southern regions. There's the
It,
southern continents.
it came
Yeah, like
through really.
Africa. That one seems to be Africa. What I can see there looks like Africa.
It came through really blurry for me. But
It's
anyways,
it's in a video. If you look at the video, you could pause it. I'll send you the video if you want to watch it, and you can kind of freeze frame it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I seen that chain. I'm like, what the hell? The chain was like smoking because it was dropping so fast, and they're dropping the anchor. And I was watching it at double speed, and that caught my eye. I'm like, what is that? Let me stop. What is see if I can find that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ron. Did you ask something a second ago?
Did I ask you? I don't know.
Yeah, I heard you say something about the Navy. Yeah.
Oh, the dude was dropping a chain. Trying to find that video. I just watched it the other day.
Dropped a chain and what? What's the point? Oh, is it like to see what the length was or something?
No, they're testing it. There's a brake. There's a brake on it, like a braking system for the chain, and they have to test it periodically to make sure the chain is sound. And they're testing the links. They hit them with a hammer. But anyway, one of them had to me, it looked like a flat Earth map painted on this domed portion. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Damn it. I know I watched it, but I'm looking at my watched videos, but I watched it kind of a long time ago. Not a long time ago, but I watched like 100 videos, and that was one of them. I got to dig.
Oh, that Earth. I see what you're saying. That flat Earth thing, the picture there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it looks like they painted that on their thing, whatever that's called. He said a capstan. Maybe that's what it's called. I'm not sure.
You know, anybody who, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I don't know if they said the name of it.
Look, globes are cool looking, and they're you know, I don't know. There's nice. It's a nice illustration or nice artistically, but practically, it's practical for anybody who uses a map to have some flat projection, right? It just makes a lot of sense.
The AE projection. It makes sense to put it in a circle too.
Well, yeah, or whichever. Because in the military, the military will make square grids, local square grids, and so it's whatever makes sense for whatever purpose. But they all identify the errors though. There's all going to be error, like they're not going to be one for one to reality. So they have to identify that and make it known to the user.
Yeah, they're probably squeezing it in. I don't know, like if that's all the land there. Like the land that they tell us about is like all that there actually is. There might be quite a bit more that's not disclosed off the mapping system.
My dream is to one day get a hot air balloon where like it's a solar filter or solar panel for the envelope. I'm gonna put that on there. I'm gonna get a Starlink internet so I can live stream and shit like that. And I'm gonna be able to travel long distance without having to land. But I want to travel to Antarctica. And
Yeah, right. Good luck.
Yeah. I wonder if anyone's done that. Done a hot air balloon in Antarctica.
No, you need a blimp, man. You could live in a blimp, and it's got all the amenities you need.
No, but yeah, blimps are cool, but like helium is kind of hard to get, that much helium. And then
it's hard to get a blimp too. Yeah, it's expensive.
Hydrogen is cheaper.
Yeah, it is cheaper. I was creating hydrogen a lot, but the method I was using, like what was his name? Human Sheeple used to talk about it all the time. He used to try to do electrolysis, but you can't really create pressure from doing electrolysis. So it's not gonna fill up balloons the same way. Whereas the method I was using, I use a chemical method, and it definitely creates pressure.
What are you using, like calcium carbide or something? That makes like acetylene or something. They made it for lamps, like the miners would put it in their lamp.
It doesn't sound like there's any hydrogen in that.
Huh?
Is a blimp like the airship things, like the Hindenburg?
Yeah,
right. That was a hydrogen blimp.
Yeah, yeah.
See, but the gas will leak out if you go to hydrogen. Not only is it flammable, but it also leaks. It's a smaller molecule. It leaks out. It deflates itself. It gets through the tiny cracks that helium's too big to leak out of. It's like when you use synthetic motor oil in your car and you get all the fucking leaks because the synthetic oil kind of creeps through all these little cracks in your gasket. And then once you get a leak, you're kind of fucked. It will always leak. Once it seeps through that synthetic oil, that's why you shouldn't use it on your older cars. It'll find its way through the little cracks and crevices, and once it develops a channel, you get like capillary action. It'll just keep leaking, and there's no way to stop it besides changing out your gasket. Why can I not find that, dude?
Hey, what were you talking about leaking? What was leaking? What are you talking about?
Motor oil leaking. Look what I did find, Kosho. I found that.
What, this thing with the map?
No. Hold on. I was telling you I was looking at the inside of a microscopic view of an Intel. It was an i486 chip.
Pretty nice chip.
It's an old chip.
Yeah, what about it?
Here, let me send you the vid. It was the guy was trying to get a microscopic view inside of it, and he was trying to grind it down to see the layers that were sandwiched in it. Remember, I was telling you all the different layers, and this is what the if you watch this, you'll see where he tried to get a layer upon layer. I think this one had 9 layers, 9 stacks, and the connectors were much thicker back then. They were way thicker.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Now they're on the micron level. So if it was
no, they're on the nano. You were right before. They're on the nanoscale level.
That's what I'm saying. If you're trying to see what's inside this chip, you can't even do it. If a chip this old, this is from the 90s, and they've gotten so much more complicated and so much smaller to grind away all. You're not going to grind away layer upon layer and have. He doesn't even have the capability to view it.
I don't understand why you're saying that. Why would I need to? Like, why would I? What would I try? What would I glean from that?
You're trying to say that how I could check and see if the chip has any backdoor. You're not going to know what all these connectors do, even if you could get down to that level and you could sand off one layer upon one layer upon one layer. If you could even grind it that fine, if you had all the laboratory equipment to do this shit, and then you don't even know where these fucking things are going, what they're doing.
If it's capable of, if it's capable of communicating with my machine. And then I don't know, relaying a message to me or to whatever it's able, if it's able to do anything at all, that's going to be something that I should be able to detect, because if it has a way to communicate with me or anything else, or send a signal or whatever, it's going to be available.
Not necessarily. There's things that are walled off, right? It's like a fire. There's a partition that you can't access that part of the chip, just like a two-way mirror, right? They can see they could see the portion, but you cannot see that portion. It's invisible to you. It's not accessible.
But a two-way mirror, how does that work when in this?
That's an analogy. That's an analogy.
I know. I get the analogy though too, because I mean that makes sense. That would satisfy the thing that I'm saying is a problem. Like, it's got capability of
because the people
reading or writing, but I have no ability to detect it, and that just seems
right. So like they're spying on you. They can watch you. They watch you undress in the dressing room, and you don't even realize someone's spying on you. Some perv from the other side of the mirror.
Could you guys catch me up a bit on exactly what you're talking about?
Oh, like chips. Like when he was talking about a blind person getting the Neuralace implant. It's like a brain implant so that they could see out of their blind eye. What I was saying is that is a nefarious way to implant something on your brain. So they make it look like it's a medical treatment. Hey, let's implant this on your brain. And it may even work. For all I know, it may allow you to see out of that eyeball. But you're also allowing them to put whatever they please into your brain. They could erase thoughts, they could replace thoughts. They could erase your consciousness. Like, who am I? Like they could reprogram your brain if they please. You're allowing a port into your head, into your brain. You're putting a port voluntarily. And to me, that's no bueno. That is that is the most vile thing I've ever heard of.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm caught up. That's fine. I haven't. I think I've sort of heard of that, but yeah, never knew the word of it or for it or how it works. But yeah,
Elon Musk was promoting it. It's called a neural lace. So it's like a net, like a hair lace, hair net. Yeah, they put a hair net over your brain, like a microscopic wires, and it's got a port connector, like USB connector, micro USB, or whatever format they're going to use. It's got
pretty sophisticated, man. No,
yeah,
it's more sophisticated than that. Connected directly to your brain.
It's not Black Mirror stuff. It's actually like there is technology to do that.
A device. It's a implantable device.
There's a whole world of stuff that company is working with, and it's like ability to control, like what do you call that? It's like prosthetic limbs with your brain. ability to see, like blind people to see, deaf people to hear, using interfaces, to your brain.
But that's the
yeah, so
sales
an
yeah,
interface between a computer and your brain, basically.
That's the
I know
sales
about.
pitch.
Sorry.
I was just saying that's the sales pitch to get naive people to put this port into their brain. That's what they're selling you. They have to give
Yeah,
you a cover
yeah,
story
okay.
thing in your head
Yeah,
because no one would do it voluntarily.
yeah. I've heard of these like implants in the brain, like to help with Parkinson's and like an essential tremor and that sort of thing. And it's like I don't know, it's like a pacemaker, like how a pacemaker works on the heart. It's like that, but in the brain, and it stops a person shaking.
Yeah, you're talking about Deep Brain, I think it's called like Deep Brain something or other. But yeah, it's a different company. But Neuralink was actually talking about them and comparing them comparing those people to Neuralink, because Neuralink is not nearly as invasive as a product as that is. Like that really and actually all that does is it's not capable of reading. So Neuralink is really trying to be sophisticated and really read. So if like for input or output, I mean, it's trying to be read like very specific parts of your brain, with a very controlled, what do you call that? Like, how like if you have a transistor, it's like depending on the charge,
like,
it's got to
like
read very sensitive
regulated.
charges. So what?
Yeah, that are like regulated.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas the one that you're talking about, I know that they can only, it's only got the ability to read like one general pulse, basically. So it's just not, it's just not as it's got a lower resolution, basically.
Okay, right, okay, yeah.
But
So
that is an example,
I'm asking because I'm ignorant to it. Like I don't know. So yeah, no, thanks for explaining.
I can show you the video that me and my friend were watching a video earlier, and in that video they just said, hey, by the way, if you want to sign up for the trials, or sign up to possibly be in medical trials, be on the list or something, then here's a link. And so I know she had been. I'm probably gonna send that to Jeremy too, because Jeremy's talked about being interested in the same thing, because he's got one eye as well.
I don't know if I totally understand the question.
I know there's no question.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying that there's a video, and in the video they talk about Neuralink,
Oh,
and they offer,
yeah.
if you want to apply for the trials, like if you're somebody who would need it, Neuralink, so apply for the trials. And
What a good friend you are.
I'm sorry, I kind of gate crashed it. I'll let you carry on talking.
Where did I find that fucking video, man? Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Got so quiet, man. You guys are like,
Yeah, because I think I killed the conversation.
not really. Something you're inquiring about the brain implant, but it's kind
Yeah,
of a disgusting topic because it's like, okay, once you've got this thing in your head, do you really trust the people who stuck it in there to not tamper with your brain? We're not going to do nothing. We're just going to be we're just going to help you to see or help you to hear. We wouldn't dare do anything nefarious.
well, I must admit that I would trust them because why would they do something nefarious like what? What would it benefit them? You know, little
Because they're
old me.
controllable.
I
What
have
if
no
they
influence.
what
You know,
well, no, but
I'm a nobody.
what
I'm an
if they can
everyday
make you a
person.
drone? What if they can make you a drone, like a willing slave to do whatever they please, and they just want
Mm.
mindless drones? If you get enough people to just be your like a bot, right? You're like an NPC bot,
Yeah,
and you're
yeah,
just a slave. Like
yeah,
people
and
with
like,
thinking
yeah, they
mind,
could like press a button, and I go and like
people like
assassinate a
me,
president or something.
people like me are the non-desirables. They don't like people like me. People that
Well,
question their narrative are bad in their mind. They don't like people like me.
mm.
Because it
Yeah,
because it goes against their like they got a narrative. They got a goal that they want to accomplish, and that goal
yeah.
does not include people thinking and challenging the system. Like a thinking person is dangerous to their system. The whole thing could unravel. So they
Well,
don't want people to think.
okay, but then you having a genuine neurological problem, say like Parkinson's or an essential tremor or something like that. So a genuine neurological problem. They're waiting for people like you to have a genuine problem to not only fix that problem with the brain implant, but then we'll put the extra bit in to make him susceptible to our powers. So that, yeah,
Right. It
I
would be
just
programmable.
I do see where you're coming from, but I just
They want they don't
yeah,
necessarily want handicapped people only. Let's say you had a disability, they want normal people to take it because let's say they entice you and say, you can download every book ever written into your brain if you just implant this device. And there's people out there, man, I would love to have all the knowledge of all the libraries and right at
yeah,
my brain at all times.
yeah,
Like people would be enticed by that. And
definitely, yeah.
that's the sales
Me for one.
pitch. Well, that's the sales pitch to lobotomize you. It's not they're not gonna implant knowledge, they're gonna lobotomize you. Like
But have they not already done? If they were gonna do it, right? And if that's the view you have that okay, lobotomize us and we want all knowledge here now, I want to know it, and they want to know where we are, what we're doing at every minute of every day. Have they not already won? Because we
yeah,
are
they have
on
won
our
the
phones
information.
every day,
They won.
looking at Google. We can get knowledge straight away. Just Google it on our
I think
phone.
they
Google
won.
knowledge. Oh shit! I can't. Oh, I'm in Turkey. I can't speak the language. Here's a taxi Duolingo, or and then translate. I've got all the knowledge. It's on my phone, and also, my phone is being tracked. And like if I don't know if I left my phone here where I am now, and then went for a walk up the hills somewhere. I'm in the Yorkshire Dales, by the way, but don't tell anyone. But if I went for a walk up there, then the police could look at my phone and go, "All right, he went to such and such yesterday afternoon." It's all that. So why would they? If that's the thing, they've got it all already.
Water,
So
the water system, the
you
food,
go to a
everything. Yeah.
neurological doctor, and they put an implant in your brain for your Parkinson's or a stent
Don't ask me
or
why.
whatever.
Why not? Why do you think they wouldn't? If you allowed a port into your brain, do you think that I mean, you've already given them access to your phone, and you would
Yeah.
allow them you would allow a government agency access to your brain, even if they
No,
don't do it.
no,
There's let's say
no,
there's
no,
let's say
no,
there's a 1 in a million chance that they do it. Do you think
yeah,
that's a risk you would be
no.
reasonable to take?
Okay, well, that aside, no. The point I'm making is just the logical point that why would they go to the extra effort of coming up with that
They don't need to.
technology
They don't need
to
to go
fuel?
that far. They don't
Yeah,
need
exactly,
to.
because they don't need to. So
It's
actually, maybe it is just actually a medical breakthrough.
okay,
That
then it is. It is. So to each his own. If you want to take it, that's fine with me. But I wouldn't personally take it. I'm saying it's nefarious.
oh
But
yeah,
they've
oh,
already,
and I respect that. Oh, absolutely. I never.
there's other nefarious ways they've taken over us. I mean, there's through all the social media, through our like right now, what we're on right now. This
Mm.
is all in it's at least monitored. What's funny is they like to talk about TikTok. They're like, oh, the Chinese government is spying on people. Yeah. What is Facebook doing? What is Twitter doing? What
Right.
is
Yeah,
Discord
exactly.
doing? They're not spying on us
Yeah,
through this. Come on.
yeah, exactly.
They're all
Yeah.
spying.
I know. And they're all working together. They're all overlapping. So, they're all overlap spy agencies, dude. Like they know when you flush the toilet, dude. They have they have smart meters on the water now that check your water usage every 7 seconds.
Oh,
They
don't.
upload
I
every
Dude,
seven
what
don't
was
seconds.
need. I don't need another reason to
was it
feel
Egypt or one
awkward
of those
on.
countries where there was the protest that took out the president in one of those countries? It was organized through, I think it was Facebook or one of
That
those.
was Egypt. That was during the Arab Spring.
Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
it was Twitter. I thought they were on Twitter, but whatever.
Maybe it was Twitter.
It might have been Twitter. Could have been, but either way, it was.
And there was several countries that shit like that started on social media.
There was 14 countries who had a.
Yeah.
There was one.
This was before COVID.
They were on another.
Yeah, it's 2010, 2011.
Were they on like a Chinese app like WeChat or something? And they were organizing the resistance in Taiwan. They were meeting up on like an app, like a social media app, and they were resisting the government takeover of their country, or the Chinese taking over Taiwan. See, all these things are already agreed upon before they happen. These wars, these things, they're already prearranged.
Yeah, right. Like, so it's like a WWE wrestling fight.
Yes, except they have casualties too. Like they don't like. I'm sure there will be real casualties in these events, but both sides at the top, like the Russia-Ukraine thing, both sides are in agreement at the top level.
Yeah. Oh,
the
God.
pawns in the game.
I mean, I do understand what you're saying, and and I respect it and so forth. But I just find it so hard to swallow. If you like,
once you go down the rabbit hole, you'll see what I'm saying. Like you
Yeah,
haven't.
no, but I don't want to. It's too awful.
It's not fun. I'll tell you what, it's not fun. It was more fun when I thought the world operated at independent levels. It was more comforting. It is very disconcerting when you find out how this thing works.
It can be like
very disconcerting.
I refuse to believe it. But
that's why people won't
that's
go there.
no way to think, is it? Yeah.
Well, it's difficult.
It
makes things difficult. But otherwise, you're living in delusion. You're self-deluding, and it's like an ostrich who puts his head in the sand when there's a lion's coming after him. He said, "I know. I'll stick my head in the sand." But guess what? He still gets eaten, right? So, you could choose to ignore the information. The information's there if you want to, but you can willfully ignore it. And that's what some people, they find it more it's more comforting to believe a comfortable lie than an uncomfortable truth. To know the truth is very uncomfortable. To know, okay, the earth is flat, to know all these governments are colluding, that's very uncomfortable. I could choose to live comfortably and delude myself, but I can't just delude myself. Once I've seen the truth, you can't delude yourself. You can't trick yourself into delusion. It just doesn't work. Once you've seen the truth.
I did.
Right? You have.
I used to believe in more conspiracies, and I used to believe maybe the moon landing was fake even. But I've deluded myself to believe in all that stuff again.
Maybe you have. It's difficult for most people. Like once you've seen it.
And then you saw the darkness, Kosho. People say they see the light. So yeah, you saw the dark.
The darkness.
How do you go back? It's like, how do you go
the
back?
Power of the dark side.
Once you've seen reality, you can't really, It's,
Yeah, it's like, how do you unrealize something?
I am your father.
You justify.
It's
yourself,
it's like
But
you
then
wake
you're-
up.
No, but then you're like like, I don't know, man. How could you wake up when everything?
No, you can wait. No, you wake up. You wake up, and you guys don't know what that's like.
So you don't believe in any
And then-
conspiracy theory anymore?
No, I do. No, I believe in the true
You
ones.
believe everything's the fucking okay. Then
You
what
gotta
are how do you discern from the true ones? Like, for example, the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing, that used to be a conspiracy theory people used to laugh at.
I don't think anyone laughed about that. That was some creepy shit.
Not
Like,
laughed at, but like, as in, people said it was, that's not
I don't
happening. That's
know.
fake. That's all conspiracy theory bullshit.
A lot of people actually did look into that, but they wouldn't go down the flat Earth. They wouldn't go down that rabbit hole because I actually was in a lot of discords with those people that were into that stuff, and I was trying to like show them other things, and they didn't want to go there because they can only go so far, right? The Epstein had a lot of evidence for it and like testimonies and stuff like that, and those people can go that far, but they can't go as far as to believe that their government would collude with this government and another one, and can't believe that. It's too far for them to wrap their head around. Like the whole flat earth thing, they can't wrap their head around it. It's just too much. Yeah, but the old saying, like, once you go flat, you'll never go back, because it's just, you literally you can't unsee it.
Well, no, I mean, I disagree. I am. I'll admit.
So you're wait, are you a Globie? Who am I talking with?
Yeah, Rinse. I'm Rinse here. Hello,
Rinse?
hello. Yeah, Rinse. Can you see me?
I can't
Yeah.
really see. I'm trying to get on the screen.
If I talk, you'll see the green ring around me.
Let me see.
Let me see. Rinse.
I'm having problems with my glitchy ass tablet. It's old.
That's okay. Yeah, no worries. But
Hey, Rents, we talked before. This is a new perspective.
Oh shit!
So-
yeah, yeah. Hey, mate.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Yeah, very well, thanks. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah,
Again.
I think that you said that you didn't think that you agreed with what he was just saying about it. You can't unsee it.
Mm.
Do you know what that means? Like, you can't unsee it. It's like, you've heard that expression.
Can't unsee the flat Earth.
Yeah, well, it's not about seeing. It's not unseeing the flat Earth. It seems like there's a whole lot of just like weird perspective changes that people
at the evidence
go through with how they talk about or think about this whole topic. It's weird. It's not really that you would you can't unsee the flat Earth, but you just can't unrealize something, which is the way I put it. You can't unrealize. It's not like you realize that Earth is flat. You realize it's not a spinning ball. And if it's not a spinning ball by default, it's what it seems like until further notice, I would imagine, right? There's no reason to think it's like some kind of oddball reality outside of anything that we can sense or detect or measure. And then all of a sudden, like, it's something else besides that if it's not a spinning ball. No, it's, definitely what it seems like, which is your base axioms, right?
Right.
We talked about that.
Yeah.
You don't feel spin, it's level. Why would you think it's anything? I don't think there was ever people saying they believed in flat Earth before the ball came along. They just assumed that it's reality is probably like, there's people upside down relative to my right side up right now. Why would anyone think that would make any sense without the whole theory about the spinning ball? There's no reason to think that. But they made us believe that our reality is the opposite of what it seems in every single way.
When you're born into it, if
Yeah.
you're born into a lie, right, and the lie is implanted in your in your consciousness from the time you're born. You see,
Yeah.
even over a crib, they have these little planetarium type things where
Right.
the
Oh
seven
yeah,
planets
like
over
a
the
bird, like,
baby's crib. So even from the first thing you play with as a child, it's encoded in your brain, and there's subliminal messages on TV all the time. Little spinning balls for the news. There's movies like Universal Studios. Like all this stuff is constantly embedded. Even children's cartoons contain it.
Okay, yeah, okay.
So it's really hard to unlearn is to think, oh yeah, space is
Yeah, to
real.
let go
Even,
a bit.
there was a cartoon my nephew used to watch when he's 3 years old. It was called Oso. He was a bear in a little suit, whatever, and everything was about space, and it was geared toward children, like under like 3-4-year-old children. He was Oso.
What New Perspective said made me think about how, the idea of like believing the earth is flat or something like that, like how, like that idea, which in today's world, it's like, oh, you believe it's flat, as if it's like some aberration from the globe. But reversing that, if the globe was never pushed and propagandized and all of that, like you wouldn't have to really believe in a flat earth. It would just be earth. Like you would just be on a surface. Now and then it would be, there's the discussion of what it is, what it could be.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, like
exactly.
you don't have to believe in anything. It's just it's Earth.
Yeah.
It's
Why
life.
would you think it's once you stop believing it's the opposite of what it seems? There's no reason to think that that's even possible once you realize it's not that. It should. Why wouldn't it be what it seems? A lot more like it seems.
It is poetic. It is poetic what you did. Was that Geo that said that?
Yeah.
Geo, yeah, he's always poetic.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean that. Yeah, yeah, that was poetic what you said. Yeah, who cares what it is? We're here. Let's look after it. Let's look after each other and admire the beauty of it, etc., and so forth. But
that's poetic. That's poetic.
Right. Yeah, but what I hold on to, right, is this. So this idea of like, and whether or not you believe in cavemen and evolution and whatever, but imagine, like cavemen living in a cave, and you've got the cave elders, and then the younger cave people, cave teenagers, if you will.
All right.
And the cave elders, the cave teenagers are going, okay, I want to go out the cage and out the cave, sorry, and look at that and see what's going on and etc. But the cave elders go, no, you can't. No, we need to solve the problems in the cave first before you go out there. Oh, but we're hungry. Yeah, but we'll solve the problem of hunger in the cave. No, we'll solve the problem in the cave. But actually, if they let them go out and explore, they would find, the mountains, the stream, food, water, bison, but whatever, So, hold on, I've lost my own point.
You lost me as well. I couldn't follow.
Yeah, that was entertaining at least, though. we saw you tumbling down the hill and didn't know what to do.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, mate, just bear with me like 30 more seconds. Give me 30 seconons. And after that,
remember?
Just tell me to shut up. But I think what I'm trying to say, right, is...
Uh-oh.
Is
okay,
that...
Try and collect your thought. Take a break, collect your thought, and then you can put it together for us. Because you're meandering all over, and I can't follow it.
I know.
Remember what we talked about the first time we talked? You were asking why would they, this is kind of a funny question I remember you asked. You said, well, if they were gonna fake the moon landing, why would they make it look so fake?
Did I say that?
Yeah. Like why would they make mistakes, or why wouldn't it be perfect if they were faking it?
Oh yes. Yes, I do recall that.
Right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's a
In
good
some
point.
cases that is a fair question.
And I said, well, it's like the Emperor Wears No Clothes, remember?
Yeah. Oh my god.
The movie?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
The movie. The story of the
Emperor
Wears No Clothes.
The llama.
It's only obvious for those with eyes to see. 99% were fooled by the cheap what's his name? Stanley Kubrick. That's his cheap fucking stage props. That fooled 99% of everyone. So
Well,
even as bad as it was, that's all they needed.
That's the thing, but that's the whole point of it. Saying it's like that is because in that story, you know, they had to have the emperor be naked, so that then the people were required to believe he was wearing clothes, or at least say that they believe he was wearing clothes. Right? It's the psychological part of it that's interesting about that story, because it's like they're showing you the truth on purpose, so that then they make it obvious, so that then you have to compromise yourself or take a leap of faith, so then they know they gave you the idea that this is what's going on, because it's, you know, it's like the only way, if you were just coming to a common sense conclusion about what everything is on your own, then they wouldn't know they gave you the idea, right?
Yeah,
That's
new perspective. Just real quick, that use of the leap of faith. That's the bit, isn't it?
Yeah, they have to make it like completely ridiculous, so that you have to then believe it instead of just, you know it's true, right?
Yeah, and
then
I
they
think
own you,
that's
because they can change that, and then the belief is also malleable, right? They change science in quotes all the time, so that then they could just claim these new things and scare you with asteroids and whatever else they decide to manipulate about your reality, as long as it's not just what it seems in a common sense way, which is what we would all imagine it is, right? Or just assume it is, rightly so.
Not only that, but the complexity of these enormous numbers. For you to get out let me get a piece of paper and write out these digits to the 100th decimal, and then like sit down for hours and do this complicated math. And then what does it actually prove? It's just numbers. Even if you could do all the math and you spent the time, what does it actually mean? What does it prove? No, people are lazy. They're not going to go do all that math. They're like, fuck it. NASA figured it out.
Yeah, they make it that way. But no one wants to spend the time to actually figure out what they're saying. And the numbers are just like, it's just so like completely outrageous that no one wants to, think, oh, they made it up. Why would they make the numbers? That's another one. Why would they make the numbers so ridiculous if they were making it up?
Wait, what
Why did they
numbers?
make it more reasonable?
Like the speed, all these different distances, the speed things are traveling, all these different vectors. It's so complicated to figure it out in mathematical terms. You'd have to be a mathematician. And even if you could, they're false numbers, right? They just pull these numbers straight out of their ass.
Right.
What do you mean? What are you saying for exactly? Like just in general? Like the numbers for space?
The numbers are based on the assumption of the relative position to everything else. It's like everything has to fit into this assumption, right? So in this world, this universe that they created, even if it is just in a computer model, they've created this universe to actually, reify itself. So anyone that looks into the complexity of it is going to see like, oh, all these numbers match up. Look how far this star is away and this star. What's that?
And yet the sizes are the same, right? Like this one is 2 quadrillion miles away. This one is 1 light year away, and they're the same relative size to each other. Like, just a coincidence. They're the same size relative.
So what are your measurements on the flat Earth? And are you not picking and choosing your measurements and so forth?
That's what I was saying about the wording.
No, we're not.
That's the thing, is that I was just talking about this with someone else, the way that they've pigeonholed this conversation to be model versus model. Like, okay, flat Earth model. Okay, what is it? Okay, you don't have one. Okay, then we're just going to stick with this model. That's how they want it to be. Because flat Earthers, as a rule, usually don't want to claim anything they can't prove or prove to themselves or show that absolutely
right. They want us to make something up like they do.
Yeah,
and we don't want to just make some random dumb shit up that you can't demonstrate.
Right, but assuming that your reality of isn't unreasonable.
That's right, and that's how it should be done.
We don't need a claim. We need to see your claim demonstrated.
Wait, what was the question?
No, what is your claim? And have you demonstrated your claim?
What was the question that you asked? I missed it.
And I'm coming with respect.
He asked about. He said, "What are the measurements for the flat Earth?" And I said, "Well, that's the conversation's kind of pigeonholed into model versus model, and flat Earthers don't want to just make claims that they can't prove to themselves or show is totally undeniable, because then we're just doing what the ballers did."
We don't have the means. Like, okay, we are not a government. We don't have the means to measure these distances and then certify them to you as something we can prove, right? So beyond
no,
the distances we can measure, we're stuck in these bounds. We can't know these boundaries, right? We can't really actually know. So why should we lie and say we did? Why should we
Makes
speculate?
sense, but then you guys don't really have a claim then.
No, nobody's
No.
claiming the size. Nobody knows. It's a question mark. No, it's up in
Our
the air.
claim is
Nobody
it's obviously not a spinning ball for several reasons. That's our claim.
Right,
Right,
but
but
you just said
no,
that
no,
you can't. You just said you can't figure that out. It's too big to
no
figure
one's
out.
claiming boundaries. You can claim it. You can know it's flat, dude. You can know it's flat motions, but to know the distance, how far does it extend? How do we know?
How would we know if it's too big to figure out? How would you know?
Right, this is a friendly discussion. Always a friendly discussion.
Hey, these guys are my friends.
Right?
Yeah,
I would
but
say
we
yeah,
can
there's
turn each other because we're friends.
There's a lot. I would say there's a lot of ways
But-
to answer what you would ask. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways of approaching that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that seem to be you can work them out.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, like if I'm challenged with the opposite question, you know, if you're well, why is it a claim? I'm shit. I don't know. I can't remember numbers, facts, and figures. I can't. You know, I'm frustrated.
Seems like there's one claim that it's a spinning ball, and there's another claim that that's never been proven.
Exactly. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, but there's two different. I was going to say there's two approaches. I mean, number one, you could debunk the globe, and then two, you could try to decipher what the Earth actually is. So those are separate, you know. Meaning if you were to just dispel that it's not a globe for X, Y, and Z reasons, then that one's out. You know, meaning it's not the case. What the Earth actually is then is a whole, in a sense, another inquiry. You know, in terms of
difficult question. Yeah, that's a more difficult question because we don't have $20 billion a year. We don't have government. You know what I mean? We don't have all these means at our disposal. We're just a bunch of internet researchers. We've already established that it's flat, right? But the boundaries of it. I mean, there's no way to know. You ask a question we can't answer when you come to, where does it extend to? How the fuck do I know?
Yeah. I know, but
wait a minute. NASA has that money, $20 billion a day. Maybe we can find out.
What do they give you? They give you
lies
lies
about the Earth from them.
But their argument is going to
find out from them. Why couldn't you? Don't you give them their $20 billion a day?
Oh, hey, D-Mark. What's up?
It's like 50.
Hey, you done eating your food yet?
No, I decided I'm gonna make ramen because I don't have time to cook right now.
Is it 50 now?
Yeah, it's like more than 50 million a day.
Yeah, it's like 60
right,
million
and we
a day,
pay them, right? We pay them, right?
I mean, I don't.
I was gonna say 60. Are we up to 60 at this point?
Yeah.
So
it's bottomless, dude. It's a bottomless pit.
They just keep increasing
That's not a bottomless pit,
right?
Dude,
I mean, the
so
money
if you
gets
gave them
spent.
$1 million.
I don't pay them.
You gave $1 million. Could you put your own camera on there, Coach Show, and we watch Coach Show's cam live from start to finish, no cuts?
You wouldn't want to watch that, trust me. But I don't pay them. So, but yeah, they do get paid. I think 0.5% of the
trust. They get paid for us to trust them. That's a weird thing to pay somebody for. Here, man. Here's some money. Trust us. Here's $60 million a day.
They get paid to pay for the ISS and for the missions they fund, and
we pay.
Do some pretty cool stuff.
We pay them to trust them.
They get
to blindly trust someone.
They get paid to have. They also have one of the largest green screen studios, indoor studios in the world. So paying for that.
Yeah,
too.
but the night sky I was looking at was not a green screen. And I saw the
Why would you have to
No, I'm not talking about a sky you saw. I'm talking about there's a facility. Coach, do you remember the name of it? I'd have to look it up to remember the name. But there's a facility that NASA purchased that is like it's like literally one of the largest like square footage like film set green screen with all this advanced technology, and they actually rent it out and they rent time to like movie makers in Hollywood to use it as well.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is so here's the lowdown on this place. Okay, so this in 2011 they stopped doing shuttle missions They realized the space shuttle sucked after killing people on 2 space shuttles. Anyway, so they realized the space shuttle sucks and they stopped doing it. But they had the warehouse to build it, and they didn't need a lot of the warehouse space anymore. And so what they did was they had this massive vacancy that they would rent out to all different people. And one of the purposes for that warehouse was to as a movie studio. So I don't think we actually would pay for that because the people who were renting it to make whatever movies they were making paid for that. But I don't think they use that there anymore. I'm not sure that that's open for that. But yeah, for about 10 years they were renting it out to movie makers to use that giant green screen.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know. That is interesting. It doesn't help their case, does it? It looks a bit fishy, but at the same time, I can understand why if you have a massive hangar that could be used as a soundstage and you can rent it out to movie, why wouldn't you? I don't know enough to argue for or against, but I can see the logic of it. But again, I will argue with why make the effort? Just say, well, we can't go. Oh, we can't go up to space. We can't go to the moon.
Yeah, but
why?
dude, then they don't have the power. They want control and
No,
power.
but they would have had but they can have the power in a different way. They could go, oh yeah, I don't know, make the
Shoot
ferry
us
to
in the
France.
face.
Like he is it's
They could
just a
decimate
mad
they could.
thing.
Yeah, I mean, I
Go
guess
ahead, sorry.
there's ideas of other things that could be for sure, but in terms of what these entities or this group seems to be doing this time around, they seem to, in my viewpoint, want to sell this globe idea. I think partly because it limits the Earth. It makes the Earth, because it's a sphere. There it is. There's those continents, little ice on the top, ice on the bottom, and that's it. That's the whole world. And then the rest of it, outer space, they're exploring. So they're taking our money and they're handling that. So, in a sense, or that's what they're trying to claim. So we don't have any, very little, virtually no way to verify it, that they're even doing that. So it's like that level of a distraction, like, hey, it's this thing and we're controlling everything outside of it and give us all your money.
Okay, right. Yeah. So that's really interesting because I agree with half of that. I think we are lied to. I think we're manipulated. I think we pay more taxes than we should pay. I think I do think we are lied to. That sometimes for our benefit. Sometimes the general public shouldn't know everything because the general public are idiots. So it would kick off, if we knew, Russia's going to attack, whatever. Blah. But okay, so I am with you on that. I am with you on the sort of like minor conspiracy of the government will tell white lies to us and
there's no lie for your benefit.
But
there's no reason to lie at all.
But bear with me because I'm getting to the main bit, and I'll stop talking in a second. But the whole globe, Earth, space, moon, it to me and it's not just because I was brought up with it like we all were. Like I have looked into it a bit and questioned it, but to me, it does just make sense. It really does make sense. A globe Earth to me makes sense. And it
doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, it totally does to me.
So it makes sense that you're spinning at supersonic speed and multiple vectors, right? That makes sense.
It's not supersonic speed, I don't think. It's a few thousand miles an hour or something, I think, but not supersonic speed. But
supersonic.
Do you believe in
rotation? Just the rotation is the slowest of them all, and that's supersonic, like 1.5 times the speed of sound.
But imagine being an ant on an anthill.
It wouldn't be anything like you claim. Imagining on a spinning ball would be like nothing of what we exist in right now. Nothing.
Because it's on a much bigger scale. We're the ant.
No, that's what you're putting in somebody's head. You're putting it round means you're the one doing the weird stuff.
Well, okay, I'm doing the weird stuff, but I don't know.
Please refrain from doing weird stuff.
Yeah, but
there's a video where they shot a baseball out of an air cannon at 1,000 miles per hour, right? A baseball, and it literally disintegrated. Like the amount of power from just a baseball traveling at that speed. Now imagine the entire mass of the Earth moving at that speed in rotation.
Okay,
the amount of energy to rotate.
Okay, no.
That's so analogous.
Imagine that baseball. So imagine that baseball being shot, made of what? Leather? I don't know what
Leather,
a baseball
string,
is made of.
Cork,
Made
cork,
of whatever it's made
string.
of. Shot into the atmosphere,
material.
Earth's atmosphere, into air. Whatever.
No, they don't. They did that in a vacuum.
It
disintegrated in a vacuum.
Exactly. It's not a fair experiment, is it? And it's like those videos of and honestly, I do respect all of you, especially you, Perspective, because we have a history. I respect him 100%, and all of you. But those videos where somebody holds like a football, or well, a soccer ball, but to me a football, and pours water on it, and goes, "Oh, if the Earth is a globe, like, oh, look, I'm pouring water on it, it falls off the bottom." It's like, well, you're stood on it with gravity. Yeah, it's a ridiculous.
So you're saying, wait,
comparison.
it's an example of a curved surface holding water. Like water does not conform around a ball. Water lays flat. It does not conform. It does not convex. Water does not convex at rest.
Let's stick on the baseball thing, dude.
It's not a ball. There's no up or down. There is.
No, I hear you, Rent. I hear you.
Sounds like a lot of imagination.
Yeah, Rent, I would say I do understand what you're saying, that it is kind of a simplistic statement in a sense. And I would agree that I mean, like, is that ultimate sort of proof or not? I mean, it would be up to one to decipher that for themselves. However, the thing is that you could also view it in the perspective that, like, we're in this realm. The material world has real physics to it. The real physics, the stuff that's actually happening, not imaginary or, out in outer space, something right here, etc. And water does not, when it's at rest, like a body of water, it does not attract to a sphere like that. It does ball up in like a surface tension way in little droplets.
But that's the problem.
You can have them.
You're saying.
Hold on. Let me just finish. Hold on. You can have
sorry, sorry, mate. I do apologize.
So you can have a meniscus and you can have a water droplet.
Meniscus, great word.
Yeah, you can even have like a wave that can look. It can have the water can be curved in that way. But when you have a body of water, like liquid water, that is in a container or like is at rest, etc., or if you like pour it over a ball like that, it will not stick to the ball, and it will not perfectly cling to the ball to make it seem like if you were on that ball, then the whole Earth is stationary. Like, that's not anything in real physics that we can demonstrate or recreate.
Yeah, no. even in free fall, even in free fall, it's not going to do that.
Yeah.
So don't even try it.
So the surface is either level or it's convex. It can't be both. So you're saying on a micro scale, we're not talking. If you take a spoon, you could take one spoon and you could make it like a spoonful of medicine go over the spoon. It could be like dome shaped, right? But you pour that into a cup and you keep doing it, and the cup of liquid will flatten out. It will never convex. You can't take like a fish tank and have a convex thing of water. The water is level, right? Yeah, so on a scale of the world, there should always be a certain convexity that we can measure with laser beams and such. And it never turns out disconvex. It always turns out level.
Can I ask you something about free fall? How many free falls do we have?
Hold on. So you guys were talking at the same time. I don't know. Maybe Rince wanted to respond, but Rince, you also were interrupting and chopping. If you could try to just let someone speak, their full thought without.
Yeah, for sure. I apologize. I'll let it go.
But yeah, no, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Then Denmark, you're next.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Gio. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, I want to pick up on what you said, Gio. That yeah, it's but nobody can prove that experiment. We can't go there and do that experiment. So what's the next alternative? We do it here on Earth. Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? When we do an experiment like that here on Earth, whether the Earth is flat or round or bloody triangular, when we do an experiment, it's not. It will show results of the environment, right? That go up to space, and then we'll see different results and more true. You can't just take results of I don't know. This sounds so much better in my head.
Shows there.
All right, man. Democ, go ahead, Democ, because you guys talked at the same time. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was wanting to know how many free falls do we have? Like if something's in free fall on Earth, is that any different than free fall in space? Like just the idea of free fall?
Great question. I think Tom Petty would be a better person to ask.
I already thought.
So you don't know what free fall is, but yet you're talking about it? That's cool.
Hold on, I just listened to Tom Petty's Free Fall and Free Falling. And it turns out, I don't know what you're asking, Democ, but yeah, the free fall is typically free fall is literally defined by being only under the influence of gravity. So anytime that you're only under the influence of gravity and it's an unbalanced force, so you're not on the ground, you're on the surface, you can be going up or going down. But if you're only under the influence of gravity, you're in free fall.
So never.
No, if you jump out of an airplane, for instance, if you jump out of a rocket outside the atmosphere, and before you reach the atmosphere, you'll be free falling. But as soon as you hit the atmosphere,
But you don't free fall in the atmosphere?
Technically, yes. Technically, no. I mean, it's people call it free falling, but you have wind resistance, and so you end up doing terminal velocity. So
there's no terminal velocity.
Actually, because you've asked that question, I wondered what you all thought of the Felix Baumgartner person, like the highest free fall guy.
That's what I was thinking of. Well, somebody's been higher than him, but that's what I was thinking of when I was thinking about before he hit the atmosphere.
Have you seen the Red Bull jump? You brought up his name.
No,
have you seen the part where he opens the hatch door and the horizon is flat? He's supposed to be at altitude. He opens the door and there's a straight horizon line midway through the door, through the hatch door. It's perfectly flat. It's at the same point. It's at the same point in the hatch as it was on the ground, right? The horizon point is midway on the door, right where the camera, and it doesn't change at altitude. It's still there. It's still at the same point.
Okay, so what about?
You see the problem with that,
so
right?
Do you believe he was
what
in a
about what
balloon
is
and
rate
went
of
that
fall?
high up? Do you believe he was in a balloon and went that high up to do a skydive?
Maybe so.
How
Maybe
high?
so.
Yeah, and
how high?
I know
It may have been a lot lower, but we don't know.
How could we demonstrate how high up he went by looking at the ground and seeing Mexico as Earth? What would you declare that as? How high?
Well, you guys used to call it New Mexico because that's the state it was, and I guess you can how high it was by concluding it's New Mexico, determining the distance New Mexico is from where he, So if you could only see New Mexico from that height, and then you see what's the range of New Mexico from where he was, it's about 400 miles, and then you realize that 400 miles times 1.22 squared, times 1.22 squared should give you the altitude in feet, and then divide that by 5280, and that'll give you the height.
You want to know another
miles.
problem? He was in the air when he was ascending, right? He was in the air 3 or 4 hours. I'm not sure exactly how much. But then when he jumped out of the plane, right? Let's say the Earth is moving 1,000 miles per hour beneath him, right? A certain direction. He landed pretty much in the same area as where he ascended, right? But he went the opposite of the rotation. He actually drifted to the east, but he should have went the other way. Like he should have been in the Pacific Ocean if the Earth is turning underneath him. Because it's rotating 1,000. He's in the air for 4 hours and it's moving underneath him while he's in the air.
Yeah, it is a good point.
Kosho knows what you're talking about. 15 degrees per hour. You know what? Yeah.
My response to my response to that would be, and yeah, it is a good argument, and I don't really. It's pseudoscience what I'm saying right now because I don't know. But my understanding would be that he doesn't, get like nobody goes up and the Earth like rotates underneath them. The whole atmosphere is rotating with the Earth.
That's not. That's
How
not
would
true
you
because there's
demonstrate
different
something
cross
like that?
currents.
How could you even imagine something like that could be possible? How could you demonstrate where air stays moving with something moving, where the air
Have you
moves with
ever?
it?
Have you ever been in a car?
No, I'm
I have.
talking about a ball holding air on it. We're not talking about getting in a car.
Yeah, well, what about a car with all the air
So
in it?
let's keep it
If you
analogous
throw
to
a
what it
ball
is.
in the car, what happens?
No, we're talking about a sphere holding magic air on
With
the
an
outside of
atmosphere.
it. Yeah,
You want to
the
know
idea.
something? They have
That
something
makes
called
sense.
an
You can't deny it makes
air
sense.
bearing. Hold on. There's something
It
called
might
an
be
air
wrong, but you
bearing,
can't
and it's
deny,
completely.
D-Mark,
Guys,
that it
one
makes
at a time, guys.
Can I finish my sentence? There's something called an air bearing, like a ball bearing. It's called an air bearing, and it's completely frictionless. So what they do is they inject air between two rotating things, and it's frictionless. Look it up. It's called
Like an
an
air hockey table.
No. This is an air bearing in a rotating shaft. There's no lubrication. There's only air.
Yeah,
There's
that's
air.
what I'm saying, like an air hockey table.
No. It's called an air bearing. It's a
I know, but I'm saying,
frictionless bearing. The air is frictionless. The air does not. If you could have something moving at 100,000 RPM and it has no effect on the adjacent thing. So once you get into the air,
in an air bearing,
the air does not apply motion to another object. It's
Okay,
not
but
like
have you-
transition fluid. It's not.
What? Yes, it does. A fan blade. What do you mean?
No, the air of a
Sure.
spinning shaft. If I have a ball and I spun the ball, right? If they're saying the Earth is a ball, it does not apply friction. It's not fan blades. The fan blades have a shape.
Right. The air doesn't move along with the inside ball. It stays where it's at while the ball does its thing
Right.
and the other part does.
Or a
Exactly. I get what you're
cylinder.
saying.
A cylinder.
Ron,
Cylinder is frictionless.
It
Ron, have
doesn't
you played air
apply. So
hockey?
I'm asking them, how would they be able to demonstrate that?
It levitates. Air hockey levitates. It's called.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's no
Honestly.
friction because of the air.
Okay,
There's
so
air.
is the world,
What's
is the
that
world
noise?
on a little stick like that? Oh.
The air is coming from the hockey table in all the little holes. Do you have air you can just sit on there and it stays and you can color coordinate it for us?
No, no, you can't. Exactly, and that's why I'm saying these experiments are redundant because you can't put like pouring water on a football and going, oh look, the water can't bloody stick to a bloody
So
football.
where do we get the idea that this stuff's happening?
You're on the thing with gravity. That's what. But
Yeah.
expand
Let's go one at a time.
your experiment and expand your thinking, and perhaps then. It doesn't. It's not just one environment. It's a wider, larger environment. We are the ant on the anthill. Let's try and sort of get up there with the magnifying glass and not burn
It's a good
each
analogy.
other. You know what I
So
mean?
you're trying to
That's
tell
it.
me.
Yeah.
So you're trying to tell me that there's a building that you can't tell how big it is. You couldn't walk and find the edge that you could look down past.
D-Mark, I'm not trying to tell you anything. I'm not, because who am I? Who am I to tell you anything?
Can I suggest something?
Well, you're saying like a lot of weird stuff that makes no sense. You're saying we have to believe all this stuff that's impossible to
we
even
don't have
ever
to believe.
do is real. We have to
Gentlemen.
have a religion, 100% religion on stuff none of us can demonstrate ever.
Wait, gentlemen, can I suggest a test? I just thought of Ron. Ron, are you still here? Ron Sheckleton. Son of a bitch. Not you, Ron Sheckleton, if you're still here, but I just but yeah, actually you if you're not here though, Ron Sheckleton, because I had this test and it was perfect and you inspired it. But if you're gone, it's a waste of time.
Where do you guys get your numbers and ideas that this stuff is happening that you can't demonstrate anywhere? Like, where did anybody get the inkling you see it or you have it on?
Yeah, he
Actually,
actually,
I had when it can't go on.
That comes there, but where are your eyes? What can you demonstrate?
You can't ask.
Demonstrate
You can't
to me.
throw that back in.
I can demonstrate.
Give me the
I
numbers.
demonstrate all your claims
Demonstrate
are
your flat
bunk.
Earth.
All your claims are bunk is what I demonstrate. Physics are flat. There are no ball physics. There are only flat physics. So take your
Where? How?
and use your
Come on, man.
imagination
Well,
once in
where
a
are you?
while and
Where are
try to
you in
imagine how
America?
you see everything the way it is.
Where are you in America?
You don't even need
now?
to imagine.
Get a flare. Shoot it. Fire the flare in the out of the Yorkshire Dales in the UK. That's where I am right now. Fire a flare in the air, and I should see it.
No, you
On the flat
shouldn't.
Earth.
That's ignorant. Stop saying
Come on,
ignorant
man.
shit.
Yeah, man. You
can't
gotta
even see 3
step it up a
miles.
little bit.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Stop saying weird stuff that makes no sense. Demonstrate you can.
No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I apologize. I
That's
lost
okay,
my
man. I mean,
cool.
usually your arguments are pretty good, but that flare thing is
I'm a
it's
good
not very
guy,
good.
and I love you all, and I love the intelligent conversation. I genuinely do. I lost my cool there, and
No, you
do
didn't. No,
apologize.
you're usually cool. You're straight up cool, dude. It's just that that was how high do flares go? They don't go that high. And if that was the case, everybody would see everybody's flare every time someone set one off, right? But
you guys are reminding me of an Office Space when they have the flare.
oh yeah, the 15 pieces of flare.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Just the way you said that, yeah, made me remember that. Dude, that movie.
Yeah.
What a good movie.
It's one of my favorites. When I was a kid, I thought that was the funniest movie. But I still do. But when I was a kid, it was extremely funny. But anyways, oh yeah, for the test, I'll just tell you guys the test. It sucks Ron Shackleton has left us because this is in his honor, but I'll tell it to you guys anyway. So Ron Shackleton had brought up how what's it called? Felix Baumgartner. It's true. He was in that balloon for 4 hours, and he was almost in the same spot when he landed. For 4 hours, 15 degrees per hour, 69 miles per degree, 60 times 60. It's like that's a pretty long distance that he should be away from where he started. And I was wondering if there's a way to test to see if that's what would happen. And sure enough, I came up with one. So if it's 15 degrees per hour, then it's 1 degree per 4 minutes, which is a fourth of the degree per minute. So 25% of a mile every minute. So if you take 1 out of 60 of those, that's a little bit for 25. Do the math. Anyways, the point is, it's like a few hundred feet. Let's say it's 200 feet, I think. I could be wrong, per second. Maybe 115 feet per second, something like that. Doesn't matter. The point is that if this is the case, then where was I? Wait. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. So the test is you would jump up in the air for 1 second. And if you land back in the same spot that you jumped at, then maybe this isn't a problem. But if you fly 200 miles to where would that go? To the west, then sure enough, Felix Baumgartner should have ended up somewhere totally different. So that's something that we could all do that tonight. Just jump up in the air for 1 second.
Well,
see if you fly 100 something miles, 100 something feet.
We wouldn't have to jump up, because if that was the case, there'd be like 500 mile an hour winds going on. If the Earth was turning against the wind, well, whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And that's my whole point. The atmosphere is. Oh, I think that was the point we were making. And
Our cars would be driving on their own.
That too, though, yeah.
Yeah.
Our cars would drive on their own around the globe if the globe was moving. You don't say on a stationary plane, this is what you just described, Kosho, I'm going to jump up and it's not going to move. Yes, welcome to flat Earth that doesn't move. Then you said, I'm going to jump further. Oh, that means globe. You're not making any sense, dude. So if you have strong legs, that means a globe. Or if you have weak legs, that means flat. What are you talking about, dude?
That's a good point, man. I was at the airport one time trying to catch my plane, and I realized that I left my bag at the front of that long escalator thing, the flat escalator, the conveyor belt thing. And so I turned around and I just jumped up in the air, and somehow I ended up back at the front of the escalator thing. I don't know how that worked, but turns out it doesn't work like that.
You must have
Yeah, I
traveled
mean,
through time.
technically on either model, it really wouldn't do that unless you were up in space, I guess.
Yeah, you'd have to be like, well, the thing is, you could do that from Earth, but you just have to not have had the initial velocity of the Earth already. So it's like if you travel to the Earth from another place and you didn't correct for the surface of the Earth, and yeah, so it's really stupid.
So,
yeah.
Kosho, so you think conservation remotely? So you don't need to physically touch something to conservation.
No, the conservation is within the thing before that happens. So Felix Baumgartner, before he even went up, he has a conservation, and as he gets in the balloon, he still has a conservation. And when he's up at the top, and the whole time, he doesn't lose it ever until he purposely loses it. Like he has to actively.
Conservation.
Yeah.
So conservation of momentum doesn't have to touch anything.
Oh, it sure. I mean, it does, but it
does have to touch the stuff.
Yeah, he was born on Earth. So when he was born
I don't know
Earth,
what that's got to do with anything. I got a rotating ball. I'm about ready to touch some stuff with it, right? I got stuff that was on the ball, but while I started rotating it, lo and behold, it fell off. Now I'm spinning this ball, right? And I got another wheel sitting here. When I touch this spinning ball to the wheel, what happens, Kosho?
It'll spin the wheel.
It'll spin the wheel. Now, when I take this ball away that's spinning, what happens to the wheel, Kosho?
It'll retain that.
It'll stop spinning.
Wait, it will?
Yeah, it'll
Why?
stop spinning unless you got a thing that never stops spinning, unless you have like an unlimited machine, like never.
Well, no, I have that thing Ron Shekelson was talking about with the air bearings. I have air bearings, so there's like no friction.
Yeah, I don't care what you claim. Listen, when I touch the wheel with the spinning ball, it's gonna move. When I take it away, it'll move for a little bit until the potential is lost. You understand that, right?
In what environment?
Until the potential is lost. I don't think that's the reason. It's usually because the friction it captures the energy and it loses energy to that friction. If that friction is there,
it's not.
So if you have those air bearings,
it's not friction. It's conservation of momentum. Stick with me. So when I spin my sphere, everything that touches it is going to conservating momentum with it.
Right.
Right. Now, when I don't touch the object, is it conservating momentum with my sphere?
I think a better way to use is
I'm not touching the wheel. I'm not touching the wheel. I got a spinning sphere right here. It's next to the wheel. It's not touching it. Now, is the wheel moving?
I don't know. I don't know.
No, the wheel's not moving because the thing didn't touch it.
Okay. So
now, as soon as you touch a thing that's not moving with the thing that's moving, there's going to be a reaction. Mm-hmm. So if you take a ball and drop it on the ground of Earth should make that ball react accordingly, just like the spinning ball in your hand would do the sphere, the wheel, the ball, whatever it touches. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, can you demonstrate that? Can the Globers demonstrate that to us?
I know, yeah, but like you can demonstrate. I could demonstrate. Yeah, I could bounce a ball. I could spin the ball.
No, not bounce a ball. No, conservation of momentum. I want to take a 10-speed tire. Just hold it still. It's not moving with the air. It's in my hand. Now I'm going to let it out of my hand. Drop it to the ground. It's going to touch the earth on its own out of my hand. Now it should start spinning, right? The conservation of momentum of the earth should make that tire spin how many times more than the earth is for the size it is compared to that little bitty tire? Just imagine a big gear, 24,901 miles compared to a little bike tire gear. Just think of the rotation you could see.
Why would it do that? Why would it spin?
Conservation of momentum. Why would it not? So you don't believe in conservation of momentum, right?
No, I don't understand it.
You don't understand conservation of momentum. Okay, then I shouldn't talk to you about it.
No, hold on. No. Please bear with me. Okay, conservation of momentum.
Conservation of momentum is the first law of motion. Like Newton has motion laws.
Oh yeah.
The first law of motion is conservation of momentum.
Yeah, it conserves the motion. Conservation. Oh, I'm coming out kind of low. Hold on a second.
I recognize that one. Yeah.
Kosho, I went through this with somebody and they were describing it to me, and it sounded like inertia. So I typed in conservation of momentum and inertia, and it came out to looking to me like it being the same thing. And that was yesterday. Then this morning I heard you saying like inertia was bullshit or something. Nobody said anything about inertia, but I believe conservation of momentum, as we use it, is representing inertia of the Earth.
I don't know if that makes sense, but I don't remember saying it this morning either.
All right.
I don't remember I said it this morning either. I don't think inertia is bullshit at all.
Yeah, but
I love inertia.
So it's the lead up to like what is it, the reaction and for every there's an equal and opposite.
Yeah. This is third law. That's right.
Yeah. So that's what it's. So momentum is neither created nor destroyed, but only changed through the action of forces as described by Newton's laws of motion, right?
Yeah, that's basically the three laws summed up in a very succinct sentence. It's very good.
Yeah.
That one sentence encompasses all three laws, basically.
Right on. Yeah. So that okay. So yeah, I don't know. Ask me again. It gets complicated when you ask me to drop a tire on the earth, and what does it do? Yeah, if I drop a tire, right, it'll hit the floor. It'll sort of roll. If I'm on a hill, it'll roll over there. I don't know. It'll do whatever it does. But to me, that doesn't prove or disprove a globe Earth or a flat Earth. Just neither one. So I don't know. So what is the question you want to ask, Demo?
A moment of silence for the globe.
Yeah.
It played its part. It trapped many minds, and ultimately was a cycle.
Good old conservation of momentum. You got to use your guys' stuff against you. Your fairy tales.
No, it's not about using things against each other. It's about educating each other. You know, I want to see where you're coming from. You know, I hope you're open-minded enough to see why. You know, I think it's a different way.
Well, I mean, you'd have to be able to demonstrate it. Like the reason I think that and believe it 100 million%, and that I don't even think it's a belief you have to worry about. It's a demonstratable thing. It's true. It's provable because I can sit liquid in lots of spots, and the liquid never starts moving no matter where I sit it.
Yeah.
So
Right.
why would trillions of tons of water move, but when I add salt to my liquid, it doesn't move? When I take the salt out, it doesn't move. Like, I mean, tell me why you think a cup of water is not going to show you movement or conservation of momentum. A big that's so big compared to an ocean. It's literally about done. It's literally like saying you can go catch a whale with your fingers, but not a minnow.
No, but Dino. But like I've said several times, it is a different experiment, isn't it? A cup of water to to an ocean of water, it's a very different thing, right?
What's a different thing? Motion?
I don't know.
Conservation of
If you try to
momentum and
catch me out.
motion.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Conservation of momentum, liquid
Mhm.
shows it, and motion, liquid shows it.
Okay,
If
so
you sit
ask me
liquid
the
on
question you
something,
started. Now
hold on a
that I've
second.
Googled,
Whenever you sit liquid on something, it's going to show you that.
right? Okay.
Well, you know how like
Just explain like I'm 5, you know? Explain, because I am right. I am here to learn. Right. Explain like I'm 5. So I've just googled the momentum of motion or whatever the fuck. Right. I've just googled it. I've just sort of made a point. And now we're back to this. So, but before I googled that, and please don't try and catch me out, because I'm not pretending to be something I'm not. I'm not a scientist. I'm not clever. I'm an average person.
That's why.
And I think right. So ask me the question again. And it was something about so
Google.
if I drop a tire on the earth, does it fall down? Ask me the question that you asked before. Something about dropping a tire.
If I take any object that's not moving, right? It's not spinning. It's still. And
Right, but you take
I
it.
put it against.
You take
I put it against a moving object. What happens?
Okay, so
we only have one physics.
You take a bowling ball and there's a treadmill, right? So you have a non-moving object, your bowling ball, and a treadmill that you're going to drop it on.
Right.
I mean, what? Yeah.
So when you drop the bowling ball, what do you think's going to happen?
Well, if you're dropping it on a treadmill, it will fall. It'll probably bounce a little bit, and then it'll get the traction of the treadmill, and it might spin around a bit. Oh shit, spin! But it might spin around a bit, and then shoot off the end of the treadmill.
What if you used a bicycle tire, like a 10-speed wheel? What would that do?
What a bicycle tire with a tennis? What?
A 10-speed tire. You got a 10-speed tire sitting there, and then you touch it to the rotating treadmill.
Okay.
So what's it going to do?
Is the tire attached to the bike, or is it literally just the tire?
It's going to touch the treadmill. There's just a tire, dude.
It'll just be all floppy and go like, boop, boop. I don't know, and bounce off the treadmill. It'll just be floppy. Does it have air inside?
So you don't think that you could just hold the little edge of that screw while the tire spun at the same rate?
No, you said it was just
or at more of an RPM.
You didn't say it had the spokes in there. But yeah,
That's how a tire is made. That's how a 10-speed bike tire is. It's a spoked thing with a tire on it with air in it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I'm getting defensive because I feel like you're trying to.
Well, no, you don't have to. We're just discussing physics.
Yeah.
You don't have to defend physics, man. It's going to defend itself.
Oh well. Oh yeah. No, that is good. Yeah, that is good. Well said, actually. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Well,
if you
it's
have a
weird
tire
how
on
it's so difficult for you to imagine that, but it's also easy for you to imagine that you're standing on a spinning ball. To me, that's just so weird.
Well, no, but I think they're exact same but opposite. I think it's like it's mad to think that that it's all made up and will I turn to the like to me that is harder to believe than like yeah we're on a planet hundreds of years of people looking through telescope discovering looking through everything else is round, the moon's round, everything else is round, the earth is blah 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 blah. Yeah, to me, but I am open-minded, and I do have my doubts. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have my doubts. There are small bits that I go, yeah, sort of makes sense.
Can you have something that's round but not a ball?
An object spheroid. Is that what it's called? Yeah.
No, just round. It's just round.
So can you have something that's round but not a ball? Was that the question?
That's a good question.
I thought you asked me that question. I don't know. Yeah, you're getting into physics, and I admire that. Yeah, clever. I'm no good. I really am no. I'm interested. Love it. Love space and stuff. But yeah, shit at physics. But I do know. It just makes sense to me that if
that everything
don't think
that
of
you
it as a
see.
ball. Sorry, yeah.
No, everything that you can demonstrate on the ball is the opposite of what you would see right now. If you took a spinning ball, like your little globe model, and you touch something to it, it's going to react to that. But in real life, there's nothing reacting to what you're standing on. It doesn't matter if it starts or stops before or after. You can demonstrate this in physics. There's no need to make up stories for physics. We only have one. If you can demonstrate it, it's a part of physics. If you can't demonstrate it, how did that become a part of your physics?
Well, what about satellites being sent up into the sky, space or sky, whatever you want to call it. Satellites being sent up there
On a flat plane?
The
That's
ISS. I
fine.
don't know if you believe in that, but
Hey, you can send balloons up anywhere.
Okay, yeah, you can send balloons up anywhere. But I mean, effectively, you're.
Helium, buddy. Helium doesn't need a globe to go up there and sit. You understand that, right? You understand that, right?
Yeah.
And when helium goes up there and you stare at it, right? You stare at it forever. You could stare at it like above your house. Yeah.
Stare at what?
You could a helium balloon, a really good one, right? And you could weight it and you could have it sitting there. You could even have it on a string around a tube. And it would never touch any edge of that tube. It would never move anywhere. The ground would never deviate underneath it.
Okay, so where are they? Where are those balloons that do that?
Well, I don't know. At 60,000 feet, you can't see any stars or balloons or satellites at 70,000 and 80,000 feet. Listen, no, hold on. Listen to what I'm telling you. When you and I send a high altitude footage balloon up, we send it up as high as we can. At a certain point, at so high, so many thousand feet, not a mile, at so many thousand feet, you can't see anything.
Well, I can't see the balloon, or the balloon can't see me, or the balloon can't see anything.
No ISS, no stars, no satellites, no comets, no meteors, nothing.
But there is satellites. I'm speaking to you now on my iPhone.
Listen to what I said. You keep saying there is.
No, I know. Yeah, sorry. No, bear with me, because I am listening to you. But ironically, me trying to make the point of satellites and internet connection, you did cut out for about 30 seconds.
Right.
So I
You
don't know
can't
what
see
you
anything. Nothing. Okay. Nothing after a certain height, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 feet, nothing exists. Not even the ISS that you think is going over your head every 90 minutes. There's nothing there.
So, but
if you got any footage, if you got any high altitude footage of stars, planets, ISSs, debris, meteorites, comets, I can go on. The whole list, buddy. Nothing. All black.
Yeah, dude, there is an ISS thing up there, man, for sure.
No, dude, there ain't. No, there ain't. No, there's not. And I'm not talking.
Demok, you gotta chill, bro. It doesn't have to be some all-out brawl thing. Can you chill and just have a discussion?
Well, I know, but you're making stuff up. I said
Nobody
it 100,000 feet. I said it
hold on,
100,000 feet.
Demok.
Hold on, dude.
Dude, it's not even worth having a conversation with you, man, unless you can have a conversation for real.
Demok has green hair.
All right, so Demok, I just made it. I said there is a thing of the ISS up there. Now, go ahead.
No, there's not. You're full of shit. I want to see it at 100,000 feet.
Well, I guess the green hair thing was true then.
Right, out of interest, it's not a test or anything, but what in miles or whatever? What is 100,000 feet? Like, how far is that?
Not very far. 3 airplane trips.
3 airplane trips. Oh,
the airplane goes 35,000. 3 of those.
Yeah, but what's that?
There's nothing up there.
Hold on, Denmark.
For as
Denmark,
far
let me
as you
just
can
ask you a
see.
question. Hold on, Denmark. Let me just ask you an honest question. Are you able to like just pull out of the thing you're doing and just go back to a chill mode of talking, or are you unable to do it? Because you're
I
interrupting.
don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're making up right now.
You're kind of like harassing people. You're interrupting. It's not making for a very pleasant discussion. So can you just somehow like go back to chill mode?
Oh, for
Well,
sure.
I don't know what you guys are making up, but I'm asking for simple evidence of 100,000 foot of you guys, of any fucking footage of anything you guys claim.
All right, I don't think anyone's.
I don't know where you're going. I don't know where anybody's going. Stop making shit up. Just answer the fucking question.
Yeah, Armo, go for it. I'm just saying, Demo, I don't think anyone's trying to have some all-out screaming ball.
I don't even know what you're making up right now. Arma, go ahead.
Let's go.
What's up? What's up, D-Mock? What's up, man?
Woof.
D-Mock, how's it going?
It's going pretty good right here at 100,000 feet with no ISS.
What'd you have for dinner, man? I had some ramen because I was too lazy to cook.
I don't eat.
What? Oh shit! All right. Well, there you go. I chilled him out. He's good now. I think. I don't know. But what we talking about?
Stuff at any high altitude footage proof that anybody's got of any ISS, asteroids, satellites. It's not a brawl. It's common fucking sense here. If none of you guys got it, stop backing it. Stop making the claim. I don't care what you see at 20 foot. I don't care what kind of helium balloons you put at 50 foot.
The ISS.
It's claimed to be up at 250 miles. I'm here to say that's a fucking lie.
That is true. You are right about that. I'll give you that. So what is the issue though? Like what are you saying is wrong? The monk?
That there are no stars after 80,000 feet. There are no stars, no asteroids, no satellite, nothing, no ISS, nothing. Anybody thinks is up there is up there. It's all fucking black. The only thing you see is the moon.
Mm-hmm.
You look down and see the earth, and you look and see the sun. That's it. Whatever they are, I don't know. I'm not making claims. I'm not making claims how high you are.
That's fair. But Doc, have you seen that that video by what's his name, Dwayne Kellum? He did a night.
No. Can you match it?
What do you mean?
Can you match it?
What do you mean by match it? Like, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. What do you think match it means, buddy?
Can I match his video?
Yeah. Can you do what he did?
Yeah, probably. Because he had a balloon. He had a high altitude balloon video.
Yeah, I'll wait.
I'm just saying that he's a flat earther, so I mean I doubt he's lying.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. We'll wait for some other person to match it, some real people.
But what's the reason? Why don't you think we have stars up there? I'm confused. Like, what is the argument for that?
Why do you think we do without live footage of it?
No, but I'm saying, where do you think the stars lie?
Because there's no live footage. Why do you keep asking me a dumb question? It's pitch black up there. Stop asking me stupid questions. It's pitch black. What do you think pitch black means? Nothing up there.
No, that's right. But I'm saying, like, if it is pitch black up there, then how do we see the stars on the ground? Is it just like an optical illusion?
Because the ground ain't got nothing to do with up in the air. I don't care what you see on the ground. I can't help it. Listen, I'm not God. I didn't make how your eyes work, and I didn't make how reality works, buddy. All I'm telling you is this is what's going down.
I know. I'm just saying, if the stars are above me, right, then I should be able to go up and still see. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless I pass.
No, your miscomprehension doesn't help me at all.
Okay,
no,
I can't help. I'm sorry, Gio. I tried.
You think your miscomprehension helps me tell you how it's going down, like how it's all black and you don't get all black?
I think it's the green hair.
Well, I'm saying when you go up, it's all black. When Arma goes up, it's all black. If I go up, it's all black. If Dwayne Kellum goes up, it's all black. Can anybody actually get any real footage?
When I go up, it's all white.
Claim. I'm not gonna go for a liar. I want real footage of a human, a real person.
Listen, I could give you anything. No, anything. Like I could have the biggest ever proof ever. You are so contrarian.
Well,
that you will deny. I don't want anything. So yeah, so send me up to space, and I'll take pictures and send it back down to you, and you will say no. You will just disagree for the sake of disagreeing, and that's the wrong way. I respect flat earthers because there's a conversation to be had. You D-Mark.
They don't ever show the stars. You're saying if you could go into space, you could show us photographs of the stars, but you can't go
They
to space.
have been in
Back
space and
there are
showed you
many
photographs.
people that have, and there's actually none of that. That's all D-Mock saying.
But wait, why? But why was okay? I guess D-Mock's muted now, so we can't really talk about him now because that would be a little unfair. But never mind.
Well, he was completely interrupting, but it's pretty rough. I don't know, Democ, did you want to respond? I guess
you can't take photos in space.
It's tough.
You don't take videos and photos in space. Any scientist will tell you it's radio spectroscopy and radio telescopy. Now, radio waves, radio communication. Now, Dwayne Kellum's not going by radio. He's telling you he's got videos. I want to see someone else have that.
Arma, can you post one of those videos?
Yeah, let me look at my my little folder on YouTube for that. Let me see.
And this is above 100,000 feet.
Yeah, but I mean, some people have made the claim that the numbers are fake or something. But I'm just saying what I see in the video is it's above 100,000. Let me see. Here it is.
The video's fake.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's by Dwayne Kellum, though. I mean,
what does that mean? You can just keep saying the Pringles guy. What does that matter to me, dude? Listen, if it's not physically real, it's not real. No matter whose name you spout out. Say Donald Trump.
But why are you allowed to say it's fake, though?
Because it's not real, Arma. Look at the fake. Oh my God! Look at the fake thing. What is it called? The Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. It's fake, bro.
Here, I'll send her here.
But you show us what's real.
Why is he?
Show me your pictures.
Your own personal stuff is real to you. I don't have to show you reality, do I?
All right.
Listen to what I'm saying real quick. You're talking over me, and you get mad when I can't finish my sentence. It's weird. So if you get a camera, you get your own footage. Prove it to yourself that it's real. That's what I'm asking you, and you will not be able to do it. It's so sad.
Perhaps I won't. Perhaps I won't be able to do it. But can you?
Well, yeah, that's a good point actually, because D-Mock claims 80,000.
I'm not the one. Listen, I'm not the one that.
But I guess we'll have to just agree to disagree because it's.
What were you saying, Arma?
Well, I was just gonna say he pulled out the 80,000.
No, now I interrupt you. He'll just interrupt you. Stop, dude. So I mean, we can't even have a conversation if he interrupts every time. But just you're gonna try to say something.
Oh, I was just gonna say I want to know where he got the 80,000 number from, because I mean, like he probably got it from a source, and for all we know, that source is lying. So unless according to D-Mock's philosophy, unless he's done it himself, he can't really know. So has he been on a plane? If so, then I'll give him that. Although planes don't really go up that high. What is it, like 40,000 to 60,000 feet or something like that? So he can make the 40,000 to 60,000 claim, but I don't think he can make 80,000 feet claim because he hasn't done it himself.
Arma, can you coherently state D-Mock's position?
I mean, I'll do my best because I don't want to put words in his mouth, but
it's quite easy. He said it's fake.
He's saying that if you go up, high enough, you won't see stars.
Okay.
He brought out an 80,000 feet number, basically saying that that's the highest, and then after that you don't see it. So I don't know. That's a little strange to me.
Yeah, so I think he said after 8.
Well, you know why, right?
Like there's nothing.
I mean, yeah, because I think the idea is that once we go up, a lot of footage is a lot of high altitude balloon videos, and a lot of this pictures, there's like no stars up there, whatever. But that's why I brought up the Dwayne Kellum thing.
Yeah, well, there's definitely stars up there. So
I just don't get the argument though. Let's say there aren't. Let's just say there aren't stars up there, or actually, let's say there are stars up there. Actually, yeah, let's go with that. Let's say there are stars up there. How does that break anything? Like, wouldn't they be up there in a flat Earth model too? That's my whole thing. I just don't get it.
No, as a reflection, you would only see them looking up. You wouldn't see them as you go up there. You'd only see them looking up as they hit like whatever medium to you as you're so far down. As the distance gets farther away from your eyes, then you would see a reflectant off whatever medium, which would be the air. Right? So when there is no air, there is no reflecting, and there are no stars. So once you get up to a certain altitude, there's no air to reflect the star back down to your eyeball when you're on the ground.
So you'd have to zoom into them, is what you're saying.
I'm saying you can only see them from the ground looking up. Once you get to a certain altitude, there are no stars above your head. There are no stars. They're
So
reflections
would the
from the
stars
ground.
get projected on the dome?
They're getting projected into the air.
Where's the
into
source
the
from?
blackness of night, the blackness of space, the background, the blanket of darkness.
But doesn't a reflection need a source though? Like where would that source be?
It has air,
Air's the
nitrogen,
source?
helium, hydrogen. Yes, gases. Yes, you can. Tupac was projected onto gases on a stage. Yes, do you understand?
Yeah, but the air
Yes.
isn't consistent always though. So we would be
So
getting different
Tupac
stars,
didn't
right?
dance around
You
in
get
it.
twinkles, bro.
No, I get that. I get Tupac, dancing around because of whatever. But you need a projector though. You do need a projector. Like you need a source.
What are you talking about? I just said they're a reflection.
Yeah, but
The
a reflection
projector, the
of what though?
projector is the sky and the ground. The sky would be the screen, right? The air would be the screen, and the ground, like diamonds, water, frequencies, anything that vibrates or sends a frequency or a reflection, it's going to do so.
Okay, so the ground is basically the source of the stars.
Yes.
Okay. That's an interesting
The
argument.
liquids, the ponds, the rivers, whichever one's big enough to produce whatever source that you could see due to the inverse square law.
What about over the ocean though? Because I mean, the water is always ever
What about it?
moving. The water is there's waves in that. And you have like, are you saying like the ground underneath that water is causing those stars?
Exactly. Now you get it.
That's kind of a strange position to hold.
I'm saying a pyramid focal point can start it. If you got a big antenna or an eight of it somewhere focused. If you have a reflective source on the ground that's reflecting enough, it's going to reflect the star, but it's going to focus it back the other way, inversely squared to a focal point. Now, do you understand?
I mean, I get your position. I just don't know if I like agree with it, obviously, because But I'm just trying to think like
it's going to be a pinpoint. Like if you take a magnifying glass and focus the sun's light behind the magnifying glass, it's a big old sun. But when you focus it through the glass, it's a little bitty dot.
Yeah.
Now do you understand? Those stars are like a little bitty dot compared to whatever else is focusing the energy.
Okay, so then why does
reflection?
So then why does the sky rotate then? It's not the ground that's rotating. Are you suggesting that? Because that would kind of
No, the ground's not moving at all.
Great
No, sir. It's following the sun. The sun is the source. It's following its source of itself. The light is the source of the reflected energy,
Okay.
hitting and beating off shit. And every once in a while, you wouldn't need the sun if you have enough energy built up yourself, like a fucking pyramid or an antenna or a radio antenna or a TV antenna or something big,
And if
Right,
okay, you first. You go. Actually.
Sorry, no, go ahead.
No, I'm kind of hogging this up. You can go.
They
No,
follow
it's
the
fine,
speed
'cause I
of the
was hogging
sun.
before.
They follow the
It's
sun.
refreshing to hear you.
Because I'm just trying to think about this. So okay, so are
15
you saying
degrees per hour, just like
Yep.
the sun.
That's fair. But okay, that's another thing though. We do see an offset though from the sun though, so you can't really claim it's 100% following the sun. There is an offset. So what's
In the
causing that
daytime,
offset?
you don't hold on. In the daytime, you don't see them because it's too bright where the sun's at. You only see them where it's not. That's the offset. Nighttime, daytime,
Okay,
and in
but
between.
no, I mean we'll see different constellations, and what we know
Yeah,
that
because in the daytime,
Come
your
on, you
buddy's
gotta let
got.
him talk, man. You gotta let him talk. You can't just interrupt every time he talks, bro. Please.
Oh, so yeah, I mean, I get what you're getting at, DMOC, but like we know like there's an offset because I mean, like during an eclipse, right? The sun is covered, whatever. We could see the stars. I guess. I mean, I've seen some. I've heard some claims that you can see the stars, whatever. I mean, that would be a great way to sort of like prove or disprove this, whatever. But we would see that the stars are probably different around the sun, though. So that would that would be a really weird, position
You
for you to
heard.
hold.
You heard something about something. That's real cool for you to hold that idea of something that you heard about
Fair
something.
enough. Fair enough.
But now listen to this. When the sun's moving and it's reflecting all stuff, why are the stars moving at the same rate as the sun if they're different things all to their own self? They're all different little planets doing their own thing, and this one's going this way, and this one's doing this, and this, and this, and this. Why do they follow the sun's rate?
Well, okay, so the sun might appear to move faster because it's closer, right? In nighttime, when you see the stars, and they appear to move across the sky, east to west, I think.
Yeah, east to west because of the Earth's rotation. And that's why they move. They're not moving. Well, I mean, they are in their rotation. But yeah, east west. They move because we're rotating, right?
Yeah, I know that.
No, the sun's moving above the sky, east to west, and the sun is doing that, not the Earth at all, and it's not rotating.
No, of course, yeah, that's your belief as a flat
Right?
Earth.
Yeah, that's my position.
Yeah,
and what you see
No,
is the daytime
that's not his
stars.
position. That's not his
Listen,
position. That's
yeah,
just
my
what
position is the
reality
ground does
transmits,
right.
you know?
Oh, okay, I got you. But listen to this
Yeah.
though. What Arma was talking about, it's not right because in the daytime you see no stars. In the nighttime or twilight, you can see the twinkles that you can see. During an eclipse, you can only see what you can see if it's dark enough or light enough for the point that you can. And if the sun is above my head, I'm not going to see any stars. No one is when it's daytime for them on the side or the area above where the sun. And when the sun gets away from us, that's when the other guys will be seeing stars.
Yeah.
That's when it's going to follow the rotation of the reflection of the sun 15 degrees, same time, same rate. So as soon as we don't see the sun, they're going to see the sun, and they're not going to see stars, and we are. It's so simple.
So wait, so I don't think I ever got the answer though. Hold on, I don't think I ever got the answer though. So what's the reason why the stars change throughout the year though? Like,
what do you mean change? Change what?
We get different constellations. I don't think I ever got the answer for that.
Because the sun moves. When the sun moves over the ground like a mobile, the sun, they follow it.
Fair.
The sun is the source. Yeah.
I guess it is sort of changing positions to some extent.
It's like shining a flashlight on the ground. Where the flashlight shines, it's going to follow the fucking flashlight that you move while the ground's not moving.
That is an interesting one. Well, okay, so I mean, here's my one thing though that I find kind of weird. So you're saying basically the source in a way is the ground, but the source's source is the sun though. Is that kind of what you're saying? Like the sun is kind of like hitting the surface.
The sun is the light source that can be reflected, right? That's really powerful. And as we know, any mirror shouldn't be messed with if it's a good mirror, right?
Okay.
And then from the mirror, it's going to focus the light smaller than itself most of the time. Shadow's bigger, the light's a little smaller when it focuses. It's wider, but like it appears focused, right? At that distance, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
And then you also have beds of water. You also have reflective surfaces.
So
or mountaintops or materials like different focus of frequency. So some other things could have a frequency. I believe the pyramids have 3 stars above them also.
All right. Well,
that also follow with the sun because the sun has to hit them too, and it's going to be the same kind of aspect as the frequency shooting up from them. Yeah.
I guess that. I mean, I can't really think of anything else to. All right, I'll give you that. I mean, I don't believe it obviously myself, but that's an interesting.
Can we make a star?
You've done it, Demox.
That's my question.
He conceded. You won. It's the war's won.
Okay, now my thing is, can we make a star? Can we go in our backyard and make a new star?
We'll put it in the record book. Put it in the record book. Arma gives his final piece.
Well, yeah, because I'm thinking about it, and it's like there's a lot of things you kind of can't really like. Because I was gonna say, okay, the source, like obviously in the nighttime, obviously there is no sun present, so the stars are still up there. But that's probably coming from the daylight side of the flat Earth, whatever. And I was gonna say, well, couldn't we see these like reflections on the ground or something, right? But I don't know. You can make you can make a ton of arguments. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I kind of give up on this.
No, because when a cop shoots his laser at you, you don't see where it's coming from. You just see that's hitting your chest, correct?
That's not
That's not true.
Yeah, that's true.
In any case,
y'all gangsters. Y'all gangsters. Y'all got chased by police daily, right? Y'all gangsters.
Man, I see him up in the tree pointing them red dots at people, and I don't see the red dot. I don't see the line. I see the dot. That's all I'm telling you.
Oh. Look, I'll give you that. Like I said, I don't obviously fall. I don't believe it, whatever. But it's an interesting, like idea. All right, I'll give you that.
Yes, you see the dot on your chest, but you also see the dot's origin source. You don't see the line. Yes.
Only until another source interrupts it or gives interference or resistance to that path, like smoke or something.
Yeah, but you still see where the dot originates
Right.
from.
Yeah. You can see any surface that's a flat, reflectant surface. Yes, sir.
Demlock, has anyone ever told you when you talk, there's kind of a whistle? It's like your mouth makes a whistle sound. It's like maybe mine does too sometimes. I don't know. Now it sounds like mine is.
I don't know. It might. It might have been my nose. It might be my mouth. I don't know. You never know.
I love that.
I'm talking about.
I'm always paranoid about that sort of thing.
Talking about like Herbert from like Family Guy, where he like whistles whenever he talks. You're not talking about like that, are you?
Oh right, yeah. That's funny. That's funny, yeah.
Do you guys know a character called Alan Partridge?
What was that?
Alan Partridge. No, it's fine. It there's a nose whistle. Yeah, don't worry about it. If you knew who it was, I'd finish the story. But yeah, I'll save you. Yeah.
But yeah, interesting.
I
Interesting
know.
with the sky.
I know.
Definitely not interesting. But yeah, cool.
Well, I guess I can go back to the other thing. So, DMOC, real fast. So, if we were to, if we were able to see stars above, let's say 80,000 feet, whatever, what does that mean for this idea of yours? Does it mean could it be tweaked, or does it have to be the way it is? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, is there any like alternatives? Like, because I don't know if I would be, because that 80,000 feet seems a bit, a bit limiting.
Yeah, I mean, I had a question too, Demog, if you want to respond to it as well. Which is,
and I've got.
Where are you getting? Like, where are you getting that? It is an idea. I know that on Globebusters they've talked about it, and Jeranism's talked about it over the years. Those guys, and I know Bob Nodell. The idea that if you go up in altitude, do the stars disappear essentially, or do you not be able to see stars as you go up in the altitude? And there's been some discussion about could it have something to do with the ether, the electrostatic fields, and some way in which those celestial objects are emanating through a medium, and by being at a particular distance and position from that medium is what allows them to be visible. So if you were to change that position, there's the idea that up at altitude the stars would disappear at a high enough altitude. So, but I'm just wondering, like, where are you getting that from? Like, I know you haven't been to that altitude yourself. So, is there like a particular footage? You mentioned Dwayne Cullum. Like, where are you getting that that's the case?
Ever since I started Flat Earth, I've been wanting to know where the star, like how that footage, like what's real up there, what's not, to however you can go, because all we ever saw was black, and then every time you get to a certain footage, no real person has any footage of anything higher than a certain footage, and they always go to like so many thousand feet, and that's it. So like, and I asked people, I'm like, do you remember seeing stars like in a plane and stuff like that? They're like, no, I don't really remember seeing too many, like, or whatever, like, above or like looking up, like, I don't know. So like, it just depends, man. Like, and all the scientists like Neil deGrasse and them, they're like, no, you can't film stars. And the other dudes are like, we didn't see any stars on the moon. We had to, and then even when they film it, you see 1972 black. No stars. So even when they're in space filming the Earth, there's no stars. So anytime I've ever seen anything that supposedly was real while they're in space, there are no stars. And I picked that footage or the altitude because nobody goes to that altitude.
What
I don't believe anybody's went to that altitude ever.
It's Orion's belt that lines up with the three pyramids of Gaza. Orion's belt. Those are the stars. And that's a fact. You just Google it.
Say that again.
Yeah. I was wondering if you covered.
It's Orion's belt that lines up with the three pyramids in Egypt.
Right, okay.
I think Scarlett was trying to get in as well. Go ahead, Scarlett.
Yeah, beg your pardon.
No, I was just going to ask. So I see your point there, but when you look in the sky and you see stars, what are those?
Reflections. Reflections of frequencies, either reflections of the sun hitting off reflectant surfaces going back because the sun's the strong enough thing, or if the frequency is strong enough and focused enough, you'll see it, and like a lake or whatever. It'll be like so big of a star, a dot of a star to you.
Ooh, I have
You
one
know.
more thing. What are planets or wandering stars? What do you think those are? Are those also
The
reflections?
same thing.
But they
That's what
wander.
they are. They're reflections.
So when you say
They're reflections
reflections
off
of the sun,
water and
though, when you say reflections of the sun at nighttime, that's when we usually see the stars. Where's the sun? How is that
the
reflected?
sun's up in the air reflecting off the ground, and even though you can't see the side of it, it's going at an angle, so it's hitting somewhere where, okay, you're in the dark, the sun's out of your view, but it's still so big it's hitting the ground and reflecting off that way at an angle because the sun's still a wide source of light, so it's hitting the ground right alongside of you and reflecting that way, but it's still out of your view. It still can do so. So the
Even in the
reflectant
dark,
property of it.
like even
Yes.
in the
Yes. Because the dark would just be no sun above us, but the stars would just be the little beams of light that are reflecting off the ground below the sun.
But off what? Like what?
Off the ground in the water.
Like to make the little
Any
pinpricks
water
of light.
surface, any surface that could reflect it, any surface. You can even make that's what I'm saying. Can we make a star? Can we go in our backyard and put an antenna, a frequency, a pyramid, a golden brick? Could we make a star? Could we
But
put a
why are they
reflective mirror?
why are they all like white lights, like pinpricks?
Yeah, you can
in
create
the
a
night
star
sky?
with you can create a star with sonoluminescence, which is like they call it star in a jar. Have you seen that demo? You can do it right in the
Oh
lab.
yeah, no, but I mean from your backyard, focused up into the sky, your own star.
Yeah, okay, but forget about doing that experiment.
and how much light
Where
do you
you look
need
up
to
at
make
the
one
night sky and
star?
see the stars.
You need the sun.
So for one star, how much light would you need?
I don't know. That's the question.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
So if you're saying the sun lights up all the stars across the sky as a reflection, like how much light would that take?
And
On
then
the
why is
sun.
the sky blue? If
And
the
it
sun
doesn't
is
have to be.
within the dome or the globe, not globe, but
Hey, why is a rainbow all set different colors? I don't know, man.
well,
That's not
exactly.
how reality
Well,
works.
you tell me. I mean, I know.
Well, I
I
didn't
know
make the
from a
rainbow. I
globe
just
Earth
see
point
it.
of view.
Hold on. I don't produce this stuff. I just see it, you guys.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, if I could tell you, things about a rainbow and things about why and how, sure. All I know is to me, in my mind, that could explain it.
Right. Exactly. And about 20 minutes ago, that is what I was saying. From the entirely opposite point of view. But that was what I
100%.
was saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I
Good.
just
Good.
don't see. Yeah, but I can't demonstrate a reflector like you're a
I
globe.
know, and
I can demonstrate a reflection.
I can't get in a spaceship and go up and take pictures. I have to trust.
No,
Well,
me
I don't
either.
have to trust. I choose to trust. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No
Good.
one's
Good.
ever been up that high. The reason I came up with 80,000 is because everybody said, oh, 50,000, 40,000, 20,000, 30,000, and all this other stuff. I said, no, let's draw the line at 80,000. If stuff's being done and it's physically happening for real, why set the bar so low? 80,000 should be the bar. 80,000 and
So
above.
you chose that number.
Yes, for
Yeah.
specific reasons that I'm not going to clarify 100%. But
Yeah.
80,000 feet is the amount that no one's been to and they won't go to, and you'll never be able to do it yourself.
Well, no. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. True. But good. I'm just glad. Like you said there. Yeah. I don't know how a rainbow works. I mean, I do from a globe Earth point of view, but yeah, and that's exactly what I was saying before. Yeah, I don't know, I can't prove it, and me, kind of playing devil's advocate. I'm like, well, you prove your stance, and what you have said to me there is you can't, and
Well,
neither of
mine's
us
an
can,
idea.
and that's a good,
Yeah, but I didn't.
that's a good thing, and that creates a discussion, not an argument, a discussion. So
Right,
no,
right. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't go to a school and tell your, and like be like, hey, put this curriculum in your guys' book because I think this. I would explain it to you, and if you like the idea and you got along with it, cool. If we went and demonstrated, cool. I wouldn't I'm not going to force it to be your idea. I'll just say it's my idea,
It's funny you say that because kind of how all public schools work nowadays, or have been.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Why push information you can't back? I mean, you
Right.
can't.
That's exactly what's in all the schools.
Right. So I go the latter. I'm like, hey, I'm going to say that I haven't seen any high altitude footage of anything. I'll include meteors. The ISS is supposed to go every 90 minutes. Satellites, rocks, debris, anything you can put on a list as big as you could make it. Nothing exists after 80,000 feet but the moon and the sun. That's my claim.
Yeah, and that is fair enough, and you have given a good argument, right? So I'm not coming from a horrible place, but devil's advocate, right? There is something, whether it's the ISS or whether there's people on it or not, I don't know. But I've watched it. I watched it 2 nights ago, I think. Where are we now? Wednesday.
Airplanes,
on
we
top,
see things in the air. I'm not disagreeing you can't see a UFO, a dot, some stuff in the air. I'm going to disagree where you claim it is or how high off the ground.
Okay, so my understanding is it's 250 miles off the surface of the Earth, and it travels at 17,000 miles an hour, I think. And yeah, you said yourself there that supposedly it orbits the Earth every 19 minutes.
90.
90 minutes, hour and a half.
So now you and I could be on top of a mountain and send a high altitude footage up to a certain height, and if we don't see that every 90 minutes, what do you?
Well, that's the thing. You aren't guaranteed to see it every 90 minutes because, okay, it orbits the Earth, but it's not going to have the exact same trajectory every time, number one.
What if you don't ever see it?
Number two, it depends on time of day. So, yeah, if it's daytime and the sun shines, you're not going to see, like you can't see the stars in the day. So, you're not going to see this dot of light, nighttime. Great. Yeah, you'll see it. If that makes
You'd
sense.
probably wait for an eclipse on the other side of the planet. So whenever a solar eclipse is happening on the supposed other side or down the block supposedly there's nothing to block your light now. So that's when you would send any observational stuff you would want to use to see for stars, because the moon and the sun would be on the other side of the planet, supposedly, if it's a globe, and the planet would block them and they would block each other and you wouldn't have any light to contend with.
For what? To see the stars, you mean? Or the
space station, stars, all of it. Space station doesn't stop because there's an eclipse, does it?
So the sun, so you need the sun to see the space station because it lights up because it's reflecting the sun. But the stars don't need that. The stars are light of their own. They're creating their own light. So it's nothing to do with our sun. In a globe Earth world. Does that make sense to you?
Well, listen, no, not at all. So if there's an eclipse on the other side of the planet and the sun is being blocked out, you're saying that you wouldn't be able to go up and see any stars at that point in time?
No, it's you're sort of asking a non-question, really. If there's an eclipse at the other side of the planet, it doesn't really. It's an eclipse because it's a localized that the moon is moving in front of the sun. It goes dark for a bit at that
Yeah,
certain
blocking
point
out
on
all
the
your
planet.
light.
It does not. Oh, okay, so you're asking if
the light is what allows you to see the stars when there's no light. Remember, when it's nighttime. So now it's
okay,
going to
so
be
in
super
an eclipse,
nighttime.
you should see stars. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So you're saying, yeah, in an
Yeah,
eclipse.
during an eclipse, when the sun's being blocked and it's on the other side of the planet and it's nighttime for you and it's the darkest it could ever possibly be for you because the sun's being blocked, that means you should see more glorious stars than ever before in your whole life's existence.
Okay, right, yeah, you haven't lost me, but yeah, I know it's.
Yeah,
But no,
so at
but again,
80,000.
I could sort of, I
Hey,
could get on board because it's an interesting question. If you're talking about in a solar eclipse, can you see stars? But no, if you're saying, oh, so there's a solar eclipse on the other side of the world, and it's nighttime on your side of the world, can you see more
Yes.
stars? That's a crazy question. It's just a crazy question. I mean, to me, no, I mean, fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Well, it depends. I don't know. Is the cloud cover? If there's cloud and rain, then yeah, I'm not seeing nothing.
No.
But yeah, okay.
The most
If it's
beautiful
a
night
clear
you could
night,
ever
if it's a
imagine.
clear night, I will see whatever stars I'll see, and the solar eclipse on the other side of the world will have no bearing on the amount of stars I will see.
So when the
this side
sun's
of the world that
blocked
I'm on.
out, you think when the sun's entirely blocked out that's not going to have a bearing on the amount of stars you could see when it's nighttime on the other side?
I do think that. I know that. Yeah.
So you think that wouldn't have any bearings when you're going away from the planet on how many stars you could see at 80,000 feet?
When I'm going away from the planet at 80,000 feet, don't understand the question.
Yeah, the stars will still be disappeared.
Have you guys ever seen the stars in the daytime?
No.
I've seen a planet in the daytime, and I've seen the moon in the daytime. I've seen
Not a
Venus.
star.
Not really daytime, but at certain times when the discoloration, yeah.
I have seen a star in the daytime. The sun.
I think I've seen a star in the daytime once or twice. Could have been a planet, but that's odd as well.
It's about Venus. So, but if you're a glober, so then this is my. I guess I would say my opinion. I think it's fact, but perhaps it's not. So yeah, Venus is. It's called. They call it the dawn star or something like that. So yeah, it's the first one you see it so often on the horizon, and you also see it at dusk. You know, so yeah, so you would while the sun is still up and and it's sort of daytime-ish. You would you go, oh, there's a star out, and it's usually Venus.
Like when they're like, "Oh, wish upon that star." When it's barely
and we
not
all
yet.
sing a song. That's what us Glovers do, and we we all sing a song together and go, yeah. When you wish upon a star, we know that Earth
But
is
it's
the
literally still daylight.
It is weird. Yeah, I must admit, like it's messed with my head before. Like when you see the moon looks like almost see through at that point. You know, when the sun is still out, like at that sort of late afternoon sort of.
Yeah, even during the eclipse.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. But I've looked twice before and gone, oh, it sort of looks like a cloud that's shaped like the moon. And yeah, no, I get it. I do. I get it. I get why it's questioned because it's mad. It is. It's mad. But I know to me, it is madder to think the way that you're thinking You know, the other way, the globe Earth way, to me, it does make sense. To me, it really does. It really does. But I understand the doubt. I know.
Well, I don't have any doubt. I'm just listening in, and I was thinking about, Democ was talking about it being nighttime and them being reflections, and then I was just thinking about I've seen them in the daytime too, so
I mean, it's for Democ to explain the reflection thing, but and he's unmuted. Yeah, go ahead.
What is it?
Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I was just saying, you were explaining how the stars were a reflection from the sun at night in the sky, because I was asking, how did you see them? And then I was wondering, but you could see them in the daytime too, when like the sun's still out.
Right. It just depends on how strong or how magnified they can be or how focused. You see what I'm saying? It's because some stars look like brighter or dimmer or bigger or smaller, right? But they all look like the same color, just like a light of just one color light, like white, like you guys said. Well, that would just be the reflected fucking energy of a focused energy. Maybe it would all be white. Maybe it's the same as the sun when the sun looks white too to us. I mean, I don't know. I mean, when you can have a rainbow spectrum of light, it's hard to say why the stars are the white color. But it could be easy to say they just match the sun. I don't know.
Well, when you watch them for long enough, then they're not white. You know, they twinkle.
Yeah, they twinkle rainbow colors. Yeah, and they have an oscillation and a vibration frequency. Like when you shine a light over a toilet, and you look up at the ceiling, you see a star.
I've never done that before.
I've never
shine a bright light from a distance. Yep, above the no, shine it down at the toilet, and then it'll the reflectant shimmer and the energy will hit the ceiling, and you'll see.
So
but what if you turn the light on or off? What's the difference?
Do what?
So if you turn the light on when you're doing that, or
if the light is on, if the light is on, the water will reflect onto the ceiling. If the light is off, there's no light to reflect the water to the ceiling. Now the water, if the water is moving, it will make a shimmering pattern. It'll make a crazy shimmering design. If the water is not moving, it won't make that design. It'll follow its own structure of pattern, like a mirror design. It'll try to mirror itself for what it can, but it'll still look pretty cool, like a weird little edge, real bright. But the one that moves will have more of a rainbow effect and less of a shape or a form.
And what would make that move outside, like in
moving liquid?
In the sky?
Moving lakes, moving water, moving mud puddles, the wind, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, D-Mark, I've got sort of a question. So my understanding of why the sky is blue is because, like the radio waves or the light waves of light is blue is the longest wavelength or something. So it's so the sunlight coming through the atmosphere creates a blue sky because I'm explaining it really badly because but anyway, yeah, that's
That's my understanding, and I could Google it now, and it'll explain it the right way. But effectively, what I'm saying is the supposed reason the sky is blue. What, as a flat earther, why is the sky blue?
I don't know. I don't know why the rainbow is set up in a certain color pattern, like from top to bottom, and it always matches. I mean, there's got to be something to that, right?
Yeah, all right. And so my understanding of the rainbow, and again, it's going to be like a half explanation. But
well, it's just going to be your interpretation of the action and reaction you see, or what you see going on, and how you think it's happening, compared to mine, compared to Arma's, compared to Geo's.
Okay, yeah, but that is where you're wrong, because it's not my understanding of what happened. It's what I've been taught, and what I believe. It's not what I've observed and gone, oh, that's what it is. And that's why I struggle to explain it, because unfortunately I'm not clever enough to retain the information and be scientific about it and go, oh, well, it's this. And
Well, what if? Just imagine for 1 second you were the only guy and you didn't have anybody else to go to. Then how would you, okay, for instance, in that instance, you're the only guy. How would you explain the sky being blue?
Yeah, that is a great question. That is a great question. And yeah, if I was like the first guy on Earth, yeah, I would. I, explaining why the sky's blue would be the least of my worries. But yeah, I would assume, as they did, that the Earth is flat, that the Earth is the center of the solar system. Yeah, I would assume that the sun and the moon, when are revolving around the Earth or what. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know without actually that happening, but yeah, of course, I would judge my environment by existing in that environment, and all of the evidence, I suppose, for my small environment would point to, okay, yeah, it's hilly, and there's hills and there's rivers, and and that's the sea. But yeah, I would have no frame of reference.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you were the last man on Earth and you were asked to explain something that you didn't know what it meant, you would just say, I really don't know what this means.
If I was the last man on Earth.
Yeah, like he was saying.
No, he was asking if I was the first man on Earth.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, how would I?
How would you explain
this
something you don't understand or know? You couldn't.
exactly,
Right.
exactly, and that's yeah. It was long-winded, but that's what I
Right.
said basically.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, without any frame of reference, I would
Even
probably
so,
assume that I was on a flat plane, and yeah, and the sun and the moon and whatever. I might not call it sun and moon. Oh yeah, I'm the first man. I could call it whatever I want. Yellow,
right?
Oh, that's not imaginative. But anyway,
So
yeah.
the thing is, even if you have information, say you got all the information right now, but you've never talked to a scientist, you never really talked to anybody about anything. You just like, okay, you're looking, you see stuff, you know things. You're not a total like you don't know anything, right? You know some stuff, right? So you know kind of what you know now, right? Minus anybody's advice. Now, how would you look at the sun or moon and what the color of the sky is?
Sorry to make you repeat yourself, but just yeah, just
you're educated, but you don't take any other story. Yeah, just your own interpretation with an educated mind of how the sky is blue.
Okay, but yeah, but I've never met a scientist or anything. Yeah, I'll tell you what, because it's what I thought as a kid, and to be honest, it's a bit embarrassing to admit this. but up until perhaps my early 20s, I thought the sky was blue because it reflected the ocean. And you're going to jump on that, D-Mark, because you're about the reflected stuff. But yeah, I thought the sky was blue because it reflected the ocean.
No, I didn't jump on anything.
I was expecting
Yeah, but
it.
does anybody here know why the sky really is blue?
Yeah, it's because of like light waves. Like so, light is a spectrum. So there's like red light moves faster, and so when the light from the sun comes through the atmosphere, the leftover light is blue in color. And like when you look at a mountain range, like far away in the distance, often it looks bluish. You can't see the green of the trees there because it's too far away. So you see the blue color. The blue light travels better than all of the light, and that's a shit explanation. I couldn't back it up, but if you Google it, that's pretty much what it'll say.
Think about this one. The yellow sun beating off the green grass and the water and everything else, and then just the combination. But like like how you're saying the waves of whatever, not really wave. It ain't got to be a wave. Just the spectrum of light. Like the rainbow has like a set pattern. It'll go like, for example, purple, green, red, blue, yellow, right? So maybe, yeah. Right. Yeah, just for example, I'm probably not correct. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah,
it goes in steps. So our what we see first is what we see of our whatever imaginary idea of whatever the spectrum would be. You know what I mean? It's just the bottom layer.
Well, with rainbows are wonderful because there's so many kind of metaphors with it. But I mean, basically, a rainbow is exactly that. It's the breakdown of the colours. And yeah, rainbow. It's you see it because of rain. So it's sunlight reflecting through water droplets, and it disperses the colours. Have you ever seen a prism? The little sort of glass pyramid things.
Yeah.
Prism. Yeah. It's showing out to it disperses the light and light acts like radio waves do. And have you heard of the Doppler effect? The Doppler
Well,
effect
the more
is
it's like the more it bounces off, the more it resists itself, the more colors it adds.
Yeah, so like with sound waves, so a car that's coming towards you, and then it goes past you.
So you can think of colors as a baby shadow.
No, I can't think of colours like that. I know colours. No, I know light. But it works like that in like sound waves and radio waves,
Color
and
is like a
they
shadow.
become different colours because of their length. A longer light is red, a short light is blue, and so forth.
How do you get a shadow?
Lack of light.
No, not lack of light. You have to have light for a shadow, or else you'd have pitch black.
Okay,
Dimmer
fair
light.
enough.
Dimmer light.
So blocking a shadow becomes
light.
Yeah, blocking light.
Light blocking itself.
Okay.
Light outshining itself. So a greater source of light, once something blocks it, the other source is magnified around the object, right? Because from outward, light goes outward, it widens from the source out. So whenever it hits the object, it widens around it, right?
Right. Okay.
Making the shadow bigger, magnifying it. So the shadow is light.
That's yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I
you
do
cannot.
disagree, and I don't think that's right. But I do love that.
Yeah, you cannot have a shadow without light.
Without light, yeah. So the shadow is light.
Yes, and you can get an eclipse without a globe.
You leave my eclipses and globes alone.
Yeah, the lunar eclipse. You don't need an Earth in the middle. The light sources,
do you have
contend with
do
each
you
other.
have a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, you can produce a lunar eclipse.
No, I mean,
without three objects,
on a
just
flat
two.
Earth.
Yeah,
On
over
a
a flat
Earth.
plane, yes. And you can produce a solar eclipse over a flat plane.
I've never quite I will be honest. I've never quite understood the solar eclipse.
So, like,
So
when you're doing like
Earth.
the puppet shadows on the wall, how would you explain that in that aspect? Or
Like a paper plate. If you have a paper plate, it's going to appear white to you. But then if you have a really, really bright light and you're standing back and look again, it's going to appear black. The paper plate will be black. Even though the paper plate surface was white.
No. The shadow of the paper plate will be black.
Listen.
The paper plate will always be white.
No, it's going to appear black to you. I know it's always going to be white, 100%, but it's going to be outshined by the other source of light.
Yeah, but
I know it's always going to be a white paper plate. I'm not saying a paper plate changes colors. I'm saying once you put it in front of a light source that's so bright, that paper plate is going to look black to you. It's going to appear black. It's going to shadow itself from the other source of light.
Yeah.
From the reflecting source of light upon it. That's why you get the inverse shadows from an eclipse. You can reproduce them in a lab. You can reproduce the little circles of light everywhere. Instead of a tree, you get little circles of light.
Well,
Instead of your bottle mimicking the bottle, you can get the little circles of light. The only one way you can do that is two sources, one dim source and one bright source of light.
Yeah. And that is what an eclipse is. So just say, we can do that in a lab. Yeah, of course you can.
Yes.
I could do it now. I could turn the light on my iPhone and make a shadow.
It proves flat Earth.
Well, but it also proves globe Earth.
No, it doesn't, because your eclipse has to be 93 million miles apart. Globe or flat Earth is close and local. Your light sources can't be close.
Well, no,
you can't demonstrate that.
Me, if the moon on a flat Earth model, right?
What would 93 million miles be?
In front of the sun, the whole of the flat Earth goes dark.
No.
In a globe Earth,
flat Earth never ends. The sun. Listen, hold on. I'm a flat earther. I'll tell you. Like if your bed was the flat Earth, the sun would be so small you couldn't even find it, but it would be there and doing its thing. That's how big the sun is to the Earth, if you want to know. The sun is little bitty nothing, like a dot, like a grain of sand over your bed, shining.
Right.
Your bed is the Earth. That's a flat. The Earth never ends.
And how would the moon block its light?
Because they're the same size and they're both close and local. Why wouldn't it block it?
But
if I take one paper plate,
how does it not make the whole bed?
Hold on a second. If I got a 1 foot paper plate and a 1 foot paper plate, I have no problem blocking each other perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
that's flat Earth. They're the same size.
Yeah, but okay, using the grain of sand.
Well, somebody gave you a weird understanding. Hold on. Somebody's been giving you weird information about flat Earth. Let me set you straight.
No, I was using your information, but go ahead.
So they're both close and local, and they're both the same size.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so my question
now, my thing is, go ahead.
Yeah. So like you said, so the sun is like a grain of sand over my bed, and I can imagine, it's like circulating or whatever.
If the Earth is your bed, yes,
I will get that, and then the moon presumably is smaller than the grain of sand.
No, same exact thing, same grain of sand.
Okay, right. So same size. So eventually, in the rotation over that flat Earth. It's my bed. The 2 grains of sand, one the sun, one the moon. The moon will move over the sun, creating an eclipse, right? How does not the whole bed go dark? If the grain of sand that is the moon moves over the grain of sand that is the sun on a flat table, on my bed or a flat surface, it would block all of the light out for the whole.
No,
for the whole bed.
no, that grain is no, not at all. The bed was just an example. Flat Earth doesn't end at all. There is no end. My flat Earth, there is no way. You can never find the edge. It doesn't exist.
Right.
See, and the sun is puny. It can only light up so many thousands of miles or so many miles in every direction underneath it, like a flashlight. That's all it can do. The rest, it's lighting up the air and above itself. There's only one portion that it can shine on. So if this grain of sand was a light source, it can only shine so much. It would show you like a spotlight, like you're on stage and you're in a spotlight. Wherever the sun goes, the spotlight follows. The reflection outward would be bigger than the sun source downward.
But that so okay. So for the grains of excuse me, and I'm not trying to purposefully be challenged. It's genuine questions.
No, 100%. I'm giving you a scale model. So it'd be 2 little spheres, 2 little bitty, and like say you got America, Russia, and everything on this. For so far as what you know, the sun's only going to shine over so much at a time. We know this because we have nighttime and daytime. So yeah.
Just the moon, because like in my head and what I've been taught is the moon is lit up by the sun. It reflects the sun. So in a flat Earth model, and there's the grain of sand.
They're both in the sky.
The moon emits light.
It emits a reflection off of its own surface. It emits a reflection off the ocean. So anything the sun hits that has a reflective property, we know it's going to reflect, correct? So when the sun hits, the water, the earth, anything like that, it's going to reflect back away from the source. It's going to reflect up into the air, right?
Right. Well, yeah, okay. Are you still there?
Yeah. So the moon, it's a dimmer source, so it can be shined upon and charged up like a glow-in-the-dark ball. Used to have one as a kid. It would be dark. I'd go hold it by the light. The longer I'd hold it by the light, the longer it would stay bright and glow in the room that was pitch black. You get it?
Yeah, I had those.
Yeah. So it can be charged, and it can also have its own source, and it can also be reflected. It can do all 3.
Right. But so is there somebody there doing that, or is it nature, or is there something?
Yeah, 100%. It's just the way we perceive through our medium of air, and the mediums that are flatly layered and stacked upon each other physically. The physics of.
I think it's my Yeah, sorry, I missed a bit. I think it's my signal. You keep cutting out. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Cool.
So it's reflecting. So it has its own little source of light being reflected. The sun shining on it. The sun is closer. The sunlight can hit it. We're not going to see where the sun's coming from to hit it, right? We're going to see where the sun hits, which would be the surface of the moon. It's going to just hit it. So therefore, it's going to be bright. Even when the sun's out of our sight, the light from the sun is still going to be able to hit the moon, right? It's still got power like that. It's still, enough. Not enough to light us up, but enough to still hit the moon where it is on the same surface and the same altitude as itself, right? Same size.
But if the moon is all the way over, on the other side of like the bed or the table, the flat Earth, grains of sand, and the sunlight is localized, how can the moon reflect the sunlight
because
all the way over
it's
there?
not interfered with air. It's the moon and the sun ride right above the air. They don't have any resistance for the light shining to each other.
So light moves differently in a vacuum. Oh, light does move differently.
Yes, baby boy. So where there's no atmosphere, or where the sun and moon reside above that temperature, right? That negative temperature, that negativeness, or whatever the hell you guys call a vacuum, which I don't believe in, but we'll just say vacuum of space or whatever that is. So they reside above the air, right above it, right? Not millions of miles away, above our atmosphere, above our air. The superconduction, that's what they ride upon.
Okay, cool.
And since they don't have to fight for light through the medium, they don't have the resistance of the direct medium itself. Only to our eyeballs it has that resistance. Okay, down to us. That's why to us it's nighttime. But then up there, you can still see reflecting stuff. You understand now?
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm sold on it, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right, so they're both the same size. They're both slightly close to each other. The closer they get, the more illuminated one will be, or look, or act, or whatever. So now, the closer the moon gets to the sun, it'll start to turn invisible. Like it doesn't exist because it's being outshined. But when it's actually touching it, or in front of it, sliding over it like a manhole cover, physically, it's going to physically turn black, because now the surface isn't being reflected or hit by the sun, because the sun's behind it now. It's no longer in front of it. That's why you don't see, and that's why it's black, because the sun is so damn bright. The word outshine is a real thing. The moon is being outshined by the sun. Therefore, you get the two shadow effect.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
It can only be demonstrated close and local to each other with two sources that are the same size. Perfectly like that. You know that, right? You can't, there's no, like, think about this real quick. I'm gonna shut up. Think about how far you'd have to have 93 million miles for you to demonstrate your claim of a big old sun and a little bitty moon.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I couldn't.
Yeah, how would you exactly? Now, when I can produce it and it works fine, then how would yours even come into play? Yours can't do the same as mine.
Yeah, but it's convenient, isn't it, for you and your story? The thing with my story
that it works.
No,
it's not convenient.
No, but mine works as well. And
no,
the thing is,
you can't demonstrate it.
No, but no, I can't physically.
So how does yours work? That's what I'm saying. Mine's the only one that works. That's the whole point.
What I can do is I can
speculate,
sort of show evidence or some, evidence of some degree of.
That's what I have.
That and okay, right. So my question is it that you doubt authority? Is that what it's
I
about?
doubt non-evidence. You don't have nothing to show me. You can't show me 93 million miles.
No, but right, okay. I can't personally. I can't.
But you can show a close and local eclipse.
NASA has. Russia has. There are pictures. There are pictures of the moon, of the sun, of the Earth.
A picture is 93 million miles.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
Well, what?
When I look at a picture, it doesn't show me the size or distance or how far away things are. What do you mean?
Well, oh god. But
a picture is not a ruler.
No. Hold on.
Really simply put,
this is the thing, isn't it? But whatever I say, and like I've said a million times, I don't know. I don't. I do know what I believe, and I am open-minded to, and you make good points, etc. Blah. But
Well, on Earth,
whatever you say, prove it. Okay.
yes.
And every time that I or somebody else will say, okay, yeah, so it's 93 million miles away, and here's a picture. Okay, so well, who took that picture? Right, Hubble Space Telescope. But how do we know how wide it is? And you can have somebody go, oh well, we know how wide it is because we look at that on one side of it and that on the other side of it, and we can calculate by and do all this maths and craziness, right? Which I can't do. Admittedly, I
No
can't
one
do that.
can.
Okay,
How would you go about getting
they
a patent?
can
How would you get a
give
patent
you
for
all
that?
that, and you will still come back with, well, what were you just going to say?
I could say I can demonstrate everything that I'm talking about. How would you be able to
Exactly.
get a patent for claims
Right.
that you can't back?
Okay. So how can you demonstrate that 80,000 feet up in the air you can't see the stars anymore? And how can
Because
you
you can't produce
demonstrate
footage of it.
that the
You
sun
can't
is
do it.
here while the moon is there, and the sunlight doesn't reach the moon from one side of the earth to the other?
I didn't say anything about what sunlight can do or can't do.
No,
I
you
said
did.
you don't see.
You said that sunlight is localized like a torch.
Yeah, the sun is local.
Yeah, and so is the
Yeah.
moon.
I don't know how far away.
Prove to me.
I don't.
So get a
Yeah,
ladder.
but I
If it's
don't know
not
the
that far
distance.
away, get a ladder and show me the sun. Show me the light bulbs in there. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like that. I'm
No,
being
you're
a
not
dick
making any
there.
sense.
I am being a dick, but
No, it doesn't make
it
any
is.
sense. I'm
But it
saying I
is the
can
same
demonstrate my
question.
claims, and you can't.
No, but you can't.
Oh, I certainly can.
No, you can't.
I can tell you that you cannot, on Earth, look at anything that I bring up that you haven't looked at before. You sit down somewhere, I bring it in your view, and I say, okay, tell me the weight of this. Tell me the density, tell me the height, and then tell me how far away I am from you. And I'll wait. You can get any guy you want that you think can do it. Okay? Any professor. Are you ready for the challenge, the Demok challenge? To do it on Earth. Because if you can do it from millions of miles, clearly you can do it down the block, right, guys?
Yeah. Okay. So what's the
Yeah.
challenge?
Yeah, it's a challenge. For
No,
you to
what's the
say,
challenge? I didn't understand.
the challenge is I'm going to pop up in an object. You're going to look out a window. You say, I'm in the city of this. And I say, okay. Are you up high in the air? You say yes. You say, I'm in the vicinity of this area looking north towards this object. Say, okay, rightio. I'll go pop up somewhere in your view with an object that's colored a certain way, whatever. I'll say, do you see the big letter A that's blue? You'll say, yes. I'll say, now get to work. Tell me how far away I am. Tell me how dense I am. Tell me how tall I am. And tell me, huh?
Okay. Yeah. I'm up for that.
Yeah, because if we can do it to the
And
moon.
I want to be careful. I want to be careful with what I say because I was taught of science before, and it was teasy of me. But what you're saying is kind of like the question I asked an hour or so ago about, right, fire a flare in the city you're in or the town you're in right now, and on a flat Earth, I should see that flare.
No, you shouldn't. I'm a flat earther, and I'm telling you that's wrong. So where did you get your information? Show me how your flat earth looks.
Yeah, no.
What's your flat earth look like? I've never seen
it. Yeah, no, you are right. It's a baited question, and yeah, I do apologize.
Well, mine's not.
But you are giving me a baited question.
No, I'm not.
No, you are.
No, I'm not. Mine is a thing where, listen, you're claiming that people somewhere can tell you how much a star weighs, how much a planet weighs, how far away it is, and be correct with their assumption in size, density, weight, distance away, right, with a calculation, right? So on Earth, you should be able to demonstrate this, right? So you don't have to do it. I said you can get whatever guy you claim, right? So if you got a star guy, hold on, please. You got a star specialist that can do all this stuff, right? So I'll just pop up and I'll be a letter B that's pink. And I'll be like, do you see the pink letter B? You say, yes, I do, Democ. Well, that's me. Now, we know how far away I am from you, and we can prove this by actually measuring it. We can know my weight, we can know my size, we can know the density, and we can know my height. We can know my width, right? Now, can you know it by looky-loo? By matching the claims you make, by claims anybody makes about stars and all this shit that you can't touch, by looking out your window and you see me, can you fully match that claim and know how much I weigh, how far away I am exactly to the inch, right? Weight to the pound, height to the inch. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but
it's
do
never
you
been
see
done.
But do you see what I'm saying?
No,
that,
because this has never been done. So you have nothing to stand on. You have no leg.
But it has been done.
I'm waiting.
Whether you believe in the results or the motive of those scientists who did these tests and so forth, right? That's a different matter. Okay, if you don't believe them because there's some conspiracy or some reason that we're being lied to, but that I can get on board with. But right. So yeah, I don't understand. So yeah, okay. If I could look out a window, see you, well, not guess, but yeah, use maths to figure out the weight and size of you and the height, and are you that far away? Yeah, I could. Of course, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I can barely bloody do my times table. No, of course I couldn't. However, a scientist could, right? And one scientist might look at you through that window and go, "Oh, okay, so it's about that far away by the thing, and so he must be this tall, and that, there's a bush next to him, and that's a rose bush, and they grow about 2 foot wide, and he's he must be 3 foot wide. I'm being rude now, but yeah, he must be 3 foot, and figure out, and I might go, okay, well, whatever you just did, but another scientist comes along and says the exact same thing. And another scientist comes along and says the exact same thing. And this is where I struggle to deny the globe Earth, is because a lot of scientists from a lot of different countries have all done the same tests, the same experiments, the same explorations and so forth, and have come up with the same answers. So that's why it makes sense to me. And no, I can't explain it. If you ask me to, well, what degree does it? 15 degrees every hour, or every 15 minutes, or whatever. I don't know. I can never remember. But I trust in the thousands of people who know better than I do, and who have tested, and come up with the same results time and again. And my challenge to flat earthers is that the experiments they do, they are great experiments, and I encourage it. Yeah, we should all experiment.
What are they testing?
But when they come up with a result that doesn't suit them, they don't go, okay, that's not what we expected, but okay, let's do it again and see, and follow that route. That they want the result to say what they're thinking, and that is not a scientific way to go. The scientific way to go is to be surprised and go, "Oh fuck, oh shit, actually we were wrong." That and actually that's more fascinating than what we thought in the first place.
Yeah, we have physics to back everything we can do. Everything you can't do is wrong that you can't do. That's not physically possible. So when you don't have a globe and you can't produce gravity in globe, you can't produce gravity in globes and all this other stuff like planets and universes and stuff. Like you can't produce none of it. So yeah, that's what we can't do.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So the faster you guys get out of Narnia and we step into the
Okay.
real realm of physics is when we can actually be the
Are you
Jetsons.
telling me to come out of the closet?
Narnia, yes. Come into the real world, real physics. It's not to be, I'm not being mean. I'm just saying, like, if
Oh,
the
mate,
whole
no,
world,
yeah.
if science would come out of Narnia, we could actually do real physics and actually get somewhere.
But physics is science. So if you want to do real physics, science is already out of the closet.
How do we do globe physics? That's what I want to do. I want to do globe physics in my house. Funny, right? Yeah, that was funny because they don't exist.
No, I'm not laughing in a horrible
Isn't
way.
it funny globe physics don't exist on a globe?
No, of course
you don't
it
find
does.
that a conundrum.
Great word again. Yeah, no. Oh, shut up. Yeah, love it. Do you want to hear? Oh, okay. I'll tell you a personal thing that I've never told anybody, and I'm embarrassed to admit it even to myself. Right? But how old was I? Was about 20, and my brother was living in Australia, and I've always been afraid of flying, hate flying, nervous flyer, always. But the opportunity came to go and visit my brother in Australia. And okay, I'm a nervous flyer, so that was part of it. But I genuinely had a bit of a freak out that if I'm in Australia, I'll be upside down and the geography of it freaked me out. Okay, yeah, and as I speak about it, I know it sounds stupid, but yeah, it was a real thing in my head, and I know that's right. Shut up.
Yeah, they're strange. Every time I used to fly, and I've flown hundreds and hundreds of times, for some reason I always pictured myself going over top of an azimuth or equidistance map. I never imagined myself flying around a globe, and this is way before I became a flat earther. Otherwise, I probably would have had a fear of flying upside down in Australia.
I'd just like, if possible, to respond to some of the comments. I didn't realise the comments were going on as I was talking with D-Mark. I can imagine I was to be like being yeah. You know, I've come from a place of absolute respect, right? I don't judge you guys for how you think, and yeah, I have been telling you that, yeah, but you know, I don't come from hate. It's about learning and you know enjoying each other's discussions and opinions, and you know, I grow through that. I hope you do too. Yeah, my opinion might not change, and neither might yours. But we don't have to like, oh, they think that and he thinks that, so we can never talk to each other again. No, on the contrary, I absolutely think opposites attract, to use a cliche. And like somebody circled my like my profile thing, Earth is a globe, and Christian bit, and then somebody said, oh, so how does a Christian think that the Earth is a globe? You know, my Christianity, right, my faith, and my journey with God is entirely my journey, and actually part of that journey is questioning faith. Faith is questionable. I question it, and that is why I wouldn't be here, right? If I was so sure and so cocky that yeah, Earth is a globe, and I'm a Christian, I know it. If my mind was made up about everything, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't need to discuss anything with anybody. The whole idea is to discuss everything and question yourself, and actually and look in the mirror, you know, before you go to bed and go, actually, I wonder if what they said could make sense. I'm like, yeah, maybe I was a dick earlier. You know, maybe I shouldn't have said that. You know, yeah, maybe it's not how I view it to be, and so forth and so on, right? So go ahead and say I give them makeup and shut up and whatever, and fair enough, I will, because I have gone on.
No, you're fine, man. You can have
You
my
know,
beer. I didn't want it
don't
anyway.
question me. I'm here with respect for you
Hey, real
guys,
quick.
100%. So have a little bit of respect for me, and don't question my faith, because that's for me to question. And God knows, do I question it? I do question it very much, but that's for me to question, not for you.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to just get Chronic's attention. I messaged you in the chat, dude. Respond to me, bro.
Yeah, I'm getting them right now for you, buddy.
Yeah, okay, dude. Better late than never. I mean, if you got time, by the way, that guy who was talking, if he wants to still talk, go ahead. Yeah, Crank. If you wanted to discuss what you've seen in those papers about this black holes, dark energy thing, I'd be interested to get your take.
Yeah, just DM them to you. Let me know if you have access to them or.
I certainly won't, but I will check and see if Miracle.
I think both of them are open access, so they're
Okay.
free to read.
Yeah, Witset's been real interested in trying to find a way to access, the behind the paywall papers.
The second link I sent you was published first.
Yeah, because I want to read them in chronological order.
Yeah, the second link came out first, and then the second link I sent you, that paper came out first, and then let me just edit my shit.
Well, I mean, just real quick, like, what's the buzz? Like, is there a lot of buzz around these things, these papers?
There was, yeah. I think it's.
But you're just waiting on follow-ups.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of there's a lot of additional kind of work and observations that are needed they don't come right away. You got to give it time, you know.
Right. Yeah. You gotta wait for the other observations. Sure. Yeah, I got to see what the whole thing's about. Anyways, I've only heard it like this. I just heard there's correlation, so I don't even know what the correlation is.
Yeah, it's a lot of. I think it's a lot of new models that have been developed that people are running on, like, I don't know, a lot of simulated data or something, and they're seeing that there might be some connection.
What's that all about? What's the whole? Is that like around black holes? Like, there's a new modeling pertaining to black holes. That's what's up.
Yeah, I mean, the general idea is that they're they're like the seeds for dark matter, like they like generate. They're a source of dark energy. Dark energy. But I don't know. It's still quite theoretical. Like, it's still very heavily based on models that they develop and run simulations. Like, there's a little bit of kind of evidence, observational evidence, but it can be interpreted in a bunch of different ways. It's not like definitive or anything yet. So.
Well, that's what's weird is the first one, the first paper. It seems like it talks about black holes and dark matter, and the second paper seems to be talking about black holes and dark energy. So I wonder what's up with that.
I don't know. Maybe they're coupled in some way.
Yeah. Yeah, you never seem interested in astrophysics, so it's kind of crazy that that's what you do. Every time I try to get you to talk about something, it's like yeah, it's just a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, I read this
Nobody
stuff.
cares.
I read in this stuff all day during business hours, so it's in
I get you.
It's kind of chill time, but
Yeah, I feel that makes sense.
I understand why you want to ask about it and stuff, but
oh yeah, of course, yeah, because it's like when you come in.
Specification though, I don't do cosmology. All this stuff is cosmology. It's interesting, definitely, but like, I'm not an expert in the subfield at all.
Whoa. What's that distinction that you're making? Cosmology, astrophysics. What's the difference?
There's
Sorry, dude.
800 different like subfields within astronomy. If you ask me, some people don't think so, but
Let me ask a question then. Cosmology then is like the big picture shit then, like a big picture explanation for.
Yeah.
Okay. And then astrophysics is observations in specific areas.
I mean, it's kind of subjective, but like I don't know. I call it it's all astrophysics. But then when you say cosmology, in my opinion, it's large scale, just like at the size of the universe type of stuff. Like, huge. Yeah.
Kind of like big picture modeling, like a model for the entire universe,
Exactly.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Which is its whole, like, you can dedicate your entire career to just that one specific, like, niche, you know?
Yeah, kind of like theoretical physics, at least in the realms of like, you know, general relativity or Mond or something like that. Like those are like, you know, just big picture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think
You're
it's gonna
saying
take
that
a lot more time before there's sort of much harder kind of evidence for stuff like this. These are kind of
we were
the first few papers coming out.
We were talking about black hole stars the other day, and a lot of dudes were getting worked up. Because I brought it up, I think, but I'm a fan of black hole stars. But I had a question. So, you know how those galaxies that they found that were actually older than they were predicted to be, right? Like they developed faster than the older models had said. Those 6 galaxies they found. Okay, so I was just curious.
The oldest one they found actually was revised in a paper that just came out yesterday.
Okay, so is it because it was like almost less than 1 billion years old, but it's probably somewhere around a little bit more than 1 billion years or something like that.
There's actually a pretty big difference, but
Okay.
But it was like the highest redshift ever one. It was
Oh, no shit.
Like it beat out that Z13 whatever from a
Right,
couple
yeah.
years ago. It was like the first paper claimed it was Z of 16.
Right, which is bigger than the older than the universe, right?
I mean, that's an observational effect, but not actual.
Yeah, right. I'm saying if it were cosmological redshift, that would make it older than the universe almost. I mean, absolutely.
But they got follow-up observations of it, and with spectroscopy actually, and it was revised down to like a Z of 6 or something, so much smaller.
Oh, holy shit!
Yeah.
And that was the one that was the furthest out. Wow.
Yeah, that was like the 16 Z of redshift 16 one. A lot of people were skeptical though, based on just the imaging of it. You need spectroscopy to actually confirm it. So that's what happened. That's what was published yesterday, the day before.
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely. I don't know what I'm talking about because I would think that the redshift was like you have to do spectroscopy to get the redshift.
No, you can do photo, like you can. There's two different observational types to kind of get a redshift. Is sort of a photometric measurement, which is all based on imaging, basically just imaging and different wave, different filters, wavelengths, and then that gives you a loose idea, but you're pretty much on the right track where to actually get anything more definitive or a confirmation of something, you need to get it with spectroscopy. So that's where they do a follow-up.
What about with the other ones though? They like still confirmed that whatever they were found at, whatever distance they were found at.
Yeah, they changed a little bit, but they were still a 10 or greater. So one was like 13. There's still a legitimate 13 redshift 13 that's out there that's been confirmed by both methods. So, but yeah, they were between like 10, 11, and then that I think the record holder is still 13 point something.
What's the plus or minus on like the 13 one? Because 13 would put it right around like about somewhere around 1 billion years, like less than 1 billion years to 1 billion years after the Big Bang or whatever.
I'd have to refer to the paper.
Yeah. Sorry, man, I'm not gonna bombard you with questions. But I will say this, my thing.
Cool. It's fine. It's fine.
No, yeah. So the black hole stars, I asked you about that, and then you said, "Oh, you idiot! We've never seen those." I was like, "Okay."
Okay.
I don't know. You just made me feel I asked yesterday, have you ever seen those? And you're like, no. Dude, no.
Well, I mean, the term itself is a little bit of oxymoron, in my opinion.
Why?
Because an astrophysical object, those are two completely separate categories of object. So putting the two words together is it's kind of like saying like like a sour peach or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Camel spider.
Sure, yeah, camel spider, yeah.
Okay, but what about
Because a black hole is a remnant, is not in the family of any sort of stellar object. That makes sense?
It's like it's a corpse. One of those
Basically,
corpses.
yeah.
Yeah. So what about the quasi-star? Because I heard that's another name for the black hole stars, quasi-star. Is that right, or maybe?
Yeah,
and also
a theoretical object, right? Sure.
Well, yeah, as far as I know, but yeah, they're like the largest stars supposed to be in existence, and there's like a black hole for the core. Is that?
Yeah, it's theorized, but I don't think there's any observational evidence for it.
Yeah, but I mean, I trust you guys, dude. If you guys theorize something, then I'm gonna think there's something to it. So, but yeah. So, like, kind of the way I was thinking about it was, if those things are real, could it be the case that those things turn into what became galaxies with like the supermassive black holes at the center? Right, because they're like stars with like the black holes at the center.
Maybe. That's
Do you have?
Hold on.
Do you have a guy that you work with? Do you have a guy you work with who maybe does like the theoretical astronomy, dude? Because you don't do any theoretical astronomy.
No, not at all. Yeah. There's tons of people around that do, but if you're interested in stuff, why don't you just why don't you go to like Google Scholar, put some of these terms in, and you can find some recent papers,
I've done that, dude, but I'd have to send them to you to get access to them.
Oh, really?
You remember we were searching through Hubble, and you were showing me how to like find specific things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to search it in there, right? Because you're sure no one's ever saw one before.
A quasi-star, a supermassive star that has a black hole at the core. I'm pretty sure no one's seen one before.
That's good. Okay, I guess
Could
it'd
be
big
wrong,
news.
but yeah. I'm trying to find the error bar on this redshift measurement.
Well, you know, SE, he comes in like every day. It's like it's a big deal. He thinks that our whole cosmology is destroyed because of that observation, like of those 6 galaxies.
Yeah.
He calls it the baby galaxy paradox.
Oh, that's a cool term that he coined.
Well, I'll have to inform him that one of them has been revised.
Yeah. So it's between 12 and 13 photometric redshift. Spectroscopic redshift is in the same range.
Well, then that's not even.
So
that seems.
Yeah, you can call it 12.5 plus or minus 0.5. Sure.
And what is this? The next biggest one?
Hold on. I'm still reading. Glass
okay.
Z13 has a redshift in the range of Z equals 13.5 to 15. So that's the range basically.
Oh, okay. But I mean, obviously, like with that kind of error margin, it's like I don't know why you guys don't throw that out, like the upper part. You know what I mean? Like if it's above 13.8, then
you can also just consider. Well, I mean, it depends on how you want to characterize what the. So, if it has a range between 13.5 and 15, then you can say, for example, I mean, you can just report like that's what they're reporting, what they're
right.
Get.
Or you can infer,
you can say like this galaxy has there's an upper limit on the redshift of 15. So the redshift is definitely not larger than 15, but it can be below 15.
Right.
If you're
I mean, it certainly
one
is though, right?
sigma below, 1 sigma below 15 would be 14.25. 2 sigma below 15 would be 13.1 or whatever. So just how what your error bars are.
So, what are your observations these days? Then, if you don't care about any of this shit. What are your observations?
I look at individual stars, like we call them resolved star, like stellar populations. So just like individual stars and how they move and shit.
Okay. Local ones or what?
What do you consider local?
Down the street, dude. Like in our local, in our galaxy.
Yeah. In our galaxy, definitely. Yeah. For sure.
Because supposedly all the stars you can see with your visible, like in the visible sky, like your naked eye, is like only like 1,000 light years, for the most part. Like actual stars, other than the Milky Way and Andromeda and shit like that.
Yeah, is that true?
I don't know. I figured you would correct me. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool. I got to figure out a lecture to give. I got to give like a sample like teaching thing. And I can pick the topic, so I got to figure out, and it's definitely not going to be flat Earth, obviously. But I gotta.
But what do you mean? Like you can pick any topic and?
Yeah, let me see what this.
What's up with that point spread thing? You're supposed to do something that night. You never came back in here.
I did come back in here. You ghosted.
Okay, my bad.
It's for like job interviews for teaching.
Oh, so it's just like a present. It's like you're displaying like a teaching thing. So it's not like for real teaching.
Yeah, it's called like a teaching sample or something.
Yeah. You should use the. Remember how?
What the fuck is in your background?
Some stupid thing. Anyways, you remember how back in the day you were using that OpenAI, like when I first got it like a year ago, and you were trying to make that lesson plan.
Yeah.
Well, GPT-4, because that just came out like a week ago. You can actually, dude, you can get to do incredible shit, dude. So you should redo that. Use it for that. Do you have to make the whole lesson plan or? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is it for curriculum or you have to do like a whole class or? Like, I don't understand what your thing is.
Yeah, it's a 1-hour lecture, but they didn't give me any like topics or suggestions. So I think I come up with it on my.
Do it on quasi stars.
I have some ideas. No, it's I think it needs to be like 100 like gen ed level like students like like 100 level. So nothing crazy.
Like intro to astronomy.
Yeah. So I have some ideas I wrote here, and it's got to be 1 hour. I could do exoplanets and fact and fiction. I could do Kepler's laws.
Kepler's laws are cool.
Yeah, I don't want to get too deep into like equations though for intro level students.
One of the things that's cool with Kepler's laws is like deriving the universal law of gravitation from Kepler's law and the centripetal force. I think that's fun for people who don't, who are learning that for the first time or whatever.
Yeah. I could give an overview of solar system formation, or I could talk about telescopes and observatories. I just got to figure out how much material. I need to get enough material for a 1 hour lecture.
I mean, do you do a lot of lectures?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't know how to prepare something for an hour-long lecture.
I mean, I have before, so it's not the first time ever, but
They say
it's in like less than a week, so I gotta.
when you're writing a screenplay, they say each page represents like a minute on the screen. I wonder if the same rule applies for your lesson plan. Like a page per hour or page per minute. I mean, so 60 pages basically.
No, I think it's roughly half. Like if I give a lecture and it's on like if it's in a slideshow like style lecture where I have like a projector and like slides on like my computer or something, then I could probably just be 30 or 40 slides would take an hour total.
Maybe you should do a lesson like the whole lesson should just be like the things that are on the fringe of discovery, for the fringe of exploration, basically. Like like
what?
Like what we were just talking about, the black hole, the black hole thing with the black holes, dark matter, dark energy.
For a intro 100 level.
I mean,
Yeah, I guess you can keep it
I
very
mean,
general, but that would be like a 10-minute conversation before you.
no, because there's lots of stuff, dude. Strange stars. Throw that in there.
I think I'm most comfortable with exoplanets or Kepler's law or telescopes and observatories.
I think Kepler's laws, even though I think it's cool, I think it could get boring. It's a 60. It's a lesson plan. But yeah, like I said, if you really whatever you decide to do, you can get GPT-4 to write the entire thing for you. Lay the whole thing out. It'll provide graphs, documents, all that kind of stuff.
I'm not. But then I'm not cultivating my own. I'm not
My
learning
God.
how to create curriculum myself.
Is that important to you? Which is the goal here? I thought the goal is to get a job or whatever.
Professorship job, like that. The job is to teach.
My motto was always fake it till you make it. So, and best of luck to you.
Professor for forever.
No, but I mean, if I'm applying for a job, then my goal is usually to just get the job. Not necessarily like, I'm going to learn something in this. So I'm going to make sure I apply for this job honestly.
Very ethical of you.
No, it's no. I mean, it's not about ethics, dude. It's about getting the job. If I apply for something, if I'm doing a screening for, I don't know, the medical screening for something, I don't answer any of the questions honestly. They're gonna deny you.
Hey, Witsit, are you around?
I didn't realize there was a lot of people in here.
What was I gonna say? If you're serious about working on that point spread function thing, then we should set up a time. Actually,
I am serious, and you can count on me. Also, Ruhif.
Yeah.
I missed the debate the other day, my man. I saw you and Bacon. Yeah, I saw you guys talking about celestial navigation. You guys teamed up together, best friends or whatever.
Yeah, he's my bro.
Yeah.
Did you
so
see
I missed that
video a little while ago?
No. What happened?
Apparently, Witsit emailed Bryant Myers with a whole bunch of links to papers, and these papers literally don't exist. So I'm curious what Witsit's story is.
Which one's Brian Myers?
DFE, Debunking Flat Earth, the physics guy.
Okay. I know Witsit, he's been interested in getting access to some papers. I'm not sure if that's in relationship to that.
Yeah, but these papers literally don't exist. It's like they've been generated by an AI or something.
Really? So wait, were they links to papers, or was it like...
Yeah, links. And the links don't go anywhere. The links just are fucking 404 forward. And the names of the papers don't exist. Like, I'm trying to figure out what Witset's excuse is.
I'll have to
My
check
brother's
that
doing
out.
research into fake written papers.
Second, Harry?
My brother's doing research into fake AI written papers that are coming out of China.
Yeah. But this is like a list of citations, and the actual articles do not exist.
Well, I would say you haven't been able to find them.
Yeah. But then, yeah. So MC Toon put out a video this afternoon.
Put one in the chat room.
I'll link the video. It's a 49-minute video, but basically Witsit sent like 10 links or something to MC Toon, and with links like DOI links to, the paper. None of the paper names exist. The DOI links go nowhere. Like it's such, and then MC Toon made the video unlisted. So I want to know what's going on.
My goodness. So
suspicious.
Yeah, I'll stick a link to MC Toon. I'll stick a link to the video in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah. Like if MC Toon's made a massive mistake, I would have thought he would have privated the video rather than unlisting it. I just want to know what's going on.
Wait, what is MC Toon's? I don't understand. So MC Toon's made a different video than not this video, but a different video. He's made it private or whatever.
I put the video in the chat, right?
Oh, I see. This video is unlisted. I got it. Okay.
Yeah. So I put the video, MC Toon's video, in the chat. MC Toon is telling us about an email that Witsit sent to Bryant Myers, and Witsit cited a whole bunch of papers that just do not exist. So and then MC Toon unlisted the video. So I have no idea what's going on.
Okay,
so
it seems like maybe MC Toon's being careful, possibly, or like doesn't want to advertise, but I guess still wants to share it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch your debate too. If I just
do it.
I was a little bit. Because people were talking like, oh, these people are debating. I was like, oh, who's debating? And they told me who it was. It was you guys against Brian Mab and Nathan
Thompson, Brian Leckie. Yeah, Brian Leckie.
Right. Yeah. About celestial navigation.
It's
like, damn.
Bacon and I kind of chose narrow topics to make a short, like 6-minute presentation on, just to try and narrow it down, because we know that Nathan Thompson's going to gish gallop and just fucking throw up a bunch of shit against the wall. So yeah, I tried to make it fairly narrow, and they had no response to either of it. So yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine anyone would. Although I heard Brian and Bacon talking about some stuff afterward, and so it seemed somewhat productive. But did Bacon show his? I guess you guys didn't get a chance to talk about it very much. But yeah, did he show his? Did he offer anybody to do his like little his game or whatever?
No, he did a face reveal. Bacon face reveal.
Yeah. I saw him. Yeah, he's a handsome guy.
Oh yeah.
So I thought you guys dressed up nice, and I was like, I was just kind of, I was a little sad that night.
Yeah, that's good debate, I reckon. Yeah, Nathan typically unhinged. I almost pulled out when I heard Nathan was the opponent. I don't like Nathan at all.
And he started talking about himself in his Facebook page.
Yeah,
I was like, what? Has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, it's good debate, so yeah, give it a watch.
Yeah, I'm also having a bit of trouble finding any of these.
Yeah.
In the video.
Yeah. Come on, Whitson, wake up. Tell us what the story is.
I watched the video, but you know the context of these papers? Because I'm trying to see if it's the same context of the ones that we were talking about earlier today.
Electrical thunderstorm effects on gravimeters and shit.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Whitson said, I found a bunch of papers and sent that list of citations to Bryant Myers, but they just don't exist. Like, did he fucking generate them with an AI? Was he trolled? Like, what's the story? So yeah, MC Toon goes through and, first of all shows that each paper doesn't actually exist, But even when it says, this is the journal, this is the issue, this is the page, there's some other article in that location.
What's that website that he brought it up and you acknowledged that you knew about it too?
Sci-Hub, yeah. Sci-Hub.
Yeah,
So
okay.
that was a conversation last night where I just jumped into. Yeah, all right.
I wonder if that's what if that's where he got those ones from.
Possible. Let's stick him in the Sci-Hub. He's going to need an explanation though.
There's no results in Sci-Hub for them. I already checked.
Okay, with the DOI or just the titles, or what do you search for?
I go author, last name, and title, year.
Okay.
First author, last name, title, year.
Yeah.
That's what I normally do.
He's got some splaining to do. In fact, he sent me a PDF written by a flat earther in the 1920s about all these supposed anomalies with celestial navigation in the south. There's one cracker. Let me read the quote from the book. Where is it?
Wait, is that the 100 problems with what's it called redshift, or is that something different?
No. It's got one chapter on navigation. Anyway, this book, the book written by a flat earther, has pulled a quote from a legitimate source, Baron Dunraven, blah blah blah. The sailings and the day's work, which are in quotes, and all the problems solved by the help of traverse tables would be impracticable on the supposition that the Earth is a sphere, and for the purposes of navigation, the Earth is treated as flat. Right? That's the quote that he's got. I went and looked up the source, and it says the sailings and a day's work and all the problems solved by the help of traverse tables would be impracticable on the supposition that the Earth was what it really is, a sphere. Mercator's projection is therefore invaluable to the mariner.
That's funny.
Like maybe there's some other edition of this work that has those words in it, but it just looks like this guy has completely changed the quote.
Well, look, there's another possible explanation, and that's the Mandela effect came in to change the words after he'd copied them to make him look silly.
Correct.
And you can't disprove it.
I can't disprove it, indeed. Yeah, what was the other one? The next one, there's some fucking crackers in there. Hold on. There's the Middleton quote. Yeah. Yeah, so the super chat from Whitsett during the debate was, the 1900s Lieutenant Middleton writes that their crew was off over 200 miles using the globular model for celestial navigation in the south. Why is that? Hang on. I can't do that. Ranty's trying to call. Hang on.
Ranty. Isn't he doing like that homeless thing?
Glober? The Glober Ranty?
Glober Ranty. Last I heard about him, he was
Hang on.
He was going
I got
undercover.
to deafen myself on Discord on it.
Yeah, I heard he was going undercover as a homeless guy to make this documentary.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I when I was younger, I thought about doing that. I wanted to see like what it would, like what the underground. I wanted to like showcase like what the underground world was. It's so intricate, dude. It's a lot more nuanced than people would think. Yeah.
What, being homeless? I mean, unhoused. Sorry, being unhoused.
Is that the PC term?
Yeah.
Unhoused.
It actually is.
Funny as hell. But it's kind of like little people. It's like they don't like to be called midgets. They like to be called little people. It's like, I think you're gonna change your mind in a few years when you realize how little people sounds worse. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, right. I don't know if you've ever been to Atlantic City before. Atlantic City, New Jersey. You have?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Did you know the homeless community there is crazy, dude? Like there's dudes there. I was just like, I don't know. He was just standing there. He was getting a beer. I noticed he wasn't playing, but it looked like he was playing. And so I went outside. I drank my beer, and then he came outside drinking a beer. And we were talking for a little bit. And he told me like his whole thing. He says like the homeless dudes who like watch the craps table, they steal from people who are playing up there. They just slowly steal like a chip or two chips, $25, $100, and they make like he said a couple $100 an hour. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, okay. And then he told me about the underground underneath the boardwalk. He said it's like a city underneath the boardwalk. Like there's like individual areas. Like there's like they had like they put like blankets and walls and stuff. Individual areas. They have like TVs and couches and all this type of shit. Like what the fuck? So yeah, it'd just be interesting to videotape. Like go down there and like check out their underworld. Show it to the world.
Is it like a tent city?
No, that was in Austin, dude. Austin had a crazy tent city a few years ago, 2 years ago.
I mean, I don't think tent cities are only in Austin.
Well, regardless, it was Austin. It became like a tent, like literally tent city. The city was tent city. The whole city. I know that's also. Yeah, basically, dude. Like every boulevard, like the entire fucking strip in the middle, the grassy part was a complete tent. It was tents the whole way down. Overpass,
like with
everything.
unhoused people living in them.
There weren't any unhoused people, but there's a lot of homeless dudes and chicks, and yeah, it was pretty. It was just icy and everything, but yeah, it was crazy how many homeless people. Like they would be communities, and like I remember I was visiting a friend. I was downtown, and I had to walk past one, like a little tent city to get to like the Taco Bell or something, and they were just walking around like it was kind of creepy because they were walking around like I don't know, they were doing something mischievous. Like they were going like to people's tents that they're getting pissed at them and shit. Crazy story, but you would never believe it. I told him in Gem Server when it happened, but it's just so crazy. Because I was at Wendy's and there would be homeless people at the speaker thing, like as I'm ordering my food. Yeah. And they were asking for like the crazy dude just asking for fucking food and money at the speaker. So I'm like, okay, dude, I'll give you a drink or something. I usually don't get my drink. I'll get the meal. I don't get the drink. Anyway, and as I got around to the window, there was this black chick, and she was also asking me for money, and she was like crying a little bit. She said that her boyfriend doesn't let her eat food or let her buy food or something. I was like, okay, whatever. You can have like something else that I had already ordered, so I was like, you can have one of my things. And the next thing I know, this dude with no shirt on, he comes screaming, and he has like a machete, like a sword, machete, I guess. I know, no joke, dude. And he had no shirt on. It was the middle of the day, and this is when I was at the window, like supposed to be getting my food, and they wouldn't even open the window because they were fucking worried because this guy was out there screaming and like just like talking about Jesus and screaming with the sword up in the air, and I was like, what the fuck? Why do you guys let people do this, dude? I'm just trying to get food. But that was when it was at its highest, at its worst. They kind of took care of it a little bit. The homeless.
When what was at its worst? The city?
Like the homeless. Yeah, the mayor. Yeah, the homeless. The mayor made a rule, a law about it. So it's like you can't have a tent out anymore. So I think they gave him like a hotel. They like renovated one of the hotels into like a homeless or a unhoused hotel.
There you go. Cool story.
Yeah. Well, no, it was crazy. The whole thing was kind of crazy.
You see those people that were in the drive-through line at a Wendy's when it was getting robbed?
Maybe. No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't know. That's all I saw on TikTok.
Your shit goes down at Wendy's, dude. You ever been to Austin before, huh?
Me? Yeah. I lived there for a summer.
Okay, so you live downtown?
Yeah, in a dorm.
Okay, so you know where 35 is and 6th Street and all that shit.
Yep.
Would you happen to know where that Wendy's is? That's on like 35. That's right there, like on the outside of 6th Street.
I don't recall this exact Wendy's you're talking about.
Yeah, that's the Wendy's I'm talking about. But
All I remember is the main. I remember 6th Street. The main strip, was it called like Martin Luther? I forget the name of the strip, but like Schlotsky's was a place, I think. And some other stuff. The Big Turtle and the
Schlotsky's in Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
Yeah. That's about it.
No, you're thinking of Guadalupe though, because because Guadalupe and MLK meet. Like that's where basically the strip ends.
Guadalupe.
Is it a strip or the drag? I don't know which one it is, but but yeah.
Yeah, we went to Schlotsky's. There was one other good. It was like tacos. I forget the name of it though.
There's a bunch of taco places here.
It was like I don't know. I can't remember.
Well, yeah. I mean, every time I go down there now, the place. I don't know when you were there, but it's pretty happening place now.
Yeah, I was there in like 2009 or some shit. 2009.
Yeah, nobody chills down by the drag anymore. I really don't remember if it's called the drag or the strip. Honestly. Regardless, yeah, all the people who go to UT, dude, they party down in San Marcos. That's where I went to school. And yeah, that's where the cool kids go.
Sure. Yeah.
Stone now?
I didn't catch that.
M Stone, you know who that is? M Stone?
Yeah.
He went to UT Austin.
Cool. What did you go there for?
I think something law related. I don't know. Maybe science related. I just forget. Oh yeah, that's right. UT Austin. So you were probably in an astronomy program. They didn't they help with the Grace satellites? I think it was around that time too. You know what I'm talking about? The Grace.
I didn't go there. I just lived in a dorm with old friend.
Oh my god, dude. Wow.
I don't know about their astronomy department.
That's back when you were
McDonald Observatory. Something like
that. I've been there. That's a cool place, man. You know about the what do they do? That they do that distance.
Huh?
I said, you know, at the McDonald's Observatory, you know that lunar distance thing they do.
The lunar ranging experiments.
Yeah. I forgot because people keep telling me that like for 20 years they didn't get back anything. Like they would send up the signal and they didn't get anything back. And I heard that all the time, but I couldn't find anything on that. You know anything about that?
No. 20 years.
It seems like
getting. I hear that people take issue with like the strength of the signal, how many photons come back, but I don't know about some 20-year gap, whatever.
Yeah, that's what I've heard people express that years ago, and then just recently they're expressing it again, and I was like, well, post it's like cited or something, look into it, but yeah, I never heard anything about it. And I looked it up, and there's nothing that says that, but it seems like that would be a pretty shitty laser. The laser, by the way, laser is 35 miles wide by the time it gets up there, right?
You would you would know before me.
Oh right, dude. I figured you studied this stuff since like
I don't study the the debate topics as much as like the real world job stuff, you know. So I mean, I'm taking your word at it. I mean, I can look it up if you want, but don't, you know, I'm not the confirmation that it's 35 miles wide when it gets there. I don't know.
When you went there, did you go as like an amateur or did you go as a professional stargazer?
The observatory is not near the campus, is it? I don't think I've been to McDonald. I just know it's there. It's
Oh, I
affiliated.
thought it's
No.
nowhere near that campus.
Yeah, it's far away. Yeah.
It's like 8 hours drives away. Yeah, 8 hour drive away. Maybe 12
But
hours.
it's owned and operated and maintained by the university.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I think that's where they did that. There was like some amateur, some hobbyist like group. Maybe it was around that observatory that they got in. They were in communication with an astronaut on the ISS, and they had some super high, like very high powered, I don't know, lights or something that they were shining up, and the
Blind him or
astronaut.
something?
No, an astronaut on the ISS like took an image or something, and they saw their lights.
I'll tell you what they have on
Oh.
the ISS, not some super high powered lights.
You guys know what I'm talking about. I know you do.
I don't know any of this insider stuff, dude. This must be some, inside baseball stuff. But but you're saying like, so the astronaut got a picture of the dude. Does the dude have is he recording it at the same time while the astronaut's taking that picture?
It's like a hobbyist group of people who met up on this night, and they were in communication with an astronaut on the ISS, and they were like, when at this precise time, that late, after dusk, that night, they were gonna do this experiment, turning on these really like these stadium lights or something. I don't know exactly what they were, but they were super huge, super high powered, and they yeah, this is it.
This is a big deal. I mean,
Here,
this
I'm
never
putting
gets
a
brought
link.
up.
Here you go. There's a link in the
Yeah,
chat.
dude, this never. You could have brought this up a long time ago, dude. We could have shut this whole shit down, dude.
No, this is one of those immediate hand wave away like fake things. So there's no point in bringing it up.
Wait, why? I mean, you mean like they don't have like video, like there's not like a video of them doing it at the same time as like.
No, there is all of that. You can tie it all together separately, individually, but there's not a 1080p unedited, uncut single shot of everything, and then a camera needs to watch that camera also. Don't forget that.
Exactly,
But,
like a third-party camera. It zooms out from the people on the ground and then zooms back in one shot to the people all the way up at the ISS. Yeah.
Yeah, but you see there's an image on that link I sent. The first thing is like from the ISS, and it's this crazy bright blue dot, and that's where that group were shining some bright ass thing at that exact moment.
Pretty cool though.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna bring this up. I'm bringing it up to whoever will bite at it.
You probably heard this before. You just forgot about it.
Yeah. I forget. I forget most things. I forget most things, and I remember the useless stuff.
So I think that's just outside Austin. Is what that like that's what reminded me of it.
Well, a couple of us are getting together during the eclipse.
San Antonio Astronomy Association and the Austin Astronomy Society. That's what they. Yeah.
Like those dudes don't get along, man.
Yeah, I heard.
You mean they met up for this? Wow.
Yeah. Sorry, you said you're going to the eclipse next year?
Well, no, there's a few people who are. Well, I mean, I am, yeah, but there's like VD is gonna. He rented out like a property somewhere. I don't know where, why, but he rented out a property, and he invited a few people to come check it out. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm sure you're probably gonna have like a first class VIP top of the mountain or something like that view.
Yeah, you know it.
James Webb time.
Sorry, you cut out. All I heard was James Webb time.
Yeah. Did you get any James Webb time?
A few groups I'm a collaborator on did. So
What for?
as a group, sure. We talked about this. The stars around the galactic center.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like because you were trying to do something to do with the their effect, the black hole, the supermassive black hole's effect on them, or something like that.
Yeah, we're tracking their motion. It's like an extension to that long Keck, like 30-year long, motions, all those motions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an extension to that, but it's with James Webb now.
Made that animation for it, or you were wanting to make the animation for it. Isn't that the one? Oh no, that wasn't the one. What was the one animation you made where they put in that one video? That dude, I forget what his name is, but I think he's got a Russian accent or something.
Yeah, Anton.
Yeah.
It was in more than just Anton's video, but yeah, that's something different. Yeah. That was a microlensing thing related. I've shown you've seen the stars that are, going at the motion of the stars around the central black hole.
Oh yeah, of course, man. I mean, plenty of times.
Yeah, it's just that it's kind of that same project, but with a new telescope.
Is this already been published? Like,
Definitely not published yet.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing that, dude.
GIF in the chat. It'll look familiar.
How long is this? Days?
My connection dropped?
From on this again. There used to be a clock. Yeah, there used to be a clock in the corner.
What?
Wait, is this 30 years? Is that what you said?
Approximately.
I forget the length, like the duration.
Oh,
okay,
a
never
clock
mind.
in the corner of that. No, not in this example. Maybe there is an example that shows years, but it's like 25 years. Anyway,
You think they'd be moving a lot faster than that, dude?
What? What do you mean?
Years is a long time. Just go around once.
Maybe your brain is tricking you.
That's pretty good, actually.
Much background. So much background noise, Kosho. It's crazy. I can hear everything happening in your background, Kosho. You got a TV on. You got a female that just walked in saying something.
She has the thing, yeah. Dog just knocked it over. Apologies, okay, dude.
All good.
It's not always professional fucking observatory,
It's all good. I'm just looking out for you. That's all. I actually have a preliminary. I'll DM you it's not published yet, but I can show you a James Webb version of that.
Eggshells are flat.
Actually, I'm not. I will after a while. Like,
what's the hold up? What are you talking about?
I gotta wait some time, dude.
What the hell would happen?
I just bought some orange glitter. What is it?
It's internal right now, but Just give it a little bit of time. It'll come out. It's very similar to what I just said anyway. So.
I don't know why that's so funny to me. Eggshells are flat. That's pretty funny.
Wait, have you not seen any of his videos? I'll take that as a no. I remember looking at some of Eggshell's videos in the past, and
Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm just saying the name he chose to use for himself this time. Eggshells are flat. It's just funny.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's like I think that he's. I mean, is this the Eggshells we all know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I didn't want to cast.
Eggshells is in the room.
Yeah, it's him, but he's just now he's supposedly on the flat Earth side. You know, he's like, you know.
Right. Okay. Different.
So do you believe that?
No. Have you not seen any of the Eggshell videos? No. Of like the guy Eggshells, like the guy. Isn't he from like? I'm not.
So his videos prove that he's a legit globe turned flat. Is that what you're saying?
No. Wait. Hang on. What? I'm hard of hearing. I have a hat on. What now? I have a cap on.
Are you saying his videos prove that he's a legit globe turned flat?
No. That's not. I'm not claiming anything about any of that. I just want to kind of like that's the Eggshells guy we're talking about, though, right?
I mean, I kind of like his personality as a person, but Eggshells is my idea of exactly what a shill would be.
Well, okay, so
This
you
is
have
before the recent events. This is when I first met him.
so you haven't seen any of his videos then. I guess maybe it's under his real name or whatever his pseudonym is or something like that outside of Eggshells. I don't know.
Tell me what his videos are going to tell me.
Well, my
Because
perspective
I've been
is
talking to him for 3 years. That's why.
yeah, that's cool. My perspective, I haven't heard him talk, so I don't know if it's the same guy or what. But
Well, then you're the noob then.
okay, well, what's that have to do with anything?
That you probably don't know what you're talking about.
No. Okay, so anyway, is there an echo? Do you have a extra mic on or extra speaker on or something?
You don't know who Eggshells is. Did you just come to this server?
Yeah. I just did. I just rejoined.
Okay, well, welcome back.
Yeah.
It's all good.
So I remember Eggshells as being like I've talked to him before, and so I just want to kind of see if it's the same. It's the same Eggshells, right? Right.
Yeah, it's the same Eggshells. It's been here for years.
He used to be a glober. Now he's flat.
Let's see. Let's let him talk for himself, I guess. And nobody talked about him, I guess, right?
Coach, you say that with such sincerity.
I'm a sincere fucking person, dude. Why are you surprised I'm saying it with sincerity?
Wait, who's talking now?
How does that work, Coach? How do you just flip like that?
Yeah.
Is there like an event that happened? Did
Are
they
you
see
flat
Mark?
Eggshells
Did he meet
also?
Eric Dubay? Like what happened? Did he see a Mark Sargent video? Like did it click in his head? How does this work? He's a global for 3 years and he flips.
Patrick, I think you're roboting.
Okay, let me leave and come back.
Okay, well, so eggshells are flat, hasn't spoken yet. So I can't speak about him and, you know, whatever.
Is this better, guys?
A lot better, yeah.
All right. Coco, explain this to me. How do you globe for 3 years and then all of a sudden flip? Did you meet Eric DeBay or something or what? Shake his hand? What happened?
Godric, I like how you cut me out of the conversation. That's
Yeah, it was a
slick.
dick move,
Nice
dude.
work. Nice work, man.
Because he likes chocolate chip cookies. He told me so. Sugar cookies is his.
And I'm not cutting anybody out. Go ahead and talk. Go.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, you know, Brummy had done the opposite. He went from the globe to the flat Earth after 3 years. But there's plenty of flat earthers who left the flat Earth after 3 years.
What's this nuts?
I don't believe one flat earther that left that was actually flat.
What about that guy called Ranty?
That guy's full of shit.
He's a fucking shit liar.
Oh. Well, talking about somebody that you can't speak for themselves here. Like I was talking about eggshells. You brought it up, so I.
Ranty is full of shit. I can say what I think about the guy.
Sure. Knock yourself out.
He was like a psychic, ghosts and stuff. You know what I mean?
That
Ranty? Lumberjacks. Yeah. What about Sean G?
Hey guys, did Tataria server get nuked?
Still there. They probably just banned you.
Shit, I don't see it on the list. Maybe they banned me, huh?
Here, I'm looking at the ban. They have they have a list of people who were recently banned. Shit, yeah,
Double
there's a long list of people who were
check.
recently banned. Yeah. Yeah, Godric, you're on here.
I got banned. I'm banned, man. Banned. That's like
No, they changed the picture for their server, so it's white now. So just look for a white.
What's
server.
the picture look like? White?
Yeah, it's a white like cross in the middle. Yeah.
Oh, I found it. Thank you, Coach. I appreciate that, man. And there's 2 people in there.
That place is the place where people don't go. This is the other place.
Godric, I don't think I've spoken with you before, actually.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm well. So what?
Do I call you
what's on your
Sugar
mind?
Cookie?
Yeah. What? Yeah. I'm sorry. Say again.
Do I call you Sugar Cookie?
Yeah. Did I pronounce your name right?
Yeah.
Godric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can call him Sugar Cookie, but if you call him Sugar or Cookie, it'd be weird.
If I say, hey, Sugar, give us some of that sugar.
Okay, go on now. I'm a dude.
I told you.
So do you like?
You gotta say his full name, otherwise it's weird.
Do you like what is it? Sugar cookies? They're called the ones with cinnamon. What do you call those? Snickerdoodle? What the fuck you call them? There's a name for them.
Ginger snaps.
Oh.
Not the ginger snaps. The other one. Can't think now. There's a sugar cookie that has cinnamon on it. It's a very popular name. I can't think of the name.
Yeah, I think those are called. I think the same thing with ginger on it. I think those are called ginger snaps.
Snickerdoodles.
I'm not a cookie. I'm not a big cookie eater.
I want to say Snickerdoodle, but I don't know why I'm thinking that.
Yeah, Snickerdoodle, man.
So, Godric.
Hey, what's up?
I've heard you before. I don't think we've spoken. So what's on your mind? What's your take on stuff?
I'm bringing the flat, and I'm very layman. I don't do a lot of experiments. I don't do rocket science and that bullshit. I just call it like I see it, and I do some debates. I do some debates, not that recently, but you find a few of them. I'm speaking for the 7 billion people in the world who haven't had physics, who haven't had these other advanced sciences. And I want to show people that you don't need to have a white lab coat to know if the Earth is round or flat. You do really basic stuff to find out. You don't need, authority or Google or any of these things that they claim they have over our heads. And if it was really round, then it would be easily provable, demonstratable, and repeatable by the average person. Let's say sixth grade.
6 ways to think it kind of thing, right?
And when these guys like Kosho use fancy words and parrot like wiki and shit and NASA, it just proves to me that it's not real. You wouldn't need that to prove what is what.
That's cool. I wasn't trying to put you to task or anything
And they use those fancy words and these fancy data, like Ruhif, this weather balloon data, all this, what I call nonsense. He has all that stuff to build his globe to show there's got to be refraction here. This is what's happening. He's basically creating his own science because science doesn't support the globe. So he has to create his own fanciful words and fanciful science and fanciful experiments that's never have been done.
Well, hang on a second. I agree with what you're saying, but I think there might be a contradiction somewhere in what you said.
Sure. What is it?
I'm not sure exactly, but did you say you did some like rocket experiments and stuff or something like that?
I said I don't do any experiments. I mean, I've done a couple of experiments.
Okay.
I'm just a regular layman guy just looking at shit on YouTube and went to a couple meetups, and just use common sense logic, and that's all you need.
Okay, well, I just I'm trying to reconcile what you said earlier.
I don't believe you need NASA data or any kind of this other bullshit, which I call bullshit.
Do you come from a profession that's kind of like, that kind of like, rocket experiment based stuff, or because I don't, I come from like a marketing background, so I'm honestly trying to have a conversation with you, and I'm not honestly trying to have it like nail you to a wall on anything.
I trade the stock market.
You what now?
I trade and invest in the stock market.
Oh, nice.
Have you ever heard of prop firms?
Prop Verge?
I know the idea of prop firm.
No.
I'll tell you right away, I only invest in the best. I don't invest in bullshit. I don't take long shots. I don't buy new companies. I only buy well-established, proven, long-term, profitable companies.
That's cool.
Oh, so you don't do day trading?
Yeah. So
very little. I mean, I'm not a day trader. It's very difficult. I do very, very little day trading, but I have day traded. But that's an exception. I generally do like long monthly trades, 3 months, 6 months, those kind of trades.
That's cool. What kind of channels do you got on there? Because I tried to play around with that while back, man. Did you do like what's your moving averages and all that?
What are my moving averages? I can beat the stock market consistently. I've been doing that for many years. And I can say that I'm not gonna show you anything, but I can say it and tell you what positions I have and how to do it. But I can't.
Do you look at candlestick patterns?
I use candlestick. It's not a science, but it's an art form. So it's just more of a nebulous gas that you have to learn what happens more often than not. But it's never going to happen exactly. There's no cookie cutter.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna
Right,
have
right.
to act like you want to
So is
happen.
that kind of like your like a side hustle then, or for you then?
And it's my main thing. I mean, you can do it as a side hustle if you know what you're doing. Yeah, I'll
Well,
tell you
that's
what.
your
I was
main
talking
gig.
to
That's your main
look,
gig, is that?
look. I was talking to my wife today, and she's trying to do a side hustle, right? And
I
I
told her
was
I said
telling
hello.
her issue is that she looks at so much stuff and doesn't really do anything. But like she rolled this joint for me today, right? And it was a perfect roll, right? And I'm looking at this thing, and I can't roll for shit. I'm telling her, listen, honey, this is exactly what you're doing. You have a special talent to roll this joint. I can't do that. Most people can't do that. It was tight, and it was big, and it was like in the perfect one, you know.
So your
And this
wife
is finding
calls
a
it
business. You have to know your business, how it works. I mean, a perfect specimen. Like you have to have the skill, a specific skill at your business, your side hustle. And when you know how to do that, that can make you money. Then you should repeat, and you can make money. That's how it works. That's what I told her today.
Okay, so that's her side hustle, but it's not your side hustle.
No,
Like,
it's not her side hustle because she doesn't want to do that particular business. But I'm telling her the way she rolled the joint, that skill she has.
well, what's your side hustle?
I don't really. I mean, I just do stocks. I don't really have a side hustle. I just do stock market.
Right on.
I have some real estate, but I don't really trade it. Really, I just have
Well, who cares? Who cares?
have
Who
some
cares
gold,
about
and
like
silver
percent?
coins.
That's cool. That's cool stuff. Do whatever. Do whatever. You know what I'm saying? Do whatever. Roll joints with your wife. Get some stocks. Make some money. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, I'm not trying to hold you to task or whatever. It's just cool to talk to you. I'd never talked to you before.
All right. Well, welcome back. We'll talk more. Are you on 24/7?
No, I'm not on any. I'm not on anything except for this right now.
So, what is it that you do?
Right now, I don't do jack shit.
Yeah.
You don't work. You have hobbies.
Well, I worked to position a company for acquisition for 14 some odd million and what have you, and saw no equity on it. So I was like, you know what? See ya. It was like kind of a handshake deal, nothing in writing.
You taking
So
a
I'm
break?
gonna,
Taking a break from working?
yeah, cash out for 401k and gonna hang my own shingle, you know.
Are you with a Flat Earth or Globe?
Is that a dichotomy? Well,
That's just a
dichotomy.
question. I mean, you don't have to answer if you don't really have an answer.
Yeah, I know it's not a glove because
Okay, well,
water doesn't work like that.
Dr. Kosho. Kosho needs some coaxing to get to the Flat Earth. But I'm trying to.
Oh shit, Kosho doesn't need no. Kosho does what he does.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You know, you can't force it down someone's throat, right?
I'm not about the evangelistic part of it. I tried that with my brother, and he's like, "You're an idiot." I'm like, well, what? He's like, "Yeah,
Your older brother. Your older brother.
No, younger brother. I used to change his fucking diapers.
You know, he probably likes Star Wars. You know, Boba Fett. You know, he's on
Oh yeah, huge Star Trek fan.
Star
It sucks
Trek.
that
Yeah.
I thought it was fucking. I was like, my kind of like sci-fi shit was demolished when I noticed that it wasn't fucking a globe. I'm like, God damn it! So you mean like it's not? There's not gonna be any aliens. Damn it!
There's a new Star Trek movie coming out with Picard. You saw that?
Picard, yeah, fucking yeah. Dude, I was watching Star Trek back when it was black and white reruns on a fucking tube TV, 10-inch. My dad sends me books about how to communicate with fucking aliens now. And he's older. I mean, he's older than me, obviously.
My dad passed, but he told me.
But he's not a dumbass. That's what's weird about it.
My dad passed, but he told me when I was a kid that he didn't believe in these extraterrestrial aliens or whatever. And I never understood that, why he didn't. But then now I know he was kind of from a different frame of mind. And like when I grew up, I thought, yeah, sure, there's aliens because so many planets, right? That's what I thought, But coming on the flat Earth, I'm thinking, well, maybe, Dad was right. And Dad also told me, he said, only believe 50% of what you see on TV. He said, the rest is faked. And I
Exactly.
never understood what he meant until after he passed. I didn't really even think about what he was saying.
Yeah. At the
And now all
same
this
time,
fucking propaganda and all this bullshit, I'm like, Dad, you had some shit right there,
yeah. But at the
And I was
same
into my
time,
Star Wars and fucking playing video games, didn't give a shit about nothing. And then, later on, you kind of like wake up and I'm like, holy shit.
Godric, your dad was probably one of those boomers that watched the fucking moon landing on TV. That solidified it for those guys,
Yeah, I don't think he was a flat earth. I think he believed in the moon. But man, he was kind of a contrarian in a lot of ways.
I
Which
believe in the moon. I
surprised
see
me.
it.
After he passed, I realized that.
There's no such as believing in the moon. I can see it, but the moon landing part, yeah.
Yeah, my dad was weird, dude.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
He told me don't believe anything I see on TV.
Yeah. I got you. Just want to clarify.
Okay, but you do
That's what
believe
my dad said.
on TV, don't you, Coach?
Only porn.
No, well, I mean porn. I mean like the events, like these bombings and shit like that, and these political schemes and NASA shit.
Like, it's funny. Have you watched that show? The show's called Billions. Like a Cinemax show or some shit like that.
I didn't see that show. What it's about?
That's the only channel I watch, Skinemax.
Oh, you should watch it. It's actually kind of good. Like, it's so weird to me because everybody on that show has weird faces, so I had to like power through it. But it's a good story. But like some of the fucking traders and shit, they're like hardcore. They call $1 million like, hey, you just give them a stick for a bonus or whatever because they're doing so good on short and shit or whatever. But there's this fucking, I guess millennial that was like genius or whatever, and he's wearing a shirt. And it said, like, the NASA shirts or whatever, but it said not flat on it. And I was watching it, I don't know, I think it's like season fucking 3 or whatever. I'm like way too many hours deep into it. And I was like, just because you have a shirt that says not flat and it looks like a NASA thing, it's like that's stupid. But like brilliant people can think dumb stuff also. There's
I've seen a guy wearing that shirt before.
Yeah. Think the same way we do about that. I think.
There's a billionaire flat earther? Like a billionaire flat earther?
Yeah. Of course there are. They're the ones that know it is.
Right.
I think George Soros is a billionaire flat earther, and there's other guys that have big money because that's why they're trying to all keep us in one place, and they go up to Epstein Island.
One of the videos I saw, I think it was a Dave Weiss video. He interviewed an old ass lady.
I like Dave Weiss.
Yeah, he interviewed an old ass lady, and she's like, "Oh yeah, back in my day, back in the fucking 1900s or whatever the fuck it was." They were like, "Yeah," she's like, "Yeah, there's no such thing as that. They taught it in schools. It was a fight." That was a cool interview. If you can find it.
Oh, yeah. When David Weiss tricked that old lady.
I'm familiar with the scene, with the segment.
Yeah,
that lady's like 100 years old, and he's like, the moon. She's like, is that news? Like, yeah, it's news. Everybody knows that now. Everybody knows that now. Yeah.
Everybody knows what now? That they used to teach different stuff back in school, back in the 1900s or whatever. That's funny to say that because, hey, check this shit out. Back in the, okay, so I'm just kind of like retrospecting, like the 1920s. We're now in the 2020s. Ain't that some shit?
Sugar Cookie, can you share with us your experience coming to the Flat Earth?
Coming to Flat Earth, is that what you said?
Your experience in that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let me think. It was like around 2016, and I think it was the 200 proofs or something like that. I'm like, this is fucking bullshit. Fuck off. And then I was like, okay, well, half of this is like I can't get my head around it. This is fucking whatever. So I can fucking go, you know. Now what's this nuts? God damn, the other knucklehead.
Mark Sargent?
No, that was a 200 person guy. It was a Mark Sargent guy, I thought, right?
The rapper.
Eric Dubay had a bunch of videos out there.
The rapper, what's his name?
Eric Dubay. And then I was like, finally I ran across like Nathan Oakley. And I'd always, not always, but every now and then I'd catch a Joe Rogan. And then I was like, holy shit, I had no idea about these logical fallacies. I thought I thought I was pretty fucking smart, but you know, that's what you get. And then I was listening to Nathan Oakley about shit. And I'm like, holy shit, he's destroying these motherfuckers. I'm like, holy shit, that's a fucking what fallacy? I'm like, going looking up all that shit. And I've kind of listened to like, I know it's going to kind of deteriorate the entire thing, but I fucking listened to Alex Jones for, I don't know, years before that. Like the first thing that popped in my head, I didn't know what a red flag was until I was like looking up the Boston bombing. So that's when, so that was kind of like before that. It's like, wow, man, that looks just like more like a poop of smoke. And look at all those people with military. That's like I don't know. It's all suspect, but that's just what got my mind kind of going about it. And how many times has Alex Jones been right? But he's not right about the flat Earth stuff because his credibility is on the fucking like thin ice anyway. So he's not going to go for that. But anyway, he's right about politics, I think. A lot of times. I haven't listened to him
I like Alex Jones's politics.
Yeah. I haven't listened to him in about 5 years. I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with the politics.
Yeah. What was weird? Weiss went on Alex Jones?
What's that now?
I think was it David Weiss went on Alex Jones for like the first time, but like Alex was running like all these like spoof commercials about China, and this was like well before COVID. It's just really interesting that was what he was laying down. I was like, why is he doing all this like Chinese shit? You know what I mean? Like, it was really weird.
China's China. He was Alex Jones talking about TikTok a long time ago.
It's before all that. But anyway,
Yeah.
it's just before TikTok existed.
Well, I didn't know that.
When did TikTok come out? I don't really care. Anyway, I'm sorry.
But anyway,
please continue.
I was like, the fucking moon landing and shit, that's fucking suspect. For sure. And then it was like, okay. Nathan Oakley. I think Nathan Oakley and his channel is like a fucking gateway into like, oh, fuck. For a lot of people.
I was watching an interview real quick. I'm sorry, real quick. With like Alan Alda, and it so sounded like somebody like made him watch Nathan Oakley for a little bit. I mean, don't you think like a lot of people like got access to that to just like see it for a second or whatever, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and I think
Because
that.
he was.
Go ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead. Okay, so I thought, like every now and then I'd catch a Joe Rogan episode because I was doing jujitsu at the time, uh, my old ass, and I was like, oh, fucking, what's his nuts was saying about that? And I'm like, oh, that's cool. So that gave him a little credibility, and I honestly, I learned a shit ton from Nathan Oakley. Just his fallacies, all about the logical fallacies about a claim and how that works in sort of like a so-called debate environment. I don't think he does debates, but you know what I mean. And then so I was like, oh, holy shit, how do you do the fucking thing where there's a fucking vacuum in there, not a container and all that shit? And then I saw Blue doing some shit with a fucking tube and some butane. I'm like, Blue's a fucking knucklehead, in my opinion. I'm like, what? You're trying to prove that you're doing that? You're an engineer? Okay. Hang on a sec. Anywho, so then I was like, okay, let me see what this fucking Discord shit's about. So the first thing I did was when I figured out what Discord was, and this is probably, I don't know, 3-4 years ago. It's like, okay, I got on a Oakley Discord, kind of was able to listen in without, you know, contributing or anything like that. So I was like, holy shit. Yeah. So then I got a hold of Bev's server, and I was like, okay, that's cool. And then I heard of Brandon's server, which is kind of mishmash apparently with Ranty and all that shit. And I was like, okay, I'll
Whatever
just
happened to
try.
Brandon?
I don't know. I don't have no idea. But then I was like, okay, so I'm trying to fucking gather all this fucking knowledge about, or whatever I considered like info, I guess, not knowledge, but info. And then so I was hanging out in Bev's, and I was like, well, fucking A. Horizontal is the horizon is horizontal, so that's a straight line, and that is geometric. And I think that's why they kicked him off the fucking panel and shit. And I'm like, man, I got you. You know, talked to him about it a while back, and I'm like, okay, well, that makes sense. I guess a line is geometry. Yeah. All right. So like water doesn't fucking do that. Like I went and got myself a water level, like a tube, and I filled it with siphoned water in it. And I'm like, okay, 10 feet over there and 10 feet over here, that's fucking horizontal. How many times can you do that over and over and over and over and over? Water don't fucking curve. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm at now. And I'm not over at Besser. He's trying to do different stuff, and God bless him for it. Sometimes I talk too much.
What's Bev trying to do now?
I don't know. I think from my perspective, you have to ask him. But from my perspective, he's trying to kind of get out of the flat round kind of stuff. He always has been. I mean, not always, but he's trying to move on from all of it. From my perspective, if you want to know what he's trying to do, go ask him.
It's
All
just
the best
server,
to him.
it's just server
I hate
active.
talking to Bev.
Yeah, he's fucking great.
Is this server active or is it dead?
No, it's active for sure. Great fucking minds over there, 100%.
Isn't Bev's new channel called Bev Tried Thinking, but it wasn't for me? Oh, just messing around.
Can you give me an invite to Bev server, Sugar Cookie?
What's that now?
Can you give me an invite to that server?
No, I can't. I'm not in there. I left. You go to his YouTube channel and probably get a Discord.
Can you link the channel for me in the live stream?
Well, just go to YouTube and type in "try thinking." You'll get it. I have no animosity or ill will to any of those guys. Love them. Just my time to move on, kind of from that. I love it. I love those guys. Love all of them. Brilliant fucking minds over there.
We got some new guys in, I guess. Emma's pretty smart.
You mean like Kurt?
Kurt?
You mean short? Is that what you mean by short?
Short. I don't know. I didn't say short. Did I say short? I said
Oh, I'm
Emma's
sorry,
pretty
what did you
smart.
say? Oh, smart. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just trying to think of who the smart people were you were talking about. So yeah, Emma's smart. Yeah.
Yeah, she's not even the smartest of them all. Not to, no, don't take it the wrong way.
Well, who's the
Smarter.
smartest of the smarts?
Yeah.
Who's the Captain America of brains?
I don't know, man. They're all fucking brilliant. Tap into it.
Right. No, I've spoken to those fellas. They're very intelligent.
I learned a fuck ton over there. That's no shit.
Sorry to hear that.
Why?
They do they were talking about they all like watch a study, like they're doing philosophy and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And like
yeah.
I do that too, but like the way that they did it was like way more boring than my way. So it's probably more legit.
Oh,
I guess I like cheap thrills in this thing. I guess I don't necessarily. Sometimes stuff's too much work. The way it's done, and it's maybe doesn't comport to how my mind likes to
yeah.
run around with shit.
Well, maybe you should rethink that because there's something to be said, I believe, for advanced simplicity. And I think that kicked me like in the ass, that concept of advanced simplicity. And
I think I'm already intuitively advancedly simple. So it's
You
not
are?
a foreign concept.
Well,
I'm not
geometry,
on their
based on the
level.
logic
They're on
and
their own
so-
level, man. They're doing their own thing. I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
I'm like that. But I try to find simplicity within the complexity. You have to understand the complexity to find the
Right.
simplicity. Once you have the simplicity,
Absolutely.
you have simplicity. But it's complex to understand and it's complex to explain. And it's really strange because it's actually simplicity. It's complexity sometimes. Fuck.
Yeah. You got to go there. Like, here's an example that I have for myself, like for the term advanced simplicity is like, you know, the Amazon button where you could, I don't know anybody that has one, but like you push a button and you can get more laundry detergent like delivered to you. That's advanced simplicity to me. You know what I mean? But there's logic behind it, and it's not computer logic. It's like, hey, why don't we just sell some shit to somebody that needs it right now? You know what I mean? That to me is the advanced simplicity part of it. How do we do that? That's the advanced part. There's a whole other part about the logic.
I'm just thinking about the button now.
The Hillsdale College is the philosophy part that the discussions are about last I saw, and that was kind of he kind of the under hat, or not under hat, but like that was kind of the thing that he showed me that I'm thankful for. About there's a whole nother, you sign up for it for free. It's like hey, give me your email address and we'll give you all these fucking courses that are fucking university level shit. And there's a whole thing about Euclid and geometry and all that shit in there and how the axioms go and all that. He's way more advanced about it than me, but makes sense.
You know, I always had a hard time having conversations with Bev about that kind of stuff because there would be things like in Euclid's thing, he talks about how all surfaces are 2D, but it's just something that I could never get Bev to agree with me on.
Yeah, I that's what I was thinking because mathematically, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Like the surfaces are 2D, but once you get out of fucking some sandpaper, the tabletop that you're trying to smooth out, you can't have
Well,
2D.
he's saying that
sawdust.
he's saying nothing's 2D, right? Because there's depth in it, right? Like if you have a pencil and you mark on the paper, that's going to be a 3D because you're actually diving the pencil into. I mean, on a microscopic scale, you're diving the pencil into the paper, so technically it's 3D. It's a
Yeah,
stupid
like
argument,
just a
right?
representation of that. Yeah, like a piece of paper is a representation of 2D, and then your pencil and drawing putting
But
a dot on it.
there's depth though in the paper, right? So that's
Yeah.
And if you
This
make a
piece of
mark
paper
on it,
is
there's technically a place with regular paper, which has
it's in
fibers, and then there's lead on top of that, which is
it's
depth.
in
So
reality. So there's, I
2D
think
is a
it's called,
concept.
if I remember right, I think that's the bridge of assets, where the construct of
2D is a concept.
2D into 3D is a different thing because
3D is reality. 2D is a concept.
right, you can do
Even on a
math
computer
on.
screen, you have these lights that are blinking, right? So that's technically a 3D if you look at it that way.
Well, how do you draw lines on a picture? How many pixels is 100 meters?
Whatever it is, I mean,
Right.
it is what it is.
Right. So when somebody wants to draw a line on a piece of paper, like or a picture, I'm calling out Chaiki, like and say eye level is over here, and then what's nuts over here, and what have you, and all that shit. That don't make no sense because you just draw fucking how many fucking pixels away is that? It's all fucking one fucking sheet of paper or one picture. Can't do it like that. You know, I fucking what's his nuts? B-Ball did a video about me about what's eye level. Like, okay, well, there's so much shit wrong with this video. I can't even respond to it because it'd just be a waste of my time. I don't want to get into all that. You know what I mean? Back and forth with B-Ball. It's weird. It's weird. There's so much energy that's put into stuff that doesn't really actually matter. I'm trying to not do that. I just like talking to people. That's all.
High level. Sure understanding.
Yeah, everybody. There's a lot of people that go into this, have a gripe about that going into semantic games and stuff like that. Yeah, you got to know what you're talking about when you say something geometric. But I've gone with them about like different stuff. I'm like, hey, do you know what I'm saying? though? You know, that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, well.
Do you disagree on what eye level is?
What's that?
Do you disagree on what eye level is?
Eye level.
Eye level. Is there a disagreement about what it is?
What?
At what distance?
What do I disagree with?
I was asking you. I wondered if did B-ball just make up his own meaning of eye level, or did you like disagree with totally what it was?
Well, the thing about what B-ball was saying is like he showed me a diagram of like a perspective kind of thing where the walls close in like a hallway kind of thing, and there's
I made that picture.
yeah, it wasn't a picture. It was a diagram of where it was a perspective drawing or
Yeah, with the
diagram.
grid, the grid on the sky. And the grid on the
blocks,
floor.
with the colorful
Lines on
blocks.
it and shit like that. Yeah.
Hmm.
I said I don't know where eye level is.
Oh, you don't know where it is? Shit.
No, diagram.
Isn't it? You just imagine yourself in the middle, looking to the vanishing point, straight.
Should I?
I'd assume so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, from a diagram perspective, if there's a horizontal line that everything meets towards, then sure. If you want to consider that eye level, I would agree with that. Sure, we can agree on that. I mean, I could agree on that. However, what I think is like in reality is like eye level to me is like what you see in front of you is your future peripheral. That's why the fucking Star Trek Enterprise never runs into stars at warp speed.
I think what I'm getting at is you could be up higher, tilted, looking down a bit, or you could be lower, looking up a bit. But it's a straight line from your eyes out, usually to the horizon, is what flat Earth obsessives talk about.
But when B-Ball draws a line on a stock photo of people walking down New York and then tries to figure out a yellow line where all the people's eyes meet and call that eye level, that's weird to me. It doesn't make any sense. At the same time, claiming somebody else, like his source of that for that, claim that that's not actually the right way to do it. So,
what the Globers claim to set up a little level thing, don't they, with liquid or some type of laser level or a camera's level inside the camera. And then they say, I'm definitely looking straight forward, but look, the horizon's not in the middle. It's below me looking straight forward. So it must be a globe. That's what they say.
Okay, yeah. The horizon is not eye level. And
Look,
we'll
I'm
never
on a
rise
mountain.
to
I'm
eye
on a
level
mountain and the
because
horizon's below my eye level. Earth is a globe.
100%. The horizon will always be below your eye level because you're standing up.
Yeah, but what they say is when you go on a mountain, it drops more. So as you go up, it drops more and more and more.
Who says that?
Eventually, there's no like blur behind the drop. There's just a hard line.
Well, so like
Here's the
you're
way. Here's the way it
2,500
really would
feet
happen now.
above the ground. Of course.
Here's the way it really would happen: is the horizon. Let's pretend that the ground is flat and goes on infinitely. No matter how high you raise up in elevation, your horizon is going to be at eye level at all times. It won't even be a crisp line. Yeah, because there's no function to lower it to eye level. You can search for it and assume it makes something up, but there's no function to make the
there's no
horizon lower.
And to raise it, you're always going to
Yeah,
be
it
above.
doesn't. It doesn't raise. It just goes with you. Like no matter where you go up, it's going to follow you. The only way it wouldn't do that is if the ground was not infinitely far. It would have some limit to the edge. Then you can describe when that would fall off and how it would
It
go.
never goes side to side curvy.
When it drops and it keeps dropping, the higher you go and it keeps dropping.
No matter
And
how
if
high
you believe an airplane pilot that also claims it dropped when he went really high, then it's an edge. It's an edge. It's not just you seeing a bit more of an infinite plane. You can tell it's an edge when you go high and see it drop.
Well, I never said it was an independent plane.
That's what I'm saying. The only other explanation, if you believe the horizon drops below eye level, is
So
globe.
you're putting a dichotomy on me now.
Well, it is a dichotomy. What else? What third option is there?
I don't know. It
There you
doesn't.
go.
You're always your
Three
eye level.
options. Three
Your
options.
eye.
Globe, flat, or
Okay,
you have
so
no idea.
your eye has a you know, I think that your eye has like a, I don't know, has an angle that it can see up and it can see down, and it can see sideways from left to right. So where's eye level in all of that? You just want to shoot a laser beam out of my eye and see where that goes, or what? How's that work with a picture?
If you had laser vision, it might work like that. Eye level would always
Okay,
be
that's cool.
pretty
But
much
like,
eye level, right?
like, yeah, you can
But
take a picture, but you can't shoot a laser beam out of somebody's eyes when they're taking a picture.
but you don't even see like a laser. You see like a cone. You're shooting long cones out of your eyes. You're not shooting, so like you're always going to run into the ground with the bottom of the cone. A laser would just be straight. It would be. We
Right,
would
but
have.
you don't see only with your laser beam Superman eyes.
If we had laser beam Superman eyes.
If you did.
I wish
still, I did. Right. It's still in the world of if. So when you take a picture, that's got a up and down angle and a side to side angle, no matter what.
It's still not a laser beam. So it's still a
laser
cone.
beam. No, there's no laser beam pictures.
Why do you have to split it into vertical and horizontal angles? Why not like two diagonal ones like across?
Horizontal angles.
Yeah, why do you have to do that?
Well, there's.
What about diagonal?
Wait, what now?
What about diagonal? Just because the horizon goes horizontal, why does that mean our vision
see all
split horizontally?
I guess you can see all that, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like,
Just because Earth is split with a horizon across the middle doesn't mean our vision is.
yeah, I agree. I think I agree with that. Yeah,
I
it's
think
kind of the same.
the sentence there is an up and down angle and a left and right angle doesn't make much sense to me.
Yeah, for sure.
It's because of the surface that the arguments go in a straight line, because looking over the surface. So, of course, you can look at in any direction, and all the cones go in any direction.
You can
but the whole discussion goes about the surface.
Lie on your side, and then the horizon will be vertical in your eye.
Well, how about this? Like, can you take the idea? Hang on. Can you take the idea of like the train tracks? You look at about the train tracks, right? You think it appears that they converge, but they obviously don't, or else trains wouldn't work. But that's my idea of that's your future peripheral. I don't think you can actually go straight ahead.
What does future peripheral mean? I'm going to guess that you've made that up.
You might guess what?
I'm going to guess that you've made that term up. What does it mean?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
100%.
What does that mean?
That's my own brain working.
Do you mean if you walked forward, eventually you'd get to where you're looking?
Yeah, but what you thought was directly in front of you will be either to your left or to your right.
Huh? Why?
That's your future peripheral.
What if you walk straight towards it? It won't be, will it? It'll be at your feet.
Well, you'll never. Yeah, it'll just keep like if there's infinite train tracks. Let's just say you're never going to get to the point where they converge.
Oh, you're trying to say that the whole of reality is like a train track.
Hang on. I disagree. Train tracks converge in the distance.
Are you saying like fields converge in the distance and oceans and all that?
Everything converges in the distance.
No. Well, apparently.
Yeah,
That's the whole thing. It appears to.
Apparently, yeah, it's
Right,
an
I'm with you.
apparent effect. It doesn't actually touch, but it looks like it touches.
Yeah, it's the same thing with parallel lines.
I don't
They
know what
will
the
never
future bit
converge.
means. In the peripheral, what does the future bit mean?
That means if you go there, I guess. If you go forward, I guess.
So you're seeing it emerge from a point, but if you go there, you know it won't. It will spread out again.
Yeah. And it'll be to your left or be to your right. It's like if you walk in the middle of the train tracks, you're not gonna. There's not gonna be a point where you're gonna be like, oh, dang it, these train tracks. I'm standing on both of them with my feet.
I'm getting yeah.
Or it's like you could be heading towards a mountainous area, and then when the road is actually going to go all between these mountains, and you think you're just going to run straight into a mountain from far away.
Yeah, they spread out as you get towards them.
It's the same fucking thing where
that's
like
the-
the Star
that's the
Trek
periphery.
Enterprise goes on warp speed and never runs into a fucking star. That's so
Well,
weird.
They had a guidance department, satellite reflected dish. Obviously, they could plot around things if they needed to. I'm just joking.
I'm sorry, do I sound like a douche?
Navigation
Not
department.
trying to.
All that hyperspace stuff that doesn't seem to
Yeah.
be how we experience
Man, it's
anything.
fucking
right?
sci-fi.
So I
That's why
think
it doesn't.
the navigation computers are designed to avoid
It's fucking
stars. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yes, exactly. You're like, hey, warp speed. What's his nuts?
They're
And
designed. Listen. They're designed to
God, hey,
avoid large stars,
yeah,
black holes, and other nebulous
right.
gases that may destroy the
That's like,
ship.
hey,
Had the
Scotty,
ship
warp
pass through
speed,
there,
Scotty. You're
it would
damn it.
destroy the ship.
I'm an engineer, not a doctor. Like, oh, we gotta fucking let's get the fuck out of here, away from the Klingons or whatever. They go fucking warp speed, and they it shows it
I do
on the
actually.
fucking screen.
I want to know
However
why.
fast it is,
What
we
the
know that
science is why they never hit anything.
They don't.
How do they
They
know they're
never
not going
run
to hit
into
anything?
same thing. That's the future peripheral that I made up that I'm
Yeah.
talking about.
They must zoom in, in Star Trek. Zoom in through the warp speed, through the future peripheral, and find out if there's any stars in the way, and then say, no, we're good for this amount of distance. Press the button.
I don't think they give a fuck. They just want to get away from the Klingons. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's too dangerous to warp speed randomly in any direction.
Get the fuck out of here. They're not going to run it. They're so fucking far apart. It doesn't matter.
Unless you're going to run from the Klingons, you have to know where you're going.
No, you don't. You just get the fuck out of there. All right, we're going to punch.
Dude, what the head of Borg ship is right in your path?
Stars in the universe are so vast.
They cling on to
You're
you.
probably not.
What if a
gonna
Borg ship is right in their path?
Oh,
you know we're talking
a big
about
ass cube.
You know we're talking about La La Land now, right?
Where's the propulsion system
The
on a
Borgs are
Borg?
real, bro. Don't mess with my Borgs.
There's no propulsion system. How's a Borg ship even move?
It's just the idea of the forward. The parallel lines don't intersect. That's it. That's I guess what I'm saying.
The Borg ship moves through mental powers, and why do you keep bringing up the parallel lines? Because obviously, by definition,
That's
they're never
kind of
going
what
to
we're talking.
intersect.
It's kind of what we're talking about, right? Like kind of trying to get the muck through the muck. I think that's kind of what we're talking about.
It's just quite the concept future peripheral thing. I'm thinking about all sorts of sci-fi lines through infinite space and stuff.
Yeah. Fun shit to think about. That's for sure.
Well, if we're just talking about moving, not necessarily on the sci-fi level, just the future peripheral is a concept. It's not necessarily imaginary. It does exist because it's a viewpoint that you will have at some point during the course of transit. So
correct. Even
that's not necessarily,
in reality.
That ain't bullshit. That's just a way of considering it, right?
No, I'm not talking bullshit. I'm talking about like in reality, like thing in the distance, you travel to it in your car. It goes, oh shit, that's not actually, or in an actual train. You go towards it, and you're like, oh, that's just not actually in the middle of where I thought it was. It's actually to the left. If I go closer towards it, it's either going to be to the left of me or to the right of me. That's what I consider the peripheral. Once you get there. Crazy. I might be crazy. Not ruling that out.
Well, you're not half crazy.
Good. I didn't rule out the other part of not being. The other part that I thought when I was crazy, I was like, man, do I really like Machine Gun Kelly? I'm like, yeah, goddamn, I'm crazy.
I don't even know if I can identify a song of his, but he's all the rage. He's dating Megan Fox. Is Megan Fox even still hot? I'm not even sure.
Probably. I'd bang her, probably, I guess.
I know there was a moment where she was just like blisteringly hot, like right off the sun hot.
Well, I mean, so I guess to answer what's his nuts' question, Godric. So there you go. That's my journey.
That was pretty long drawn out, bro. You lost me in the parallel lines.
No. It didn't have anything to do with parallel lines. But it was that's the journey. He asked me what brought my thought process.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you talk about Nathan Oakley. I like Nathan Oakley. I heard you talk about Eric DeBay.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name? D90. What's the rapper's name?
What's his name?
D Marble.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
That was the guy you were wanting to talk about, I think. And yeah, I appreciate that. So 2016.
I didn't mention him, but go ahead.
I myself actually turned in October of 2016. That was a month. I came across Mark Sargent when I was playing with my kid in the mall in the little playpen section, and I couldn't believe it. I texted my wife, I was kind of paranoid for a while. I thought maybe they were watching me and finding out about flat earth, And I figured they got bigger fish to fry beside me. And then when I noticed NASA and other officials basically making fun of us, that actually got me. I was like, what? They're just telling us to our face how stupid we are, And they still don't get it. It's like you can bring people to water, but you can't make them drink, It's just funny how blatant the lies and the propaganda are, and people still don't wake up.
Well, I will say that's one of the things I've been able to kind of realize now and again. That's like when somebody says flat Earth society, it's like, oh, I didn't know what that meant. Like all the back channeling that goes on with the conversation that we're having, and somebody else like reporting back and what have you. I don't know. All that back channeling is kind of weird, but like, who's flat Earth society and who isn't? And that's a whole nother thing about this that
Yeah, that's interesting.
I didn't really know about.
But the flat Earth community isn't flat Earth society, and flat Earth society existed first, and people don't trust flat Earth society.
Yeah,
that's always
right.
Weird.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I actually think that you could re-embrace flat Earth society And it was just the earlier version of what this is now.
Oh, is that what you're trying to do? Is gaslight me into embracing
Yeah.
flat Earth society?
Well, Flat Earth
Tell
Society,
me.
More like flat Earth society.
What does that mean?
it's
Right?
basically there to fuck up the actual movement.
It could be. It could be.
Exactly.
But so could this movement be here to fuck up the truth too.
You can't prove that.
No,
I'm saying it could be.
no, it's not like that. But it's like they already did it with that's their formula. That's how they fuck this up. For the people that are like trying to do it, they'll just throw in a bunch of bullshit stuff. They're like, right, that's the
Like
idea
what?
with the Flat Earth Society, right?
Like what?
They come along with a bunch of dumb shit about the Earth falling upwards or whatever, right?
Yeah, Dell is actually saying that's true now on his live streams.
Okay, well then maybe he is Flat Earth Society. But anyway,
Yeah.
it's that concept, right? That all you really need to do is
Oh
just
wait,
like
what
have
did you
some-
just? Hang on, what did you say?
Stop it now. Stop it now.
Dell, the Scottish guy, is now believing and preaching as if he believes that Earth is going upwards, which makes gravity go downwards towards Earth.
What? That one was confirmed to be from.
Yeah, it was Flat Earth Society, but it does explain gravity quite neatly
Well,
in an absurd
well,
way.
it explains gravity better than the ball does, right? Because gravity is not a force; it's an acceleration, according to them. And now they've got another explanation for it.
Yeah, Flat
Well, how
Earth
do you have?
didn't have an explanation, did they, before?
Right, but then how do you have?
Well, we did.
You did. Density and buoyancy doesn't give a direction.
Right.
Yeah,
In
look,
the
I'm pretty dense, and I
it's
go down.
doing
but in the
that.
water, I'm
It's
buoyant.
doing that. Hang on. That is doing that in the vastness of the entire system that it's against.
Yes, you have to believe in infinite space for this, for it to go up. Forever.
Right. You have to believe in the thing that it's like a what is it called? A stolen concept.
Yeah, but what I'm trying
And
to
you,
say is,
and you need to believe that the Bible's false, because the Bible hints at a flat Earth, but it clearly describes that the Earth is stationary.
Yeah.
So Dell might be, a controlled opposition now. We don't know who's got to it.
well, what I'm trying to say is, Flat Earth
You just have
Society
to
is
obfuscate a
they're not
couple
all
points.
liars.
That's all it takes to slow the conversation down.
Some
Just
people
get
in
lots
Flat Earth
of
Society,
a big footprint and
they're real people.
and slow the conversation down. Go ahead, slow the conversation down.
I'm just saying, Flat Earth Society isn't all controlled up. There's some people that actually believe the Earth's flat and they exist in that society.
Well, surely that would be kind of the point, right?
It's not all controlled up. Maybe it has some usable ideas.
No,
That's
it's a
all.
controlled op.
But don't you have to give money to be in this society? Like officially or
Yeah,
whatever?
but they're probably Freemasons that actually believe the Earth's flat at the center of that society, or else it wouldn't be worth.
Well,
No,
like the whole
because
time
they
it's
claim
going
that we
upward.
get gravity by the Earth pushing up in the sky, and that's why they
Yeah.
get gravity, and that is because that is there, so it makes real flat earthers look stupid.
Well, not necessarily. Just because you don't identify with
Yes.
that idea, it doesn't mean it's designed to make you look stupid.
It
Yeah,
actually
no, that's
does.
exactly what that's what we're asserting. And
Yeah, I'm saying
You're
no,
right. It's not
you
necessary.
can deny that, but that
Slightly
just
wrong.
probably makes you look stupid. You know,
I
saying
think if
all
people
of flat
believe
Earth are pretty
that, they're
stupid to
not
some people.
either they're not serious or they're just like ignorant of what to say.
But anyway,
That's
John,
even
it's
more
like
stupid than the
this is just
globe.
counter operational fucking shit. This is just strategy. This is just how you play the game. So like, we're absolutely correct in asserting that the Flat Earth Society are basically just like shills here to fuck it up for all of us.
They might think that you, the new movement of you guys, is shills to fuck them up.
right. That's a good point.
Same with
Ken, Steve.
Catholics and Christians. Everyone
However,
thinks they're right, don't they? And the other way
Right,
around.
but then I might think that you're here to fuck this conversation.
Exactly.
Against evil.
no,
Against
he's
evil.
not.
Right, but then I'd be right.
What was your name before you changed it?
Dawn Trader?
John.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, okay. Not like I've got like any recognition of your voice or anything. Okay.
Did you say Don Trader?
No, I just said John.
Storm.
He's the guy with the croaky voice with the picture of the frog.
No, he's not. He's not a bad dude. He's.
No, I am partly here to steal some of the conversation. Obviously,
You're here to say stupid shit
anyone
and
that
to get us
joins.
fucked up.
Ultimately,
calm down,
you're gonna
calm
go just
down.
like some kind of retro paganism shit, and then we're gonna have to deal with that. And there's gonna be a long
Don't worry,
silence.
I'll talk on whatever you want to talk on. I'll forget Flat Earth Society
Can
and
you
Earth going upwards. I was
alright.
just mentioning that Dell believes it.
Yeah,
now,
I
so-
realize that you're a flat Earth societist, but
I'm not.
Of course you are.
You have to be a paying member to actually be called that, right?
Yeah, that's the only trouble with society. You have to pay the bastards.
Well, you can
Right.
support them morally and with your actions. So.
Yeah,
Okay, calm down. No, don't be fucking gang banging on it.
I'm single banging. Who else is
Oh,
banging
okay.
on him?
I don't know, somebody else.
Okay, eggshells. Are you here?
I'm here now, man. But I will go silent if somebody else walks into the gym.
Eggshells. What
I
is
don't
this
want
about you
to hear
coming
them.
to? What is this about you coming to the flat Earth?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther now.
You're full of shit.
I understand for your entertainment value that might interest you, but I'm seriously asking you.
Well, this is like
I'm definitely claiming to be a flat earther now.
Exit.
Okay, hang on a second. Wait, hang on a second. Eggshells. If this is
Yeah.
true, what is your turning point moment?
Well,
Everybody shut up.
I was asked for lots of evidence as a glober, and it got kind of exhausting. I had to Google things and then pretend to understand them and present them to people who would sort of present their incredulity as a rebuttal. And I thought that seems a lot easier. I could take a break, but I didn't want to leave the rooms. So I started trying it, and I realized, yeah, speed of light, it's very confusing. Therefore, it's false.
Okay,
That's it.
eggshells. I'm sorry, go ahead. You have another question?
Oh,
I had
and the
a
lack of
question.
space planes. There's
That's it.
There's
I
lots
mean,
of reasons. Right, if the planes have to dip their nose down every 60 nautical miles, they've got to dip it down a degree. There should be throughout history many pilots who forgot to do that and floated off into space. But I've looked through a telescope and I haven't seen any space planes. The lack of space, me seeing any space planes proves there's no space planes, proves space is fake and possibly gay.
Okay. I mean, you just is your first week. Those are first week sorts of things you might think.
I don't know,
I'm not
man.
sure if
I
you're
don't know.
fucking with us or not. Really.
Eggshells. I like you as a person, but I'm not sure if I'm buying it, bro.
But I'm also not sure that you can fuck with us and also not fuck with yourself. So I think that there's double damage that's being done here. So you're only hurt. You're only just having a good time. That's all. It's all fun.
Well, I mean, he can do what he wants to do about it.
Is this like your first week?
Yeah, this is like day 6.
Okay.
5,
Have
maybe.
you-
I don't know.
But I'm like, is this just that kind of thing where it's like, yeah, I did a 1 week crash diet. I dressed as a woman for a week just to see what it was like. Is it that type of
Did
thing,
you?
or is it more? Is it a greater?
I kind of want to know about dressing as a woman for a week. What was it like?
I don't know. I'm just saying, but it's something that whatever. Before
That's cool. I mean, I totally understand the agreeing with your opponent thing.
Hang on, eggshells. I'm gonna
Yeah.
give you. Can I give you not a test, but I'm gonna encourage you to do something. If you're serious about what you're saying, because you know how to print books, right? I want to see you print a book that takes you how I became a flat earther. That to me, that would be something that would be kind of substantial to me. That you're not just
All right.
bullshit.
It's going to be a few years' work.
No,
but I'll get on it.
Come on.
Well, my last book took me like 2 years to write.
It takes you that long to write a book?
Well, writing is easy. It's the deleting and editing that takes the time.
My God. Okay, well, I don't know what to say.
Well, so that goes back to my question I said earlier was, has anybody seen any of Eggshell's videos? Nobody has. Or else you would know that what I just said, like, cut it to the core, was agreeing with your opponent is a technique. And I think that's what you're doing, Eggshell.
I mean, I do think agreeing is useful. It excites less dissonance and keeps the conversation going. So yeah, I'm with you on that. You know, that calling somebody a retard or a medial mid-conversation
Okay,
is
wait.
Ineffective. I mean, unless what you're trying to do is something other
Eggshells.
than have a meaningful discussion.
Eggshells. Does this mean that the controllers that be the governments are all lying to us? Is that what it means?
It must
What do you
mean
mean
that,
by
right?
us? Who's us?
It means that in any event, he's going to have more
Education,
meaningful conversations.
science, politics, media. Are they lying to us, Eggshells?
Of course. But I mean, I already agree with that. It's the global. You know, I've made TV. I know what happens. I've been in articles which I know are like 180 degrees in the wrong direction, saying untrue things. I don't need to be a flat earther to accept that the media is not completely honest or accurate.
What percent? Not completely. What percent honesty is on TV?
That's 100% on it, right? Like starts on like what day it is. I think that day is true. There's stuff saying that Pakistan is struggling economically. I just rode through Pakistan. I saw people queuing up for free rice.
That's a fantastic deflection, Eggshells. I'm on to you.
Obviously, some of it's got to be somewhere.
Okay, wait. Let me
The
ask you
idea
another
that it's all backwards is just letting them control your mind.
Eggshells.
You know,
What's going on with NASA? In your opinion?
what's going on with NASA?
Yeah.
Well,
now you become a flat earther. Now, what are they doing?
They're Satanists, ex-Nazis, who produce maths that is beyond my comprehension.
And all the other space agencies. One second. All the other space agencies.
Well, their maths is also beyond my
China.
She's throwing
Things that I
fucking
don't
shit on the
understand
wall,
are
see what
sus.
sticks. Eggshells, you're good at what you're doing. I will agree with that.
Look, things I don't understand are sus. We can all agree with that.
But essentially, you're having no fun just having to defend the globe model if you're here.
Yes, very true. Yeah.
Okay, what about the moon landing? The moon landing. Are you with the moon landing? Mars rover.
This is a quality of life issue.
Yeah,
This
he's
is a
totally
quality
with
of life
it.
condition. No, he just can't have fun if he's
Elon
going to argue
Musk.
with people.
Elon Musk with Mars rovers, moon landing. How we doing?
Look, I would say I can't guarantee they're Satanists, but I can guarantee that I can't understand their maths.
Take a conversion of out of convenience. That's it's a soft win, but I'll take that one.
Anybody thinks Eggshells is actually converted to be a flat earther is a knucklehead.
Sounds like Eggshells. You're basically doing a reverse gaslighting.
Right. No, it's straight on gaslighting.
It's pretty abysmal. Oh, I'm a flat earther now.
I like it.
You're like, I'm a flat earther now because math is confusing. It's like, what is that?
Oh, now I get to take on all the questions.
False, Gio? Are you going to say that's false, that maths isn't confusing?
If this was being broadcast to a larger amount of people, you'd be booted instantly.
Well, yeah, no shit. Hey, I remember Eggshells. You and me went round and round one point. It was on a different server. I think it was actually Brandon's back in the day. About the circumpolar navigation route of that fucking airplane, and I was like, nuh-uh, it did not do that. Because look at it on the website. It went on loop-de-doop. It's a whole loop-de-doop thing. It wasn't around. Because some knucklehead.
Corkscrew image.
Remember that? Do you remember me talking to you about that long
Yeah,
time ago? Yeah.
Yeah, that was ages ago.
Oh, yeah. And I get all butthurt about like Huffy and Puffy. I'm like, no. Okay, well, because you were like, well, this is my impression of you. Well, why would it? Well, of course they didn't do it because it'd be too cold. It'd be too dangerous. Why would they do it? And then I was like, then somebody found the thing. It was like, then you were like, oh, of course they did it. Of course they did it. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Yes, I do remember changing my view on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, I just took it for granted, as you said, that it hadn't happened. And then somebody showed some,
Yeah.
pretty
I went
weak
I'll
evidence
bet
of
it.
that.
Yeah, there was
And I just believe that.
there was somebody in one of those servers that I had to go round and around with. I was like, "Are you shitting me?" They're actually a thing. It's not real. It's not. They actually did do a actual circuit pull. I was like, fucking going to fucking websites, shit. And I actually bought the fucking movie on YouTube for like, I don't know, $15 or whatever. I was like, nope, nowhere in there. I was like fucking sorting it out and everything. Like nowhere in there did they fucking actually. They had a record time, that's for sure. But even according to their own fucking website, it didn't go in a circle. It went because of the world records, the Guinness Book of World Records part of it. They had to go like up to the North Pole, like do like a loop-de-doop, and then turn like 30 degrees, and then go somewhere else and all that shit. But somebody on YouTube put a fucking flight
And they
plan.
landed.
Yeah, they put a flight plan that looked like it did that, but that's not what they actually did, because they had to do a loop-de-doop because of the Guinness Book of World Records to meet the criteria for it. Yeah.
According to their own one, they get to the south quote unquote pole and then take a sort of like sharp turn to get to Chile. But my question is like, why do they have to land at all? Why not just build a plane that can go around the world in a single tank?
Right, I know that because they had to fulfill the criteria for the world record speed thing. That's why they didn't do it.
But wouldn't it be quicker to not land?
I don't know, man. They just didn't do it that way.
Eggshells. Have you told anybody you know that you've become a flat earther?
I've told my fiance.
Well, that's not going to be a marriage happening
What was
soon,
her
right?
reaction? Wait, hang on. Tell us how that went
How many
down.
fiances do you have?
She occasionally sits next to me and listens to what I say, but most of the time she catches me talking to you guys. She rolls her eyes and walks off, goes and watches Doctor Who or something.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that the same thing when you tell her anything though?
No, she likes to listen to most of my bullshit about other things.
If you actually did tell her that, she probably would roll her eyes and be like, "Oh, that's a big shocker." You hang out with those guys every day. Big shocker.
Yeah.
Is your
Everybody is so interested in the flat Earth.
Because everybody's so influential.
Is your fiance a normie?
Yes.
Right.
Wait, Eggshells is a normie too.
He's not a normie. He's been in the discussion for a long time. He knows the arguments. He knows the debate tactics. Most of them, I think.
What's the difference?
I think Godric's difference is, are you near these debates
really though,
or not? And if you don't pay very much attention to them, you're nowhere near them, you're more a normie. Whereas
I will say though,
the globe is here. We all agree here. The globe is here abnormal, not normies.
A normie will
They're
say,
weird.
it has to be a globe because NASA, because Eratosthenes, because school, but not knowing what that actually means.
I can imagine, Eggshells, that your fiance is pissed off that you know about logical fallacies when when you tell her about when she's wrong, because you know it. Like, actually, that doesn't make any sense.
Generally, unless I'm trying to make a point about logical fallacies in particular, like about the sort of calling out of them, I'll try not to just bleat that's a logical fallacy, because that itself is a fallacy. Right? You should show what's ultimately working, which means you don't need to just say argument about populum. You can be like, okay, so if the argument is this is true because lots of people believe it, can you think of other things where that might not be the case? Rather than just go, that's that fallacy. Because that's fallacious.
Right. Well, that's silly. But so where are you? Are you in Australia or are you in New Zealand?
I'm in Dubai.
Okay, so you don't sound like it.
No, I'm not an Emirati. I'm traveling at the moment across the plane, and
you gotta catch a plane.
Motorbikes.
Catch a plane that's
No,
not
I'm
going to
traveling
go
by motorbike.
circumpolar.
Well, all the plane flights I've taken on this trip are very short.
So are you? But hang on, I'm not asking where you are right this fucking second. Are you like
I'm Australian.
from there? Oh yeah, okay. So can you? Okay, that's cool. So did you go from Australia straight to Dubai, or did you make a stop off, or what?
I'm traveling across the plane by motorbike.
Across the what and the
Uh,
where?
Like I'm riding by motorbike from Sydney to London.
Okay. Slow down. I know we're both speaking English, but
So you know what motorbikes are, yeah?
yeah, like a motorcycle, like a vroom vroom.
Yeah.
You sit on it and it goes.
And you know that Sydney's a place, right?
Sydney.
Australia.
Yeah.
And I'm going from that place to London, which I presume you also know is a place.
London, England.
UK. Yeah. Not the
Okay,
bullshit.
so did
Nobody
you
reads
have?
the bullshit on Birmingham. Nobody even aware of his Alabama. Nobody, even the people from there, I'm pretty sure go London.
Yeah.
The one
So
in
you had
America.
like that's a pretty fucking cool snorkel machine.
That's what I'm saying. I've catch flights across the bits of ocean, have to, or ferries if it's short enough, and then
So
wait
you
for
went
the bikes to catch up.
from there to there, and then you went to whatever.
Went from Sydney to Darwin, flew from there to East Timor, and the bikes arrived by container. Then took ferries across the islands of Indonesia. Then flew the bikes
What'd you
from
do?
Malaysia, Borneo
Why'd
to
you go?
Malaysia mainland,
Gotcha.
Thailand, Laos, Nepal, India, Pakistan, and then flew
That
from
sounds
Pakistan to Dubai.
Fuck off.
Globetrotter.
Sorry. Globetrotter. Oh, we caught him, boys. You mean plane walker?
Okay,
Colloquial.
Eggshell. Now that you've come around to the flat Earth, who's your favorite famous flat earther?
Oh, favorite.
It's obvious. It's
Favorites.
obviously.
That's famous
It's
one.
obviously me. It's obviously Sugar Cookie.
I don't know if it's got to be famous. Like
I'm not a flat earther though, so whatever.
Dan and I get on pretty well. I like
Dan
Geo.
the Waterman.
I admire Jeremy. I think when Witset's not doing is like calling people retards and remedial and speaking in long battle rap sentences, he's pretty cool.
Okay, that's fair.
Are you? Did you want him to mention you?
I don't
I
think
thought he
Godric's
was going to
famous.
say
He wanted
Jeremy
famous.
or something like that.
I've never
But he
really
probably
heard
doesn't
Jeremy
know.
speak. I've never had a conversation with him. All I've seen from him is video clips of his or
Wait,
kind
did
of
you say
things.
Jeremy?
Jeremy. I said Jeremy, yeah.
Jeremy
Jeremy's kind of famous to me,
Oh,
but not Jeran.
Jeremy. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be the other server.
What other server?
Oh, sorry. It would be this server. Jeremy on this server, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Jeremy the mod.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Like
Jeremy.
if there's like he's very good at. Like I read the 10th Man's channel description the other day, and I was like, I really like that, where he says like if there are 10 men in a room and 9 of them all agree, it's the responsibility of the 10th man to challenge whatever's being said, regardless of whether he agrees or not. And I don't think Jeremy disagrees dishonestly, but I think Jeremy is very good at challenging people and not just agreeing because that's what everybody else in the room is doing, which to me shows real free thought and critical thinking.
I was fucking amazed at the one time that 10th Man and Brenda both talked to each other. I was like, wait a second. I thought they were the same person. Like just by their
You thought they were the
voice, you
same
know.
person?
Just by their voice. I always thought that like, oh shit, 10th Man is obviously Brenda. Because they sound totally the same to me. I thought it was always funny. But then I heard them talk to each other. I'm like, dang it.
Could have been recorded. We've been doing some
Is that
clever work.
is that what you're talking
soundboard.
about? Like 10th Man's actual server or video things or whatever?
No, I just meant his channel description. Somebody posted his channel the
Oh,
other day, and I just read his channel description. That's
I
all.
had no idea.
Which is the idea of like dissenting against popular opinion being valid and important.
Oh, right. So he has an actual channel then, huh?
10th Man.
Okay. I thought it was just a 10th Man like giving money to Nathan Oakley's channel just so he can do the section thing for whatever reason. I don't know.
No idea.
I thought he was a funder of that. I mean, this is just me thinking crazily. I thought he was a funder of that. So he's breaking out on his own then, huh? Or one of the funders. I don't know. It's just my wild conspiracy theory. Just like I thought he was the same person as Brenda. Why would they fucking go? Never mind. I'll just leave it there. The year of the Black Swan to the year of the fucking Sextant. Now, what year is? What is it? What is it this year?
The year of the azimuthal grid of the limit of our vision.
Azimuth. I like that. Azimuth. Who said that one?
That's Witset's one. He's very soon about to release maths that shows how all of our assumptions about angles using trigonometry and angular size is wrong because we see in a hemispherical azimuthal grid that is the limit of our vision, which creates the south celestial pole and things dipping behind the horizon and fundamentally alters
you know what?
the way we.
You know what? That's awesome because I think azimuths fucking decimate the idea of diverging verticals.
Sure, how's that?
Well, look at the fucking Jesse Kozlowski bullshit where they fucking drawings and shit. Like, look at the fucking numbers on that. They don't make no sense. Where's the fucking azimuth? Where's the fucking azimuth? You have to have an azimuth on one, and you have to have an azimuth on another one. You can't compare the two if you don't have fucking azimuth. Horizontal is what it is. That's another name for it, by the way. Sorry. Didn't mean to get too loud. It's horizontal. The year of the horizontal? Who knew? I'll mute. Why is it so silent all of a sudden?
Because you keep talking.
We're dropping too many truth bombs.
No, just joking.
I'm good.
Eggs, do you talk to people locally, like through the places you stop, ask them if the Earth's round or flat?
No, I was going to. I was talking to Bandsaw about it ages ago. But my girlfriend was like, no, that is crazy insulting what you're doing.
No. It's not your girlfriend. It's your fucking
I was like,
fiance.
I can kind of understand it. Right, and I feel saying fiance sounds so pretentious.
Yeah, well, okay. You tell her she's your girlfriend.
And she was my girlfriend at that stage.
Yeah, okay.
I hadn't proposed to her until we got to Nepal.
Well, good for you. Honestly.
Wait a minute. One moment he says fiance, then he says girlfriend. Where's the consistency?
Well, he's talking to us, and he said it's. To be fair, he said it sounds pretentious. So he says.
And at that stage, she was still my girlfriend.
Right. At the time.
Yeah.
So anyway, what did the bitch say?
She said it'd be crazy insulting because you're like, many of these people have all sorts of very interesting beliefs about death. They would keep a corpse in the house sometimes for like 20 years until they could afford a funeral, and then they had to like slaughter all these animals for the funeral, and they had to like turn the casket to the east to see the sunrise, because then it can ascend to heaven. And I was like, oh, I wonder what shape they see the planet. And she's like, if you ask them that, they will be so offended, thinking, oh, just because we do these funny funeral practices, we think we're idiots. And she put her foot down quite hard, so I decided to not mess with that.
Why?
Well, because
better to avoid conflict.
Lots of things on the trip that are uncomfortable. So I got to be able to recognize the ones where she's absolutely adamant. Otherwise, she'll just say no to more stuff.
Kind of a give or take kind of thing.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, what about the give or take on your what's her nut side?
Oh, she's pretty good. I could take her down some gnarly tracks and put her in uncomfortable situations on about a weekly basis.
Okay, good. Well, she agreed to something apparently, so that's good for you, right?
That's right.
Are you like pounding your girlfriend right now or something? You're breathing pretty.
I'm on an exercise bike and I'm very fat and I need to get fit if I'm going to be a flat earth.
Oh, well, just don't eat so much.
Yeah, I can hear you sweating on this conversation right now. Calm down, it's fine.
Food is tasty.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
exercise
all right.
too hard if you took the vax. He's getting exercise.
I'm mute. I'm just sweating it out.
It's the exorcism. You've exercised the globe. Now you're exercising.
What? So you sound like Brian Leakey right now. Are you fucking working out, like working on a car or something, like listening to some fucking doing some curls in the garage or what?
He's on exercise bike.
I told you I'm flattening the curve, reducing my radius.
Is that an elliptical?
Yeah, but no, just an exercise bike.
What radius? How can you have a radius? You can't have a radius. You can't have pi.
Of my belly.
Mhm. That's right. Can't have pi with a variable radius. Where are you honestly on a fucking treadmill or something?
Of course I am.
Good for you. You got your diet to match?
Do you have like
Yeah,
an
you could
exercise?
like any amount of calories you burn on that bike now, you could put it right back on with like one Hershey bar.
Easily. Now, don't believe the calorie meter on that shit.
Just don't eat. It's much easier, dude.
Well, nobody's proven that to me scientifically.
Hey, what's your age range, nutshells?
I'm 40.
40-ish?
No, bang on 40. Turned 40 in November.
Oh shit. I don't remember. Oh shit. Is that kind of a midlife, like a pre-midlife crisis for you?
I just used to be fit and notice if I love off-road riding, and I notice I just get really exhausted really quickly and then can't ride and start crashing. And I got to like deadlift my girlfriend's bike about 20 times every time we go off-road. So if I got some fitness and strength, that'll be easier.
Okay, so what are you eating? What's your food intake look like?
Everything. All
okay,
the things.
Stop doing that.
Well, but like I said, that hasn't been scientifically proven yet.
Yeah, diet, and then extra diet's a key.
But like moving through all these
What
different
test have you
places.
done?
What?
What test have you done to show that?
What
that eating chips is bad.
What do you mean test? What tests have I done at age? Okay, well I've done several tests on my own body about eating chips specifically. No. However, I've tracked my macros. Are you tracking your macros with an app like MyFitnessPal or anything like that?
It's not what you eat, it's what you believe about what you eat.
No, bullshit. You check your fucking macros. Track your macros.
No, it's just
Track, no, it's not a conspiracy, dude.
Macros are Excel.
The only way to prove it is
I'm a human being.
Yeah, he doesn't have spreadsheets. Come on.
You got a spreadsheet? I got a fucking spreadsheet.
You can be eating ice cream, and if you think that it's like healthy as lettuce or healthy as a healthy
he's probably like
salad,
every
then
6 hours he's
you'll
like,
be thin.
Do you know what fucking macros are? Nutshells.
No, they're in Excel. Microsoft Excel uses macros.
Okay. Do you know what macros are? Not talking spreadsheets, though. I'm talking about diet-wise macros. Your
Are you talking
protein,
about
carbs,
macronutrients?
proteins, fats, and carbs. Those are your macros.
Look, let me show you in the chat.
How much do you weigh?
103 kilos.
I mean, roughly. I don't want to dox you.
He
I mean, like
specifically
about how
said
much you weigh.
Look, there's my before image.
by
I
weight.
put the infomercial I was in like 15 years ago.
I gotta look at your fucking text
That's
chat
how I
now?
used to look.
Hold on. Where? Where'd you put it?
Livestream text.
I gotta play a video. You have a video of how you use. No. This looks like a sex
He's
thing.
like 227.25 pounds.
That's right. Yeah.
You're
We're gonna keep this one
40-year-olds.
227 and 6'3".
How tall are you?
6'3".
Okay. 6'3", 220.
Yeah. 227.
All right. 227. All right. What's your body fat percentage?
Oh, I don't know. Very high.
How
What's
do
your
you know
max
it's high?
Probably
vertical?
about 50%. 6'3".
Okay. I can tell by how you're probably about like how hard you're breathing. You're probably about like 25% body fat. Take that
I'd say
into
at least
account.
50.
Huh?
I'd say at least
That's not.
50%.
I'm not trying to. I'm not insulting.
It's just that Glober weight. You just shed that.
It is.
Yeah. Well, go. You know what you should do is go to a different latitude, and then you would weigh different.
Well, I am up near the equator.
Oh, so you're max weight right now.
Minimum.
Mm.
If you believe the globe model.
So your minimum weight right now at the equator. Okay, well, fucking keep going.
Yeah. I will.
What you got to do is keep breathing harder. That sounds really weird.
Sorry, I'll mute myself. We can talk about something else.
Yeah, it's going to be unintentionally ASMR for some people. And,
I
you
know.
just don't need to do that.
So you got to fucking figure out your fucking macros, dude. Figure out how many.
Yeah, how can he do? He's traveling. He's on a motorbike. He's like, I'm in
You
Pakistan.
got to figure shit out, man. He's got to have to bring some. You got to figure.
He's eating shit on a stick. He's like, oh, this is some regional shit on a stick. Oh yeah,
He's
fuck
got-
yeah, it's good. You have
Well,
a Red Bull?
he-
Okay, let's do it.
Well, that's fine, but he doesn't know what the heck is what's what. He didn't know what they are. So first things first, figure out what your macros are. Like if you're 220 pounds, you're about the same. I think we're about the same kind of stature. And so general rule of thumb is 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. So roughly 220 grams of protein, and then your fat should be no more than 25-30% of your calories. That's what I'm saying. I have a spreadsheet
I don't know.
that does all
Let's figure like Kyrie Irving is the perfect person. He's about like 6'2", 197.
Who's that?
All right. Kyrie Irving. He's nobody.
He's a basketball
But
player.
but those are good. That would be good. 200 if you're about 6'3", something like that's got to be all right.
Oh yeah, 200 grams. So you're about at that point you're about times 10 of your total calories. Just rule of thumbs. Times 10, so you're gonna need 2,200 calories. That's what you need to stick to.
So 2 Snicker bars or
Right, exactly.
one fast food.
Or some like fucking actually some protein and something like not Snicker bar, because you're off the fucking charts with the Snicker bar with fat and sugar.
Yeah, and the glycemic curve.
Carbs, yeah.
Dangerous curves ahead.
No carbs are dangerous. Just
The spikes, the spikes.
Yeah, the
man,
insulin spikes. Yeah.
they kind of make you more tired. They kind of exhaust you more. So sometimes like sugars can make you more tired. That might be something to try to like pay attention to as far as like, you know, for endurance, motorbiking, girlfriend bike picking up and all that.
Yeah, like a hot dog. That's basically keto. You just eat hot dogs all day without the buns. That's keto. Cheese on a hot dog,
Oh
keto.
my gosh.
Yeah, that's like
Shit,
po'
that
boy
just
keto, dude.
wow. Yeah,
It
but the
is.
nitrates on that would fuck me up. Like all the preservatives in the dogs.
Oh yeah, we're not talking about that though. We're just trying to get nutshells on on the right track. He's fucking working out.
He doesn't have to go
Trying to get
keto.
ready for his fucking wedding. No, he doesn't have to go keto. He
All
just
right,
needs
he's gonna
to.
want to fit into his tux or whatever.
Yeah, he just needs to fucking track his eating. That's
Do you
it.
think,
Just track it.
or is he gonna be like really weird and like wear a kilt for some reason?
Mm.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't know. He doesn't sound like
It's
sound
always a
like
good
a
look.
kilt guy
Okay.
to me. He's like an extra large cummerbund maybe kind of guy.
Yeah, I'll have to wear a wedding muumuu. It'll be all weird. They're both wearing dresses.
Wedding moo. What's that?
Like a large house dress, I guess.
Well, I guess it depends on the culture of the country, or what's Mrs. Nutshells wants to fucking put up with, you know. That's why he's getting his fucking fat ass on a treadmill right now, like fucking Leaky. I mean, he sounds like Leaky, like you know, whenever you talk to whenever Brian Leaky talks, he's like, oh yeah, I got like doing something else. That's all. And I call him Brian Leaky a fat ass. Don't. We had a whole conversation about keto and shit like that, and Gio told him he talked to Gio, and he's like doing good about it. Well, that was I don't know, months back. So I hope he's doing good. Just the out of breath part. That's all I was talking about.
Brian is always out of breath.
Yeah, it's like he's lifting weights in his garage, working on something. Or
You need to
what
help
have
Jay
you.
Ace out. You need to help Jay Ace out. He's always out of breath, man.
I think he's just too hyped.
Does he just have asthma, or he lives at a high elevation? Or
No, he
both?
lives in Florida. It's the lowest elevation. I think.
He's
I'm not
a
trying to dox
huffer.
him.
I'm just
He's
saying.
like a kid who wants to
doing
get all his words out at once, and he can't.
I think he just has
Yeah.
a lot of plosives, and they take up a lot of his air volume or something like that. I'm not really sure. He's hard on the foot and the put and stuff like that. It's like
50% of his breath goes to saying bro.
bro. No, he's not. Can't.
Well, that was really cool. I think a while back that conversation happened, and Leaky mentioned something that Gio told him about cutting out some sugars and stuff, and Leaky was like, "Oh man, thank you, Gio, about that." So I thought that was cool. I want everybody to be healthy, no matter what you fucking think. Well, flat, what have you, or not. I'm pointing right back at me. I did go to the gym today.
Good.
Did my stuff, you know. All that.
I like tore my something in my ribs area.
What is it?
I don't know what
is
it
it?
was. My
Say it
something.
again.
I tore something.
Oh.
Not sure. I think I did it when it was. I think I just like kind of tore it like during the day, like lifting something, and then went to sleep weird and slept on it weird, and then woke up and it felt like ow. But for
What
like
were you doing?
like 2 weeks, I don't know. It's just moving furniture around.
Were you at the gym when this
No, it's
tour
moving
thing
furniture.
happened?
I'm
Oh
good.
fuck! Oh, you know what? It was at your low back.
No, I'm saying my rib, my right
Your
side,
rib.
lower
Oh,
ribs, rib cage, lower rib cage. Anyway, man, that shit just
lower
sucks.
rib cage.
Yeah,
How? Oh, you moving? What were? What was the situation?
it
Was
was
it bending over or was it picking up?
probably lifting something, bending while rotating left to right or something.
Yeah, that's
And
like
it just
weak
weren't
abs.
fit.
That's weak core. Because I've had that happen before.
It's not weak core. It's
Yeah, it
just
is.
I was lifting something like over 50 pounds or 100 pounds or something.
Yeah, that's weak core. That's weak core.
Or like upstairs, moving something 100 pounds.
Oh,
Or
you just like tweaked it.
yeah, it just twisted. It just bothered me. But I'm like, wait, do I have like organ failure, or is just did I tweak something so in there that it's just not healing weird? You know, like, or it's not healing right. But it's hard
You
to
have
tell. You know what I mean? It's like it's
uh,
hot. It's like a little inflamed. I'm like, I got soft things behind now.
no, it's not
But
hard to
no,
tell. You got a
I
weak
think I'd be
core.
able to tell by that by now. Okay?
Yeah, I'm just telling you right now, it's weak core.
Go ahead.
Have
Go ahead and
you?
criticize
When
me.
was the last time you done any deadlifts?
I don't go to the gym, so I don't know
So,
what you mean.
yeah,
What
weak
is a
core.
deadlift to you?
Where you have like a
when
bar and weights and
when
you
you
pick
kill
it up.
someone. That's when you kill
Yeah, you
someone and dispose of the body.
kill somebody and move them to the trunk. I know.
I move heavy things all the fucking time. So
Okay. Well,
We do the heavy
I'm not a
lifting for these
physicist.
globers as well.
I'm not a physiastrist. So how am I supposed to know?
yeah, I think it's just I'm about gonna go downhill from the 40s, cruising into the 50s, and I'm like, yeah, collagen supplements are a must because like
Dude,
I'm just not built out of the same shit anymore that I was.
that's a wrong ass mindset, motherfucker.
Go ahead and criticize me, bitch fucking face,
Okay, I
with your
will.
resting bitch nose.
It's just the wrong mindset. I remember when I was 40 and I thought I couldn't fucking deadlift.
If you don't think that collagen's good, then okay.
Yeah. I mean,
Go
everybody's different.
ahead. I'll just give you the
Everybody's
hand.
different.
You can just go on with the
I
stuff.
mean, maybe you're just a weak pussy. That's fine. It's like, maybe you just go through your rest of your life after 40 and be just a weak ass pussy, I guess, maybe, and not do anything about it.
Wow. You're a pleasant little
I
sugar
know.
bowl, aren't you?
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, maybe you should.
Maybe I
You should
should
go
mute.
fuck yourself. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, no, no. We
Right?
wouldn't be the
It could
first
be
person
either,
to
right?
tell me
I'm
that.
not sure. Right? It's a black or white world.
No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Well, I hope you get better from your 40-year-old injury.
Cool. I've injured myself many times.
Well, stop doing that. You should do like, how many push-ups can you do? Like 4, maybe 1, probably maybe 2.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
Come on, man. What's your moniker?
Okay.
What's your moniker? What's your name? It's
Hey,
hard to tell.
Sugar.
What snacks you were talking
Yeah.
Sugar, you must be a big guy then, huh?
No, I'm basically I said earlier I'm the same as nutshells as far as stature goes.
Here's something interesting, Aaron. I checked my weight against my height and was obese. And then I'm not saying it's because of it, but switched to flat earth and then rechecked my height and my weight, and I'm now just overweight. So that's progress.
the zero beats
Progress
based
is
on
the
heights and
progress is the key.
But it's like a week apart.
Consistency is the key, though. You can't make progress without consistency. Only reason why I say that is because I've done it. I've gotten
I'm
down
not going
to
to get
like,
much consistency because
why
like
not?
because I can do it now because I'm spending like 10 days in one hotel. But when you're traveling, you like sometimes have a tiny little room and turn up at night and need to leave the next morning and you've got to find food and
Yes.
get
You
wise
can't do fucking you can't do burpees wherever you can do burpees where the fuck you're at.
Yeah, it's not quite as easy as that. Would challenge you.
Yeah, it is. You can do burpees in a fucking hotel room without a treadmill. I'm just saying if you want to be consistent. Make progress as much as you can though.
I normally do burpees after a night out drinking.
No, not
Some
that
burpees and
kind of
some
burpee.
parties.
Different burpee.
yeah, that was a trick in the Navy.
I'll get you in a second.
You know, so you could stay up drinking all night till 5, 6 in the morning and work the next day. You just do a workout in the morning, and it clears your hangover.
Get the blood flow going.
But it's so hard to make yourself do that.
Yeah, unless you have the foresight, like you just force yourself to do it. Like on spring break, I would just run on the beach, but that way, if you know, my friends who didn't do that, they couldn't even make it to the second, third day. But you know,
Yeah, it's like one of those things when you get into a routine. Like for when I did it, I just turn my brain off. Like, okay, here's what I'm doing. It's not discipline. It's like the discipline is turning your brain off. Like, okay, getting up, going, doing it. And recently, I was like, just show up and do the fucking work, asshole. I've been talking to myself. Like, show up, do the fucking work. All I gotta do is show up and do the work. That's it. Done. No thought involved. At least that's how I look at it. What do I know? I'm a fucking dum-dum.
How old are you?
Upper 40s.
Upper 40.
Mm-hmm.
Probably older than I.
Yeah.
I've managed to trigger 4 Globers just by asking questions about trilateration in satellites.
How old are you?
It's embarrassing. I'm 41 now.
How you like it?
You should change your name from Dawn to Dusk.
Yeah.
you stupid motherfucker.
And I'm 45, man.
That was good, eggshells. Yeah. This is quick, that's why.
Well, one of the things I've found is desiccated liver tablets. You can fucking take those with you and kind of be healthy, right?
That sounds gross.
Well, you just swallow them like with the drink.
So for a desiccated liver, how do I know if my liver's desiccated? Maybe I don't need them.
Well, no, you don't. It's not your own liver. It's like a beef liver. It was a cow liver. The cow liver desiccated is like all the fucking fat. It's basically dehydrated liver, but it's in tablet form. And you just fucking eat them. Oh, you don't eat them. You just fucking
Beef
swallow
liver
them.
powder capsules. Take 'em.
Yeah, yeah.
Wink.
Like, it's like a superfood, basically.
But a tablet, super tablet.
Hmm. Yes, yeah, it's a tablet. Well, it's like a large tablet. Yeah.
Oh, someone's here. I'm gonna go.
Chocolate
Yeah,
coated.
I got a whole thing. I got a whole. I'll take a picture of it and put it in a live chat here. It's recommended that you have like 18 of them a day. Yeah, I mean,
There you go. That's a lot of tablets.
oh, I can't post a picture in live chat. Not allowed. I don't have perms. But anyway, the ones I got is like a whatever. Google it for yourself. I'll give my dog one, and she loves it. Like, here's a, you want a liver treat? She's like, yeah, I fucking love liver treats, and she eats it. She like chomps it. I'm like, oh, that's gross. Of all other things, yeah, that's biologically appropriate for sure. We'll share that.
Makes me want to
You
open
know,
up a dog restaurant. I think there's a future in that.
you know what? I have an idea for a restaurant.
What's
It's called Nachos. Every chip has cheese, or it's free.
Wow.
Have
What's
you
the
ever
coverage
tried chocolate
percentage you guarantee?
nachos?
Okay,
least
one at a
1%
time.
cheese.
One at a time. What?
What's the cheese coverage percentage you're guaranteeing?
Every chip has some.
Just some.
Yeah. Every chip has some cheese on it.
Well,
Like,
you could
not
put
that
like a
like
dot. You could just put a
not,
dot of liquid cheese on each chip. Then.
no, not like fucking Funyun, or like not some fucking cheese whiz. It's like shredded cheese. You know how it's supposed to be. And then if there's not, you call the waitress over, and she'll be like, "Oh, fuck, you're right. Yeah, that's free."
It's difficult. I mean, you'd have to have like a whole flat, like triangulation style with your chip assemblage to guarantee surface coverage.
That's right. Goddamn right. The chef better know what's up.
And
You know
have you tried chocolate nachos?
You get the Sierpinski method.
chocolate nacho? No, don't want to.
Oh, they
These
are
or
unbelievable
so
chocolate nachos.
probably the most perfect way to serve your thing would be in a triangular, a triangle of triangles.
Well, not all chips are triangular, so
Basically, one mono chip segmented into many nacho pieces.
I think you might be overthinking it.
That's the perfect
You
nacho.
just put cheese, shredded cheese on it, and then you
Not that simple.
fucking cook it.
It's infinitely complex.
Yeah, that's advanced simplicity right there.
It's one triangle of many triangles with accurate cheese coverage and maybe a smattering of different vegetable toppings.
Yeah. If you want some fucking, the whatnot.
What kind of macros do you put on this?
Oh man,
Beef liver tablets. We know
no, it's like
to the
that's gonna
nachos.
be like a. I mean, I would consider it a platter. If that's probably like
Couldn't you just make like super bomb gravy if you like threw like a beef
2,500,
liver tablet?
at
up
least
into-
2,500 calorie. Super bomb what?
Could you make like a gravy from beef liver tablets, desiccated beef liver?
No, you wouldn't do that.
You know, in Canada,
That'd be just silly.
They used to, or maybe they still do.
Gravy from
blood gravy, like a gravy just from beaver blood.
Gravy from beef liver tablets.
Yeah.
I don't know what the margin on that would be. That'd
I
be
don't know.
weird.
Looks like people have bone broth. I mean, the fuck.
You could just. I mean, are you like for human consumption on nachos?
All right, maybe we're crossing the streams here.
Okay.
All right. We'll stick to one topic.
Yeah, back it up.
Say the nachos. So you're gonna So this is the nacho place is actually just called Nachos.
Yep. And then the whole thing is, every chip has cheese or it's free. Come on in.
It's gonna be a little difficult to establish like territories and to establish like the
That's
name.
okay.
as a
I got a
trademark.
whole thing with Corn Up Mafia. I mean, they'll let us in.
Just establish a trademark. Like let's just say like if I just had a place called Burgers and I sell hamburgers, it might be difficult for me to secure the name and have rights on that. Such as to say that somebody else
Oh,
couldn't
I
sell
see what you're saying. I see what
nachos
you're
or
saying.
burgers.
Like Kleenex, you can't. It's like, yeah, got you.
So like say Joey's Nachos.
Yeah, there you go.
We could
Yeah,
handle that.
yeah.
If that's
Yeah,
not
for
too
sure.
specific.
I got you. Really hadn't thought that far into it, but yeah.
I don't know. Just looking
Nachos.
ahead here, it sounds like a bold, flavorful idea, and we just need a good marketing plan.
Right. So it'd be like marketing like Nachos KC or Nachos Dallas or LLC or whatever.
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also like the idea of just having a year and just serve
Established.
food from that year.
Well, I mean,
We could just like have a restaurant like 1952, but then it's just serving food from 1952. Then 1974, we'll open that somewhere else.
I have another restaurant idea also.
Okay. All right.
I don't know what to call it yet.
We're getting down here. I like this.
But it's gonna be called Ketos.
Okay. And these are nachos too?
No.
Okay.
It's all fat and protein. Like guac. Like whatever you want. No carbs. Well, I mean, as far as like no, it's all fat and protein.
What about like a paleo fast food place? That
Yeah,
sounds
guac, sour cream, basically the same thing. Sour cream, bacon, eggs.
We'll just call it like
meat.
paleo keto. We'll just take the whole smashing
yeah.
word.
Yeah.
And we'll just
Yeah.
cover both territories. It's like a Dunkin' Donuts and a Baskin Robbins sidecar. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. And then so yeah, we could have some like some weird gelato or something. Some sort of dessert.
Definitely. Yeah, some kind of like gamey shit. You're like, I don't know, should I even try that? Definitely,
Right.
that sounds good.
But damn,
Gotta
that's
have
good.
What is this, like a jelly? That's weird. Why? Sort of like agar? Yeah. That's got to be keto, right?
What's agar?
I don't know. Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna fucking look it up. I'm gonna DuckDuckGo it.
Yeah. Have some crazy Yelp reviews. I'm waiting for like an all robotic like restaurant to open up somewhere. Which just nobody really works there. All robots.
Isn't that fucking Grubhub?
Well, kinda. I just mean like a sit down place. You can go to.
Oh.
Just like a diner experience, but nobody actually works there. Just all robots.
Right.
Maybe even
So like
maintenance.
So like Boston Dynamics restaurant or some shit like that.
Yeah, but like a 1950s Boston Dynamics restaurant, diner waitress.
Like a burger joint, like a diner, like a Denny's, but that.
Or like a McDonald's, but everybody's RoboCop.
That can walk over pencils.
Everybody's in a RoboCop costume and tries to talk as best that they can as Peter Weller.
They can throw marbles on the floor and it won't fuck with them.
But like Ed 2069's the boss. Like, get over there. We have an order on to check the fryer. I thought I told you to clean this up over here. You know, this type of shit.
What? How'd it go? What was
I
something
don't know.
else that robot would say?
Yeah,
My,
just you know,
my
I
pleasure.
don't know. We're just in the twilight of mankind before this is actual reality. You know what I mean?
You
Where
know,
robot systems are
you
actually
can
making
call.
us do things. Go ahead.
We're almost there because if you call Chick-fil-A right now, corporate headquarters or what have you, before they're done talking to you, they will say, "My pleasure." It's like corporate standard. If they get into a jet and then whoever gets them in a jet, they'll say, "My pleasure." So it's kind of the same kind of thing that the robot would say, "My pleasure," or whatever. Call them
Yeah,
up. Do it.
it's a
I've
good
done
way to
it.
do things.
Have you ever talked to anybody at Chick-fil-A?
Nope. Yeah, like, yeah.
What do you mean, no? Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Tell them thank you. Guarantee they'll say, "My pleasure."
Yeah, they're exceedingly nice, I find.
No, that's the
And
whole thing.
they're-
Anyone, anywhere will say that for that's like a corporate standard. You
I'm
have to
just
say
there to
that.
get a sack of food so I can continue on my weak ass day here, where
Yep.
this is a meal to me,
Yep.
right? So
My
like your
pleasure.
enthusiasm is unneeded, is unnecessary,
necessary.
perhaps even unwarranted, even regarding the high quality of your food. I don't need the enthusiasm and the
I don't know.
presumption that I'm going to have a great day. Go ahead.
Well, you have a presumption that it's enthusiasm.
It's manufactured enthusiasm, designed by corporate Nazis somewhere in the lab.
I don't know
Deep
if
in
it's.
South America.
That's interesting that you'd say that was it. That would be enthusiasm.
It's meant to simulate enthusiasm or simulate community. You know, hometown feel, right? That's Chick-fil-A, right? It's not big city stuff. It's right. This is home cooking. This is fast food you can eat. This you know what I mean? That's what they're selling. It's a better alternative.
They're
Wow,
selling
this is
some
better
good chicken.
chicken. Better ingredients.
Actually, do you know that dude on well, I mean, speaking of diet stuff, there's a dude on YouTube. His name is fucking what's his nuts? Thomas DeLauer, I think I think is the name. And he went to Chick-fil-A with another guy, and they were like, okay, they ordered everything on the menu, if I remember this right. And then they took it to the lab. Like, how much of this is chicken? How much is not chicken? And they're like, not really all chicken, but tastes fucking good. Like McDonald's isn't actually food; it's just flavored substance. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The bazillions of dollars that go into that.
Is it any good without getting cheese on a hamburger? Right. And it's like
right.
The cheese, the dopamine, the morphine, whatever fat, fucking DMT witchcraft that goes on with all that. Like very weird. And but that's what's satisfying about the combination of other things. Right. And it's like, yeah. The fats that you're consuming that are, you know, I don't know, whatever it's making it seem satiating to your system is like probably garbage anyway, but it's tuned to like, you know, make you feel like it's high quality somehow. It's really it's highly bizarre.
Substance, flavored substance.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Live stream text. Here's a YouTube video. Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A person says, "My pleasure," 100 times.
I mean, if something has got pleasure in it, I think that there's a presumption of enthusiasm with that.
Wait a second. Say that again.
If somebody says my pleasure, right, it's to say that they already have enthusiasm kind of built into this. Unless you're like dastardly mustache twiddling, like, my pleasure. You know, but then like, that's not what they mean. Or maybe they do. Fuck. You know, what if there's, it's like ironic how they're doing it. Somebody's mustache twiddling at the end of it. I know that.
No, I just think they're towing the party line kind of thing. Like you were thinking it.
Oh, that's what I'm here for.
What's your nuts?
I'm snacks to the future. I'm formerly snack to the future, but yeah, why split hairs?
Now,
Did
now
you
they
change
want
your
to-
Did you change your knuckle name, or is it just always been Snacks? Or you just Snacks?
You can just call me snacks.
Okay. I'm sorry. Who was talking? I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just being egocentric and talking about myself, trolling the chat. Now, Globers are trying to tell me that you don't have to trust anything or anyone to know the Big Bang was real. You can just know it as a fact.
Yeah. It's a fact that it's a
what?
thought. It certainly is a fact.
Because someone else said they saw the microwave background, it's a fact that there was a Big Bang. That's what these Globers, that's their logic.
Look at it. There's independent facts. One of them is a theory. One of them is an observation. Two facts. So let's conflate them. Go.
Which one said it was a fact?
They're all treating it as if you don't have to trust in something to know something. You can just automatically know it as soon as you see the data. You don't have to trust in the data. It's like they're missing a major point of how epistemology works. And they think they're smart Globers.
Who's telling me it's absolute fact? Not most likely.
Do you have to trust in data, Chucky, before you decide it's true for yourself?
The question we're
That's
asking
not
is
answering the
who
question I
he said
asked.
it's true.
If you say yes to my question, then you agree with my point.
And we can just
You
agree
have
that there's
to trust in the source of data to know that it's true.
Why don't
Something
you,
like that.
to my point, Chucky, do you have to trust data before you know it's true to yourself?
He's not even looking at the data. He's just looking at the source. Is that correct?
Yeah, they don't have. He claimed he's measured the microwave background 1,000 times, which is how you know.
Oh,
he's a
that's
he's a
wow. What kind
massive
of
liar.
instruments is that? Yeah. What
What a
kind of
lying
instrument?
dirtbag.
Absolutely irrelevant.
You're a liar. That makes you hard
Seems like
to
if
listen
you did
to
it
and hard
yourself,
to
that
reason
seems
with.
like you would believe the source. Yeah.
You can't explain why you measured it 1,000 times.
It's irrelevant why I measured it. Your beliefs are
I don't
also irrelevant.
believe
You
you.
need to get over yourself. Your beliefs do
believe you
not
then.
dictate reality, Don.
I won't come to you as someone that's measured the microwave background because I don't believe you did.
I don't care how you come to me.
Yeah, you do.
Glover, John.
Yo, shout out to your handle. Fucking every surface equal
Chucky,
2D.
do you have
Awesome.
to have a certain amount of trust in data before you take it in as true?
Yes, and if you measure
Yes.
yourself, you're gonna have a
There
high
you go.
Hang on.
Rex. Did you hear that?
Yes,
Chucky?
he said
And if you-
measure. He said he measured it. And with what instrument did you measure it?
Absolutely
Or did you
irrelevant.
try to calculate it? No. What's
Doesn't
irrelevant?
matter.
Your words are irrelevant then. Thank you.
No,
Well, if
the
you
device
calculate
is
it-
irrelevant.
If you calculate properly, yeah, your trust is going to be high as well.
Measure. What did you measure, Chucky?
What are you talking about?
What?
Why did you ask me that?
Oh, it's Ed. Ed's measured it 1,000 times.
With what? What did you? How did
Won't
you
say.
measure it?
He says that the method's irrelevant.
Oh,
It is.
well, so you just what
It's
did you
hard to
do?
believe him, right? It's hard to take him
Yeah,
That's
seriously.
like
that doesn't make any
flat
sense.
That's like flat earthers need to know.
Believe me, I just said so.
It's the same stupid thing that flat earthers say for LIGO. They need to know the method of how they
Exactly,
arrive
Chuck.
at those.
Exactly. Globers are as
No, you
dumb
don't.
in their epistemology as flat earthers. That's basically my point.
You realize you're not arguing with a flat earther,
Oh, yeah,
right,
Don's a Glover.
Chucky?
Yeah, I know that Don's a Glover. I'm wondering why he's being weird.
He's poking holes on your ridiculous logic.
He is a flat earther.
All you have to do, Ed, is admit that you trust certain data to help you know things.
No, it has nothing to do with trust. It has to do with measurements.
You're
Stop
a
talking
liar
out of
then.
your
You're a
ass.
liar then.
All right, yeah.
No,
What
you're
did he
lying.
measure it with? No, wait. What
Irrelevant.
did he measure it with?
Absolutely
I disagree with you,
irrelevant.
Ed. I
Chucky said he
disagree with you on
measured it.
that, Ed. No, I didn't.
Oh,
Are you getting confused?
you said you didn't measure it then.
I never said anything about measuring.
Measuring.
Right.
You didn't say anything about you measured it?
No.
Oh, okay. This is some fantastic gaslighting right here.
It wasn't Chucky.
I
Chucky's
said,
just reminding
if
me that
you
Earth's a globe.
measure it, you would have trust in it. Is that better?
Possibly, but you have to believe that. Then you have to trust that this data means the whole universe came from a single point, which I think is a massive leap of faith, if you ask me.
You don't. It's just
No, I do.
evidence for it.
It's evidence towards it, yeah. But if you think this is the proof of a Big Bang for me, you have to make a huge leap of trust in what the data must mean. That's called believing it.
Well, how do you get the Big Bang explosion from one singular point and get all of the different?
Well, you measure it. You measure it, dum-dum.
It's not an explosion, so since
know,
you're
I'm
asking that, I don't think it's useful to explain anything else.
Why is it called a Big Bang if it wasn't an explosion?
It was a joke.
Because it's a terrible name. It's a terrible name.
And if it was
Also-
a single point, why is it big? Shouldn't it be tiny?
It's from like so small of a point that it's not even a point.
A small not bang.
That's my point. I don't have a point.
Cool.
Because tiny expansion didn't have the je ne sais quoi that Big Bang did.
Well, it was
It's not
quite
enough
big.
French science or nothing.
Within
Wow.
milliseconds,
Shit
wasn't
to
it? It
me.
was quite big, apparently. That's what they say.
Did you say you don't know what that means in French? Je ne sais quoi.
I don't know what French science means, but that sounded like bullshit.
And we're still banging right now in that paradigm. We're still banging.
Means I don't know what.
And again, not
Yeah,
very
this is-
bigly.
This is us banging right now. Outwards from God.
The bang
Yeah,
was not
just-
bang.
I just want to say, I want.
like nothing's there to slow the velocity. I guess that to create the distribution of galaxies and the formation of them.
Actually speeding up. That's what some of the nutters tell you.
Yeah.
I don't know why it speeds up.
I don't know.
It's just convenient. Makes
Also-
their atheist godless paradigm more believable.
There's no way to know where the small point was because every part of it is expanding like it was a small point now.
So does the CMB support the distribution of mass?
So are you saying some things are going towards the center of the galaxy, or the universe?
No, nobody said that. Why would
Well,
you?
I've heard we can't tell anymore because it's expanding in every area from itself, like a massive balloon where you can never see the edge.
Well, show that. Prove that.
Well, I can't. I've just been
Are
told.
there
on YouTube.
things in the Milky Way galaxy expanding towards the center of the universe?
Oh, I don't know.
What you just said, it looks like everything is expanding in every direction.
Yeah, that's what I was told. Once.
Okay. Who told you that? And do you trust that source of
No,
information.
I don't fully trust it. It's just one theory that if there was a Big Bang, as in all the balls are spread across the field of the void because they were blown out from a point.
So did the
It's
person who
possible.
told you this
Yeah.
say balls and field?
No, I've changed that so that you understand me. Objects that are balls in space. I'm just
It's like
saying.
he's like
It
you're
could
dumbing it
be.
down for Chucky.
It could be that we're
he's
not
dumbing
very
it down
good. We're not very good at measuring stuff spreading out because we are spreading out with it. So now we're confused about which bits are spreading where.
I think you are confused. Yes.
I'm definitely
And
confused
yes, I
about the
don't
Big
think
Bang
we
Theory.
know
Yeah.
why. It's
Yeah, I think you got it.
increasing its speed,
Fucking confused.
but that doesn't mean it's not doing it.
No, it might be doing it. I'm just saying you have to. All my point was that globers have to trust in data to know what they know.
Everybody does.
I know. The globers seem to deny that, and they think that they find facts like 100% certified.
You seem to have taken yourself.
Nobody said
out of
100%
any-
certainty.
Bill Nye
Well, you
said it
said
on
every-
TV.
But you've
You
denied
said
that you have to trust.
Globers. Okay, first of all, you taking yourself out of the Glober camp. Are you a flat earther now? That would be pleasant.
What does that matter?
mean is, Chucky, I mean dumb globers that are dumber than me, where they haven't thought through epistemology.
Don't think there are many dumber than you.
Definitely.
What does it matter?
If Ed here thinks that he doesn't have to trust anything to know anything, he's definitely dumber than me because he hasn't acknowledged
No.
the trust
Address
aspect of knowing.
address
No.
address the
What does it
argument,
mean to
Chucky.
know something?
He's wrong on that point, or possibly
Really?
wrong on that
Yeah.
point. I think
Which
he's
makes him
incorrect.
well dumb.
That doesn't mean he's dumber than you, not by a long shot.
It definitely does because I've managed to work out a really important way how we know things, and he's in denial, lying to other men. So it means
He's basically trying
he's
to
chosen a retard path in this conversation. That's what it means.
But you do it in every conversation. So
No, I'm the one who's picked this path and created it for him. That's how clever I am.
okay.
I've made a special trap, and you're clever enough to not fall in it, but the other guys, like 4 of them, did.
You fell for a classic pincer maneuver.
Using the CD defense against me.
You have to trust your dad to know that touching an oven's bad, or touch the oven yourself and burn the fuck out of your skin. Yeah, that's how you
Sorry,
know
what
ovens
did you
are
say?
hot. You trust your dad to say no, don't touch that.
There's plenty of other ways to know that.
Yeah, but that's the general way. If you're a really young child and you get told don't touch the oven, it's dangerous, you've trusted that, and that's how you know.
Did your dad touch the oven that you now have?
Touch the stove, Chucky.
Just a silly example, but it's following the logic.
No,
You have to
it's a
trust
stupid
to know.
example, and I'll tell you why. Did your dad touch the stove that you now own?
I don't think he's ever touched it. No.
Okay, how do you know it's hot then? Because he didn't tell you it's
I
hot.
was taught as a child not to touch ovens because they're hot by my parents, and I trusted it, and then I knew it. I didn't ever have to touch it and burn myself.
Okay.
If I didn't trust them, I wouldn't ever know. I'd be in doubt.
So because you got good information from a source before, the information can be carried on to something.
It shows that you have to have a certain amount of trust in what you learn to take it on as truth.
But you can extrapolate that to other areas.
Yeah, you could touch the
You mean
oven
the
1,000 times.
refrigerator? Don't touch the refrigerator is not a thing. How are you going to extrapolate that into other areas? That's what I'm asking.
No, to other stoves. Now you know other stoves are hot because your first one was hot. And if you know the mechanism by which your stove gets hot, whether it's gas creating fire or whether it's resistance created heat, then you know that something that has a current running through it and is resistant, like a coil, gets hot.
Listening to you talk is entertaining.
Yeah, listening to you guys bubble through.
Ed, for some people, Jesus Christ is true. For some people, Jesus Christ isn't true. So that's someone having their own truth.
No, opinions are not knowledge.
What do you mean, no? That's two people that have different truths and they think it's true. That's what
No,
your truth
that just means one of them is wrong. Opinions are not truth.
Yeah, but until it's proved one way
No,
or the
there is no
other,
yeah, but
they both
opinions are
believe
not
it's
true.
You can believe something's true, and it's.
Beliefs are not truth.
How do you know?
Well, calm down.
How do you know?
We're talking about belief at this point.
My beliefs are true.
Are you sure you
wouldn't
can?
Yeah, that's why I told you you need to get over yourself. Your
I wouldn't
opinions
believe them
don't
otherwise.
your opinions don't dictate reality, Don.
Your beliefs are
not
true,
talking
aren't
about-
they? Or do you believe
he's
wrong
not-
things, Ed? Do you believe lies?
Irrelevant.
You believe truths like me, don't you? So you have your truth, and I have my truth.
No, that's not how it works. You're
Yes,
just
it is.
wrong.
Truth.
Opinions don't
100%
dictate
certified.
reality.
True
So
doesn't mean a fact everyone agrees on. That's not what true means.
right, so it just means that it's your opinion,
Yes.
not that it's true.
I think it's true. That's what my truth means.
Right, so that makes it your belief, your opinion. That doesn't mean it's true.
No, it
It
doesn't
sounds like
prove
there's a
it's true.
conflation between
It's my
opinion and
truth.
belief.
I decided it was true for me.
No, you think it's true.
That's the same as your truth.
No, there is no such thing as your truth.
What you think is true is your truth. Some of it might be wrong. Same for me.
You
No,
can.
what you think is true is your belief, and it might be true.
You can.
You've decided it was true.
You
Else
can.
wouldn't believe
You,
it, would
That
you?
doesn't make it so.
You don't have to prove every belief. You can understand that it's true without proving it.
No, you can
That
believe
doesn't
it's
make it
true
the truth.
without it being true.
Why are
You're
you
tying
scared of
yourself to
everyone
not
having their own
not
truth? Why do
very
you think?
clever
Why do you
at
think there has
all.
to be a universal agreed upon truth? Why do you believe that?
The truth is, you're probably going to say something today that gets you banned, server, or at least
What?
that's just my belief, though.
You always say things that should get you banned, and you never do. Truth is not the same as certified actual fact that everyone agrees on. Truth is a thing you hold and believe in inside.
Does anyone else have the slang in their country where, like, if someone says, "Oh no, you can't do it like that because like something else is going to happen" or whatever scenario, and the other person goes, "Oh, true, true."
No.
In New Zealand, it's very common. You hear people saying it all. Like two words that they say the most is "Oh, true, true," or "Yeah, bro."
Can you be more specific?
So the truth is in your own mind.
No.
How does that relate to what you just said?
Is he
Or there are
believes
many meanings to the word truth.
Can you be specific?
Truth is a very vast concept in one's own perception.
You're correct.
Would you conflate truth with opinion? Or I mean, sorry, belief with opinion?
Yeah, it depends how strong your belief is. It could override your opinion.
So you're not conflating the two.
well, a belief would be in your mind, and an opinion would be when you state that belief. So yeah, they're very closely related.
Well, you can have an educated guess or an educated opinion.
What's the difference?
But I suppose it depends what credentials you have behind your name.
What I would say,
no, that would
guesses
be
and
the
opinions are
educated part.
different.
Like an educated guess, right? Like it's more believable coming from someone with credentials.
We're
That
talking
you
about the
would
educated
believe
part now,
that
but
would.
we want to talk about the guess versus opinion, not the
No,
educated.
we're talking about. No, we're talking about credentials. Actually, I thought.
Yes, the credentials would appeal to the educated part, not the opinion versus guess.
But it doesn't matter how educated someone is if they don't have credentials. It doesn't fucking matter in this situation, right?
Well, Apparently, it doesn't matter how educated people are on the English language because they get it wrong all the time.
Okay, so are we agreeing or not?
Educated has fuck all to do with guessing and opinion, but it does have to do with educated.
But does it have to do with credentials?
Educated and credentials would be linked together, yes.
You say those things are synonymous?
Well,
I
both
said
of
they're
those
linked.
things include the word experience as well.
Yeah, I say fuck that. Yeah, exactly. I would the credentials of an experienced person to me would way outweigh somebody that's just an educated book reader.
Yeah,
Has no
like someone
experience.
who actually flies an airplane and someone who's only played on PlayStation.
Those credentials are still tied to their education, whether your education is in a classroom or in the field. You're still
It's not
educated.
experience. It's not experience. That's the
Doing a
difference,
job
right?
is not experience.
Don't twist what I said.
I'm asking you, is doing a job experience?
Yes. Reading a book
And
is
can
not
you,
experience. It's the experience of
correct.
reading a book, but it's not experience of reading or doing the job.
But they are both ways of becoming educated in the field.
If you don't read a book, but you fucking learn to fly a crop duster when you're a kid on the farm, and you learn to fly an airplane, you can do that, and you know how to do all the other stuff, and you can work on it. I would trust
Very
that
good.
mechanic. I would trust that mechanic with no fucking education, quote unquote education, without a
Well, I
PhD.
suppose if you got thrown into the forest and you had to survive for 3
I
days,
think in many ways, knowing less about a topic and having less ability is actually more ability to
like
see
if
through
you'd
the
never,
lies.
Flat
if
earther
you'd
way.
never done it before, right, and you go into the forest and you had to survive for a week, and you read a survival book before you left, the thing you'd be relying on is your memory of those things. Otherwise, without the experience to survive, you'd probably die. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you'd still have a better chance than the person who's in the same situation and didn't read the book. Although it
So there's a
depends on the
third
individual.
variable.
No. Education can be gained from experience, formal education from others with experience, or teaching yourself.
Or you just walk around like a dum-dum, not doing nothing, and you walk into a situation that you know nothing about. And then that's your point?
Well, that's what you guys do, but no. And then after, you do know something about it, right?
Yeah, after everybody's dead.
Oh, now it's a situation where everybody dies. Sorry,
Well,
elaborate.
you're the one that like a dum-dum walks into a situation, doesn't know how to survive. And you're like, oh, okay, well, that person's gonna die. Because he didn't read about, or they didn't read about it, or knew nothing. And they're like, oh, fuck, I don't know.
No, maybe they just wipe their ass with
Oh,
poison
so
ivy
it's maybe,
and have a bad
yeah, of
rap.
course. Right. So it's maybe land. It's just all fucking hypotheticals, man. Whatever.
Yeah, it's called an example, jackass. You can
An
learn.
example jackass? The example jackass is the one that goes into a situation not knowing anything about it and then comes out more knowledgeable. That's the jackass you're talking about?
Yes. When you don't know anything about a situation and you go through this experience, you come out more knowledgeable than when you went in.
Right. So
More
the
than
person
zero.
that comes in, like as you say, me as a jackass, hasn't read anything, but the people that read stuff and the people that experienced stuff die.
I never said that.
And I thought what hypothetical are we in now? Please
The one where
get
you're
me back
making
up
up
to
shit
speed.
about what I said. You just
No,
make up shit.
that's not
and not listen
hypothetical.
to it.
That's
I'm
you're
sorry,
you're
go ahead.
talking about the actual argument we're having or discussion we're having. I thought we were
Are
talking
you
about a
drunk or
hypothetical.
stoned right now? Are you drunk or stoned right now?
What does that mean?
Are you at your full mental capacity? Just a question.
I don't know. Are you?
Yes. I'm not my full mental capacity. Are you at your full capacity or are you drunk or stoned?
No, I'm probably not at my full mental capacity, but what does that have to do with this fucking
Well, you're
your
speaking
hypothetical?
incoherently. You're speaking incoherently. You're not listening to the answers, and you're confusing people that have different accents as the same person.
Wait, what? I'm using different accents?
No. See, there you go. You're confusing people. You
Wait,
thought
maybe
Ed
you're the
said
one that's not speaking coherently.
Oh yeah, it's not you. Ed said something who has an accent different than mine, and you thought I said it. Are you drunk or stoned? Why can't you answer that question?
Why don't you stop speaking Canadian, Chucky?
Take off.
Eh?
Eh?
Go suck on a Boston Phoenix.
What was your
Okay,
what was your original question? Chucky? To me, when I was making a silly point. You robot.
Chucky's about halfway to work now.
Go ahead. Hide behind all your hypotheticals. Go to work.
The thesis and the hypothesis.
Don, what point are you making?
When I was making my point, you were like challenging me with another question about satellites or something. You roboting again.
Nate.
Are you breaking up, butt boy? Chucky, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, Chucky's going through the neutral zone right now. But he's entering Romulan.
Why are you thinking about my butt?
It's my free time. I'll do what I want.
I don't think it was you. I don't know the name of the person thinking about my butt, but it wasn't you, Stacks.
I was commenting that you were going through the neutral zone, and that was interrupting your communication signal.
Yeah, I got to negotiate peace between the Vulcans and the Romulans.
Yeah, and the tenuous peace treaty that exists. Be careful, Lieutenant Chucky.
Be careful of what?
I said, be careful, Lieutenant Chucky.
It's Lieutenant.
Oh, sorry. I might have mispronounced your name.
I think it's called the Freudian slip.
No, I thought it was Chunky Butt Boy, but it's Chunky Brad Boy now, I guess.
Try it again.
Chunky Buble.
Here we go. Fantastic singer.
Sorry, what's my name again?
What? You're breaking up, dude.
Yeah, you can't read. You can't read. Can you read my name?
Michael Bublé.
Chucky.
Okay, that's a no.
Chucky Bad Boy. Yeah.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah, I got it. What's my name? Say my name, bitch.
Does he speak again?
Nothing to do with anything. So,
Yeah, I was
what were
gonna
you
say,
saying?
Is there a topic you guys are on, or this is pretty?
Sugar, cranky.
All right. Well, what's your topic, Chucky? What do you got?
No, it wasn't me. John brought up a topic saying that truth is your beliefs are true.
Teasing because everyone has to.
No, your mic.
Before the-
Your mic's
Oh,
going
sorry,
out.
can you hear me at all?
Yeah.
I was just like,
No.
fact.
Your mic's going out.
Fuck.
It's like a microwave
Yeah,
is on.
you're in and out. Maybe rejoin or replug.
Is that better? Probably
For a
not.
moment. Yes. But we'll let you know.
It might be.
Everyone has to trust in the data before they decide it's knowledge that they believe in. And some Globers want to deny the trust aspect of knowing things.
So you think to know things is to trust others?
I think every bit of knowledge comes right down in the end of the day for you trusting others.
Is that how you operate?
Yes.
I
believe
don't
it was
give
because I trust the evidence. And
Don gives an example of a father learning a boy that he burns himself at the stove, but the child will only recognize it when he sees it confirmed. Don, somebody else can burn on the stove, or he can near the stove and feel the heat rising, and then it gets confirmed.
yeah. And
So
you might see a horrible photo of a burned skin on.
in
internet.
anyone's life, the no period is of great value to research your own feelings and emotions and thoughts. And no is saying nothing is coming in. I am looking at the world from my perspective, and I draw my own conclusion, and I share it with you, so you can witness my growing.
I think I know what you're saying.
That's not the only way.
No, but it's an important ritual that happens between the age of 3 and 8.
Trust can't go on just trust. You have to try and confirm things, but sometimes, like the Big Bang or satellite data, they were the two examples. You have to trust that data and trust what it means to know.
When you do that at 3 till 8, you still have these two gods at your side, which you can fall back on, but still you show that you want to engage the world from your perspective, and that's great power there.
I would contend that the Big Bang is not data. There's not measurement. Somebody wants to say that they want to measure the Big Bang. That's nuts.
They say they've measured parallax and microwave radiation background.
Oh, right. Hundreds of times or several lots of times. With what instrument is that measured?
It means he's used a bit of tech that references radiation loads of times. I think that's what he meant.
So it's calculated, then not measured. That's what it sounds like to me. You're roboting.
So, Don, do you think there is a universal truth, like an ultimate truth?
Yes, I do, but I don't think that's the usual meaning of truth. I would call that like the ultimate reality fact. That's a type of truth, the thing that no one can really find out, but is. Most people's truths are their own opinions on trusting data and knowledge.
I chalk that up with on your question there, Gio, and along with Don is I think there's a blockchain of truth. You know, kind of bringing technology into it, but it's like, there's a blockchain of truth, and I think
Seems
that's
to be
what that's all about.
You can know something's true, but not know all the details about it, right? And then if you knew
Right.
more details, it would become more true.
Right, but it's there. We might not know every detail about it, but there is a underlying truth about everything, in my opinion. Like, and to me, that's the blockchain of truth. Like, if you could put it into those terms.
I don't think we can find the ultimate truth unless we
Mm-hmm.
all agree on all our methods all the time.
Yeah, there's a
Well, there isn't one
record
truth.
of it.
Truth about everything.
Sorry, say it again.
There's not one truth. There's many different things.
Mm.
For example, I'm looking at a sign. It's true that it's a square. It's true that it's yellow and black. There's not one truth. There's many truths.
That's where I disagree, and I think there is one truth. We won't all know it. We'll have opinions about that, but to me, there's a history, there's a recording of everything that is going on without technology, without any of that.
I trust you, Chucky, that there is a sign near you. I trust you. No, I know that there's a sign on the road near Chucky.
Is it black and yellow?
There is one truth.
Yeah, I'll take your word for the colors as well.
Is it true that the sign is black and yellow?
I believe so. Yeah, now you've told me.
I don't know. Maybe probably.
Okay. Now, is it also true that it's a square?
Could be.
That's two truths then.
Right, but you can
They're not-
put them
they're
all
not
into
mutually
one
exclusive.
sentence.
They're not
never said
mutually.
they were.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. They
That's
can
my
be
point.
both.
Correct.
Well,
That's why there are more than one truth.
no,
So you can't
those
say
all
there's one
merge into
truth.
the same thing.
Oh, right. Yeah. It's silly to say there's one ultimate truth. There's infinite ultimate truths about everything. Right.
No.
Yes.
I think they're not mutually those a sign being black and white and a sign being square are not mutually exclusive. It's the same
I agree
thing.
with you. I agree. That is true.
So that's what I'm saying is that
Yes.
there is a truth that is I don't know what it is, and I'm not being religious. I'm not a religious guy or whatever. It's like I think that there's a something that knows what the fuck is going on, and that's what it is. Whether you believe it or I believe it or whatever, that sign can be whatever fuck color.
Do you think there's a God or a group of men that know the ultimate truth?
No, I just think that's something that is. No, not a god, not necessarily.
There's not
I mean,
one.
it's just the thing.
I'm not saying there's not absolute truth. There is, but there's many absolute truths.
Okay. Well, how do you have? Oh, is that kind of like multiple infinities then?
Well, there's an infinite number of infinities.
There's an idea that as you study the universe, it expands away from you because it doesn't want you to find out.
It doesn't want anything. It just is.
No, but us looking makes it spread out further and further to infinite proportions, and then you can never measure it. The same as quantum. When you look at something small, things just become smaller and smaller and smaller.
No, they don't change size.
Oh, you find more things smaller than the first one. Oh, you find more distance. The more you look into space, you just find more and more gap.
Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about earlier.
That's part of Dunning-Kruger, right? Is that the more you look into something, the more you realize how ignorant not only you were, how ignorant you still are.
But also, maybe nature moves away from study.
So maybe the universe is like a Zoom quilt screensaver. Has anyone seen a Zoom quilt?
Like a fractal?
Yeah, like, you know, you can get those Zoom quilt screensavers and they just continuously just go deep inside themselves and opens up a new reality and it just continues forever and ever.
Fractal. I think
No, I was
it
a
is
pipes
fractal.
guy.
Fractal on the micro
How's a
and the
flying
macro.
toaster guy?
So could it be cycles? Cycles is the truth, isn't it?
You think like the universe getting bigger and then smaller, or
How does something that is enclosing everything, how does infinite get bigger? It doesn't make any sense to me.
It's no, infinite doesn't get bigger. It's as big as it could possibly be, always.
Well, then how can the universe expand?
It's expanding into infinity. It's the universe is not infinite in size.
might be?
How do you know?
He doesn't.
Honestly.
What did Nigel Tufnell said? If there's nothing stopping it, how do we know? And what's behind what's stopping that? I don't remember.
Yeah, it's just all fucking conjecture to begin with. Pardon my
How much more
France.
black can this be? And the answer is none more black. Yeah, we are on the fringes of science. We are guessing about what it can be, but some of us have educated guesses and some of us don't.
Okay, well, the fringes of science don't say that there's not a Big Bang.
Correct.
Okay, so
They say there's very most likely a big bang.
so back to Don's actual full circle, back to Don's original question, I think, right?
No, he's just trying to make fun of it.
I think Chucky made a good point that you can be more educated in your trust, which changes what trust is drastically.
Yeah. So, for example, J.A.'s listening to that or reading that paper from what's his name, James Tour, is a lot different than me reading that paper.
Yeah, but who cares?
I do.
Okay,
'Cause
well,
I
that
like
doesn't
being
change the
right.
truth about it.
Correct. But he's more able to discern the truth than you or I. So if I'm going to get an opinion, I will ask him.
Why would you try to discern the truth? You're
him,
trying to
that is.
discern something other than the truth. The truth is the
Trust
truth.
the expert. If you're deciding he's an expert, you have to put trust in that.
Why won't I try to discern the truth?
Because the truth is the truth.
Correct. That's why I want to know it.
You want.
It's
So
worth trying to find
discerning the
out.
truth a different thing?
Yeah.
Why bother trying to discern it unless you can know it 100%?
Oh, I'd say discerning is a type of knowing, but yeah, the knowing seems to be more correct than just
I don't
discernment.
think anybody can actually know it. I think it's there though.
Yes,
you
but
admit
if you have two conflicting viewpoints, you want to find out which one is more likely true. You're right. You never know it absolutely 100%, but I want to be the more likely one. And if one's vastly more likely, I want to know that one.
Or do you want to believe in that one? That's kind of what we started talking about, right?
Oh, you have to believe in something you claim to know.
Yes.
But belief is just a small part of it.
I would say truth is a good thing to try and find, but if you it's a double-edged sword. If you find out the full truth about humanity, you're not going to be happy at all.
Why?
You're going to be shocked and surprised and wonder what it's all for.
No, only if you have some preconceived notion about what humanity should be. It's
Yeah,
all
yeah, yeah.
rosy.
We're
Yeah,
just
but
talking about.
you have to come to terms with evil and slavery and gullibility if you admit truths to yourself, big truths about humanity.
Right. So we got to
People
walk.
are assholes.
Well, are we discussing the shadows on the cave wall or what's behind the shadows?
Well, both, I guess, we're discussing.
Oh, I didn't think I was switching.
We know there might be something outside, but we're not sure if we can get there. So we're
No way.
discussing the shadow bit.
Well, there's no way that you would know unless somebody kind of said,
Yeah.
"Hey."
But we have a sense that this can't be all what it is. I have a sense being a little tube that takes in food and poops isn't all that there is. There must be something more.
That's kind of like the knower.
Well, there must be some type of purpose for humanity and progress.
Maybe
There
this
must
is
be,
it.
there must be a good version of what humans can do. Yeah, maybe this is it. That's true. This is evolution. This is progress.
Did you just say that was true?
It could be true.
Could
It's
be.
true that that could be a possibility.
Sure, that could. Yeah.
One of the possible truths is that there's nothing else. It's just this chaos and death is all there is.
What's the world ever known? Good shit too. Can discount all of that.
God isn't just a demiurge because he provided us with like sex, computers, gaming, music, cannabis. You know what I mean? He's done some good things. EMT, roller coasters.
Regular coasters. You put your
Yeah.
on the table. Discord, cell phones, technology, all of it.
Yeah, there's some good shit. What's happened?
I'm still pissed there's no actual hoverboards though, man.
Does anybody remember that? Was there a lead up to having the smartphone? Was it like in the consciousness of the people, or did it just turn up one day and Steve Jobs said, "Hey, look at this, man," and everyone was like really shocked, like, "Wow, is it gonna happen again?" Something like that.
Yeah, well, I was shocked. I had seen mobile phones, but never seen the internet on a big screen in someone's hand. That seemed to pop out of nowhere. Seen laptops.
Communication.
What if humans are creating the next entity? Like aliens created us, created dogs, now we're going to create something else.
What's the thing? You can't fix a problem by the ideas that created it. We can't get outside of ourselves. It's impossible. We're not going to create anything else. I mean, outside of ourselves.
Yeah, but we could. Some sick scientists, they're creating animal-human hybrids, chips in the brain, AI, Borg, GMO babies. It's all happening.
But what was the first thing that you said? Just now. Just now. Not that far back. Just now. We have created what? Other things.
Yeah, but all the tech that we use to make other stupid things could lead up to us creating a new entity.
Us creating.
Yeah, genetically modified tech that comes out of a womb somehow. I don't want to dwell on it, but I just wanted to say Heart from Legway is now mainstream news in the Daily Telegraph and the Daily Mail. It's a good day if you're an anti-leg waxer. I would also say that mass attracting mass is only part of the ultimate truth of forces in the cosmos. And some scientists are stuck on mass attracting mass and they're scared to involve other forces. Slows us down getting to the ultimate truth. Also, atheists and Abrahamic religious people, they all believe God has to be a being or an entity, and that stops us getting to the ultimate truth of God.
Okay, I didn't bite on the mass attracting mass, but why do atheists and Abrahamic religious people have to do what with God?
They all believe God has to be an actual being or entity rather than a force or an energy or a set of laws. They all fall for the same schism that God is either an entity or being or he doesn't exist.
Well, because it's you just created like the set of everything, right?
I mean, a set of everything.
Well, I mean, you said like they all believe God has to be like everything or nothing, essentially, right? Like atheists have to believe like God exists or doesn't exist. So
No, I'm just saying atheists and Christians and Jews and Muslims all fall for the same psyop that God has to be a being or an entity rather than an idea, a concept, or an energy or a root source.
but how do you okay, so how does that I get how that has to work with
I'm just
Christians.
saying they misunderstand God, and because they simplify it, that stops everyone else getting to the full truth of God. Because of the misinformation about it having to be an entity or being.
Okay, but how does that play into atheists though?
Atheists' spiritual worldview is based off a bad reaction to Christianity. So the only way they know of God is a being that doesn't exist. They haven't thought of God being the source of the universe or the Big Bang or the soul or love or an energy or a set of natural laws. They've never considered what God actually is. They've just decided it's not an entity.
No, it's just not
I
a
disagree with
belief.
that.
It's just not a
Not true for
belief.
all atheists, but most atheists.
What's the difference between
No,
a
I think
being
I think
and an entity? Is it the concreteness of it?
Wait, say that again. I was just typing.
Oh yeah. I said, what's the difference between a being and an entity? Is it the concreteness of it? Or what's the
I was-
difference between that and a thought?
I'm using those two words to say that most atheists and most Christians believe God has to be a personified metaphysical creature. And that's how most humans misunderstand God.
So by metaphysical, do you mean I don't know.
Conceptual.
Okay.
Or energy that you can't prove.
It sounds like you know God.
I like to think I've found a more true truth about God.
Don't we all?
I understand that the personified being version. I use it myself, but I don't think that's the ultimate truth of it.
Would you equate that with goodness?
No. I'd say it set out sort of free will and consequences, and then left it up to us to decide what's good and bad. Trying to think of more examples where we fool ourselves into ignoring the ultimate truth and we settle for like a smaller truth. I think there's many examples of it. Maybe like 9/11, both sides, the conspiracy side, inside job, or I believe it was terrorists and a war on terror, suicide bombers. Maybe both those stories stop us getting to the ultimate truth of what happened. They're both wrong and they're both divisive. Also, the rise of transgender and the attack on gender and families has probably stopped most people and a lot of our children understanding the real truth of gender. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Yadian?
Yeah,
You're an
Ryan.
atheist.
Yeah. So I'm an atheist. I would say I don't have any rational reason to believe there's a God, but I also don't have any rational reason to believe there's not a God. So I definitely don't believe in any organized religion that exists, but like I can't say there's no God for sure, or there's no spiritual whatever.
What is the God that you don't believe in? Could you explain what you don't believe in?
No, I can't explain why I don't believe in, because like I don't have any like
So you believe in something. No, you've decided not to believe in a thing that you can't explain.
No, I don't really decide not to believe in anything. I just there's
yeah,
no like there's no like so I don't have any rational reason to believe in like anything that I can't perceive. So I don't really bother with it, to be honest with you.
You don't believe in an invisible spirit.
Exactly. Yes.
What if God is just you not fully understanding nature and the fact of how immense nature is compared to you?
Then that's God, and I haven't realized it yet.
Do you believe in that? Nature being much bigger than you and you not fully understanding it?
Well, if you put it that way, then that's kind of like a weird thing to say because we're
think you should
talking about it, but
elaborate.
obviously.
It's a new version of God, the existential crisis of being a conscious inside a miracle, nature, the cosmos. Something you feel rather than see. You can observe it. You can observe how confused your little consciousness is compared to the whole cosmos. That's observable.
I mean, sure. I recognize that my consciousness is small compared to the cosmos. And if you would like to call that comparison God, I'm fine with that. But
one way I
that's fine.
define my God. So I get some atheists to agree and believe in my part of my God.
Well, you haven't really said anything. Could you elaborate? Like, give us a 2-minute breakdown of what your God is. And instead of just like few words, oh, it's just bigger than nature. Like, I mean, that's pretty vague, you know.
I've only really got a spiel of words. I haven't attached them all properly.
But then it's kind of hard, you know. Because there's many definitions of God. There is all the gods from the mythologies and the Abrahamic religions, which is spiritual beings or actual beings and something like that. But there is also the idea that it's this encompassing energy primeval thing that you might be talking about. So there is many different versions of it. So if you only have these three word lines to questionings, lines of questionings, like it's kind of hard, you know.
Under logic, though, just because you can't explain something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. He's saying it's maybe you're not able to even explain it, but
I can simplify it.
I haven't seen the guy putting together my cell phone or that invented the cell phone, or created it. But I know there must be a creator. It's just logic, right?
That's right. Also, the concept of the number one.
I can sum it up, Tim, as pantheism. Other people have described it. One way I describe my God is the universe, but the feeling and energy and frequency, the vibration of the universe, the fact it exists and you're inside it, just that very fact.
Yeah. You can deny that there is a creator, proves there's a creator.
That's a very hardline argument, Ricky, just to say there has to be one. But what do you mean by creator then? I guess I'd ask. What do you think there has to be? What is the creator?
Well, that's what God is.
But is it a man?
God
Is
is
it a man with intentions?
God is the more intelligent being that you know. Like, I know more intelligent humans than me. They know more intelligent humans than them. It goes to
I think
higher.
God's an intelligent human or like one.
Well, no, I'm just comparing that.
Right,
God is above human. It's so much more intelligent than humans that it created humans.
But you think
that's
do you believe it
the
meant
process.
to? Do you believe it meant to do all this?
I missed your
Do you
question.
believe
Something about meant.
Do you believe God had intelligence, as in it meant to do it? It meant to do this.
Intelligent design. I definitely believe in intelligent design and everything. I can't see anything around me man-made that's not intelligently designed. and I can't see anything that made that's intelligently designed, or
But
anything that would have made the human that's not intelligently designed. The
you've
cycles that
instantly
we live under. Yeah.
you've instantly reverted me to atheism. Now I've got a string of questions.
Well, good.
Uh,
You should question it.
just because life's complex round you doesn't mean it was created with intelligence or consciousness.
Well, you can see that it's intelligently designed. You can look at a human body and know that it's intelligently designed. You
I
can look at the
do agree
universe
on.
or the atmosphere or any part, a leaf. You can take the smallest thing that your human brain can think of and know that it had to be intelligently designed.
You know what? I'm coming back to your side. It is all. It's not just complex. It's perfect,
Well, good.
and it can't happen randomly. Randomness looks completely different to what we've observed here.
It's the opposite of random and chaotic. Meaning has purpose,
Yeah,
intelligently designed. Yeah.
yeah, I agree with you. So, I'm not
Well,
saying God is a being, but I am now adding intelligence to it.
well, that might have been taken out of context. I'm saying God is everything.
Yeah,
God
so we're
is
saying pantheism with
that
intelligence.
belief. God is that choice. And I'll grant that it's not easy to get your head around because that's the whole point. It's above us. The great I am, basically, is as some describe it. Like it's everything wrapped into one that humans are beneath it, so can't understand it fully. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying at the beginning. Yeah, but they have a
People
problem.
pick the word God and
Yeah, they've got
attack
an
it.
issue with the
And
word God.
God, yeah, I mean, God is just a representation of the intelligent designer, the creator that has to be there. This, I mean, logically, you can come up with things that are illogical. Well, that's not logic. Illogical is
I
not
would say this works on both
logic.
models for Kit. I see my heliocentric cosmos as perfectly designed. You see your cosmos, the stationary Earth, perfectly designed.
I actually see both,
Yeah, that's what I'm
but I
saying.
only
It
can measure one.
works on both.
Yeah, I see three actually. I can go out and observe concave. I can go out and observe flat, and I can go out and observe something that is like going down from my feet, spherical as it would be put. I can observe all three, but there's a problem with concave and spherical. You got to measure it. You got to measure that water going up from your feet. You got to measure the water going down from your feet to be a sphere. It's not what we do.
I'm just saying both models have the same design, intelligent design characteristics. I heard a funny Alan Watts quote about flat Earth last week. He said, because the Earth's flat, and challenging that preconception was the beginnings of geography. Which I think what he meant was we all get birthed and think Earth looks flat through thousands of years. And then we have to work out where we are slowly by trusting people or measuring stuff, which is geography. talking about randomness, some of the definitions do fit the universe, but I think random normally suggests in my head that instead of nice, perfect spheres with perfect circles, or sometimes perfect circles, a random universe, I just imagine bits of broken rock everywhere.
Isn't that kind of what the mainstream view is?
Well, I don't know, I'm saying the perfect spheres and circles denote a design feature rather than just random scattering.
Yes, well, some of the theories that, like one of these sort of far out creation ideas is that just given enough time, order will come about, because random means all things will happen. Any of things that happen is a building of order out of chaos, then that will quickly go over.
Yeah, how would you
So
explain?
it's sort of like they say, like a fundamental property of math is to eventually organize and become complex.
So randomness becomes complex. It doesn't need a god.
Yeah, it's an idea.
Yeah. No, I do believe it that sometimes randomness collects itself. So there must be like potential in the stuff, how it wants to behave almost. What wants is a wrong word, but it already knows what's going to do. Just has to be left for enough time. If there's got to be forces and energy involved to change the randomness to order. And where do they come from? Why is there certain forces that are making order? That would be
For
God,
that,
wouldn't it?
one
That'd be the
has
work
to
of God.
presume. One has to presume that they are not just like that. There is no other way of being. There are other ways of being. We have to go. Oh, we see these things, and we have to presume that they could not exist in order to be amazed that they do. But that, right? We have no evidence of these forces not existing, or then so
do you think that's
presumes. Oh, look.
Do you think that's logical
No, I
or
think
a leap?
No, I think it's deeply logical to presume a state of existence that is different to what is.
No, I meant people believing that even though there's a set of forces making order out of chaos, that's the only thing that could have happened, and those forces aren't directed somehow or chosen.
No. It's not that they're the
somehow.
only thing that could have happened. The argument is more if there is, like, let's say, if there's a thing that is, which is randomness and infinity. If you invoke infinity and randomness, eventually it will start to self-organize, because one of those random things it will do in the of iterations it has to do it, and once it organizes and starts recreating versions of itself, self-replicates, it will eventually replicate into, like, when it starts to self-replicate, that's the thing that'll take over. So it's like, however long it takes DNA to first start happening, once it does start happening, it's like inevitable that it would have, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but
I'm explaining very
that
poorly.
seems like a
but I
leap
think
to
you'll
me.
get me. Oh, it is, absolutely.
Okay. There is logic to it too. There's a certain type of weird logic. So what are you agreeing? There's an intelligent designer, something's directing the forces to make order.
I think so. That's not what I'm saying. Like,
But
it's
definitely
more
interesting that there's forces are making all of this weird stuff before our eyes, right? That's definitely amazing.
Sure.
Scattered bullshit in a void, and we're watching forces make consciousness in front of us from it.
But sort of the argument that I'm talking about is, like, essentially infinity, and randomness will eventually turn into something non-random.
Yeah, I don't get your main reason why it would.
So like one of the ways that suddenly like struck me about it was that they were like, they do these algorithms on computers where they go, what if we, where they try to sort of simulate evolution, go, if the, if the question is try and find food, what will evolve as a part of computer programming? Or if we give it this job, like to make a nozzle for a gadget, what will the optimal thing be? Sort of iterated. What if we just give it no goal whatsoever? What does it do? And sure enough, what you find is after time, it will just, things will be doing all sorts of things, right? They're just little blobs on the screen. But the ones that choose to will soon take over the ones that don't, because that's what they're doing. They're self-replicating. Sort of life will take over.
But that doesn't explain the why. What's happening in that program to change randomness into order?
That's what it is. Exactly what is happening is that randomness is randomly amongst the men. Like, let's say one wants to go to the movie, another it wants to, play with itself in the corner, and another one just likes watching Netflix. But one replicates. That replication will soon be the only thing that exists because the other one won't have kids. So any form of self-replication will eventually take over.
I'm thinking of two examples. The double slit. When you look, they order themselves into the pattern. Also, when you put a force like a magnet near iron filings, they order themselves into a pattern. But there's no why the magnet wants to order metals.
Absolutely.
It's magnetic.
It's devoid of the answer is they're trying to find an answer to complexity by avoiding. One could want to because they're scared of the universe having a creator and they want to be atheist nihilists. Or they could be going, if we want to test, like if we want to understand this thing, could we explain it without invoking a why? Could meaninglessness give rise to people that create meaning?
It's a huge leap, and the logic's flawed. But I think the ultimate truth is we can't know. We're just trying to think about it.
It's just like a computer simulation. Guy's creating a computer simulation to answer a very question. But if the question is about meaning, we don't get to do that, right?
Could you have a computer simulation of an explosion of matter and then no other rules at all? Do you think it would ever turn into balls in concentric circles?
There's no other rules.
You'd have to program it in what matter does and what matter. We've decided matter attracts matter at this rate. You'd have to program it in. If you didn't, it would just be an explosion of bits, wouldn't it? Forever. Yeah, it's a bit disgusting, but I recently thought about fellatio and how that proves intelligent design because of how well the organs are placed perfectly with the mouth and the tongue, and other things about humans that are amazingly designed. That doesn't make sense just the way it is. Okay, I study religion. So of what people believe. I used to be an atheist for like 35 years, or maybe longer. Well, no, since I worked it out, so it's from like 15 to 5 years ago. I used to believe the universe came from an unknown Big
Does
Bang.
this have anything? Does this have anything to do with fellatio?
No, I moved on from that. You have a little think about how well the organ syncs with the shape of the mouth. Have a think about that later. Big Bang is God, Chucky, explained by a Jesuit priest inside the Vatican. Literally what it is. That's the theory.
Don, can you check your wiring or jump in and jump out? Because it sounds as if something is loose.
I think you're right. It's my button is loose. I'm going to borrow my mate's mic.
He's saying he's got a few screws loose.
Yeah, that's certain, but that's unrepairable.
This is my mate's condenser mic on my desk. I don't know if it's better.
We heard you, man, loud and clear, bro.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, now you had like some weird distortion. Are you like moving your mic or something?
This is a new mic, what I just plugged in, but it's picking up my whole room because it's a condenser mic.
Yeah, no, it sounds like you're on a CB. It's clear, but there's like this kind of sound. Yeah.
That's way better.
Is it a good mic? Does it require phantom power? Do you need a battery? Something like that.
It does require phantom power. Is that better?
Yep.
It's not bad to believe in God as the Big Bang, Chucky. It means you've worked out a major part of reality. The divine spark, the mystery.
My feeling is often that just opposite. It's going, rather than working it out, why don't I just invoke magic and stop asking questions?
Sounds good.
No, we admit God, then we ask questions about it. We admit the giant mystery gap that's explained by Jesuit priests. Then we ask all the questions. Why? What's it happening? What are we doing? I've got another version of God. What if God is the stuff you see when you take psychedelics? Because atheists can believe in that.
Do you have a 1/4-inch cable involved?
Oh my God, is it still shit?
Well, just sometime. Make sure you got that TRS fucking screwed together tight.
Fuck's sake, I'm gonna try swapping the cable as well now.
Yeah.
So no God.
Of using a third mic, my mate's other mic, is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
It's lower volume, but it's clear.
I can now hear all that buzzing. Talk one more time.
Yo, hello. That's
Okay, that's way better. Yeah.
that's nearly peaking. Yeah, because I hate using headphones, so I've got you coming out of my speakers. I have to use a dynamic like stage mic that doesn't pick up the speakers.
Yeah, you need to do some gain control if it's speaking, but yeah, it sounds good. I mean, on this side.
No, it sounds.
I can't understand your position, Charles. You're a flat earther, but agnostic, and you think arguments for God are stupid.
Yeah, I'm like the same. There's no, I mean, in the end, as Excel says, the only thing there is for God is rhetoric. There's no evidence whatsoever. The best is to point at a mountain and say, hey, that looks like a mountain, therefore it must be created. That's the best there is, which is pretty much just circular arguments.
I told you about fellatio and loads of other stuff.
Yeah, and it's the same.
But you don't think that's a fallacious argument?
The best is there must be. That is what it's all come down to.
We're saying there's a feeling after observing reality as an adult. There's a feeling that there's a certain type of design to reality, not just randomness, and that's what we're calling God. The matter had intention and patterning baked in.
That's an assertion. You have to prove that.
No, we know this from observation.
No, we don't.
Well, do you believe planets were formed over time?
You just said I'm a flat earther, so I don't know what planets are.
Oh, you're a flat earther. How do you think Earth was made?
Well, I don't know. I would say let's use our observations. We have something that is first law of thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. We have the same law of conservation of matter. So with that, this place is just eternal. Then we can observe some more. Things runs in cycles. These cycles could come. These cycles could appear completely random and just fall in order over time, or they are just also eternal.
Do you not know how Earth was made?
Do you?
Yeah, I think it's formed as a planet after the Big Bang. I believe. I think.
Exactly. So you don't know. You have been fed a story, and that is the story you want to believe in.
I acknowledge that I live on a planet and it was formed over time. It didn't it didn't phase into existence as a planet.
Yeah, that is the story you have been fed and you believe in. It's fair, but you don't know.
Well, I call it knowledge. I think I know it. It's not like certified. I'm not 100% sure. What was the other? So, you don't know how Earth was made.
I don't need to know it.
And you don't believe in God.
Nope. I don't need to fill the gaps of unknowns.
You think nature possibly could have just made Earth?
I just said that whatever it is, it has always been. First law of thermodynamics and law of conservation of matter dictates that energy and matter cannot be created nor destroyed, only converted.
What makes you believe in those two? rules.
Because that has been observed over time. It's therefore laws.
Okay. I thought, well, that's the same argument for the globe.
Right. So how do you have how do you have a Big Bang? And by the way, do you have a switch on your mic? Is that it?
On the old broken one, I had a switch that I think was broken, but this is a new one with a working switch.
But I think that's what it is. I think you might have a dirty switch on the new one that you have. Like if you could clean that switch, I think that's what it is. I don't think it's your cabling anymore.
Oh no, is it all quiet and muffled even on this new mic?
No, you sound good. It's just the switch. There's a switch on it or something like that.
That was me talking with the switch off. This is on. Is it still quiet?
There's like background humming or something like that.
Turn the switch off. Turn the switch off. Try it again with the switch off.
I can hear the little crackles you're on about. So I'm gonna have to pick
Yeah.
up my other wire.
It's a dirty switch. That's all.
Don is going through a switch.
You sound fine. It's just when you fuck with the switch or something.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Fuck with your switch.
This is a new cable on the new mic now.
Did you just turn it off?
This is me turning it on.
And just leave it on the whole time. Sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Okay, my other cable must be broke. That's probably what it is.
I mean, just any old mic you got hanging around. This was working. Mics with switches suck though. I'm just saying. But yeah, it sounds great. Especially if they require final power with switch. Hey, come on. You're good. Anyway.
Yo, by the way, eggshells. Quick sidebar.
Yeah.
You know the whole thing, giant without license, insurance, and all that stuff.
Okay.
I've been stopped twice and let go twice without any tickets or anything like that.
Say again. Sorry, I haven't understood it.
Remember back in the days when we talked about yeah, if yeah, you know, cause I told you I don't have a license. I don't pay for insurance. I don't you know, I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
have
yeah.
registration.
You didn't have a plate on your car?
Yeah, that been stopped twice, and cops just said, okay,
Good work.
been stopped twice, and they just said, all right. But anyways, back to the no God, God or Big Bang.
Generally, Big Bang
What
is
is
not
reality?
a bad idea. The cyclical version of it, expanding, detracting.
It requires a bunch of randomness, a lot of coincidence to come to place.
Still not a bad idea.
Yeah,
When we are
it's a lot
when we are looking in their paradigm about the distances and sizes and the time span, like randomness can be put in order, but it's still not perfect in perfect order because in their paradigm, solar systems could be disrupted by a random event.
Yeah, you're saying that a watch can come together by itself.
It's not what I said.
That's this order coming into order.
Generally not bad ideas.
That's
When
an
we're talking
argument
about-
from ignorance.
That's argument from ignorance, really.
No, the people that say what you said they say.
Yes, an argument of ignorance is just saying I can't think of any other way it can happen, therefore it didn't happen.
No, I'm saying it's ignorant to think a watch can make itself over time.
Like that's an argument from ignorance. I'm not able to think of a different way this could happen. Therefore, it didn't happen this way.
Yeah, you are too an eccentric designed. In other words, your eyes, everything from top to bottom was designed. No way, just randomly got placed together.
Actually,
Isn't that the same?
Go understand when I'm saying God's real and you can observe it, feel it. I'm not saying I haven't thought of another way. I know atheism is another way. I've thought of that, but I'm telling you, God is real is the correct way. After acknowledging there could be other ways. I agree with you about mic switches. Even this switch on my mate's new mic is wobbling under my finger a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds great though, man. This doesn't have any kind of buzzing or.
Seems good. Your overall volume isn't as loud as the other people that you're talking to, but sounds clean.
I need a compressor. I can turn it up, but it clips every now and then.
Yeah, you need gain control. If you got just listen to your call on it. Fucking hell, what kind of fucking get up you got going on over there?
I think my issue is I've never bought a mic for Discord. These are all music mics. And I'm different that I like to hear you guys out of my main monitors instead of headphones.
Oh, yeah. If you're going to use a compressor mic, you've got to use headphones.
Yeah. Yeah, I just worked out. Thought I'd test it, but it was terrible.
Yeah, it's turn your monitors down.
Yeah, that can help.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking compress. Oh, you're just right. Never mind. You're just right. Shit. Yeah, you're right. I've heard that's a hell of a beast to get to go through Discord and here. Through,
I will admit that reducing God to an energy or everything or the happening is a huge reduction of what God sometimes means. Obviously, a more impressive version of God is the invisible Father in the sky with every power imaginable.
Yeah,
But
like
I just don't think it's realistic, so I have to reduce it.
yeah, like when you talk about could it be an energy or could it be a force, that sounds very similar to what Einstein was meant to have said. But he now thinks about God as like the fundamental principles or forces in the universe. And it's a nice way to think about it, but it sort of reduces God into something that isn't really meaningful, because it kind of just sort of says, well, he's there in the background and he doesn't really mind what hat you wear and what day, who you fall in love with.
Massive
So,
reduction, isn't it, of the concept?
yeah, and it's just like it goes back to you can live your life whatever you.
Well, no, say that. I'd say there isn't only physical laws, but there is moral laws that are set out in the universe by God, or as God. Like God created gravity, which means there's a consequence for wandering off a cliff. God created like chaos and karma and certain ways humans interact, where if you harm other humans, you create chaos over time.
Time. Is it connected? Is it imaginary? Is it linear?
It's a flat circle.
When you run back and forth, does that affect time?
My dad had
If not,
a kinetic watch where as you walk and your arm sways, that charges the watch.
okay, did time change while you ran around and shook rocks in your time?
No, but it helped the time
Got it.
device stay accurate.
The question is, did time change or did you just move your clock and rocks inside of time?
I don't know about time. It's a huge concept.
Right, right. It's like shaking up dice and like a little thing, you know what I mean? Shaking the dice up doesn't affect time, so how could cesium rocks?
I watched a Luther episode where the serial killer used Dungeons and Dragons dice to decide who to kill and where and when. Just adding randomness back in so he didn't have to decide.
There's no
Actually, I thought I was the only person who did that.
no, there's no such thing as chaos. That wouldn't be random. If the dice has a set amount of numbers side, then it's not random at all.
Yeah, Dimmick, I think you got
Oh yeah, no, he's leaving it up to a type of
time.
fate,
Time.
using the random dice to show yes or no.
Time is a blockchain of truth.
I have special dice that have question marks on every facet.
That would still be awesome. You'd be the Riddler.
Oh, the guy in No Country for Old Men, he decides on a coin flip, doesn't he? Some of his murders.
Yeah, but the decision, like, I'm just saying, like, in the idea of controlling time or them saying, you know, me running fast back and forth or swimming back and forth in the pool affects what the water is itself, like physically.
Okay.
Yeah, you can move in it, but you're not like, I'm just saying the idea of time.
What if you zoomed round the circle of Earth up in the ether field really, really fast, like 1,000 miles an hour in a circle? maybe time would slow down.
Running fast doesn't affect time.
No, not running. I'm saying zooming in an airmobile 1,000 miles per hour in a circle through the ether.
That's just running fast, man.
You reckon? No change in time.
No, time wouldn't do anything. Time would still be what it is. It'd be sitting there like, yeah, cool. I see you running back and forth.
So when Stephen Hawking says about his speedy rockets that go around changing time, you don't believe him?
I don't have to believe him. If you can go get in an object and change time for me by speeding in it, then I'll let you know. I don't have to believe an absurd
I think
idea.
they proved it. They've done the model in their head, so they think
You can't prove it.
It's like when
You prove it
Superman
wrong.
went around the world so fast he turned time back.
Yeah, that'd be ignorant as hell.
There's
Just
another
because I get in
example where
a
you have
car and go drive faster
Yeah,
doesn't
I
mean I'm
love
changing time. My kid's still sitting there like, man, where'd you go? You're still like not here. Like there's time elapsed. Time was law. Time like it's
imagine
doing its
this.
thing.
Imagine a train round the circle of flat Earth, but it's not going 1,000 miles per hour. It's going light speed, actual light speed, round in a circle through the ether.
Doesn't matter. Light speed is not time. A speed is not time.
Maybe it's connected. That's the idea. It could be
No,
connected.
no. How can you connect time with a physical thing?
No, what we think time is could change through the universe because of light and magnetism and gravity.
No.
Distance?
And ether.
Time would be the constant, and what you keep changing wouldn't be constant. You have, like, you understand? Like, the idea of, like, time, it is what it is. It's a thing that, like, never stops anywhere.
Is
It
there
never
a physical
restarts.
time?
No,
Conceptual.
no, it's a
No such
conceptual.
thing as physical
It's
time.
more
does
thing
not
for us.
Right,
but
you
we don't
can't
know what it is.
do physical work with time.
Is that true?
You can just perceive it happening.
You can give someone your time.
No, you can't. You can give them your energy and your life. You don't give them your time. You can't give them time. If you can give them time, then give me 100 years on my life.
Certain amount of time.
Yeah.
You can't.
Well, if you give somebody the gift of the herb time, they may grow to live longer.
Well, that's an herb. You can give them time, the herb, which is some
But
leaves. Yes.
it's a time the herb, but it's also lifespan. So I'm actually literally giving you possibly time on your life.
Demok, are you saying
That
there
would
is-
just be more life. You wouldn't be giving me time.
Are you saying there is
You
such a thing
give
as
me
time?
right. Not
You
in the
believe in
aspect
time?
not in the aspect that you can physically grab it and squeeze juice from it. No.
All right, so you reckon there's like a timeline, but we've all forgot it and got it wrong now, and we're all way off.
Yes. No, it's like a timeline that people keep trying to arbitrarily tell you the action and reaction of things, but not the time. Like Newton and Einstein, they're like, oh, this light does this. Light's not time. Neither is running fast. Neither is going slow.
I'd agree. Our confusion stops us getting to the ultimate truth of time.
Yes.
I'd agree. Could just be a concept, right? We could have made it up.
Well, I mean, it is a concept. We did make it up, but our reality is there is a thing that we
seems
call
like
time.
linear progression of events. We seem to all agree on that, mostly.
Yeah, an awareness of memory and an attribute of happening. I mean, it's just happening. Time is happening. You can't affect time no matter what you do. You can affect what you're doing in time, but you can't affect time. No one can.
I remember being older in the past. No, younger in the past, and smaller. Remember?
Yeah, that'd be a memory. Still, that would be your artificial, idea or rendering in still time. Like when we watch you sleep, time is still happening perfect, even though in your rendering or in your dream or whatever you just said. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, we watch you sleep.
We don't know what time it is when we're dreaming, do we?
No one does, because when you go to sleep and you wake up, you're like, man, I know I was sleeping for 3 hours, and they were like, no, it's been 2 minutes.
Sometimes it's daytime while you're in a dream, even though it's nighttime, for real.
Yes, time is an arbitrary, like even day and night aren't time. It's fucked up, man. I'm telling you, the idea of what we got here. The sun coming out isn't time. It's what we view to say that's our part of day or part of night. You know, that's how we split up a section of an orientation of like an agreement, but it's not time.
If we didn't have watches, everyone would think a minute is a different length. Maybe
Well, a watch is just it's just a stopwatch, really.
someone would say, I've been on the toilet for a minute, and it'd actually be 4 minutes. And someone else would say they've been on the toilet a minute, and actually be 20 seconds. Everyone would get it wrong.
It depends, yes. And even where your clock is matters because for your clock, not time. Just because your clock's broke or different than my clock or speeds at a different duration because I squeeze it or because of voltage or your scale doesn't weigh right, it's not weight itself. The idea of the scale is not the weight. The idea of the clock is not the time. See, like you can grab somebody, you can pick them up and throw them, you can change their weight. But you really didn't change their weight. You were just strong enough to move their fucking weight. You know what I mean? They didn't change from the 180 pounds that they weighed normally. You just picked them up and threw them somewhere. It just appears in people's mind that you would change these things because that's what you're thinking. That's how you know. That's how they tell you to think.
I heard that throwing things is what makes human human. One of the things what we do that animals don't do is throw stuff really well.
Yeah, that's what they tell you.
Yeah, apparently apes, they throw poo and sometimes rocks, but it's normally downwards towards the ground. They're not very good at hitting targets, but a human can learn to throw stuff bang on target really far and really hard.
I think it depends on what kind of animal or human or thing you're talking about too, because some people couldn't hit a target if their life depended on it.
But some humans, like the baseball throwers, can't imagine a gorilla just throwing a baseball that hard at someone.
Well, that's what you'd have to do to the gorilla.
You have to take him to baseball training, yeah.
No, you'd have to hit him in the head with a fastball or else he'd whoop you.
Yeah, it's one of the evolutionary traits humans have got. However we were designed, we're good at throwing stuff.
Right. Well, there's some chimps and monkeys that throw stuff too, just as good as you. Just because they say they don't doesn't mean anything. Like there'll be a monkey getting picked up on by another animal. The monkey will run and go grab a stick and beat the hell out of the other animal with it and win the fight, even though the monkey was small.
But not throw.
Huh?
They can
No,
use
but still, yeah. But think about what that means though. You still have the attribute of saying, "Hey, man, if I can't handle this, I'm going to grab something and hit this thing. And hopefully the thing I grab is going to do more damage than me." That's pretty smart.
Yeah, that's the beginning of 2001, basically. They learned to destroy other apes with the bones of other apes by hitting them.
Yeah. I mean, that's been going around. That's been happening for a long time, though. I don't know where some of these animals learn these weird traits like humans. Like that's what it would seem, but it's just a living trait of trying to stay alive. I think
Oh, I've seen some dogs learn some mad tricks. Saw one dog, balancing on 2 ropes with a cup of water on its head, and it got all the way across.
Yeah. Seals, dogs. Oh, dude, we can train fleas, spiders.
And I saw a dog giving CPR, and the man was on the floor and pretending not to breathe well. The dog come running up and started pumping his chest.
I saw some weird stuff on a channel that I don't want to describe because I mean it's not really like crazy. It's just odd. To where the dog was alive without a body. Have you seen that?
Was it like a head attached to some wires or something?
Yeah. 2 pumps. They had 2 pumps.
And
One pumping stuff
it
in, one
winked.
pumping stuff out, back to the other pump.
How do we know it was still alive?
I don't. It's just a question. Have you ever seen it? It looks like they're barking and eating and licking your face and growling and shit. So I mean, if that's not, I mean, I don't know, but it could be a camera trick. See, they can only show a certain angle and cut off the rest of the dog's body and act like, you know.
No, I believe it. They've got different heads of different creatures still talking and stuff, I reckon, somewhere.
Well, I mean, the thing is it that simple that you could put our head to like 2 little wires, positive, negative, or 3 ground, whatever, and then like I don't know, what is that all you would need in a pump?
You connect all the tubes. Once you've learned
Right.
how to do it.
Like a hot wire. Hot Wheels. So hot wire human with the nerves, right, and the right ones. Like your umbilical cord only has so many wires on it. So literally, if you couldn't hot wire human, something's wrong. What do you think the umbilical cord goes to? All those different colors. What do you think each color goes to in each certain strand separated to its own self? I know they're intertwined and they wrap around like a spiral, but what do you think they go to individually? Like if you cut into the big cord and there's 50 little cords, what do you think they are?
No. Spirit
You
has got
know,
to be one of them. The soul's got to come down one of the wires.
you mean electrical continuity for life? Yep. Potential, I got you. Like a battery? Yeah. What else?
All the different parts of the physical that need to come through, like nutrients and concepts and patterns.
Like a car, right? Like the harness of a car with the wiring and shit.
No, I think
everything's got to go somewhere, right?
More detailed
Well,
than mechanics.
Well, if your wire's not right, then you wouldn't run right? You know what I mean? If your wiring harnesses are plugged in wrong.
But it's technically possible if you get it right, I'm saying.
No, I know. That's what we're talking about. So if you knew, like green was this, your brain, your taste, your touch, your smell, your sight, your sense of memory, your sense of, just eat, whatever. So all these different ones have attributes like the idea of sticking a pin in the brain with a little sign on it. And wherever you stick it, it affects. And you write down. So you would have an effect on these umbilical cord things, and you add electricity to each one, and you see how it affects it.
What I'm thinking of now, you know how in some films when they de-wire a bomb, they have to guess on some of the 2 cables. That might be like that. Where you have to guess.
Oh my God, is it green or blue? Green or blue? Yeah, that'd be so funny.
So sometimes you get it wrong, and you've created a freak of nature, and sometimes you get it right, and you've swapped.
Exactly. Now that you don't have a 2-headed person, now you've got 5 fingers, 5 toes, 1 mouth, 1 nose. Hermaphrodites, 2-headed people.
Like people on social media showing their old head and them a picture with their new head.
That would be freaky. What if you showed them running around with an extension cord where they were sitting at home, but their extension cord was across the street talking and stuff? Their head. That'd be freaky.
Yeah, if you had a long cord, you
USB.
Could do with your body.
Holy shit. You could be answering phones and talking to people as at the front desk, customer service, while you're at home sleeping with your body. That's crazy.
That's the extension upgrade where they make the wires all longer.
Yeah. And then they hook you to a USB or a charging pad to where you can be wireless. They just hook this wire to your connector to send out the signal, and they hook another one to your head. You got the transmitter and the receiver. So your head can literally be across town talking to people like, "What up, cuz? Hey, how you been, man?" And your body be over here doing some other shit. That'd be crazy.
You actually do see this in science fiction where they just, like a light bulb, they turn it to the side and pop it off and then screw another head on.
Yeah.
All connects just by screwing it down.
Right. As long as each connector matches up to where it's supposed to. Yeah. Like a plug-in harness for your car or your computer. Yeah. That real thin band of colored fucking wire that's real strong. That's no different than an umbilical cord, is it?
So what will happen is you'll get rich people where it's all seamless and you don't see the wires, and it's all perfect, and then you'll get the poor people with like bodge jobs where all the wiring
Yes.
sticking out.
Coat hangers and shit. The poor people. Nah, man, whatever idea you say or you think of, they'll do it. Like I said, there's a jogging outfit that I should make that protects you. You run in your shoes, you got a jogging outfit, you build up a charge, you shock people. Lo and behold, they're making it. They have it. Did I get paid off of it? No. And I was the first one who ever fucking thought of it in my mind that I ever heard of. Say it.
What, you just charge yourself up so that you've got static electric power?
Yes. Yep. You have a battery pack, a fanny pack that builds up the charge that charge goes to. So when you run and jog your outfit, the static on your outfit and in your shoes, the kinetic energy builds up. And if an intruder comes within so many feet, you got like a little jogging outfit on that lets you know it's like neon glow in the dark. It says caution, will shock.
I'd actually be behind this if when you get home and you haven't been mugged and you haven't had to use it, you can just
Yes, you
upload
can use
that
the
power to
energy.
your house.
Yes, you can use your energy to charge your phones. Yes, 100 million%, bro. 100 million%. It's kinetic energy. It's everywhere. Every time you move, you produce energy. For the scientists to tell you they can't convert that through a wire is fucking idiotic today. It's 2023, man. For you guys to believe that shit is crazy. Please don't believe it. You can wirelessly charge stuff. Trust me. Like if all I got to do is touch my iPhone to a plastic pad, then probably run around with it in your pocket. You might be able to charge it up.
Then I can imagine,
Depending on exactly how they do it.
I can imagine like slave farms where they put these suits on people and make them run around to make free energy.
What do you think prison would be?
Yeah.
In those static black and white suits running around in concrete, collecting the charge. Do you guys think really that you have to have metal to pass a charge or a frequency? You don't. Every material can convey frequency. It just depends on how long.
This reminds me of a stupid thing. Once a man invented a rotating prison, and then later they found out that accidentally, if someone sticks their arm through the bars while it's rotating, it can easily chop arms off. So they had to stop it rotating and just leave it still.
If the cage rotates itself with the thing, then no, it wouldn't chop the arm off.
It was the cells rotating inside the main corridor.
Well, you don't put you put the corridor behind it like a UFO. You have the front open to where they can stick their hand out and it spins and it doesn't hit anything. Where the back is actually connected to the back, and that's the part that's next to the part that's spin. Yeah, these people design shit wrong. They're retarded. People
If you
are
really
retarded.
wanted a rotating prison, you could redesign that.
Yes, 1,000,000%. And at the back of your prison wall would be the part that rotated against the other portion of the prison. Yes, like the gear. Behind your prison wall would be the gearing, moving your prison.
A human length gap between the bars and the other bit that doesn't rotate. That would be fine.
What? No one would see any part rotate. All you'd see is your prison turning. You'd be inside your cell. You'd look out your cell. You can stick your arms out and anything. There's nothing to hit. Just free air right there in a circle. So you guys can even have it opened and domed and free sunlight. You know what I mean?
I managed to post a video. The rotary jail had a slight problem. That's what it's called.
Yeah, because they did it from the inside. They had inside pillars close enough or things close enough to where when the cell rotated, it could hit your arm, like you were saying. You don't put the thing in front, you put it behind. And you put the wall behind you. That way you can't stick your arm through a wall. Can't stick your arm through a wall and hurt yourself, you know what I mean? Now, if they dug through their wall and did some shit, that'd be stupid. That'd be on them. You can actually stop it and be like, boot camp or a gym right here, stop. Cafeteria here, stop. And then they get out. You know what I mean? Shower time here, stop. Each section could go past each section at whatever time. That way, inmates that didn't like each other would never see each other. It would be guaranteed to never see each other because this part releases only at the time that it releases.
It would be, you'd feel like you're in a
Yeah.
movie though, wouldn't you? Say, just after dinner, you're sitting in your cell, you're trying to read the Bible, and suddenly you hear brrr, brrr, and your cell phone's
Oh no, they got friction. No, they got frictionless shocks. They got all kinds of shit. Magnetics.
okay.
You could have a maglev prison.
It's really smooth and you don't even know you're turning.
You can have a prison underwater. You can have a prison in space.
They do need some more high-tech, nicer prisons. It would be worth trying to make.
No, they need nicer schools. They need golden schools with actual labs bigger than NASA's.
Yeah, I agree.
They need vacuum chambers bigger than NASA's. All the kids need spots they can go to actually come up with new ideas and new ways and new things to do theirself. Why do we always have to go, like, if science changes, why are we using dirty old Newton stuff today?
I know people get stuck in their ways. That's what religion does.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I don't ever see science changing anytime soon because we're sitting here fighting them tooth and nail for magnetism, which clearly is the thing. And they're fighting tooth and nail to say something that they can't demonstrate. To me, that's just insane. I really don't understand how insane people can put all their life, hope, their time and effort behind some lying ass bullshit. It's just weird.
I spoke to a glober in the text yesterday who said there is no electricity or static energy in the cosmos, only gravity.
Ask them what the box is in their basement running their house. Is that gravity running their house or electricity?
How's your gravity bill?
Exactly. Gravity can't do work. If gravity can't do work, gravity doesn't exist anywhere. And especially not making spheres.
It's gravity bongs, isn't it? It comes in handy. Sometimes gravity does.
It's kind of like time. You can do stuff around it or in it or whatever, but you're not going to affect it. You can run faster in time. You can say you arbitrarily change time by your interpretation of how fast you think something happened or how quick you went to the store. But just because you went to the store faster than Bill doesn't mean you went through time. It just means you got there quicker than Bill. Sorry. When you go fast, it just changes the rate that you're doing things. The rate of an oven heating up isn't time. It's like they try to say like other rates affect other rates. Like if I turn the thing on the stove, the dial, the degree, that doesn't affect time just because I cooked you. Just because you got to my house quicker doesn't affect time.
I heard
It affects your
saying real money is spending time and paying attention. So they're using time as one of the things that you spend in real money.
worth and wealth would be time, right? Money would be truth and knowledge. Yeah.
Well, the amount of time is still one of the factors in how much you help people.
No, how much you help them is.
Spending time, like You could spend
No,
1
the
year
time's gonna go.
researching flat Earth, or you could spend 5 years. And spending 5 years is more of something that you've
Think
devoted
about
to
it.
studying.
You got cobwebs in your basement in every corner. Those represent time. You run around and do whatever the fuck you can within those cobwebs, around those cobwebs, and by those cobwebs. But you are not the cobweb. You see what I'm saying? You can run back and forth and you can touch each cobweb a million times, and I touch them once. But still, no matter what you're talking about, just because you arbitrarily got back and forth in your little space doesn't mean the idea of what time is changed, because the third and fourth and fifth party would all see us die and the time happening. We're just changing where we move in an area or location or duration of distance from A to B. A to B is not time. I mean, I don't think you're saying. I'm just saying it.
Yes, time is something that you use other things inside of, right? But the time still means something.
It's like a container, though. Like, so yeah, time is a container of an idea of what time is for itself. Like, there's no other way to really. Time is its own containment of time, but the containment of time isn't a physical thing. The physical things happen in time.
Makes me think of Alice in Wonderland, the rabbit who's triggered because he's late, because he's obsessed with time.
Right.
Sings a song, I'm
Exactly.
late, I'm late, I'm late, I'm late.
Well, he knows that someone else in the idea of their time expects him to be there on time. Right. Yeah. So still to each two people, they just have to agree on an arbitrary amount. Be here in 5 minutes. Does that clock say minutes? Okay, cool. Use that.
I have to acknowledge and use the system of time to make my mate turn up in the general area that I need him to make music with me. If I say 11 and he thinks it means any time during the day before it gets dark, that's a huge misunderstanding, and he could turn up at 4 p.m. or 2 p.m. and waste my whole day. So I have to tell him, no, 11 means when the clock says 11, that's when you have to be here.
Right, AM or PM, because again, on our time, we have two different 11s. Does that make sense to you? If you have time and you're like, hey, Democ, let's devise time. Would you make a clock say 11 again, twice?
Well, each day split into two, like duality.
Well, I would just use military 1 through 24. You don't have to do the number. Yeah. No, I'm just saying there's always another way that you don't break your arm. Remember?
Can you get round watches, old school watches with 24 on them?
No, I'm just saying that's what they need on them. Why have 1111 to confuse the world? That was just another state of confusion.
I'm thinking there might be such a thing as a wristwatch with hands, but with 24 sections instead of 12.
Yeah, you can make one. You can also make a spherical watch, which we don't have, with little islands and stuff on it representing the sun. You know, the time, with little islands of what we are, like the continents.
Like a little solar
Where's
system.
the spherical clock?
A little solar system on your wrist.
They don't got the spherical clock. Like, you know, the grandfather clock that has the thing? They should have a sphere in there doing its thing. I'm serious. I had levitating pins when I was a kid. In school, I had a levitating pin I bought for $2, maybe $4. When I was a little kid, and I put the pin inside the little thing, and it would levitate. Now, where's the little sphere that does that? I mean, we can do it. We can levitate a sphere with magnets, and we can have it spin once we spin it. There shouldn't be friction. Or you should have something that spins it like a little fan, and it'd be like a little fan blade ball, like that catches the wind a little bit, a little lip.
You could make that.
Yeah. No, I know. So you could have a spinning Earth clock. to where the Earth moves according to the sunlight hitting it.
On your wrist.
Yeah. Well, at your house. Your wrist, it would be a slightly bigger feet. You could probably have one in your car. I mean, you could do it on your wrist. Don't get me wrong. You just have to have smaller mechanisms. It'd probably be more like a necklace piece. It'd be like a little grandfather clock necklace, see-through glass. You know, the see-through case.
I remember. The pendulum swinging back and forth.
Well, no, with just like a little sun moon idea, like a little light in there hitting the little balls. It's fun, and the light would represent the sun, and the ball spinning would represent its time. So your Australia would be in the light when it's in the light. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I reckon you could make that.
Britain, London, America. Yeah.
You could make a flat Earth one too, like the
Yeah,
app,
100%.
like the app, but an actual wearable one.
Yes, that's what I thought to do. I mean, we have the flat Earth ones. We have the little flat ones that show like the moon or the sun going. Like we actually have those. You just need to label it a flat Earth. They're slightly expensive, but
Why don't
How
you
does
just
it-
go outside and look up?
How does the sun and moon go around on those flat Earth ones? Are they like little copper sticks?
no, the base.
They're on the base, and it's like
The base
on
of the
track.
clock would open up. The opening would represent the sun, where the sun's hitting. You just have like a little template over the other plate. So a little opening over the azimuthal equidistant map, and the opening would represent what you could see at the time that the sun's, around it. Yeah, it would cover the rest.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. They're not. It's not actually mini orbits or mini flat Earths. They're just a model of one.
Yeah, and that type of thing. But if you wanted to get crazy, you can do superconduction and definitely have a model of flat Earth to where the sun and moon are the objects that go around the outside edge. And if one had light, yeah.
You can actually do it for real with a hovering moon and sun.
Yeah, remember I just said we did the Big Ben one for the globe. Yeah. We could definitely make hovering balls with magnets and shit.
That would be quite good. Just in like the Science Museum for kids in London. 2 models with magnetic balls of the flat Earth and the globe, and you can look in from all angles and see the
You'd have
light,
to have
the balls, and the flat Earth going round.
You'd have to have a sphere with a flat top plate. So the north would be flat, the south would be flat. And then you'd have a magnet above it and a magnet below it, a magnetic disc. And you just push that ball. And the magnetic repulsion from the top and the bottom should keep the ball where it's focused, because you just flatten out the top and bottom so you can let it roll around, do its thing. Then you got a little Earth. A magnetic rotating Earth.
You could wear an inverted dome.
Listen, I always wanted the spinning Earth on my shoe when I was younger.
If you made a model of the Earth, but you put it upside down, right, on the watch, it might look a bit weird, but then you would be appreciating what's going on the top part of the dome from your observer perspective. So it'd just be like looking up. And then you would
Oh,
just have
100%.
to set your watch in the viewing window to wherever you are on Earth, and then
Right.
and it just shines a light or opens a little window. Say you're in England or US, wherever.
Yeah, right. You could have
And then
presets where it's your own location or other famous locations.
And then it pushes through the information. You can see what kind of daylight you have, and then maybe you set a few different digital representations. It would be a weird thing to wear, but it would be cool.
I don't know why they don't have the grandfather globe clock anyway, with like a little moon, a little sun, a little light, something cool. I mean, we got strings and shit. I mean, it doesn't have to be total orbit 1,000,000% if that can't be achieved, whether you'd like to. You know what I mean? There's ways you can do it.
You just do it with, like in the old days with the little copper thing sticking up, going round. Like the old mechanical toys.
Yeah.
A little lever on a track what goes round.
Well, we've also got those thermometers, right? Where you have a clear liquid in there, and they rise up and they do their thing. I mean, you could put a clear liquid and have them do it too. You know, there's all kinds of ways to skin a cat. But so you could have a thermometer like those things that react anyway. You can just make them spin while they react. But yeah, the light source moving, so you'd have the globe spinning or sitting still. Then you can move the light source around and accordingly, however you wanted to do it. Or you spin the globe and the light source would sit still. Either one. Like if you had a dark ceiling and you cut a sunroof in it, everything that goes under the sunroof would light up automatically when it's daytime. Some shit like that would work, yes. I had some cool ass ideas for some little spinning globes in your hat and call it batteries not included. And you have a clear piece of plastic with a little dark slide over it. You move the dark slide, you slide it over, and then the sun comes in, and then you can see like the little orbiting Earth or whatever, like spinning inside there, 3D, inside your hat. Free light source.
Globers would buy that.
And I have a prototype. It's not actually a ball spinning per se, but it appears to be.
It's like the Magic 8 Ball, but a globe in space on the front of your hat.
Well, it's just yeah, but it's a reflection. Yeah, it wouldn't be the actual 8-ball spinning. It would be a reflection hitting. It'd be 4 reflections giving you the idea that they're spinning. So you take a picture of a sphere, top, bottom, left, right, whatever, and you put that on a picture. So you have 4 pictures, north, south, east, west, and you spin those pictures. In the center, in the center you have a pyramid that's clear, and those pictures reflect. Each circle spherical picture, it'll be a circle flat picture, but it'll reflect as a round sphere inside the pyramid.
Or like the Disney illusion at the Disney park.
Yes. So you'll think that there's a little spinning sphere, but in actuality, it's just 4 reflections moving simultaneously of the same object. So if I took a picture of your front, back, side, and side, and put each one accordingly around the pyramid, and then I spun them, it would look like you spinning around right in front of me, but you're not. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is my idea. I made the prototypes. Yeah.
Well,
anybody can do it. It's free to make. Huh?
That's the old school method of holograms, isn't it? How they used to trick.
Yeah. You just get a clear pyramid, 4-sided pyramid that's clear. You put it in a dark area, so now it becomes a perfect mirror. And you put 4 little pictures of whatever you want, front, side, back, and back. Now you turn this little thing, this little ring. Once the ring turns, it turns to 4 little rings inside the same direction. They all spin. And you don't need batteries. You just use your finger to spin the plastic ring. It spins the 4 other little rings. And now when you walk under the light and you put your finger by the side of the hat and spin it, it looks like your globe spinning. Or if you wanted, you could have batteries included or a little motor, whatever you wanted to do. You know what I mean? You could put your name, you could put logos, you could put SpongeBob. Any 4 pictures you get can be floating and levitating in your hat. The family, anything, whatever you want. This is my hat. But it's going to get stolen. The idea is going to get stolen. Somebody's going to use it just like they did my tracksuit. just like they do my bulletproof suit. Every time I say something, dude, I look in the media. 5 years later, it's being developed, no matter what it is. The little spinning balls on your shoes, and then Spreewell stole my idea, and then, but it's just, you know, it's kind of different. It's not really they stole mine. It's just different. There's different ideas at the same time. You know what I mean? I wanted a spinning globe with a little diamond in it, or, you know, to make it gold or silver. And wherever you lived, you could put like a little diamond stud or something, and it would be Globers, the Globetrotter shoes. For 100 million, I know you guys think it's funny, but the Globetrotters used to be my favorite when I was little. I was like, these dudes are badass. They can do some crazy cool stuff. I like them. And then when I found out it wasn't a globe, oh well. No, so if you guys have an idea, might as well get in your garage and make the shit.
When I try and invent something, I have this horrifying feeling that it's impossible to come up with new things.
Oh no, that's crazy. So you think every movie that could be invented has been invented? Well, shit, we should stop right now. We got it all done then. If there's no new inventions or no new thoughts, like where do we go now?
That's how I feel. We're just stuck copying each other.
Nah, that can't be when there's flat earthers and globers, because the glober can't copy a flat earther.
Copy him better than he copied the other guy before, and just keep going.
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm just saying.
He said that's fine. That's not fine. You don't do that. Not unless you're like building bricks houses or something. I mean,
I'm happy that I can't think of new inventions. I trust some people will, but it feels like you can't just stop and think and come up with something. You have to be inspired somehow, like divine inspiration.
well, don't you think being alive is inspiration enough?
Yeah, I don't know about because think
No,
about
you can
this.
just
I mean,
change your mind.
I haven't seen. Mostly all movies are just movies that already been done and for, just with new characters and new way of look. Yeah, I
It's
don't
like,
think there's like any new movies. There's like the inventions are just upgrades to old stuff that has been done already. So
most of the time, I agree with you guys 99.9, but I still think there's an inkling of a way that you might not have heard of how to skin a cat.
I think it's perspective thing, because everyone who's functional biologically can make children, right? But your children are yours. They're not the other person's children, are they?
Right.
So just go and make something. It doesn't matter if it's similar. It's like, okay, you have a
Right.
solution to a problem that other people have other solutions to, but it's still yours.
Yeah, we shouldn't be disheartened.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you make it, then you
if
sell it or give it.
It's a mindset thing. If you think you can't do it, then of course you can't do it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to tell him.
If you change your mind, then you've changed your mind, and that's it. But that's your choice, obviously. But that's how I'd think about it.
I mean, it's like saying there's no other superhero you could think of. There's no, like, I mean, there's got to be something new. I mean, there has to be. I mean, I get it's still going to run into the same things because, I mean, we're existence, right?
Shut down
We're
the
in
globe.
existence.
The Muckman.
No, I don't. No, he hasn't been really globing it up. He's just been conversating. He's been pretty cool, actually.
I'm not talking about him. I'm just saying, like, there's a superhero. You.
Oh yeah, I know. We all should have a superhero and an icon and be selling our little things on YouTube. Like, I like this guy. I like Chucky. I like him. I like Demok. I like Realm. I like whoever. Yeah, we all should have our little icons, whatever our name is. I think a superhero could be the truther and the liar. So if you got a glober or a flat earther that lies, that would be like a superhero villain. Because at the end of the day, even the liar is really bringing you back to the truth once you realize it's a lie, right?
The superheroes of the flat Earth should be QE and what's it?
What would their powers be?
That's a good question. I don't know how to put it into words.
At the moment, they are all also superheroes for the globe because they is something you can fight against.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Even though it's a bad thing or a glober superhero too, even if they don't say the truth 100%, it's still a good thing because when it gets revealed that that's not the truth, now you know how much of a lie. So it helps itself present itself as a lie.
Well, actually, I guess their superpower could be dumb fuckery because all you guys are falling for it.
That's a good opinion.
You have a very specific idea about dumb fuckery. Yes.
Yeah.
You keep sprouting dumb fuckery down here.
What does that mean? I couldn't even how did you imagine that? What does that word and term mean?
It's fuckery that can't speak.
It's everything that Jessica Conda doesn't understand. That's dumb fuckery.
No, well, Demok answered it. That's my case in point. And you also did.
Your case has walls, and anything outside your case is dumb fuckery.
No.
I would just call it newfangled, unfounded, unfounded physics. I mean, if you want to say it nice, right? You would say the flat earthers have unfounded physics. But you really can't say that.
How do you mean unfounded physics?
We don't have any unfounded physics. Flat earthers use the physics accordingly. That's we can. We don't add arbitrary ideas into physics that we can demonstrate or not. We say, hey, Jazz, we can demonstrate this in the lab, you and I. And if we can't, don't add it to physics. No, we're talking about physics.
I'm just saying, Witzel often makes up his own physics. But I agree with you, most flat earthers don't.
Saying, like when we're talking physical attributions of stuff, how can you be on the part to argue for yourself when you don't have a physical sphere, class, engineering, mechanics, physics? There are no spherical physics that we can go by. So how do you set yourself up to tell us we're wrong when we can't even present your stuff?
I don't think physics have a shape, do they?
No, it does. If you live on a sphere, it definitely does.
No. Same set of physics that we're trying to apply to different models.
Physics supposedly made the sphere.
Yes.
Supposedly. So there is a shape to physics. It would be the sphere you're on. So if you
I know what
could,
you're trying to say,
yeah. So if we can demonstrate that, the shape that physics presents to us, and it's never really a sphere. It's leaves. It's
really hard
veins.
to
It's nerves.
demonstrate. It's
Yeah.
hard to demonstrate physics making a sphere.
Hairs. I mean, where are all these? Everything would be a sphere. It's just idiotic.
No, well, it wouldn't be because physics applies to reality.
Because of resistance.
I
No.
believe a lot
So
of things are
everything
a
wouldn't be
sphere.
a sphere surrounded by resistance causing a sphere. Okay, buddy.
No,
I believe in spherical physics.
that just applies to accretion and mass attracting mass. That's on a large scale.
You mean magnetism?
No, that's not what it
I've
is.
never seen mass. What is mass?
I'm
Talking
not
about
getting
church?
I'm not getting into a debate with you.
So when you go to mass, which is church, then what do? So you go to church and then you pray globe?
We'll see mass. Mass is
Church?
of church, kind of like flat Earth. Is like we say stuff that people
You
don't
can
believe,
demonstrate.
never understood.
You don't need to believe, demonstrate.
They claim. Hang on. I'm explaining it. You claim that you understood the heliocentric model, and then the
There is no
mass,
model.
a slight mass of you guys go, oh, it doesn't make sense. That can't be true.
Yeah, nothing makes sense. That's nothing.
Right. Exactly. So we have to be
What
right.
makes?
So
Where's your globe? Show us where your globe's at. Show me what's at.
Of the population.
What are you talking about?
Is
just show me your globe in a lab. Let's go.
To you guys to cause a sphere.
Where is your globe in a lab?
As a cult of the flat Earth.
Yeah, you have a cult where you can't show your globe in a lab. It's pretty sad. It's getting old. It's been years now. I've been waiting.
Okay, Demok. Why and how in the fuck would you
Where's
think
the unglobe cult?
Why would you think that could happen?
Why do I think that physics should demonstrate physics? Because you say it should happen, and if you say it, demonstrate it. If you can't do it, why do you think it can happen?
We're talking on very, very
Is the
large
real
scales,
question.
Demok, and we don't have
Why
do
you think it can happen if you can't do it? Stop lying. Stop. If it can't be done,
chamber fucking airplane to
what
prove
don't you
this.
understand about can't be done? I know
Demok,
we have
please
to go
quit
over this
over.
like
Please quit over
kindergartner.
talking.
Can't be
Let
done.
Demok, quit just bulldozing him. Okay, listen when he talks, and he'll
What
listen when
part
you
do
talk.
you? He's not answering the right question. The question is, what part about can't be done do you not understand too, Level?
Well, I'm just saying, man, it's impossible to listen to
Well, I'm
if
just
you're
saying, answer the
constantly over
question.
talking.
Cool. Get in the
You're gonna
conversation,
end up
answer
getting
it.
muted. Then
What
you're gonna
part
end up
about
muted.
non-comprehension, about non-demonstration do you not understand?
Demok, we're
Mute
just
all you
talking.
want. You're still not going to demonstrate nothing. Your point doesn't stand. You make no sense. Mute anybody you want. Just make stuff up all day and mute people. That's going to be fun, right? Demonstrate.
Demok, do you notice
You know,
how
Moya.
do you notice how that I shut up when you talk?
No, you just now did that. Thanks.
No, I
for
do
getting
that
on
all
track.
the time. I do that all the time.
It's been 2 seconds.
I do that to prove a point.
You don't have a point. Where's your globe at? Point that out.
Demok, what you're saying is you're trying
Where's
to
your
say
model?
there we go again.
Yeah, I'm saying, where's your model? Don't put words in my mouth. Repeat this. Where the fuck is a globe?
Demok, you obviously don't understand scales. I know, don't interrupt. You obviously don't because you were saying demonstrate this. Some things can't be demonstrated on a scale that is fucking ridiculous that you think it should be demonstrated.
That's what you keep saying, Narnia religion guy. Stop lying and being a religious liar. Stop lying to kids, liar. If you can't demonstrate it, liar,
You're
stop lying
to
about
yourself, and you're self-indoctrinating other stupid people like you.
No, you're
No.
trying to say you got magic physics, pal, and you can't
No.
show them.
I never said
Yeah.
anything about physics. I just said about
If
what
you
we
can't
said
demonstrate
earlier.
it, what are you talking about?
can't-
What physics are they?
I just said that.
You can't demonstrate them. How are they a part of your physics?
And this is why I just said,
So you don't have globe physics.
Demok, I just said.
So can you demonstrate globe physics, man? This is going to get so old, dude, for fucking ever now. Can you or any glober demonstrate a globe doing globe physical things?
Let him talk, Daymont. You're giving me a headache, bro. Chill. Let him talk.
Yeah, he gave me a headache when he was born.
You were born before me, and
We have
you're
all
giving
day,
me a
guys. We
headache.
have all day. Take turns.
Okay, Demok. All I was saying before was, I'm not sure you can think on a large scale, and I'm not saying just you. I'm not attacking you personally. All I'm saying is that the world is a big fucking place. Locally, it looks flat, but so does if you're a fucking tinier than a grain of dust on a bowling ball minus the fucking finger holds. Of course it does.
You're a liar. Stop lying to yourself.
How is
Stop
that
lying.
wrong?
You're making stuff up.
Do you not?
You don't have a demonstration. That's how you're a liar. You never have a
what-
demonstration of anything. You just have to imagine.
Demok, I'm not lying.
Demonstrate. I'm going to
Demok,
change
I'm
my
not.
name to Demonstrate. That way, when you guys repeat it all day long, you just repeat Demonstrate yourself.
Okay, demo. Calm the farm down. All I'm saying is if you can't think in scale,
Show me the scale. Demonstrate it.
if you
Why
can't,
do I have to think in reality? Listen, if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. We're not going to think about Narnia. We're not going to think about leprechauns jumping through hoops that don't exist.
Okay,
If you can demonstrate it, do so.
Demok, take the Earth's radius 35959
Of what?
36959. Divide that by
Where's it
100.
at?
Divide that by 100, and then divide the average height in kilometers.
What's 595 39 12 255 259? What am I doing with
the
that?
size of the bull you get, and see the size of the human you get, and then divide that by the 6 feet. You'll have to change that to kilometers.
What the hell are you talking about,
centimeters.
Narnia?
I'm talking about scale.
What scale? How much do you weigh on it?
Oh, so you don't know what scale means? I'm talking
Apparently
in
you don't.
size.
You don't know what a scale is. You don't weigh yourself on a scale?
Oh my God.
No, not God.
Cut this lifeboat free. Jesus Christ.
Show me the scale you're talking about, Magic Man.
I'm going down with
Narnia.
the ship. Cut him free.
So you don't have a scale. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. You just keep making stuff up, right?
All right, I'm just going to go because I want to stay here without getting banned for no reason at all.
You probably want to come back with so big stuff so we can see how what so big means.
You wouldn't know what that means.
Yeah, because you can't show me. Thanks.
Whoever joined in before, cheers for that. But
hey, Demok, if you were 2,000 feet, or if you were 2,000 times your size now, think of how big you'd be. You'd be able to like grab planes and stuff.
I'd be able to walk back and forth that size, and it wouldn't be shit. What do you mean?
And you'd be able to see. You'd be able to see the ball, Demok, below you.
No. Shut up.
Hey, it's my idea, Jazz. Giant Demok. You didn't think of it? Just ease up. We've got time to let this flower. So you're a giant, Demok.
I'd look down to space. Look straight down at my feet and see space all around.
You're like 10,000 feet tall.
Yep. And I'd see stars and space below the horizon.
So now your scale, what are you're seeing like clouds. You're just looking down, you're seeing clouds.
I'm seeing stars.
You're like, shit, what am I walking over around here? Hope I don't walk on
It's nighttime. Yeah. And then I look down and I see a curve. I look down past it. On the edge of the ball I'm standing on top of. I look past down the edge. Look, I'm on the ball.
You would have to get down on, I don't even know if you get close enough to the ground.
You don't need to get close to the ground to see the ground. I don't need to now.
It's 10,000 feet.
Listen,
I just mean, but at the size of a person.
My eyeballs.
Oh, yeah.
According.
Oh, yeah,
my
and then the
eyeballs
ego
would be
on
that
top of
big,
that.
so would my head.
His
So I
ego would
look
take
down
up the
to see
size
my
of
feet.
half of Rhode Island, at least.
Now,
Yeah,
if
well,
it was a
he
cloud,
just
it'd
said
be
on
dead.
top of his head after I said ego, or we said ego. So yeah, that makes sense.
I didn't say anything about on top of
DeMarc,
you.
DeMarc doesn't have any ego. DeMarc just asked for proof. You know what I mean? It's the Demarchian principle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you got a lot of arbitrary stuff you can't demonstrate, but you keep claiming it's true, but you can't demonstrate any of it. So where did you get the idea? Something you can't show us is true
DeMarc.
when no one showed it to you.
DeMarc, can you demonstrate to me how a sewing machine works without touching it?
Listen, all I got to show you is you can't fly your helicopter around a ball, Jack. So come back
No,
when you can.
I don't have enough gas. That's a fucking stupid
Listen,
question.
Doopy,
Or
you can't
assumption.
fly it around the little ball. You couldn't fly it around the Epcot Center, pal.
Of course I can't.
Yeah, show us. Oh, wait.
I
Fly it
just said I
around like you
can't,
do the
so why
globe.
would I show you?
But you can't.
What?
You can't.
I know.
You don't know how a helicopter flies around a sphere. It doesn't
You don't know how anything
happen.
works.
It's never existed. You've never done it. Your helicopter has never went horizontal and diagonal.
Oh,
Your helicopter goes up and down.
you're
That's
gonna have
flat
to have
Earth.
a big. You're gonna have to have a big fucking argument
Up
about
and
Igor
down.
Sikorsky with that.
Listen,
Who's dead?
just draw. Dude, stop acting like you make any sense. You're a blabbering idiot. Just draw on paper what a helicopter does. It's vertical.
Yep.
It goes up and down vertically. That's a flat Earth. Now, on a globe, what do you have to do to get around it? Jazz, draw on paper. Draw moving around on a flat Earth with a helicopter, how that looks, over a globe. We'll compare the two. And your insanity is going to defend itself, right?
Okay, just real quick, Demo. I'm just going out for a smoke. So you know aircraft carriers, right? Your nation's got like 11 of them.
Yeah, well, he's never seen a kangaroo either.
So you don't know how a helicopter would fly over a flat plane. You don't know how to show that.
Well, Demok, you don't know how an airplane flies over an Earth
Stop making
that's
stuff
only
up, man.
rotating in 24 hours.
Why are you being a retard?
So Demok.
Why are you being a retard? You're supposed to be a helicopter
Demok,
pilot. Now you're going to run from
Demok,
helicopters, right? The
Demok, just
helicopter
real
pilot
quick.
is going to run
Oh my
from a
God.
helicopter.
Oh, hey,
guys.
hey.
I
It's
don't know
just
whether to hang myself or shoot myself.
both. But have a cigarette first. This will stop the immediate problem, which is you guys talking to each other.
Yeah, stop running from helicopters, helicopter guy. Don't ever show us how a helicopter goes around the globe versus flat. That'd be too complex for you, wouldn't it? Is that too hard for
You'd
you?
be practicing your helicopter arcs and all that.
Jazza, while you smoke, think about how you can't demonstrate some of your beliefs.
Well, I know for a fact that I can't fly around the fucking globe.
No, I just mean think about it.
We
Think
do
about
too.
the things
We
you
know that
believe
too.
and
We're
you
with
not
you
being
there.
able to demonstrate.
We're with you on that. We know you fly over a flat plane. You're right, Jazza, 1,000,000% on that. You can't demonstrate anything going around a ball.
With your ornithopter.
As I go and have my smoke, I will think about how I can't fly around the globe, and it will take me. Oh, yep, I've already got it. I've only got 300 nautical miles range at best. World's much bigger than that.
You carry a gas can.
I don't even know what you're talking about right now.
Or we need some Jikumbutsu helicopter action.
I just want to see at what point the helicopter goes horizontal and flies away or lands down on something horizontal.
That's 60,000 feet of drop, sir.
I'm just going for a smoke, big dog, and I've got a fucking really good question for you. Or no, an analogy actually, and fact of life. I'll be back in a minute.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but this dude does the same thing every time.
He should bring a toy helicopter and a globe with him since he's a helicopter pilot.
Oh no, No, I'm just going for a smoke now. We're going to be playing with a real life boat, and we're going to be playing with a real life helicopter, and we'll see if you can do the math.
Do the math.
Math.
Fly
Oh, he
up,
said math.
fly up 100 feet, fly forward 300 feet. What math is there? Vertical and horizontal. If you say you fly up 100 feet and then go 300 nautical miles before you run out of gas, that's 60,000 feet from that 100 feet that you have to drop. Once you get to 100 feet and fly forward 300 nautical miles, you have to go down 60,000 feet to maintain that 100 feet.
Sorry to interrupt. I just got to
Just
say
go
it's got
smoke, man.
nothing to
Hey,
do with the altitude.
go get high, right? Just go get as high and intoxicated as you can so you can try and explain yourself. That's what you need to do.
Well, you need to talk about what I'm about to talk about, which is not what you're talking
300
about.
nautical miles. You told us already. Your helicopter, it has a limit, gas, right? So we're saying you can't refuel, which is stupid because helicopters refuel now. But we'll take your 300 miles and say there's 60,000 feet of drop.
That's
Now
if
what?
you're a dumb cunt and you
Now
can't fly straight and
now
level.
go get high, right? Now go get high and call me names when you leave and come back.
Yeah, there'll be
Maybe it'll
plenty of
make more
opportunities.
sense when you're intoxicated.
If you're trying to be an astronaut, you can't fly straight and level.
Oh my God. Maybe try and be a helicopter pilot and see what we're saying. You have to come up with a
Right on, I'll be
mechanism.
back in a sec.
Oh,
Fucking calm
yeah,
down.
we've heard you 10 times there, drunk guy.
He'll be back again. Don't worry.
These are our teachers. These are our helicopter pilots. These are our plane pilots. You hear them, right? Zanuck flies a plane. Left lane, getting his pilot's license. This guy claims to be a helicopter pilot. You hear this guy, right? I hope he don't go have a smoke before he flies us around.
You're supposed to be able to see the curve from a plane? No. I mean, they might as well just say they drive cars. Pilot boats. I mean, what's the big deal?
Just take my word for it. You go to the airport to get in this guy's helicopter and he starts saying this stuff, don't do it. If he says he's got to go out and have a smoke before he takes you on your little trip, don't go.
What did he say, Rakir? I missed it. Is he taking Coriolis into it?
He hasn't said anything yet.
Oh.
Says he's going to go have a smoke and then come back and ask us questions.
Oh,
But
right,
anyway, my point is that I do hang around pilots. I have a close family member that flies helicopters for the Navy. They don't sound anything like this, man. I mean, to each their own, I guess. I'm just saying there's different levels, I guess. So if you hear this guy, don't get in that chopper. I can point you in the better direction.
Well, there's a lot of people coming into these servers and saying things. I mean, it's usually, I work with satellites. Yeah, we send them up, and I don't know. I just don't believe them.
I mean, if you tell that close family member that flies the helicopter that Earth is flat, see how he talks about it.
Well, you mean you think I haven't talked to him yet, Left Lane? That's such an intelligent statement. You sure you're passing your?
I mean, is he able to?
You're getting your license? Are you
Is
sure?
he able to? Is he able to convey to you how that works?
Convey to me how he flies around a sphere? No.
Yeah.
He is now in question.
Oh,
He can
okay.
see how it happens over a flat plane. Now, the only thing he comes up with is some of the radar systems that he's used terminology that says that it's, it can go over the horizon, and he equates that to curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I would do.
Yeah, I know. But the horizon isn't where the curve starts. It's where your eyes see. It's where radar can see.
Mm-hmm.
Sound like I haven't talked to him? What about you, Left Lane? Why do I need to talk to my nephew? You're almost a pilot.
Mm-hmm.
How does your plane drop down 60,000 feet every 300 miles?
8 inches at a mile, 8 inches per mile.
How? What's the mechanism?
It's very simple. It just gets up
Yeah.
there, you level off and fly, and the plane follows the curvature of the atmosphere.
The plane, that's the mechanism. The plane does it by itself without pilot input.
Because
Yeah, once you trim it out and you set your throttles and everything, as long as there's no
maintains
wind blowing you around, it'll stay right there.
Yeah, actually it doesn't. It goes up and down, right, Left Lane?
Well, it could always around a little bit because it's not locked in a track, but generally speaking, you can trim
No,
it
you're saying it is.
and let it go, and it'll fly.
You're saying it is locked in a track. It will follow that 60,000 foot drop over 300 miles because it's locked in a track.
I never said locked in I never said those words. I just said you trim it out and it'll stay at altitude.
Why do you have to trim it out? Why don't you just go up there and
Well,
let
look,
go?
if you got it trimmed up too much, it'll climb. If you trim it down, nose down too much,
Why
it'll
does
drop.
it climb? Why does it climb?
Hang on, Rick here. Left
No,
lane.
no. You're not butting in, drunk guy. Left lane, why does it climb?
Because it goes nose up.
Because you have thrust, right?
That's why you got to trim down more than you have to trim up.
What does the thrust overcome?
Drag.
Drag, which is equated to what?
Atmosphere.
So why
drag.
Why would anything, once you trim it out to maintain level flight, adjust itself to follow a curved path?
Because
You're
the
trimming it
pressure,
out to follow
pressure
a
altitude, your pressure altitude, that's where it's happy. It's in a particular pressure
you're
altitude, which
following-
follows the curvature.
So if the,
yeah.
if
You're
the
following
barometric
the pressure gradient.
changes drastically, your plane drastically climbs?
Yes, because if you go into a higher
No, it
pressure
doesn't.
gradient, you've
No,
got
you're
more
wrong.
air molecules.
No, you're wrong. You adjust your
Creating more
barometric
lift,
pressure,
which
your
means you have
altitude
to trim
indicator
down.
based on the pressure of each airport because you're flying over a flat level plane and those small adjustments are not the curve.
I really don't want to
Because
say
sometimes you adjust it to go up and sometimes you adjust it where the runway is down, further down due to the barometric pressure. So if you want
Okay.
to talk about pressure, that's the pressure that you're in, right?
no.
Yeah. That's why you have to adjust your
no.
altimeter, right?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure.
Have you ever adjusted an altimeter in your life?
Yes, many,
And why
many
did you have
times
to do that?
daily.
And what changed where you had to adjust it?
You have to change your altimeter because there is different barometric pressures within many
Oh, I
miles
think
of
that's
different
what I just
imports.
said. I think
Because
that's what
it's
I
not
just
only
said.
a pressure gradient up, it's a constant up, but it's also horizontally. That's what creates wind. The pressure
What?
gradient.
What did you just say? Repeat that.
When there's just like in your tire, when there's a lower pressure at your airport where you are at your airport, Captain Dipshit, and I'm at my airport.
Oh my.
And there's a pressure difference. You're at 2992 hectopascals in America, which is standard atmospheric pressure there, and I'm 50 miles away at my airport and it's 2983. That's a lower pressure. That means that there's a pressure gradient between us, which means that our altitudes are going to be different.
I'm gonna say they're different.
Not by much.
They could be
but
They could be the same altitude, but your altimeter will read different.
yeah,
depending on your
exactly.
pressure altitude.
What's the? I can't remember the. Is it
Density
Pressure.
altitude.
Oh no, the pressure altitude. If it
Well, you got
drops,
pressure
it's
altitude,
read
which
high,
is
B low.
yeah,
Read
and you
low,
adjust
B
that
high.
for non-standard temperature will give you your density altitude.
But
But
pressure
it's based
altitude
on
is the key
pressure,
when
right?
we're talking to this guy.
It's based on pressure. You admitted it yourself. barometric pressure in the area, you have to adjust your
Sure.
altimeter. Yeah, it
Sure.
can go up or down.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not making your plane go up or down. You have to adjust your
No,
altimeter.
it does. It doesn't
No.
make the. No, hang on.
No, I'm not hanging on. You're adjusting the plane based on the setting that you did your altimeter for, up or down.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
And the
Rocky, what he's
pilot
saying,
has to adjust that.
what he's saying is, if I leave my airport and I fly into a area of lower pressure, my plane will drop in altitude if I don't adjust for it.
Exactly, and that means that if
No, it doesn't. The
dude,
meter is wrong.
listen,
Dude,
listen,
hey, dude,
listen,
hey, dude,
listen.
listen.
No,
Your
you
airplane
listen.
doesn't do anything without pilot input, basically.
Oh,
It's
yes,
gonna
it does.
maintain, like you said.
Yes, it does.
The hell it doesn't, Rocky.
Yeah, if
Left
you don't
lane.
adjust by that altimeter,
The
you're
hell
gonna
it
hit the ground
doesn't.
sooner or not hit the ground soon enough,
If
right?
your the
You're
airplane,
disagreeing.
I'll disagree with you anytime, buddy.
Well, you're disagreeing that the altimeter is adjusted because the meter is
The
reading different,
altimeter is adjusted
not
based
because
on
the
the
plane is in
barometric
a different
pressure in the
position.
area that you're at. But if the
The
barometric
plane is
pressure
not in a
changes,
different
the
position.
airplane will have to be adjusted because the airplane's altitude, the actual physical fucking altitude will change, Rocky.
No, it's not. The meter
Yes,
is
it
changed.
will. Don't even try to start that shit with me.
So it's following the curvature of the Earth based on the barometric pressure.
It's following the pressure altitude. It's
But it's
following your
different.
altitude. It's the pressure altitude is it's trimmed for. If that pressure altitude changes,
Horizontally, it does.
It should always be down.
barometric pressure changes, it's
Yeah.
going to follow that.
So it should always be down. Anytime you take off,
No, dipshit.
you should adjust down because
Good
you're going
God.
around a sphere. Where do you
But
adjust?
when you down.
Janaconda, relax. You're gonna get muted. Don't swear.
Yeah,
I
calling
didn't
names
swear.
and swearing, drunk guy. Like, I think you're doing it because you're not sober. Like, chill.
Right here, just here's an example. Myself and Jeremy and Blue have taken off from 3 different airports, ABC, each 50, 100 miles apart, and we're going to airport D.
And your barometric pressures are different at
Each-
each one, right?
Each of those airports are different barometric pressures, and when we get close enough to the D airport that we're all going to land at about the same time, we need to have the same barometric pressure on
I
our
agree.
altimeter
I
so
agree.
we don't run into each other.
I agree.
When does it
It
change?
has nothing to do with the curvature of Earth.
Right. When do we?
Thank
Oh,
you.
When do we
With the field, it
experience
would
a
always be
horizontal?
down. No matter
When
what,
do,
where you took off from, you would always have to adjust it to be further down.
No.
It just has to do with pressure.
No.
Yeah.
right, and it
Yeah.
increases voltage
It'll follow
too.
the curvature. You won't even
Your
know it.
voltage should follow the curvature too,
Can't
right?
do anything but that.
So your
Say
voltage
that it
can't
follows
follow.
the curve of Earth because of pressure, and then say you adjust your altimeter to not go down.
It's different. That's different
Not for the
things.
Earth to be lower.
Rakia, when you're flying over the ground, straight and level, you're not flying over. You don't think about the Earth. You're flying
You
within
think
the
about
pressure
voltage.
gradient.
When you're
Which is
flying
Voltage
over the
increase.
Earth, you don't think about the Earth. No, I no. We use visual
do you
things all.
hang on,
Yeah, you do think about the
Rakia,
Earth. Landmarks, how tall the mountain is.
Can you
Definitely think about Earth.
Rakia, it's the same thing, but 3 dimensions up there. It's the same thing. Do you think when you come up to a curve in a road, do you stop and consider how you're going to go around it?
It's a ludicrous question. No, I just go
It's
around.
not a ludicrous question.
But if I had a meter, if I was going around that curve based on like
because when we're
not the
flying, we
visual-
do
yeah,
the
you won't
same
let me
thing.
finish. Yeah, if I'm
We're
using an electronic device and it has to be adjusted due to the pressure to make me go around the center of that curve or know where the surface is, then I
What
want to adjust based on that, right? Which has
Yes.
nothing to do with Earth curve. Only
Nothing at all.
pressure.
You would have to go horizontal and increase your voltage as well.
Oh, good grief.
Well, Paul, sometimes you
We
adjust the altimeter
have an
up, and
engineer
sometimes
that
you adjust
doesn't
it down.
understand how a sphere works. Good grief. Yeah, that's the good grief about it. We have an engineer that doesn't understand or comprehend that if you went horizontally from the point of a sphere, you would increase your elevation, your altitude, and your voltage. What's the good grief about, Charlie Brown?
Mark,
If it
So you
was
don't
Earth
have
curve,
that.
you would set your altimeter at 0 where you're at, and then it would always adjust down if it was Earth curve.
You best not
No,
set your
Rocky.
altimeter at 0 unless you're sitting at sea level, and unless you just like running in the mountains, Rocky.
Thank you. My point exactly.
You set your altimeter for the field elevation, if that's the way you're going to do it. But typically, when you're flying along and air traffic control gives you a pressure setting, that's an altimeter setting. You're changing.
How would you hit a
You're
mountain that's under
compensating
a
for a
curve?
slight difference in barometric pressure where you
How can you
happen
hit
to
a?
be.
You should never
Now,
hit a mountain that's
you may not need to change it at all.
You should never hit a mountain that's looming around you in a rainbow. You're saying the
Setting
rainbow
your
mountain,
altimeter has nothing to do with Earth curvature.
Thank you.
right?
Boy,
So
that
when you
was
go
hard.
horizontally and you don't hit the mountains because they're supposedly not in your view in front of you, they're down and being loomed up.
Oh,
How would you hit a mountain, Blue?
What is he
How would you hit a
babbling about?
looming mountain like a blooming onion? How does that work?
I don't.
You don't know about nothing all of a sudden. Okay, engineer.
Denmark and Rakia, imagine
Elevation and elevation. Horizontal
Hang on,
elevation
can I ask
increase.
a question here before we move on? So
no,
left
no, no,
lane.
because
So
we'll stay
left
here.
lane.
Hang on.
Yeah, we're
Hang
staying
on.
here. I'm on the same topic there, sir. I just want to ask you and left lane. So the barometric pressure, the altimeter that you adjust due to the barometric pressure, has nothing to do with Earth curve, correct?
That would be correct.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So
Yeah, what's your
Denmark
point, though?
yeah, there's no point to
Well,
that.
that's the
Denmark,
pressure that's the pressure that the airplane is affected by, right? That's why you have to adjust the altimeter.
have you ever looked at the side on your mountain bike, the spikes of your tire? You know, the spikes of the hub of your wheel and your tire, and those spikes going out, think of them as pressure, right?
No, thank you. Think about showing us horizontal
Of course
elevation
not. Can't
difference.
do that. So Denmark and
No, we're not
Rakia,
talking about rubber on
my
your
question
tire,
is
dude.
no. Okay, I just said that.
We're
So
talking
my
about
question
flying
is.
objects.
So my question is, because you guys think that you guys are right after we said that the pressure has nothing to do with anything. So my question is, do you think that air travel will continue after everyone thinks the Earth's flat?
I think you should be in the
Because
place
planes
where
will
you're
fucking fly into the ground.
I think you're missing from somewhere. Go back to your home.
Check yourself. Check out your very own chemtrails. Just as
I don't even know
side
what that means. So far, you've said a lot of nothing that means nothing. I don't know. Can somebody help him out?
Demo, check out your chemtrails way over in the distance. And they
I
curve.
don't have any of those. I'm sorry.
They curve.
I'll
And you
have to
can look on
refund your
flight
money.
radar and see that they're flying straight and level. Why the fuck would they curve? Otherwise, they wouldn't get to their destination.
I don't know why you think anything curves. That's weird.
Hey, Blue, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'd like to ask you a question.
All right.
I remember, is that okay?
Huh?
Okay, I remember a few years back, we were talking about this very subject, and I remember very, very vividly that you told me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the reason why the plane keeps its altitude, you said, is because gravity. You trim it, and gravity does the rest. You remember that?
I'm not totally sure what you're leading up to. Yeah, keep going.
No, but because now I could have sworn I heard you say it's the pressure that does that. So I've heard two things from the ballers:
Well,
pressure and the
do you-
gravity.
How do you think gravity might come into play here, Essie?
Well, I can think of a few ways, but my point is, you said that it's gravity, and now you're saying that you're not mentioning gravity at all. You're saying it's the pressure. So
I think we might have been having a little bit different conversation, but are you aware that airplanes have a thing called the center of gravity?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And they also have a thing called center of lift. You know about that?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay. And usually what happens is the center of gravity of the airplane is in front of the center of lift. In other words, the airplane is nose heavy.
Yes.
It's tilting. Okay.
It wants to tilt, right? But
Okay.
we make it not do that by adjusting the tail plane, the horizontal state, the elevator. We adjust that elevator to put down pressure on the tail, which holds the nose up. Can you imagine that? Because
Yeah,
the
that's
plane
part of your
rotates.
trimming process, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
the plane rotates around the center of gravity. That's what it rotates around. Okay. So we've got a certain amount of pressure that's being applied to the tail of the plane, and that's based on how much the tail is deflected and how fast the airplane is traveling and how dense the air is. And
Okay, got all that.
All right. That's the bottom line to why the airplane always wants to stay at that same altitude, that same air pressure.
Okay, but what is the mechanism that keeps the plane at the same altitude around your mythical sphere? Is it grab?
I just explained it to you. You need that much down pressure. You need so much down pressure to balance the airplane, so that it's neither climbing nor descending.
What are you balancing it against?
Gravity.
Gravity. Okay. And how does the pressure come into effect? Because I thought it was the pressure that
comes into it.
does
The
that.
pressure comes into it because that changes the density of the air, and it's
What's
the
it look
density
like
of
when
the air
the helicopter does
is
that?
what is going to determine how much pressure is being applied to the tail to push that tail down to counterbalance the airplane, so to speak.
Yeah, so it's a
First angle
combination.
of attack.
It's a combination of gravity and the pressure and the trimming process.
Can I
it
point
all
something out
works
here?
together.
What's it look like when it happens?
So, what you need to keep in mind is that it takes energy to get further away from Earth. It takes work. And it does
What's it look like?
So,
What's the
of course,
helicopter
if you
look
have
like when it
a
does
pressure,
that?
if you have why is Demok talking through me? If you have a pressure altitude that can have slight can have slight elevation changes, right? But the air can only do so much work. It can't do a massive amount of work.
Where can we see this?
Right?
That's not
So,
true. Y'all are telling us the air pressure is these jets that are flying at 500-600 miles an hour that they use the thrust to overcome the gravity are now being dictated by gravity, which causes the air pressure density.
everything
to
is
change.
No, it being gravity is irrelevant.
Jazza,
Rakia,
one more swear word and you're gone.
Over Earth.
Hold on. Jazza,
It's not
one more swear
incontention.
word and you're gone. Hold on.
Rakia, planes
Yeah,
have
you don't have
weight.
to say my
Planes
name,
are
dude.
relatively
You have to
heavy.
be
That's not
quiet
in
while I'm
Can you
contention.
hear me talking?
Hey guys.
Hey, come on, guys. Hellfire.
Very simple.
Am I
was
coming
talking,
through,
I was
Leslie?
almost done. I'll go on mute when I'm done, I promise.
Came in
So
here
for
very
years
hard
we were told
and talked
these
through
jets
me.
needed this thrust to overcome gravity.
One at a
Now
time.
we're
One at a
being
time.
told,
You
came
came in
why
and
are
talked
these
through
people
me.
over talking right now? What?
Me, because you talked through me.
SE was in the middle of something, dude.
No, he wasn't. He interrupted, or you can't hear me.
No, I heard you. But you
So
stopped
maybe
talking, and then
SE.
SE came in.
Yeah, to tell them to shut up.
I don't know, man.
That could have been my bad, Rakia. You know, when the Discord acts up, I couldn't hear you talking, so that could
So
have
I was
been my
asking
bad.
if you could hear me. Sometimes it does individual.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Sorry. Okay,
for
let's
years
go.
I'll start over. It's very quick. For years, they told us it was gravity. Now, if you want to say that gravity is affecting the density layer, okay, I can get into that. But the thrust overcomes all of that. So when you trim out, it's not so it follows the curvature of the Earth. Trimming out
You're,
is just in case you have too much weight, or if you trim out and you lean forward in a Cessna, guess which direction you're going to go? Like trimming out is just based on the aerodynamics of the plane, how it's designed, the wing design and the
go-
fuselage.
That's not.
Why are you
If
limiting?
Yes,
go
it is.
faster
Cessna?
and you lean forward,
Sure it
then you
is.
stay
the
at the
hell?
same
Trim
altitude.
That's
out-
wrong.
Like
trim
it's
out
a,
is
That's wrong.
which
Wrong.
Why is he
which direction you
limiting
go
this to a
is a
Cessna?
function of speed and the attitude you're having. Because
Yeah,
if
the
you-
attitude of the airplane has nothing to do with, it has to do with the weight distribution and how the airflow is going over the wings according to the fuselage. Anybody deny
Yes,
that?
but also the
No,
speed
No,
that's going at.
no,
Speed that's going
no.
at
You,
determines the amount of lift it's generation.
yeah.
Generated.
Thrust is not
Difference
opposing
between
gravity.
weight
That's what I
and
just said. Airflow
and
over
No,
the wings based on
drag.
the wing design and the fuselage.
E-
And now
no,
you are
Everything
yeah.
is
disagreeing with
dictated
All
by
you
gravity.
just said only has to affect the way the aircraft performs on the day: weight, temperature, pressure, everything. Everything else, you're completely wrong.
You're saying you trim out to follow the curvature of the Earth, sir. That's what
No.
you're
Follow
saying,
the
right?
density altitude.
Show us what that looks
don't
like
need
Which
in
to.
a
follows the
helicopter.
curvature of the Earth, right?
you have to
Why are
trim
y'all
for
so
that.
scared of it? Why not just be proud?
Holy
Yes,
testicle Tuesday.
we trim out. We trim out to do level flight, which is a curved path around the Earth's surface. Why aren't y'all proud of that fact? Because it
Yeah,
sounds so
we,
stupid.
because
Why
we
are
don't
y'all
trim
not
out to
proud of
follow
it?
the curve. We don't.
Locally
We,
Why don't you make
You
a
have
post
to
run and
trim
try and
out
get your
everybody
to
needs to be
closets
to
to
people
follow
dead?
the
talking.
curve. Yeah, you just told us you did. If you don't trim out, it's going to go up or down, not
No,
follow
that's
the
not what I
curvature
said.
of Earth.
Okay,
Why don't you
so
go and try and get your clothes
What?
like
That's what
you
you
Why
did?
mean to
don't we
say.
see what it looks like? How come a Glober can't show us with a helicopter what
Okay,
this
everyone stop.
imaginary trimming out
This
around a
is
Jeremy,
curve
an
looks
absolute
please.
like?
shit show.
Hello?
how are you
Hold
supposed
on,
to
yeah,
detect
hello.
it
I need everyone to
locally?
stop
Like,
talking
how are
right
you
now,
expecting
please.
to detect it? That's
No, I
bullshit.
need everyone to stop talking right now, please. Can you guys hear me? This
Yeah.
is a fucking crazy shit show. Stop. All right? One at a time, guys, please.
Right. So going back to before Rakia came in super hot, Blue was explaining something, I see Montreal was asking, and I was thinking that maybe it helps to keep in mind that it takes work to get further away from Earth, so to increase the elevation, and it does work to get closer towards Earth. Of course, if you have a pressure and altitude, that's not always at an exact same elevation. Like there's like slight elevation changes in a pressure altitude, right? But it does not like suddenly make you overcome a mountain or anything like that. It's comparatively slight and acts over very long. The changes in pressure altitude, elevations of pressure altitudes, act over very long distances. So you can consider them to be a constant output. And in that, so
That's why it
takes-
affects
it takes
Cessnas
work
differently than it
to
does big
increase the
jet planes, right?
altitude. So
Hold
you
on,
need to
man.
increase
Hold
your
on.
thrust in order to increase
Starting,
your lift
starting.
to gain
Yo,
altitude.
my man, you're making a whole story. Please. They were all right.
Yeah, I honestly thought he was done. That's why I said what I said.
If you keep that
Well,
in mind,
start a
with
whole
the
new
expectation
skill.
of if the pressure decreases, then the lift decreases, and then the pressure downwards of the tail decreases, so the plane would nose down again. That would make more sense if you keep in mind that it takes overall it takes energy, it takes work to get further away to increase the altitude.
None of that is based on curvature of the Earth or pressure differentials, because
Indeed,
if
none
it
of that
was,
is based
yeah,
on
you don't mind,
exactly.
huh, dude? I was on mute the whole time. I mean, what the frick is going on here?
Exactly. The
So
explanation
I'll
for
start
how
over. Yeah, I don't need you to start again, dude. So I'll start over. So when a Cessna trims out to maintain the same altitude, and a 747 trims out to maintain the same altitude, you're saying the same amount of pressure is being applied to both to make it follow the surface of the Earth?
No, because they have different weight.
Airplanes
So
trim
it
out
would
to
take
achieve
more
balanced and
pressure.
stable flight.
So it would take more pressure because of the weight to make them follow the same path, right? Which is the curvature of the Earth.
Well, you would need more lift for Boeing or whatever you were naming second, and
Yeah.
yes.
You
What
need
about
more
the
thrust,
helicopter?
more lift, and you would need more pressure to make that heavy plane
More lift
follow the
means more
same
pressure
path.
differential.
You
Yes.
interrupted again, dude. I don't think y'all are smart at all. Y'all can't even tell when people are done talking.
Yeah, hold on, man.
Back at you,
AK, AK, stop interrupting and don't monologue. Keep it concise.
Yeah, at least when you interrupt, just keep it concise. I mean, I'm talking in short bursts, man. But I'm talking about the same. A plane that's heavier takes more thrust and more lift, but would also take more pressure to maintain the same path. And if you're saying that path is a curved Earth,
What do you mean with more pressure?
that's what we were just told.
Huh?
The pressure of the
It takes
tail.
more lift.
Remember?
More lift means there's a bigger pressure differential at the wings. Yes, but what's your point?
But it has
Forces
more thrust
acting.
to overcome.
The force of the thrust needs to be bigger than for a Cessna. Yes, for a bigger plane. Yeah. But
Okay, where
what's your
can we
point?
see? That's fine. Where can we see this? Can you replicate
What do you
this
mean? Where
anywhere?
can you see this?
Well, we're talking about airplanes, right?
Huh?
So can you
Yes,
put
and
this in a
helicopters.
wind tunnel and helicopters? Yeah, but basically airplanes now. So can you replicate that anywhere?
Replicate what?
Well, I mean, if you
Replicate what?
think
Do you
about it,
know what we're
Ricky,
talking about?
so
No, I am thinking
if you
about
th-
it. You act like I'm not thinking about it. I asked him a
well, I
very
mean,
specific question. I asked
well, I
that
mean,
other guy a specific question, and you jumped in and asked me if
I
I
want
think
to.
about it. I
I
thought
just want to
about
make
it
a
to
quick
ask the
point.
question. Yeah.
Can you
Quick point.
can you rephrase your question? Maybe? I
747s.
don't understand what the problem is supposed to be.
I just asked if you can
Se-
replicate it.
fucking hell.
What's it
Replicate
look
what?
like?
Can I make a point?
Thing
Hold
with
on,
more
guys. Hold
weight
on.
needing
Maybe
more
one guy
lift
can go 5
to
minutes or 10 with
fly
Lakia,
than a thing
because
with less weight.
this
That's
is
obvious. You don't need to
yo. Are you
replicate that.
listening?
What do you mean? It's
Can you hear
obvious
me?
we don't need to replicate it. If it's so easy to do,
Yes,
We
you
can
can
hear
replicate
you.
it. You can
SC's trying to
you
mod.
can build a paper plane.
Yo,
You can
SC's trying to
you can
mod
fly it, and
AK.
then you can put
Yo,
a weight on it, and notice that
We
it
might
doesn't
have
fly
to mute
anymore.
AK.
You need
He won't
bigger wings
listen.
for it.
I mean,
It's not that complicated. 747, big plane, big motors, fly very fast, big wings, flies faster, higher. That's easy.
we all know that happens. I didn't say replicate how a 747 is flying. I said replicate it how it's following a curved surface, sir. When you trim it
I
out,
just,
you know, the very
I
fast,
don't,
very heavy, you know, all them
yeah.
stupid things you said.
It just gets up there where it's happy and flies. It doesn't care if it's curved or not.
Another guy was just saying it just does it. Come on,
So
man,
how
Yeah.
can
can you
you
go
replicate it?
around something if you're just happy flying? How are you being forced around something by imaginary gravity that's not happy with you happy flying? Gravity's not happy with the helicopter flying forward. It has to pull it down and around the ball. It's like your big, heavy, fast Cessna and your big, heavy, fast 747. So can you show us what they look like approaching and going around said curve? What's the visual?
Righto, we'll catch you special motherfuckers later, and we'll catch you sane motherfuckers next time.
Why is this
So
allowed, man? This is not the type of place people want to come to.
Why?
I mean,
No,
He was
it's
I
just
wasn't
kidding.
talking about
we
you,
can't get
Lane.
anywhere.
to create a small scale pressure
What's the problem?
differential that occurs at a
hold on,
significant
AK.
rate.
AK,
Because
hold on a second. What's the
on small
problem?
scales, gases
AK, hold on 1 second, bro.
basically
Maybe he can't hear you,
Jesus
Jeremy.
Christ, AK, quiet, man.
He might not can hear you. Like he might be doing it. Can you hear Jeremy, AK? Because
He
Discord
he
does.
doesn't care. He doesn't care. I don't know. Just
That's
what's the
okay.
problem? Why don't people want to come here?
You just said it because of AK. That was my whole point. What's going on here?
Even talking.
This is the exact thing we're fighting against, and it's happening right here
Crazy,
in real
dude. Every
time.
time you talk, it gets every time you like get into an argument, it gets fucking in a crazy shit show.
Yeah, 3 or 4 people break in. Yeah, shit
Might
show.
be
People like
Rocky.
AC. Go ahead, left lane. What was that?
Said it might be part you.
It might be part me when I make a statement and go on mute, and then make another statement, and AK breaks in every time. Even you said it was him. So what now, left lane?
Yeah, I don't agree with encouraging people not to come here and saying it's a bad place. I like it here.
Okay,
I'm
no more
only
yelling. No more yelling. No more shit. No more crazy shit show. Everyone go one at a time, or you're just gonna straight up get muted till the room calms down. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Thank you. So when someone just overtalks a mod, you know it's them, right? I'm fine with just having a conversation. I did it all day yesterday, all day the day before. But when I ask a question and 3 or 4 people just want to just like go
Okay, we're getting
obfuscate
back
and
to it right now, Rocky. We're not gonna sit here and talk about
yeah,
it for 10 minutes. We're getting right
yeah,
back
okay,
to it.
all right.
Airplanes, whatever the fuck you were on. Go ahead.
That's right. Nothing.
I'm good, man.
I have an idea. Why doesn't one pilot, go at it with Rakia for 5 minutes so we can have some peace? One guy, not 4 guys. How about that? How about left lane, blue, whoever's the pilot? How about that?
Yeah, I'd rather not talk to blue, but left lane's pretty civil. Left lane already told us that planes just go up there and do what they do. When I asked if we could replicate that.
Okay, left lane, you got 5 minutes with Rakia uninterrupted. Nobody else talk.
Would you describe replicate that?
In a lab, take something over a sphere, and because of the pressure density layers caused by whatever, you can use whatever to create that density layer difference. Have something with thrust go above that sphere and follow the surface of the sphere because of the density layer.
I would imagine that would be near impossible to set up in a lab.
Okay, why would you say that? Why?
Well, you know why the density gradient is there, or why I say the density gradient is there. How would I do that in a lab?
What? So you're saying what you're talking about and what you're saying actually happens can't be replicated because of what? Scale?
Because you're in a gravity well, you can't demonstrate. You know, our atmospheric density gradient is due to gravity, and because of Earth's gravity, I can't do that in a lab like you want it.
So because we're on Earth that has gravity, you can't replicate gravity, is what you're saying? I kind of agree with that in a way. That's what
I mean,
you're saying, though, right?
yeah. How am I going to create a density gradient on a small sphere in a lab?
There's density gradients that are created in containers all the time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, make that
On
spherical.
Earth.
You got to make that spherical, though,
How
Rakia.
is the density gradient? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you can't
Okay.
make it spherical.
You can't make a spherical object inside of that. See, I think I'm starting to get it because the bottom, like if you, the bottom would also be the lowest gradient, is what you're saying, because of the gravity. Is that what you're saying? Like if we create a
Yeah.
big container and it has a density gradient and we put a sphere in the middle, the density gradient would always be below the sphere and go up, wrap around above it on Earth because of Earth's gravity.
Yeah. Earth's gravity inhibits you from being able to create. I mean, and I'm just trying. It's like untenable. I don't see how it could be done.
Okay, fair enough. So let's summarize. Another thing that is caused by something we don't know the cause of can't be replicated on Earth because it happens on Earth.
Yeah.
Maybe if we knew the cause of gravity, we could replicate it better, don't you think?
No.
Even on Earth.
I doubt it. Even if you identified it, it's still not going to give you the ability to demonstrate that on Earth.
I didn't say that. I said it would help us, right? If we could figure out the cause of what's causing the gradient, maybe then we could replicate it on Earth because we could do away with whatever. If we knew the cause, like we could manipulate it to where we could replicate it. The problem
If
is
the
we
thing
don't know the
is,
cause, right?
if we could manipulate gravity, we might be able to figure out how to make a wormhole or something. I don't know.
If we could manipulate gravity. So you're saying you can't manipulate gravity, right?
You can't turn it on and off. You know,
Can you manipulate it? I didn't say turn it on and off. See how this happens? I said
Yeah.
manipulate it. You went to obfuscate with turn on and off, which is not what I said.
Well, what do you mean by manipulate it then? Turn it up or down, or increase or
Sure, like
decrease, or on and off? I mean, it's kind of an extreme to say turn it on and off, but I don't know how you would
Well, I
turn it
didn't
up
say
or
it.
down or anything like that.
Yeah, but if we could manipulate it even a little bit, we could control. If we knew the cause, we might could control the cause and come up with a way to replicate it, right? Don't you agree with that? Like everything else we know the
I
cause
could.
of, we can.
Yeah,
So that's the
I
main
think
issue.
anything's possible. Yeah.
So that's the main issue, not knowing the cause of what you're saying is making the plane cause a density gradient, which is, even though it has power, making it follow a curved path instead of a horizontal path. Like
I
you're
just would.
acting like a plane can't trim out and follow a horizontal path with the thrust that it has. Like, does it need more power to do that?
No, it can, Rocky. It can. If that's what I say, it doesn't matter if the Earth is curved or sphere. The plane will fly in either condition and follow the density gradient. It doesn't care what the shape the Earth is.
Well, it would also not follow the density gradient, right?
No,
Like,
No, it's going to follow a density. When you trim it out, it's going to follow the gradient. Absolutely.
So the logic.
You're not trimming it out to follow the density gradient. You're trimming it out to make it horizontal in that particular point.
No, you're making the
saying
plane
the
happy
density
with the aerodynamics and thrust, and you're making it happy to fly at one altitude.
You're saying that it can't overcome the density gradient with the thrust and trimming that it has currently.
No, I didn't say it couldn't overcome anything.
What is it?
What do you mean
What is it?
overcoming?
Let's say you're on a sphere of Earth. Could you make that plane not follow the curvature of the Earth?
Sure.
Then
You could
how
fly.
do you know
You
it's
could gain or
following the
lose
curvature?
altitude.
Then how?
because you're flying at
Altitude
a
is
single
based on
altitude.
sea level, sir.
Yeah, it is. Sure is, which
Not
follows
the
the curvature of the Earth.
One at a time, guys.
Not
One
the
at a
curvature of
time.
the Earth.
You gotta go. Just wait till everyone's done, please.
Yeah, sea level is the curve. The density gradient follows the curve. The plane don't care.
Mean sea level, which is what altitude is based on, it has nothing to do with the curve. It's a point.
Yeah, it does.
It's
It
a
does
point.
too. Mean sea level
Is a
in
point.
our model is curved.
No, it's not. It's a point in your model.
It's a datum reference to the center of the Earth, Rakia.
Which is a point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
An
not
altitude.
curve.
Yeah, curve. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
not
mixing it
curve.
up, buddy.
Points don't
Yeah.
curve, sir.
Yeah. Mean
Not
sea level is
referencing
not a
it. It
point.
doesn't reference
Cite
the
it.
center of Earth. It
Cite it.
absolutely does not. It does not reference the center of Earth. It's the average sea level. It absolutely tells you in Wikipedia if you search it. It specifically says it's confused. Referencing the center of Earth.
Yeah, just cite that where mean sea level, that point, wherever that mean sea level is taken on Earth, is curvature of Earth. How can a point be curved?
It's not a point, Ricky. Do you measure height in points? Like
Mean sea level is definitely a
you
point.
remember when you went to the doctor as a kid and he measured your height? Did he draw a point or was that a line?
I don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about sea level. So if you take that point
Yeah,
of
so
mean sea level,
you're not answering.
yeah, I'm going to answer the mean sea level because that's the topic. If you have a mean sea level at this coordinate, a point, right? And you
It's not a
travel
point.
100 miles away from that mean sea level that was taken there, do you think the mean sea level dropped?
Irrelevant.
No, it's not. That's exactly what we're talking about. He's saying mean sea level is a curve. I'm saying it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you just saying that doesn't prove anything. You can
Exactly.
look it
You just denying that it's
No.
not curved doesn't mean that it's not curved. Get over
up. I'm not
yourself.
denying
Akira.
anything. I'm reading.
Well,
I can
you
read.
obviously are, because he just told you it's curved and you're just saying nuh-uh.
Okay, he said it was curved. Can he cite it, please? So
Irrelevant.
are you willing to do that?
No,
This guy
you're telling
really
us it's wrong,
is
so
white
you
knight
can
in front of
cite
me.
where it's wrong, Rikia.
How can I prove a
No,
negative there?
yeah, that's the
Yeah,
point. So
that
if somebody makes the claim, right? The claim on the table is that sea level is curved, and Rakia is saying, okay, you're claiming sea level is curved.
No,
Prove
mean
it.
sea level, which
Yeah,
is what
mean
altitude's
sea
been,
level
not
is a
just sea
curve.
level. Yeah, mean sea level.
So
Well, he's
the
asking
onus,
for a citation, so I can just type it out in chat and there you are.
Yeah, you can, but it makes you look foolish. I'm talking about who took the mean sea level, that point, where they say it's
It's
Earth
not a
curve,
point.
where it's curved what? I don't know why you're interrupting to say something that's not true.
Well, you're asking me if it's curved and if I
I
can
didn't
prove
ask
it,
you
and then you're
anything.
telling me about a point, but points don't curve, do they, Rikia? So make
No,
up your
point,
mind,
that's
please.
exactly right. That's my point.
Right, so
Points
make up
don't,
your mind.
I've made up my mind that points don't curve. When he said mean sea level, which is a point, is Earth curve, that's what I'm disputing right now. That's what you're interrupting.
But it's not a point, though, so you can demonstrate that it's a point or retract your claim.
So you want me to prove, okay, you don't want him to cite what he stated, but you want me to cite what I stated. Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's the way you are. That's fine.
It's not about me.
You seem to be making it about you. You're disputing what I'm saying, but you don't have to prove anything. But
I didn't
because I'm
say one thing
disputing,
about me.
because I'm disputing what he said, I have to prove it. It's weird.
Well, you made a claim that it's a point before he said it's curved, so go ahead, please.
No, I didn't. That's a lie.
No, that's not a lie. That's
He said
exactly what
mean
happened.
sea level was curved. You can ask him. He won't tell a story. He'll tell you that he said that.
I don't care what he will tell me.
Now you
I
don't
asked
care.
you to demonstrate that it's an actual point.
Anyway, or is this guy going to interrupt? Like, we're done?
Yeah, I
This is
thought
where
we were
we're going
having
to
a
end?
one-on-one here. Are you done, left lane?
Yeah. I don't,
Okay.
it's like it's just a point of semantics at this point. And I mean, mean sea level is a point that does follow the curvature of the Earth. I don't understand what the problem is about that.
A point doesn't follow anything.
Right, it's like a dot. You ever put a dot on a piece of paper, left lane? I mean, it's so complex to
His
understand this
exact
stuff.
words were mean sea level is a point that follows
Oh,
curved
yeah.
Earth.
Yeah, okay, maybe I shouldn't say a point, but mean sea level, that value follows the curvature of the Earth.
And why did we get away from the helicopters and planes and what they look like? It's never been demonstrated. So all the blind globers, even though we don't have any globers with eyeballs, we don't have any globers with video cameras anymore. They all just do math to show you stuff. They can't visually show you how something looks anymore. I find this weird. That no glober has the wherewithal or intellect to draw a simple helicopter going around the sphere to show us what that would look like. That's weird. But stay blind, keep using no visuals to demonstrate your visual things, guys. Keep it up, globers. You guys are getting way ahead of yourself. It's like you guys are all blind and you can't tell us what anything looks like. It's sad to be a blind glober these days that can't draw what your globe looks like and helicopters going around it, right, guys? No visuals. Stay away from them.
So we have a
Okay,
claim that we